Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Sword Immortal. Lu Feng, devoid of virtue and talent, your arrogance has stripped you of the position of heir to the Lu family, which shall now be inherited by Lu Tian in the Jiuqian dynasty within the ancestral hall of the Lu family in Xian City, one of the four great families. A commanding decree echoed throughout the estate. Simultaneously, in a dilapidated courtyard of the Lu family, a young man suddenly awakened. Strange, did I not perish within the divine tomb? Why am I here? What is this place? Lu Feng opened his eyes, lying on a bed, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. As he attempted to move, a heart-wrenching pain surged from his abdomen, causing him to furrow his brow in displeasure. He was a renowned sword immortal, a master of the sword path, hailed as the foremost figure across the realms, who single-handedly wielded a sword that instilled terror in both celestial beings and demons alike, turning the world upside down. Later, within the divine tomb, he encountered three individuals who claimed to be gods. In a struggle for a divine sword, he inflicted grave injuries upon them, igniting their fury. They resorted to a forbidden technique, taking advantage of his weakened state, and together they managed to slay him. Those three knaves, at such a meager level, dared to call themselves gods. 3 against 1, and still unable to defeat me, yet they resort to forbidden techniques. You three had better not cross my path again, or I shall cleave you into 19 pieces. Recalling the three who had brought about his demise, Lu Feng's eyes glinted with an intense, piercing light. The three he encountered possessed formidable realms, a rarity in Lu Feng's life, capable of suppressing the entire Jiuqian dynasty. Even celestial beings of his caliber were rendered helpless against them. Yet to Lu Feng, they were merely oversized hounds, and had they not ganged up on him, using their numbers to ambush him with forbidden techniques, he would have undoubtedly dispatched them with ease given a moment's respite. Revenge, avenge me. Damn it, what is this? Who is speaking in my head? Just as Lu Feng was filled with righteous indignation, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced through his skull, as if someone was lamenting and shouting in fury within his mind, accompanied by a cascade of unfamiliar memories. Lu Feng of the Lu family possessed a spiritual physique and extraordinary talent, recognized as the foremost youth of the family, once expanding the family's territory and granted the title of heir, a candidate for the family patriarch. However, half a month ago, while rescuing someone in the Monster Beast forest, he was ambushed and severely injured, his dantian and meridian shattered. 7 days prior, he was plotted against by his fiancée, Huang Fulan of the Huangfu family, and the eldest son of the clan elder, Lu Tian. The man and woman conspired to extract his spiritual blood and framed him for an attempted dishonor against Huang Fulan, leading to his utter disgrace. Subsequently, under the elder's machinations, Lu Feng was imprisoned in this courtyard, deprived of food and water, ultimately succumbing to his grievous injuries. So, I have taken over the body of this inferior being. Yet this fool I inhabit is truly a simpleton. What good is high talent if one cannot discern allies from foes? His demise is well-deserved. Fear not, for having seized control of this body, I shall avenge your grievances. Upon absorbing the memories flooding his mind, the well-traveled Lu Feng quickly grasped the situation and chuckled derisively. He felt no pity for the pitiful circumstances of this host. Instead, he harbored only scorn and disdain. The original Lu Feng's downfall, in the eyes of a being of his caliber, was entirely self-inflicted, blind to the treachery surrounding him. He had been toyed with, and his death was mere folly. However, his expression quickly returned to a state of calm as he accepted the original's bitterness. Since he had taken residence in this foolish wretch, the matters of this fool became his own. He was determined to exact vengeance. Yet, in an instant, his brow furrowed deeply, revealing profound concern. Though he possessed unparalleled swordsmanship and extraordinary abilities, even a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. In his current state, while he yearned to avenge the original's grievances, how was he to do so? This body was not only grievously injured, but its dantian and meridians were severely damaged. His spiritual blood had been siphoned, and he was under the Lu family's house arrest. Even with transcendent swordsmanship, lacking cultivation, how many could he truly slay? Clang! As Lu Feng brooded anxiously, a sudden, resonant sound rang in his mind, followed by a surge of pure energy that swept toward him like a tempest. What is happening? The pure energy surged from his mind, instantly enveloping Lu Feng's entire being. In that moment, he felt his internal injuries healing at a visible pace, a mix of astonishment and delight washing over him as he hurriedly focused his mind to execute the inner vision technique, examining his condition. In his spiritual chamber, a small, half-inch-sized dark sword shimmered with brilliance, its ebony blade adorned with countless golden runes, emanating pure energy that healed his wounds. "Ah, little one, is it you? You have also come to this world with me?" Seeing the diminutive sword, a hint of intrigue crossed Lu Feng's face. This was the very sword he had contended for against the three in the divine tomb. It was precisely due to this sword that he had been able to bridge the immense gap in realms and inflict grave injuries upon those self-proclaimed deities. Clang! Upon hearing Lu Feng's call, the divine sword trembled slightly, as if it wished to convey something. Yet before it could respond, the entire blade dimmed, succumbing to silence. Little one," Lu Feng called out several times, yet it remained still, eliciting a sense of helplessness within him. Evidently, it is using its own primal energy to heal my wounds. I must seize this opportunity to restore my cultivation and escape from here. If I remain imprisoned, death is the only outcome. With that, Lu Feng shook his head, disregarding the divine sword. The pressing matter was to restore his cultivation. Without it, even if he wielded divine sword techniques, escaping the Lu family's clutches would be improbable. Boom! Lu Feng sat cross-legged, swiftly refining the residual power left within him by the divine sword. In no time, sounds of breakthroughs echoed from within, and in just a few moments his cultivation soared. First level of body refinement. Second level of body refinement. Third level of body refinement. Ninth level of body refinement. In the span of mere moments, Lu Feng refined all the residual power from the divine sword, ascending to the ninth level of body refinement. At the ninth level of body refinement, he was considered a formidable figure in Xian City. Countless individuals would spend their entire lives without achieving such a level. Ninth level of body refinement. At least I possess some ability for self-preservation. After breaking through to the ninth level of body refinement, Lu Feng's expression bore no trace of joy. In the realm of cultivation, there exist 9 major levels: body refinement, chi control, postnatal, innate, foundation establishment, dragon elephant, heaven sea, other shore, and human immortal. Body refinement is the most fundamental realm, consisting of 9 levels, while others are subdivided into smaller realms of initial, intermediate, late, and perfected stages. Yet having something is better than having nothing. Even with his current 9th level of body refinement, given a sword, he could slay even those in the late stage of chi control. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Once young Master Lu Tian becomes the heir, our good days will finally arrive. Indeed, that fool Lu Feng has no background whatsoever. He believes his talent is exceptional, thinking he could achieve merit for the family and become the heir. How laughable! Yet it is indeed unfortunate the family is currently celebrating, and we are tasked with dealing with this waste. I wonder if he has already begun to rot? Who cares if he's dead or alive? The elder has already decreed his expulsion from the Lu family. Even if he lives, tossing him onto the streets will ensure he starves, or my brother and I can dispose of him ourselves. Ha ha, indeed. If he's not dead, we can just kill him. At that moment, 2 figures approached from outside, their footsteps heavy, engaged in a cruel and heartless exchange. Lu Feng's, however, the 2 individuals were merely momentarily stunned before swiftly regaining their composure, adopting an air of superiority as they looked down upon Lu Feng with disdain. The fact that Lu Feng was still alive was indeed beyond their expectations. Yet, what did it matter that Lu Feng had survived? He was no longer the Lu Feng of yore, but had descended into a state of utter uselessness. They had previously verified that Lu Feng's dantian, the reservoir of his energy, had been completely destroyed, and the only means of restoration lay in the legendary 3rd-grade Dan medicine, the Huan Yuan Dan. Acquiring a third-grade Huan Yuan Dan demanded at least 100,000 gold coins, a sum equivalent to 2 years' harvest for the Lu family. Even if Lu Feng had secretly saved a little during his time as heir, he would still be unable to afford such a restorative medicine. Humph. Even if you wish to keep this immortal here, I have no desire to remain. Lu Feng retorted coldly. Having spoken, he lifted his foot, intending to bypass the two and make his way outside. Concerning the Lu family, he felt little attachment and, naturally, had no intention of lingering. Even if no one came to chase him away, he would certainly depart, for as the saying goes, one need not fear a thief stealing, but rather a thief's persistent thoughts. If he stayed within the Lu family, who could say whether the Grand Elder and the Huangfu clan would continue to plot against him? In any case, in this lower realm, he believed he could restore his cultivation in a relatively short time, and once he regained his strength, he could slay whomever he wished, with no need to take risks here. Hee, young Master Lu Feng, what a display of grandeur. Do you truly intend to leave in such a manner? However, just as Lu Feng was about to depart, the two guards abruptly obstructed his path, towering over him with their imposing figures, casting their gaze down upon him. What do you want? Lu Feng discerned their ill intentions, his eyes narrowing in icy resolve as he inquired coldly. What do we want? Young Master Lu Feng, you are indeed a true master, maintaining such arrogance even after your Dantian has been destroyed and reduced to a mere waste. Young Master Lu Feng, no, you're neither a young master nor an heir now. Your attitude is unacceptable. If you continue like this outside, you might just be beaten to death. Allow us, your humble brothers, to teach you a thing or two about humility. Seeing Lu Feng's eyes glinting with cold fury and his demeanor devoid of fear, the two guards merely laughed mockingly. Then, one guard pointed at his own groin, grinning wickedly as he proclaimed, Young Master Lu Feng, if you wish to leave, you might as well crawl through here. With that, the guard burst into boisterous laughter, exuding confidence. Indeed, and you can also pass through my groin. The second guard chimicked, laughing heartily alongside his companion. Lu Feng's expression turned frigid to an extreme. With a swift motion, he drew the azure steel sword from his waist, its speed unparalleled, glimmering with a flash of blue as it descended from above, cleaving through the head of the guard who had laughed the loudest. In an instant, the guard's laughter ceased, his body splitting in two, collapsing to either side, as blood began to saturate the earth. Yet, the sword in Lu Feng's hand remained untainted by a single drop of blood. Following this, he shifted the blade's angle, and with a resonating clang, a beam of sword light sliced through the other guard's body like a shooting rainbow. The second guard, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, was startled by the flash of light, instinctively retreating. However, he soon realized that his limbs had been severed from his body, leaving him utterly unable to control his form as he collapsed to the ground, crying out in sheer terror, completely bewildered by the unfolding chaos. By the time he grasped the situation, he discovered he had been transformed into a grotesque creature, while his companion lay bisected beside him, his heart overwhelmed by an indescribable dread. Both he and the other guard were no weaklings, having been trusted confidants of the Grand Elder. Each possessed formidable cultivation at the 9th level of the body refinement stage, making them elite experts within the Lu family. Even during his prime, Lu Feng would have found it impossible to defeat them in a single strike. Yet now, in his grasp, they were utterly incapable of withstanding even one of Lu Feng's swords. That strike seemed less like a weapon of this world and more akin to a blade forged in the depths of hell. This revelation sent him spiraling into a profound terror, prompting him to scream in fright. Silence! Cease your wailing! Do you dare utter another word, and I shall make you the next to be slain? Lu Feng, irked by the man's cries that echoed like a banshee's wail, thrust his sword forward, its tip piercing the man's mouth, effectively pinning his tongue down, nearly grazing his throat with the blade's edge. In that moment, the guard trembled uncontrollably, a warm stream coursing down his legs, mingling with the hot blood pooling on the ground. Staring in both fear and astonishment at Lu Feng, he shivered at the sight of those icy eyes, nodding his head in a quaking manner. He had presumed Lu Feng to be a mere husk, yet it became evident that he was anything but. He was not only more powerful than before, but his ruthlessness surpassed that of any demon. Relay this message to the great elder and the head of the Huangfu clan. 1 month from now, I shall return that if they wish to preserve their lives, they must eliminate Lu Tian and Huang Fulan, and they must also cripple their own cultivation. Otherwise, I shall annihilate their entire clan. Did you comprehend my words? Lu Feng asked coldly, gazing down at the guard. However, as soon as his words fell, the guard rolled his eyes back and fainted. Clearly, he was overwhelmed by fear, unable to withstand the mental strain and physical agony, collapsing into unconsciousness, whether it be the great elder or the head of the Huangfu clan, upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Rage would surely consume them, and as the messenger, the guard had no chance of survival. Thus, how could he not be frightened into a faint? What a bother. Very well, I shall write it down, seeing the guard in such a pitiful state. Lu Feng shook his head in resignation. He raised his sword, creating a dazzling display of sword flowers, and as the guard's garments were shredded, his rugged chest was inscribed with Lu Feng's earlier declaration. And at the very bottom, he left his signature, the Slayer, Lu Feng. Observing his handiwork, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction before stepping away with his sword in hand. His message would only be discovered the following dawn. And upon its revelation, a sharp scream of terror shattered the tranquility of the Lu family during the day. Chapter 3. A malicious scheme in the Lu family's conference hall, where the previous day had been filled with celebration and merriment for Lu Tian's ascension as the family heir. Every face now wore a grim expression. On the hall's floor lay 2 grotesque, dismembered corpses, one split in 2, the other grotesquely transformed into a human puppet, evoking dread. Lu Feng. How could this man, thought to be a mere invalid, still be capable of murder, to threaten the annihilation of my entire clan? What does he take the Lu family for? The elders of the Lu family glared furiously at the corpses, particularly at the one transformed into a puppet, which bore the chilling inscription left by Lu Feng, brazenly signed by him. In an instant, the hall erupted in chaos. Lu Feng's actions were nothing short of trampling the Lu family's dignity into the ground. Wasn't Lu Feng rendered useless? How could he possibly kill them? The Grand Elder, exuding authority, sat at the head of the table, his countenance stern as he questioned. He was unconcerned with the deaths of his 2 confidants. His sole interest lay in understanding how Lu Feng had survived and how he had the capability to slay his 2 trusted guards, though these guards were not of the highest cultivation. Boasting only the 9th level of body refinement, Lu Feng was deemed an invalid, stripped of his vital energy and blood, and with severed meridians. How could he still possess the strength to kill? As his words echoed, the surroundings fell silent, the once furious elders now subdued, gazing at the corpses with an unshakable confusion. Indeed, Lu Feng had been confirmed to be an invalid. They had all witnessed it firsthand before deciding to strip him of his position as heir. How then could this invalid have slain 2 9th-level body refinement guards? What if Lu Feng is incapable? Others may still intervene. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, capturing the attention of all present. The speaker, seated beside the Grand Elder, was a youth clad in white robes, with sword-like brows and eyes bright as the stars, his hands lazily resting on his chest, exuding an air of youthful supremacy. This youth was none other than Lu Tian, the son of the Grand Elder and the current heir of the Lu family. Do you perchance know the reason behind this? The Grand Elder inquired. His brows furrowed. Father, do you truly fail to grasp the situation? This cannot possibly be the doing of Lu Feng. Someone must have intervened to rescue him and eliminate those 2 guards. Without such assistance, how could Lu Feng hope to take a life? In response to his father's perplexity, Lu Tian merely scoffed, as if he had discerned the essence of the matter, a smirk curling his lips. His current status far surpassed that of Lu Feng. In the past, when Lu Feng was the heir, he had to stand respectfully in the hall, never daring to sit or speak, as he did now with the Grand Elder. Ha ha ha, my son indeed possesses great insight, immediately honing in on the crux of the matter. Indeed, an invalid like Lu Feng cannot kill unaided. It is certain that someone intervened on his behalf. The question remains, who could that be? The Grand Elder, ignoring the arrogance in Lu Tian's tone, clapped his hands in delight, clearly pleased with his son. Yet soon after, his expression grew serious as he posed a new question. Lu Feng has been rendered an invalid and is of no concern, but I am curious about the identity of the one who rescued him. This individual dared to intrude upon our Lu family, slay our kin, and rescue Lu Feng. Such a person must be eliminated. It mattered not who had aided him. What was crucial was whether Lu Feng would seek revenge upon his return in a month. 1 month hence, the 7 great sects will be recruiting disciples. I suspect he intends to defeat me then. However, he has already sealed his own fate. Lu Tian dismissively waved his hand, gazing down at the dismembered corpse. Continuing with an enigmatic smile, we need only spread the message he left throughout the entire Xian city, and come that time, it will be difficult for him to survive. Even if our Lu family were inclined to spare him, would the Huangfu family do the same? This fool believes he can challenge me in a month. I wager he won't even reach our doorstep before being drowned in the spittle of others in Xian city. With that, the elders in the hall praised Lu Tian's malicious scheme with nods of approval. To kill and strike at the heart, nothing could surpass this. Even if Lu Feng desired vengeance in his current state, it would be nothing but a dream. Furthermore, Lu Feng had left behind such treasonous words, marking him as a target for all, who in Xian city would grant him sanctuary when the time came. Even if Lu Feng truly sought to challenge, he would likely be overwhelmed before even reaching the Lu family's gates. Thus, a subtle smile played upon Lu Tian's lips as he reveled in the flattery of those around him, entirely dismissing the threat posed by Lu Feng. His own talents were not significantly inferior to Lu Feng's, but his unwillingness to fight for the Lu family had temporarily allowed Lu Feng to assume the mantle of heir. Now, with Lu Feng's vital energy extinguished and his meridians severed, he had become a true invalid. Meanwhile, having integrated Lu Feng's vital energy, Lu Tian's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of qi control. And within a month, he would break through to the mid-stage, leaving Lu Feng utterly incapable of contending with him. As for Lu Feng, oblivious to Lu Tian's nefarious plans and disinterested in them, he was currently practicing his swordsmanship in the monster beast forest outside Xian City. His sword techniques were not complicated, comprising the most ordinary 13 forms: draw, lift, block, strike, thrust, crush, stir, press, cleave, intercept, and wash. These 13 sword forms appeared unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of profundity. With each execution, Lu Feng's sword intent grew stronger, and the potency of his moves increased. After performing the forms a total of 81 times, the blue steel sword emitted a melodious chime, its blade glowing crimson, and the sword intent surged, capable of overwhelming even those at the peak of qi control, with a thunderous crash as this sword fell. An unstoppable wave of sword energy erupted forth, seemingly capable of severing all things in existence. Racing forth like a fleeting shadow, in an instant, a large tree 10 meters ahead of Lu Feng cracked in two without warning. Crashing to the ground, the cut was impeccably clean, as if severed by a divine blade, yet it was not a divine blade that had made the cut. It was the sword energy unleashed from 10 meters away. Such a feat was something even a master at the pinnacle of qi control could scarcely achieve. Still, it was not enough. However, standing before his own masterpiece, Lu Feng felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he gazed at the great tree he had severed. His brows knitting tightly in contemplation. To sever a large tree from a distance of 10 meters is indeed a matter of great pride for a practitioner at the Qi Master Realm. Yet for him, a Sword Immortal, it was but a trivial feat. In his prime, he could have effortlessly cleaved not just a tree 10 meters away, but even a sacred mountain spanning thousands of miles with a single stroke of his sword. How could he now expend such effort over a mere tree? Alas, it seems that the strength of this immortal has waned, but having grown accustomed to this body, it is time to enhance his cultivation. Afterward, Lu Feng composed his expression and began to tread into the forest, intent on gathering medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs and expedite his ascension. His audacious claims within the Lu family were not born of mere bravado. He possessed the confidence to back them. Transitioning from the body refinement realm to the Qi Master realm in this lower plane typically requires a gifted individual a year and a half, or even 3 to 5 years. However, he needed no such time, for he had ample experience in this regard. Moreover, Although he was a sword immortal in his past life, he also had profound knowledge in talisman arrays, alchemy, and artifact forging. Thus, breaking through from body refinement to Chi Master would take him no longer than 3 days, if not less. The month-long buffer he allowed himself was solely to prepare for his breakthrough to the innate realm. As both the head of the Huangfu family and the Great Elder are practitioners of the postnatal realm that annihilate their entire clan, it was prudent to exercise caution to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. To the Great Elder of the Liu family and the head of the Huangfu family, it would be wise to heed my words. Otherwise, in a month's time, prepare to meet your demise. Lu Feng strode toward the dense thicket, his thoughts racing as he spoke with palpable intent. Chapter 4. Shaoyang grass and Huangfu Ling, the spiritual herbs in this region, are indeed elusive. Nonetheless, these herbs will suffice for me to concoct breakthrough elixirs beneath the blazing sun. Amidst the sprawling forest, Lu Feng, with a sword at his waist and a self-made basket slung over his back, cast a glance at the herbs he had collected, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The spiritual energy in this lower realm is exceedingly scarce, rendering some herbs that are commonplace in the 9 heavens and 10 earths remarkably rare here. Fortunately, his profound understanding of alchemy enables him to discern the properties of the herbs. Otherwise, a typical practitioner would surely be driven to despair. Such dense spiritual energy. Could there be a treasure ahead? As Lu Feng, having gathered the spiritual herbs and now retracing his steps, suddenly halted midway, a wave of exceptionally rich spiritual energy wafted toward him. His senses heightened. He followed the fragrant trail to a crystal-clear lake, where a resplendent patch of golden grass was flourishing at the water's edge. This grass boasted 9 leaves, each adorned with 9 golden veins, swaying gently in the breeze and exuding a delicate fragrance. Is this Shaoyang grass? Lu Feng observed the grass ahead, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The Shaoyang grass, even in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is considered a rare spiritual herb, thriving only under the most stringent conditions. Although it embodies the essence of the sun, it flourishes in the realm of shadows. Any slight imbalance between yin and yang could spell its doom. Moreover, the age of the Shaoyang grass can be discerned through its leaves, with a new vein appearing every 10 years. Yet the grass before him revealed 9 veins, and faintly, a 10th was beginning to form. This indicated that the Shaoyang grass had been growing for nearly a century, its value surpassing that of all the spiritual herbs Lu Feng had collected thus far. Elated, Lu Feng stepped forward, intent on securing this precious herb in his basket. Swish, however, just as he made a move, the lake erupted violently, and a massive serpent surged from the water, darting toward him. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, leaping back to evade the serpent's ambush. Hiss! As he regained his footing and focused his gaze, he beheld a serpent measuring 3 zhang in length, its girth comparable to that of a human, its body gleaming white, resembling a finely carved jade. It glared at him menacingly, its immense form shielding the Shaoyang grass behind it, radiating an aura of power akin to that of a mid-level Chi Master. Clearly, the Shaoyang grass was its prey. TSK, a 3rd-tier magical beast. This could prove troublesome. Lu Feng regarded the sudden appearance of the white serpent with little surprise. It is a well-known fact that worldly treasures often have magical beasts guarding them. As the spiritual herb ripens, the magical beast consumes it, a law of nature that is as unyielding as it is predictable. Yet, despite this understanding, he exhibited no signs of panic, not even lowering the basket on his back. Instead, he unsheathed the sword at his waist and, with a calm demeanor, addressed the serpent. Little creature, I offer you a chance. If you wish to avoid death, depart. Otherwise, should I inadvertently strike you down, do not hold it against me. His voice remained serene, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. Hiss! Yet his words incited the white serpent's fury. No sooner had he finished speaking than the serpent shot forth like an arrow, its speed so astonishing that even a mid-level Chi Master would struggle to react. However, while those in the late stages of the Chi Master realm might falter, Lu Feng, as an immortal emperor, reacted swiftly. Even though his cultivation had not yet recovered, his instinct for danger was far superior to that of ordinary Chi Masters. With a deft motion, he sidestepped the serpent's assault. His azure steel blade lunging toward the serpent's underbelly. Thud! In mere moments, the tip of the blade pierced through a gap in the serpent's scales, plunging into its body and severing its spine before swiftly withdrawing. The entire sequence, from evasion to the thrust of the sword and its retraction, was executed with seamless precision, a display of speed that was nothing short of breathtaking. Harnessing his extraordinary instincts and combat experience, Lu Feng delivered a fatal blow to the serpent in an instant. Bang! The once formidable white serpent was immediately struck down, its massive form crashing to the ground, writhing helplessly, overestimating itself. Lu Feng stood tall, with his sword drawn, gazing at the grievously wounded serpent, shaking his head in resignation. Though the white serpent was a third-tier magical beast and could easily overpower a late-stage Qi master, it was utterly powerless before him. In his quest for the spiritual herb, he had dispatched countless magical beasts in this very location, some even more ferocious than the white serpent, yet none could withstand a single strike from him. Combat, at times, is not merely a matter of brute force. When the cultivation levels are closely matched, seizing upon an enemy's vulnerabilities and striking at their vital points can render even the strongest adversary powerless. This was the invaluable lesson Lu Feng had gleaned from millennia of battle experience. Whoosh! Having dispatched the serpent, Lu Feng prepared to collect the Xiaoyang grass, but just as he moved, an ominous whistling sound sliced through the air. Instinctively, Lu Feng tensed. Years of combat experience had honed his reflexes, and he swiftly tilted his head to the left at that moment. An arrow intended for his head zipped past, grazing his right cheek and delivering a sharp sting. Lu Feng touched the painful mark on his face, his expression darkening, his eyes swirling with murderous intent. The arrow had come without warning. Had it not been for his keen battle instincts, any other practitioner at the Qi Master Realm would have already met their end. Is he still alive? This fellow truly possesses a remarkable tenacity. Miss, should we go out and slay him? Never mind. Let us first feign an alliance with him, if he willingly surrenders the Xiaoyang grass. All will be well. If he refuses, we can always eliminate him later. Lu Feng, attuned to his surroundings, strained to discern the identity of his assailants. His acute senses soon picked up the faint whispers of two men and a woman conversing in the forest. Lamenting their failure to kill him, sword in hand, Lu Feng's expression turned cold as he turned to face the source of the voices. Not far behind him, three figures emerged from the forest. Slowly approaching, my young friend, my apologies. We three had intended to slay that third-tier magical serpent, and it seems we nearly harmed you instead. Please forgive us. A middle-aged man, bow in hand and quiver slung over his shoulder, stepped forward with a polite smile, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Had Lu Feng not already overheard their conversation, he might have been deceived by the man's pretense. Indeed, my young friend, my sincerest apologies. We hail from the Huangfu family. Might we discuss the matter of this spiritual herb? Another middle-aged man, scars adorning his face and a sword at his side, initially approached with an apologetic demeanor, intending to negotiate the ownership of the Xiaoyang grass. However, as he drew near and beheld Lu Feng's true visage, his expression shifted dramatically. Lu Feng, a middle-aged man, wielding a longbow, and a youthful maiden, who had remained silent until now, both exhibited a flicker of astonishment. The maiden, possessing a captivating beauty akin to a blooming flower, donned an opulent white silk gown that clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves at this moment. However, the enchanting young lady was surveying Lu Feng with her striking autumn-like eyes, which betrayed an unmistakable hint of derision and disdain. She gazed at Lu Feng and, with a tone of contempt, declared, "So, it is you, the repugnant wastrel. I had thought you perished in the Lu family. Yet here you are, astonishingly alive and present. It appears fortune has favored you. However, I am in a good mood today and lack the time to kill you. If you sever your own arms and leave behind the Xiaoyang grass, I shall spare your life." As she uttered these venomous words, the maiden tilted her elegant neck, resembling a swan poised for a decisive strike. "Are you Huangfu Ling?" Lu Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he recalled the memories of his predecessor. He immediately recognized the identity of the haughty girl before him. "Huangfu Ling," sister to Huang Fulan, had once affectionately referred to Lu Feng as Brother Lu and sister-in-law Lu during his days as the heir of the Lu family, a title she relished for the benefits it conferred. Each invocation of those names had been a means to extract resources from him or solicit guidance in her cultivation, leaving him at her mercy. The predecessor's downfall was closely linked to her, as she was the very person he had rescued from the beast-infested forest. Yet, it was laughable that the once demure and adorable Huang Fuling, for whom he had risked his life, now derided him as a worthless fool with a face full of disdain. Playing the fool, are we? Uncle Wang. Uncle Li, dispose of this waste, seeing Lu Feng feign ignorance of her. Huang Fuling merely smirked in disdain before beckoning the two middle-aged men beside her to end Lu Feng's life. Her tone as casual as if squashing an insignificant insect, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Lu Feng, your reaction is far swifter than before. Had you been as quick in the past, that arrow would have surely incapacitated you. The middle-aged man with a longbow stepped forward, drawing his bow and aiming at Lu Feng with a mocking smile. His aura erupting, revealing him as a practitioner of the initial stage of chi manipulation. Lu Feng, you possess quite the skill. I nearly lost my life at your hands before. Now is the perfect opportunity for revenge. The other middle-aged man, adorned with a long sword at his waist, caressed a scar on his face and grinned menacingly at Lu Feng, his aura surging, indicating he was a mid-stage chi manipulation expert. Ah, so it was you who incapacitated that fool. Though he was indeed foolish and blind to the truth, you lot are even more foolish for leaving him alive. Perfect, today I shall escort you to meet the king of hell. Lu Feng regarded them, and the image of his predecessor's grievous state in the beast-infested forest flashed in his mind. Huang Fuling had been ambushed by a mid-stage chi manipulation expert, and the predecessor had sacrificed himself to save her. Sustaining injuries in the process, despite gaining the upper hand, he was struck by a cold arrow, leading to the destruction of his dantian. The unfortunate predecessor, this brainless simpleton, could never have imagined that his savior was actually plotting against him. But it mattered not, for Lu Feng had inherited his body, and the vengeance that the predecessor could not exact would now be fulfilled by him. Chapter 5. Am I being mocked? This immortal? Lu Feng, have you lost your senses? A waste dares to proclaim himself an immortal? Let me show you how I shall take your life. The middle-aged man with the sword sneered at Lu Feng's self-proclamation. Immortal, is that something for people like us to claim? Immortals reside in the legendary realm of the immortals, looking down upon the world, commanding respect. And now, a mere waste like you dares to call himself an immortal. You must be out of your mind. With that, he lunged at Lu Feng like a ferocious tiger, his aura concealed, appearing as an ordinary person. But as he closed the distance to just 3 steps away, his aura erupted suddenly. The immense pressure of a mid-stage chi manipulation practitioner surged forth like a terrifying gale, engulfing Lu Feng and stirring up clouds of dust. The sudden onslaught of wind and sand caught Lu Feng off guard, and in an instant, he was obscured by the dust. The swordsman, witnessing this scene, could not suppress his delight. This was a technique he had devised, suppressing all his cultivation within himself until reaching his opponent, then unleashing it all at once, transforming into a gale that would catch them off guard, before drawing his sword to claim their life. He had used this technique to slay countless mid-stage chi manipulation practitioners, including those in the late stage. Had Lu Feng been his former self, he might have stood a chance to resist. However, now he was a mere waste. How could he withstand this sword strike? Clang! Yet, a sudden sound of a sword ringing interrupted the swordsman's thoughts. As he regained his senses, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and before he knew it, he seemed to roll several times on the ground, his peripheral vision catching sight of a headless corpse. The corpse's left waist bore a sword he recognized all too well. His sword. Strange, where is my sword? How did I end up here? The middle-aged man's mind became muddled with confusion. But the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all consciousness. Are you an idiot to engage in close combat with an immortal? Did you not see how I dispatched that serpent? Lu Feng, with his cultivation at the 9th level of body refinement, effortlessly severed the head of a mid-stage chi manipulation practitioner. While this should have been a cause for celebration, his expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he looked helplessly at the decapitated head of the swordsman on the ground. Lu Feng found the swordsman's actions bewildering. Just before, he had slain a third-tier magical beast before this man's very eyes, showcasing his prowess in close combat. Yet the swordsman had rushed towards him without drawing his sword, unleashing all his cultivation to stir up dust and obscure his form. This move left Lu Feng genuinely perplexed. Did the swordsman believe that the gust of wind could simply topple him, rendering him defenseless against his attack? Or had he not seen clearly from a distance when Lu Feng had slain that great serpent? Uncle Wang. Ah, Lu Feng, you dared to kill Uncle Wang. I shall see you dead for this. Huang Fuling, witnessing the death of a longsword-wielding middle-aged man, was instantly incensed, stamping her foot in anger before turning to the middle-aged archer beside her, who was drawing back his bow with an arrow nocked. Li Shu, shoot him. Make sure he dies. Yes, miss. The archer felt a surge of unease upon seeing his comrade slain so swiftly, too quickly for him to react, filling him with dread towards Lu Feng. However, upon hearing Huang Fuling's command, he steeled himself to comply. He then fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, contemplating. This Lu Feng seems to have significantly improved his swordsmanship, yet his cultivation has declined to the 9th level of body refinement. I am a practitioner of mid-stage chi manipulation. With a distance of 60 paces between us, I could slay even a late-stage practitioner. Lu Feng is certainly no match for me. With this thought, the archer's confidence surged, and his previously trembling hands steadied. How amusing. You all are still here, not fleeing, and still wish to kill me. Truly amusing. Lu Feng chuckled to himself upon hearing Huang Fuling's voice. He began to stroll towards the pair, his azure steel sword casually in hand, his demeanor calm and composed, as if strolling through his own garden, entirely unperturbed by the archer. Arrogant. The archer, witnessing this, erupted in fury. Releasing the bowstring with a snap, a long arrow, imbued with the force to pierce gold and stone, shot towards Lu Feng's forehead with tremendous speed. This arrow was both swift and powerful. Even a late-stage chi manipulation practitioner would struggle to withstand it. Clang! Yet, just as the arrow was about to strike Lu Feng, he seemed to anticipate it, sweeping his azure steel sword with precision, deflecting the arrow with a forceful strike, leaving him unscathed. The archer was taken aback but refused to believe it. Could Lu Feng truly block one arrow, let alone a second? With this thought, the archer knocked another arrow, drawing his bow to a crescent, and swiftly released another shot. Clang! The formidable power wielded by that long arrow surpassed that of the first. Yet, even as it reached the forehead of Lu Feng on horseback, it was effortlessly deflected by a single strike of his sword. The middle-aged archer's countenance darkened as he continued to knock arrow after arrow, the whistling of the long arrows resounding incessantly, while Lu Feng's sword clanged relentlessly, sending countless arrows flying. As time passed, Lu Feng drew ever closer to the archer, now within a mere 10 paces. However, the quiver of the middle-aged archer was now devoid of arrows. Bereft of his weapons, he could only watch helplessly as Lu Feng approached, the gleaming steel of his sword shining ominously like the scythe of death. Ah, don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I will kill her. As Lu Feng advanced, the archer's heart sank further. Having witnessed Lu Feng's prowess firsthand, he recognized that engaging him directly was futile. An escape was not an option. Yet, he was unwilling to perish in this place. With a furious roar, he suddenly seized Huang Fuling, brandishing a dagger at her slender neck, frantically shouting at Lu Feng. What are you attempting to do? Lu Feng, now only 7 steps away, had intended to eliminate both the archer and Huang Fuling within the next 3 steps, but was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, his brow furrowing in confusion as he could not comprehend the archer's intentions. Was he truly attempting to negotiate using his own mistress as leverage? Yet, it seemed that Huang Fuling was more of an adversary to him. And indeed, someone Lu Feng intended to kill. Uncle Li, what are you doing? I can hardly breathe. Huang Fuling, equally startled, was gripped by fear. The middle-aged archer and the sword-wielding man had been her guardian since childhood, always striving to fulfill her every wish and protect her from harm. But now, the archer was choking her, the dagger pressed against her throat, leaving her in a state of shock and disarray. Silence, you wretched girl. Were it not for your meddling, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Enraged by Huang Fuling's protest, the archer raised the dagger's hilt and violently struck her face, leaving her bloodied and bruised, her teeth scattered, transforming the once beautiful maiden into a grotesque sight. Is this some sort of jest? Lu Feng observed the scene for a moment, quickly losing interest. While he found amusement in the chaos of dogs biting dogs, he was far more inclined towards the act of killing. Eliminating these two would allow him to return to the task of alchemy. Young Master Lu, please spare me. I never intended to harm you. It was this wretched girl who forced my hand. I beg of you, spare me. After assaulting Huang Fuling, the middle-aged archer, seeing Lu Feng's unyielding demeanor as he continued to approach, faltered and fell to his knees, desperately pleading for mercy. Clutching Huang Fuling's neck, he pressed the blade against her throat that moment. Huang Fuling's face flushed crimson, gasping for air as the dagger nicked her skin, blood gushing forth. Yet, the archer paid her no mind. Instead, kneeling like a beaten dog, tears and snot mingling on his face as he gazed pitifully at Lu Feng. Madman, Lu Feng stood before the middle-aged archer, disregarding his pleas for mercy. With a swift motion, he raised his sword, and with a flash of cold light, severed half of the archer's head. Immediately after, he turned the blade and, in one fluid motion, decapitated Huang Fuling as well. Am I being toyed with? Three fools, it's easier to slay you than a beast, he sighed, feeling a mix of sarcasm and resignation. With a bitter smile, he slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder, collected the Xiaoyang grass, and casually relieved the headless corpse of the sword at the archer's waist to him. The three individuals he had slain were no different from mere jesters. He had initially thought the sword-wielding man was ridiculous, presenting himself for slaughter. Little did he know the archer was even more laughable, exhausting all his arrows before begging for mercy. Where had he been all this time? Moreover, the archer had the audacity to use the life of someone intent on killing him as a bargaining chip. What kind of mind operated like that? As for Huang Fuling, the most foolish among them, Lu Feng found himself at a loss for words, for she had been utterly naive, completely oblivious to the manipulation she had endured. To think he had become entwined with such a person was nothing short of humiliating. Chapter 6. Refining the body to the 9th level after traversing the forest for half an hour, Lu Feng returned to his secluded abode. Nestled within a cave on the mountainside, shrouded by dense foliage, it had once served as a cozy den for 2 second-tier demon tigers, which he had effortlessly vanquished and usurped. Now, the corpses of the demon tigers lay within, serving as sustenance. Upon entering the cave, Lu Feng expertly rekindled the embers from the previous night's fire, and, using his Chengying sword, sliced off several chunks of meat from the tiger's carcass to roast over the flames. While waiting for the meat to cook, he meticulously examined the herbs he had gathered, then gazed around the now empty cave, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. How splendid! I have the herbs. A skilled alchemist, yet I lack an alchemical furnace. An alchemical furnace was essential for any alchemist, ensuring the potency of the concocted elixirs remained intact. Of course, some exceptionally skilled alchemists could refine potions without one, using their innate ability to control fire, but this required reaching the innate realm that an innate cultivator can resonate with the world, guiding the fire within their own body to manifest as the familiar flame used in alchemy. Although Lu Feng possessed profound alchemical skills, he was not yet an innate cultivator. Attempting to refine potions with his hands was not merely a matter of difficulty, but rather an impossibility. Fortunately, he had procured a Xiaoyang grass, saving him the trouble of seeking out a furnace for alchemical purposes. However, Lu Feng's expression shifted from self-mockery to elation as he retrieved the precious Xiaoyang grass from his robe. Admiring it with great affection, the Xiaoyang grass was more valuable than any herb he had collected. Its inherent potency was so powerful that it could be consumed directly without refinement. Once I exact my vengeance on that fool, I can return and attend to the myriad of tasks awaiting me. As he contemplated the Xiaoyang grass, a hint of bittersweet nostalgia crept onto his lips. The passage of time in this lower realm diverged vastly from that of the 9 heavens. He had no inkling of how long he had been dead or what tribulations his former faction had endured in his absence. In his previous life, he had amassed numerous enemies, during his existence. They had bowed and scraped, but would they seek retribution now that he was gone? All of this remained a mystery to Lu Feng. Enough. Lacking the strength to act, pondering over these matters is futile. I must focus on what lies ahead. With a shake of his head, Lu Feng cleared his mind of tumultuous thoughts, settled into a meditative posture, and after calming his spirit, swallowed the Chengying grass whole. Should a seasoned alchemist witness such an act, they would surely be outraged, berating him for his wastefulness and recklessness. The Chengying grass, while extraordinary, was not meant to be consumed indiscriminately. After all, the conditions for its growth were exceedingly stringent, requiring it to flourish in the most extreme of environments. Its potency was ferociously volatile. To fully harness the medicinal properties of the Chengying grass, it needed to be meticulously combined with various complementary herbs, resulting in a potion of at least third-tier quality. Given the inherent potency of this particular Chengying grass, a skilled alchemist could even produce a fifth-tier elixir from it. Yet for Lu Feng, swallowing it whole was akin to ingesting a ticking time bomb. He would not only be unable to absorb its essence, but might also suffer dire consequences, even leading to his demise. Boom! As anticipated, the moment the Chengying grass entered his body, its overwhelming potency detonated within him, sending shockwaves through his bones. In an instant, Lu Feng's blood surged, the intense heat of the Chengying grass coursing through him like a great dragon, mercilessly ravaging his internal organs and meridians, as if seared by 1,000 blazing knives or hammered by a relentless mallet, leaving him in excruciating torment. His skin flushed crimson, an intense heat radiating from his body, swelling as if he might explode at any moment. This form bears a striking resemblance to the legendary phenomenon of being consumed by one's own fire, inducing panic and trepidation in any cultivator who encounters such a scene, ultimately leading them to faint from fear. Yet Lu Feng remained unfazed, his expression devoid of emotion. Seemingly oblivious to any pain, he even summoned his formidable willpower to allow the Chengying grass to mercilessly ravage his physical form. Completely indifferent to the possibility of sustaining grievous injuries or even death, his actions were part of the process of body tempering. The realm of body tempering consists of 9 minor stages. The first stage for skin, the second for flesh, the third for bones, the fourth for organs, the fifth for meridians, the sixth for blood, the seventh for marrow, the eighth for acupoints, and the ninth for the sea of qi. Among these 9 minor stages, the most esteemed by cultivators of the body tempering realm is the 9th stage, the gathering sea, which not only symbolizes the pinnacle of body tempering, but also determines their potential to ascend to the realm of qi control. However, what most body tempering practitioners remain unaware of is that the 5th stage of meridian tempering and the 8th stage of acupoint opening are actually the crux of body tempering, critically influencing the cultivator's future achievements. The 5th stage of meridian tempering requires practitioners to refine the 12 primary meridians. Once these are perfected, the practitioner's strength will soar to unprecedented heights, multiplying their combat power manifold. Moreover, beyond the 12 primary meridians, the human body contains the 8 extraordinary meridians, and if one refines these after perfecting the 12, their combat prowess will inevitably increase even further. However, the challenge lies in the fact that opening the 8 extraordinary meridians is exceedingly difficult. Even those of the same realm can only reach the 9th stage of body tempering. As for the 8th stage of acupoint opening, it necessitates the practitioner to unblock 365 acupoints. The more acupoints opened, the greater their future cultivation achievements. Yet, unlocking all 365 acupoints is a daunting task. Only true geniuses manage to open 72, while those who achieve 108 are deemed monstrous. Many ordinary individuals are content with opening 36 and then proceed to condense their sea of qi, striving for the 9th stage. The notion of fully opening all 365 acupoints is, for most, merely a distant fantasy. Even when mentioned, others would mock them as delusional, for such a feat is unattainable within the body tempering realm. Only by reaching a higher level can one aspire to achieve it. Lu Feng's original physique was considerably superior to that of an average person. Although he did not refine the 8 extraordinary meridians during the 5th stage of meridian tempering, he successfully opened 81 acupoints by the 8th stage, far surpassing typical geniuses. The foundation he restored yesterday at the Lu family estate was indeed a testament to his original body tempering capabilities, achievements that could be deemed genius level in this lower realm, which Lu Feng regarded with disdain as a renowned sword immortal. He understood the profound significance of solid foundation in body tempering. Failing to open the 8 extraordinary meridians or unblock all 365 acupoints at this juncture would incur even greater costs in the future. Now, with the Chengying grass in his system, through his almost self-destructive cultivation method, he had finally opened all 8 extraordinary meridians, and the daunting task of unblocking the 365 acupoints was also completed. Boom! Suddenly, the 365 acupoints resonated in unison, akin to a cosmic alignment, and the chaotic medicinal energy of the Chengying grass within him converged as if all rivers returned to the sea, merging into the acupoints. Astonishingly, the swelling of Lu Feng's form, once inflated by the medicinal energy, instantly returned to normal, and the intense heat gradually dissipated, with his skin returning to its usual state. Indeed, it seemed that he would soon ascend to the realm of qi control. Lu Feng observed the changes within his body and smiled contentedly. The 8 extraordinary meridians were opened and refined, all 365 acupoints were fully unblocked, and the frenzied medicinal power of the Chengying grass, comparable to a third-grade elixir, had been largely consumed, leaving just enough to propel him into the realm of qi control. The most challenging aspect of advancing to the realm of qi control, particularly for those in the body tempering realm, lies in condensing a qi vortex within the cultivated sea of qi. Practitioners below the body tempering realm can only barely absorb a minuscule amount of spiritual energy, and attempting to condense a qi vortex from such scant resources could take an eternity. However, the potent medicinal energy of the Chengying grass alleviated Lu Feng's current predicament. Now, all he needed to do was calm his mind, utilizing the now mild medicinal energy of the Chengying grass to gradually nourish his body, alleviating the injuries he had sustained, while simultaneously retracing the path of body tempering, before finally condensing the qi vortex. Time flowed steadily, and half an hour after Lu Feng ingested the Chengying grass, a thunderous explosion erupted from within him, sending forth a tremendous pressure that reverberated throughout the cave. This was the terrifying phenomenon resulting from Lu Feng's breakthrough into the realm of qi control. Far surpassing the strength of the mid-level qi control practitioner he had slain not long ago this moment. Even when faced with a late-stage qi control expert, Lu Feng was confident he could claim victory within 10 exchanges, striking down his opponent with a single sword. Chapter 7. Selecting cultivation techniques having broken through, he pondered how much of his celestial swordsmanship he could now manifest. After his breakthrough, Lu Feng sensed the qi vortex within his sea of qi, which was more powerful than that of a mid-level qi control practitioner. However, in comparison to his cultivation breakthrough, he was more curious about how much of his swordsmanship he could wield in this body. With that thought, he straightened up, grasped the blue steel sword forged from tiger meat, and swung it fiercely toward the wall ahead. Instantly, the blue steel sword trembled violently, and a formidable sword energy surged forth, severing the roasted tiger meat effortlessly. With a resounding crash, a deep gash measuring a palm's depth and over 2 meters in length appeared on the cave wall. This strike was swift, fierce, and unyielding. If facing a postnatal realm expert, a moment's carelessness could lead to being cleaved by this razor-sharp swordlight in Xian City. Such a strike would undoubtedly make Lu Feng renowned throughout the land. For possessing the strength to slay postnatal realm practitioners was an astounding feat. Yet he felt no joy at the sight of his own strike. Instead, he regarded the scar that could elevate his reputation with a detached demeanor, offering a lukewarm critique. Subsequently, Lu Feng examined the blue steel sword in his hand, giving it a gentle shake. That moment, remnants of the previous sword energy lingered on the sword body, and with Lu Feng's shake, the sword shattered like fragile glass, clattering to the ground. Even the sword was unworthy of his celestial prowess. Lu Feng's expression grew increasingly bitter upon witnessing this. A swordsman's strength is not solely derived from their cultivation and swordsmanship. The weapon they wield is equally paramount. That a powerful weapon can enhance one's abilities, enabling them to confront foes of higher realms. Conversely, a subpar weapon renders one powerless against equally ranked adversaries wielding superior arms. In the lower realms, weapons are generally categorized into 4 tiers: Emperor, King, Xian, and Huang, each further divided into 3 sub-tiers. The blue steel sword was merely a common iron sword that barely qualified as Huang tier, making it ill-suited for Lu Feng. Fortunately, he had discovered another sword, Clang. Lu Feng grasped the sword he had obtained from the middle-aged man with the sword sheath. Drawing it forth, a cold gleam flashed as the blade emerged from its sheath. The sword from a middle-aged man measured 3 feet in length and 3 fingers in width, crafted from materials far superior to the blue steel sword, and was classified as a lower-grade Huang tier blade. Whoosh! With this new sword in hand, Lu Feng utilized the same force and technique, aiming for the cave once more. At a flash of icy sword light darted forth, striking the cave wall with lightning speed, causing a cacophony as countless debris fell, resulting in a deep gash over a foot long that covered a significant portion of the cave. Within the sword mark, sword energy swirled as if hundreds of sharp blades were thrust within. Indeed, it was time to cultivate a technique. Lu Feng nodded with slight satisfaction. After switching swords, although he still couldn't unleash even a fraction of his potential, this strike was more than sufficient to slay postnatal realm practitioners without the prior struggle. Now, his sole task was to select a powerful cultivation technique. Unlike the body tempering realm, where techniques were unnecessary and could not be cultivated, as one could simply enhance their strength through relentless body tempering, the Qi control realm required cultivation techniques to reach higher levels, deeply affecting a practitioner's future achievements. The Qi control realm is the gateway to martial arts. The better the cultivation technique, the firmer the foundation laid, leading to greater future accomplishments. In the lower realms, cultivation techniques are classified differently from weapons, named after the elements of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. The original body of Lu Feng practiced the Lu family's most profound lower-grade Xian tier technique, which would likely limit his future potential to innate levels. However, Lu Feng clearly had no intention of practicing the technique left by his original self, for the techniques recorded in his mind were vastly superior to the lower realm's heavenly techniques. Selecting an excellent technique was more than sufficient. However, he now seems to be ensnared in a state of entanglement. The 10,000 Sword Immortal classic that this immortal cultivated in a previous life is indeed remarkable. Yet it is excessively domineering and unsuitable for the present incarnation of this immortal. The 10,000 Sword Immortal classic was an unexpected acquisition of Lu Feng in an ancient relic, comprising 10 levels, allowing one to cultivate from the Qi Master realm all the way to the immortal realm, excelling in every aspect, yet with exceedingly stringent requirements, prior to reaching the 3rd level. It necessitates cultivation in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Otherwise, one risks being backlashed by the technique. When Lu Feng first obtained this method, he fortuitously found a high-quality spiritual spring brimming with energy in the relic, where he cultivated until he reached the 3rd level without fear of backlash. However, in this place he lacks such an advantage and naturally hesitates to take risks. The 5 Thunder Heart technique is also commendable, being one of the pinnacle body refinement methods in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, to grasp its essence, one must endure the relentless assault of thunder and fire day and night, which is a considerable challenge that this immortal cannot meet at present. The 5 Thunder Heart technique was created by the revered ancestor of the Tianshi Mansion, the mightiest force in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, who once aided in slaying a formidable enemy, earning a reward of 10 levels of techniques. Upon successful cultivation, both one's physical body and offensive capabilities, even mental fortitude, would be unparalleled, rivaling the 10,000 Sword Immortal classic, and in some respects, even surpassing it. Yet, to commence its practice, one must harness the potent thunder and fire, which is a daunting task for him at this moment. Even if he were to find such a source, would he dare to attempt it? A single strike of lightning could lead to his demise. The Chengying return to origin technique is also a viable option, comparable to the 10,000 Sword Immortal classic in its efficacy, not only enhancing mental prowess but also fortifying the physical body with no side effects. However, this immortal currently lacks the foundational technique to begin. The Chengying return to origin technique was obtained by Lu Jianxian, during an expedition into an ancient secret realm, consisting of only 9 levels. Yet it is rumored to be left by a powerful being who ascended to divinity, inciting a frenzy among countless forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Each level of the Chengying return to origin technique is inscribed on a stone tablet, and he managed to acquire 8 tablets after a fierce contest with other powerful beings. Losing one in the process, that lost tablet was ultimately destroyed in the aftermath of their fierce confrontations. Despite Lu Feng's formidable strength, he dares not guarantee that without practicing the foundational technique, he could safely cultivate the subsequent levels without risking his body. In a moment of reflection, Lu Feng was suddenly struck by the realization that, despite possessing numerous powerful techniques, he is unable to cultivate any of them. These techniques, while immensely strong and capable of rendering him nearly perfect across various realms, possess excessively harsh prerequisites, leaving him in a state of profound frustration that he truly to settle for cultivating inferior techniques. Just as Lu Feng was mired in his worries over the techniques, a clear sound of a sword's ringing suddenly resonated within his spiritual mind. Lu Feng focused his gaze, observing the divine sword that had saved him the previous day, yet succumbed to unconsciousness. Now shimmering with a faint glow, seemingly beckoning him, "Little one, you have awakened again? What is the matter?" Lu Feng, sensing the sword's unusual behavior, furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of curiosity towards this elusive divine sword that flitted in and out of his consciousness. He had called for it countless times yesterday, receiving no response, and had assumed it was exhausted and resting. Now, its sudden reappearance left him wondering what it desired. Clang, clang, clang. The sword's body was pitch black. Yet with each resounding chime, a faint glimmer of sword light flickered, revealing vast, illusory golden runes. The runes danced like a candle flickering in the wind, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Moreover, its ringing conveyed a sense of urgency. You wish for me to enter. Having spent years in the company of swords, Lu Feng had learned to decipher the intentions of sentient swords through their ringing. Now, as he heard the divine sword chime, he could surmise its meaning, yet he was uncertain of its accuracy. The sword beckoned him to enter, but given its diminutive size, where was he to go? The divine sword remained silent, its radiance dimming further, as if this last clang had nearly exhausted its limits. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng sat cross-legged, concentrating his mind and directing his spirit towards the divine sword. The runes on the sword's surface grew increasingly dim, but fortunately, just before they faded entirely, Lu Feng's spirit connected with the golden symbols on the sword's surface. Chapter 8. The Supreme Divine Palace and the Creation Condensation Technique. Boom! When Lu Feng's consciousness touched the sword symbol, he was instantly drawn into the sword, feeling as if the very heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing before a magnificent and imposing palace. The palace was grand beyond measure, its vastness awe-inspiring, constructed entirely from radiant jade, a sight to behold, with no edges visible in sight. Atop it was a plaque resembling the sun, dazzling and captivating, inscribed with the words Supreme Divine Palace. These 4 simple characters, though unembellished and lacking in ornate strokes, exuded an air of unparalleled supremacy, as if proclaiming itself the unrivaled sovereign of all creation. What a formidable name for a palace! Standing beneath the plaque, Lu Feng gazed at it in a daze, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation rising within him. This sorrow emanated from the plaque, a sentiment of unrivaled supremacy, disdain for all beneath the heavens, and an emptiness that follows after having no rivals left. Alarmed, Lu Feng suddenly exclaimed, quickly averting his gaze, afraid to look upon the plaque again. Once his eyes shifted, he felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, overwhelmed by shock and fear. Despite his current lack of strength, his composure was usually steadfast, unshaken even by the greatest of calamities. Yet, having merely cast a glance at that seemingly ordinary plaque, he found himself profoundly affected, unable to fathom the might of its creator. Who could possibly be so powerful as to leave such an indelible mark? The master of this palace must truly be a legendary being, and indeed, the supreme among the divine. Yet, if this palace is as fearsome as it appears, why does it manifest here, or within a sword? Umph, you rascal. You finally decided to enter. If you had delayed any longer, I fear I would have been driven to despair. As Lu Feng pondered, he suddenly heard a playful voice nearby. Startled, he turned swiftly, realizing he had neglected his surroundings in his contemplation. For someone of Lu Feng's caliber, such a lapse could have been fatal. Had there been an enemy present, it would have sufficed for his demise. However, as he turned towards the source of the voice, his wariness diminished, replaced by surprise. Before him stood a little girl, perhaps a year or two old, with two exuberant pigtails, clad in a white nightgown. The girl was undeniably adorable, her features delicate and charming, yet with a hint of baby fat that made her instantly endearing. "Oh, little one, you must be that sword." How utterly charming, upon seeing the girl. A wave of affection surged within Lu Feng. Without waiting for her response, he crouched down and pinched her fair cheeks, tugged at her pigtails, and even playfully tugged at her ears. "You rascal, let go of me. Don't touch me. Let go." "No, no. Wah, wah, wah." The girl struggled against Lu Feng's playful torment, but as a girl she was no match for him. Her lovely face flushed as he playfully squeezed it, and soon she burst into tears. Sitting on the ground while scolding Lu Feng as a rascal, "Oh, you little one, how can you be so ungrateful? I was merely trying to play with you." Seeing her cry so heartily, a hint of helplessness crossed Lu Feng's face, and he decided to release her, returning to a neutral demeanor. "All right, stop crying now. Please tell me why you wanted me to come in. If you don't speak, I shall leave." The little girl ceased her tears, shot him a fierce glare, rubbed her swollen eyes, and pointed towards the grand entrance of the Supreme Divine Palace. "Go look for yourself." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before approaching the grand entrance of the Supreme Divine Palace. The entrance was forged from two massive black stones, resembling obsidian, and appeared rather unremarkable. Yet as Lu Feng drew near, a series of golden lights suddenly emerged, swirling and forming into a line of text. Creation condensation technique. Innate lead to the cosmos, encompassing the transformations of the universe, transforming me into a king, transforming me into the path. 23 simple words fell into Lu Feng's eyes, and, as he committed them to memory, the golden light transformed once more, morphing into a human figure. That a stream of golden light meandered through the figure, coursing along its meridians, revealing a diagram of a cultivation technique. This cultivation diagram instantly captivated Lu Feng. Although it was not overly intricate, it was remarkably audacious, daring to traverse multiple vital points of a human body. Yet, these vital points were interwoven with 365 meridians, creating a dynamic interplay of life and rebirth, enabling the practitioner to grow increasingly powerful. The initial impression was striking. This technique was not inferior to the Wuxian sword classic he had cultivated in his past life, and it surpassed the Five Thunder Celestial Heart technique of the Heavenly Master S. Manner by threefold. Moreover, with Lu Feng's keen insight, he discerned that this method harbored significant potential for advancement. Should he cultivate it to profound depths, it might very well shatter the celestial bottleneck that had confined him for many years. However, just as Lu Feng became enraptured and felt the spiritual energy within him involuntarily begin to circulate, the golden human figure on the door suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Where did it go?" Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise, reaching out to grasp it. But before he could touch the door, a petite figure, resembling a little cat, suddenly sprang forth, seizing his hand and forcefully pulling him back, while simultaneously scolding him in a huff. "Fool! Are you seeking death? If you touch it now, your soul will scatter." Soul scattering. Lu Feng was taken aback, then furrowed his brow as he gazed at the door ahead and glanced at the little girl at his feet, asking, "How do you know this?" How could I not know? It was this very thing that caused my demise. Besides, your cultivation level is insufficient. Do not approach it. I am still waiting for you to enter and retrieve my physical body." The little girl cast a disdainful glance at Lu Feng, her scorn palpable. "That aren't you a sword spirit? How do you have a physical body?" Lu Feng replied, bewildered. "Sword spirit. You are the sword spirit. Your entire family is sword spirits. My cultivation in its prime was leagues beyond yours. the little girl retorted, her indignation evident. Tiske, small in stature, yet large in temper. Lu Feng chuckled at the girl's fiery personality, reaching out to tug at her sky-high braid. Yet, the little girl anticipated his move, leaping aside and glaring at him as she continued her tirade. Humph. You are the one who is small. Were it not for me, you would be dead by now. Do you have any idea how much energy I wasted saving you? How can you be so ungrateful? You saved this immortal. Lu Feng frowned deeply, scrutinizing the girl from head to toe, filled with skepticism, unwilling to believe that this little girl possessed such abilities. Fine, believe what you will. In any case, in my current state, even I do not believe it. I need to rest now. You figure out for yourself. The girl, seeing Lu Feng's demeanor, understood his disbelief, gave a self-deprecating smile, and turned toward the shadowy corner. Then, she paused, turned back, and with her little head tilted, looked down at Lu Feng and said, Here, I say piece of advice. Until you have mastered the technique from that door, do not touch it. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. With that, the girl vanished into the darkness, leaving Lu Feng standing before the door, gazing at it intently before retreating outside. Once he emerged, he was struck by the sight of the extinguished fire within the cave and the multitude of stars twinkling in the night sky. His own inner energy resumed flowing, aligned with the creation and condensation technique he had learned in the Supreme Divine Temple. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Lu Feng stepped out of the cave, gazing up at the starry heavens, and chuckled softly to himself as the cool evening breeze brushed against him. Chapter 9. The bounty head of the family. We have confirmed Lu Feng's whereabouts. He has been spotted in the Monster Beast Mountains, and the bounty on him has already been issued. However, the second young miss also went to the Monster Beast Mountains yesterday, and has yet to return. Should we send someone to retrieve her? In Xian City, at the Huangfu family estate, an elderly man in his 60s stood respectfully before a middle-aged man, reporting on the family's action plan. The elder, known as Elder Dong, was the steward of the Huangfu family, possessing the strength of a postnatal realm expert, and was considered a formidable figure in Xian City. The man before him, Huangfu Tian, was the head of the Huangfu family, a superpower ranked among the top 5 in Xian City. 10 years ago, he had reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, and now his cultivation was unfathomable, rumored to have reached the innate realm. Linger has always enjoyed frolicking, and with Xiao Wang and Xiao Li around, she should be fine. However, the Lu family mentioned that there might be a powerful individual accompanying Lu Feng to TOB on the safe side. It will be prudent to bring her back. Elder Dong, I entrust this matter to you. Take a few capable family members and personally venture into the Monster Beast Forest to retrieve that girl. If you encounter Lu Feng, eliminate him as well. Huangfu Tian declared, seated with an air of authority, his expression unchanging as he listened to Elder Dong's report. He had heard of Lu Feng's rescue the previous day, but had never given it much thought. After all, he had never regarded Lu Feng as a threat. His initial alliance with the Lu family had merely been to curry favor with a certain powerful figure from the Lu family, who was now deceased, and Lu Feng had been rendered useless that a person of such diminished capability posed no concern, even if he had been secretly rescued. Understood, head of the family, Elder Dong acknowledged, preparing to take his leave. However, he hesitated, turning back to Huangfu Tian and saying, Forgive my impertinence, but while Lu Feng may not be formidable, he does have a sister. What if it is her who saved him? Huangfu Tian, usually composed and unflappable, became serious upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure, chuckling softly. Indeed, he has a sister, but they are not blood siblings. They have been apart for 10 years. Their bond has long since faded. Moreover, given her current status, would she dare to act so openly? They have lost contact for a decade, and, even if she were to seek him out, do you think anyone would recognize him now that he has become infamous? Upon hearing this, Elder Dong's previously anxious heart eased, and he chuckled softly. You are indeed wise. Head of the family, I was foolishly worried. In that case, I shall take my leave. Be swift in your return. Soon, the elders from the 7 major sects will be arriving. Lanner and Linger have never been able to join the 7 major sects and have been harboring regrets. They have made significant progress in their abilities, especially Lanner. Now is the opportune moment for them to enter the sections. We must not let them down. Huangfu Tian instructed with a nod. Yes, Elder Dong promptly responded, gathering the Huangfu family's experts and setting off for the Monster Beast Forest. After his departure, Huangfu Tian immersed himself in family affairs. As the 7 major sects were about to arrive, the 4 great families of Xian City were all devising ways to curry favor, and the Huangfu family was no exception. Although such efforts might not guarantee that their descendants would enter the 7 major sects, the process was unavoidable. While others might refuse their offerings, they could not afford to withhold theirs. Meanwhile, Xian City was abuzz with excitement, countless powerful individuals preparing to set off towards the Monster Beast Forest. Some among the crowd shouted, "Kill that shameless Lu Feng, the white-eyed wolf! Slay Lu Feng, the traitor of his own sect! Eliminate Lu Feng, the vile rebel!" Those shouting were filled with fervor, as if they harbored deep-seated grudges against Lu Feng. Yet their expressions betrayed no animosity. Rather, they appeared as jubilant as lottery winners, devoid of any true hatred. In reality, these individuals had no personal vendetta against Lu Feng. Their loud proclamations and curses were merely to reinforce their own resolve to hunt him down. The day before, the Lu family had publicized the news of Lu Feng's cruel murder of family guards and the scandalous words he had left behind. Subsequently, early that morning, the Lu family and the Huangfu family issued a bounty of 100 gold coins. In this world, currency consisted of copper, silver, and gold. 100 copper coins could be exchanged for a silver coin, and 100 silver coins for a gold coin. Many families struggled to earn 2 or 3 silver coins in a month, while a single gold coin was enough to sustain an ordinary family of 5 for a year or 2 in comfort. Although martial artists could earn money more easily, many only made 30 to 40 silver coins per outing, and to earn 3 to 5 gold coins, they would have to risk their lives in the Monster Beast Forest. Now, the prospect of killing a person who was likely a mere waste and receiving a bounty of 100 gold coins was akin to a windfall, an opportunity too good to pass up. As a vast multitude of individuals surged towards the Beastmaster Forest, Lu Feng remained engrossed in his sword practice. This time, however, his training ground was not amidst the towering trees, but rather beneath a cascading lake. The waterfall, stretching 10 zhang in length, roared down from the precipice like an enraged dragon, crashing violently against the rocks below and erupting with a thunderous sound, shrouding the entire lake in a misty vapor. Seated before a massive stone, Lu Feng, bare-chested and displaying his muscular physique, clutched a finely crafted wooden sword in his left hand. This sword measured 7 feet in length, a size comparable to that of an ordinary man, and was 2 palms wide in his right hand. He held another wooden sword, which, while still substantial, was 3 feet shorter and 2 fingers narrower than the one in his left. Underneath the furious torrent of the waterfall, Lu Feng's keen eyes observed the trajectory and velocity of the water curtain, and without employing any of his internal energy, he thrust both swords boldly into the rushing curtain of water. The current was swift and relentless. Even a postnatal realm master would hesitate to wield a sword in such turbulent waters without utilizing their spiritual energy. Moreover, given that Lu Feng was seated, wielding 2 swords of differing sizes, the risk of being swept away by the torrent was significant, and the force of the water could easily injure his hands. Once submerged, one's control over direction would falter, and the disparity in the swords' sizes would confuse the mind, leading to a loss of precise power regulation in a fleeting moment. Yet, despite being drenched, Lu Feng moved with the grace of a fish in water, his swords becoming mere phantoms as they slashed, stabbed, and swept through the formidable curtain of water, completely unimpeded. After practicing 99 times, his arms flushed and seemingly at their limit, he suddenly switched the positions of the swords in his hands. In a heartbeat, the larger wooden sword found its way to his right hand, and the more standard sword to his left, all while he remained seated, continuing to execute his maneuvers with precision. After repeating all the actions another 99 times, Lu Feng sprang from the stone like a coiled spring, his eyes sharpening abruptly, burning with an unquenchable fighting spirit, as if the waterfall before him were his lifelong adversary. "Break!" he bellowed, interlacing his hands as the 2 wooden swords clashed with a sharp crack, splintering into countless shards that scattered like wood shavings in the flowing water. With the destruction of the swords, 2 formidable and piercing sword energies surged forth from the shattered wooden pieces, radiating an overwhelming and invincible force as they hurtled towards the suspended water curtain above. Boom! In an instant, the upper water curtain erupted with a deafening roar, splitting apart into two sections, revealing a space between them where the fierce sword energies passed through. Yet, within mere seconds, the severed waterfall rejoined, transforming back into a spiraling silver stream, continuing its tumultuous roar. Almost there, I should have no trouble slaying a postnatal realm late-stage master, Lu Feng remarked, shaking his slightly sore hands and gazing at the waterfall with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Although his cultivation had advanced, his physical body still lacked the means to fully unleash the might of his swordsmanship, compelling him to practice relentlessly. The sword energies he had just unleashed were merely a manifestation of his sword skills and physical prowess. Yet their power was sufficient to vanquish a postnatal realm master. If he were to tap into his true cultivation, he was confident he could slay even a late-stage master with a single blow. Afterward, Lu Feng activated the technique within him, alleviating much of the soreness in his hands, and his previously slightly swollen arms gradually returned to normal. Looking down, he couldn't help but smile, realizing the profound nature of the creation condensation technique he had acquired the day before. The injuries sustained from his prior frenzied training would typically require at least 7 days of rest to recover without the use of medicinal herbs. Yet the activation of this technique had allowed him to restore his condition in such a brief period, highlighting its extraordinary nature. This technique was indeed intriguing. He was eager to discover what further marvels awaited him. Feeling the changes within his body, Lu Feng chuckled softly. He then leaped forward with the agility of a nimble monkey. Landing effortlessly on the shore 3 zhang away, he slowly donned his clothes, slinging the prepared backpack over his shoulder, and retrieved the sword he had hidden in the tree, setting off into the depths of the mountains to gather herbs. At that moment, however, a large group of mercenaries was approaching him. Chapter 10. Mercenary Strange. This force has always been tranquil, rarely visited by anyone. Why are there so many people now? After finishing his sword practice, Lu Feng was collecting herbs on a mountainside when, with his keen senses, he suddenly noticed an influx of individuals, prompting a wave of confusion within him. Though the Beastmaster Forest was rich in spiritual herbs, it was fraught with peril, and most individuals typically operated on the outskirts of the mountain range. Yet the area he occupied was deep within the forest, predominantly inhabited by third-tier magical beasts comparable to the mastery of Qi, suggesting it was unusual for so many to venture here. Were these individuals perhaps from the Huangfu family, seeking revenge for the death of Huangfu Ling, or were the Lu and Huangfu families sending pursuers after him? Perhaps some great treasure had emerged, drawing countless individuals to this place. Lu Feng's mind swirled with myriad possibilities, but he swiftly dismissed these thoughts. He tossed his backpack onto a tree with precision, where it hung securely, and confidently strode towards the nearest gathering of people. He despised idle speculation. If he wished to know something, he would simply inquire directly. "Boss, we are deep within the Beastmaster territory. Is that fellow truly here? We better not lose our lives without finding him. He must be here. Lu Feng has been incapacitated, and someone saw him enter the Beastmaster Forest yesterday. If he cannot be found on the outskirts, he must have ventured further in. Boss, I find it odd. Didn't the Lu family say Lu Feng was rescued? Why do some claim they only saw him come here alone? Well, the one who saved him. You fool! Can't you grasp this? The one who saved Lu Feng likely owed him a debt of gratitude. Having repaid that debt, they would naturally distance themselves. Who would be foolish enough to antagonize a colossal entity like the Lu family? How can you not comprehend this simple matter? Oh, now I see. I understand. The boss is truly wise. 100 meters ahead of Lu Feng stood 7 mercenaries, each formidable in strength, with the weakest boasting an 8th-tier body refinement. While the strongest was a middle-aged man at the initial stage of Qi mastery, Lu Feng intended to approach them and inquire about their presence. But as he neared within 30 meters, he overheard the conversations among the group, particularly the booming voice of the middle-aged man, which resonated like a great bell. Lu Feng halted abruptly, his eyes narrowing with vigilance. So you understand? Who are you? Lu Feng, after reprimanding his subordinate. The middle-aged man, satisfied, turned to commend him, but upon catching sight of Lu Feng standing behind, he was instantly taken aback. Good heavens, it's truly Lu Feng. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes, confirming the identity of the figure before him, and erupted into an enthusiastic howl. Lu Feng. Marvelous, it really is you. Ha ha, Lu Feng, you bastard. So you really are here. Ha ha. After searching high and low, we find you effortlessly. Thank the heavens for bringing us to Lu Feng. Upon hearing their leader's exclamation, the surrounding mercenaries turned to look, and soon, they too erupted in exuberant cheers. The mercenaries were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as though they had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Indeed, they did not view Lu Feng as a mere treasure. He was a veritable moving sack of gold, a bounty of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins were far more enticing than any beauty. For with wealth, countless women would flock to one side. As Lu Feng observed the mercenaries' ravenous gazes, akin to wolves eyeing a vulnerable maiden, a chill ran down his spine. His brow furrowed, emanating an aura of icy coldness as he coldly addressed them. Gentlemen, are you intent on opposing me? Lu Feng's eyes were as cold as ice, his tone even more frigid. In the vast expanse of the world, anyone familiar with him would undoubtedly sense that he was in a murderous mood, causing countless individuals to fall silent in trepidation, hastily fleeing in panic, terrified that Lu Feng's wrath might befall them. Ha! Lu Feng, you wretched traitor, slaughtering your own kin and brazenly declaring your intent to annihilate your entire family. Anyone in the world can stand against you. TSK. This man dares to call himself an immortal? Has he lost his mind? Does he believe that merely claiming to be an immortal absolves him of responsibility for his actions? Humph, this immortal, you might as well refer to yourself as a beast. You are not even of the Lu family. They took you in, provided for you, and clothed you, yet you betrayed their expectations. Not only do you harbor the audacity to insult the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family, but you also seek to slay the very family that raised you, a true ingrate. However, the band of mercenaries, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, were not daunted by the chill in his gaze or his icy words. Instead, they laughed even louder and cursed more vehemently, as if killing Lu Feng was a matter of course. Lu Feng's expression remained impassive, his silence profound, as his eyes gleamed like sharpened blades, marking those who laughed the hardest. His left hand caressed the hilt of his sword, his latent power coiling within him, akin to an indomitable weapon lying in wait. Brothers, charge! This Lu Feng is nothing but a cripple now. We shall take his head. Once this beast is slain, tonight in the brothel, I shall provide as many women as you desire. The middle-aged leader, having finished his laughter, waved his hand grandly, his voice booming with palpable excitement. Kill! At his command, the middle-aged man charged forward, accompanied by 6 mercenaries, like wolves on the hunt, brandishing their weapons with little regard for Lu Feng's life. Relentlessly advancing towards him, seeking death, Lu Feng observed the oncoming horde without a hint of panic, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward. Boom! As he moved, his internal energy erupted, sharp and frigid, like 100 unparalleled blades bursting forth from their sheaths. Clang! Simultaneously, the sound of a sword ringing echoed, a flash of sword light streaking across the air like a comet, too swift for anyone to perceive its nature. Those mercenaries who witnessed that singular strike all fell to the ground, including the young leader. More cruelly, none of them died instantly. All were cleaved in half by that formidable sword light, blood gushing forth, rendering them incapable of uttering a word. This was all intentional on Lu Feng's part. He could have dispatched them with a single stroke, but their taunt had incited his ire. Originally, there was no enmity, yet they relentlessly pursued his life while hurling insults at him. To curse me? Very well, go ahead. This immortal shall bisect you with a single sword strike. Let's see how you manage to insult me. Lu Feng thought with a seething resentment. He then cast his gaze over the fallen, collecting their weapons to fashion a rudimentary alchemical furnace for his own use. Once he gathered the blades, Lu Feng paid no mind to their expressions of fear, shock, and disbelief, turning on his heel and striding away. Be boss. He isn't a cripple, stammered a younger man in his 20s, coughing blood as he desperately questioned the middle-aged leader. And no, he isn't, the leader replied, equally bloodied and struggling to respond. As he spoke, he felt warmth slipping away from his body, his form growing increasingly frail, yet his eyes widened in profound regret, a classic case of dying with unfulfilled desires. Had he known from the outset just how formidable Lu Feng was, he might have refrained from opposing him. Alas, in this world there are no what-ifs, much like time lost forever, never to return. Chapter 11. The Strength of the Huangfu Family, Everyone. Keep your eyes sharp and your wits about you. Upon sighting Lu Feng, ensure he does not escape. Brothers, stay alert. Upon spotting Lu Feng, we must not let him slip away. Listen up if we take down Lu Feng. 100 gold coins await us. No mistakes allowed. Within the depths of the monster beast forest, as time passed, more mercenaries flooded in, each resembling a wolf on the hunt, scavenging every inch of the forest floor as if searching for gold. Fearing they might overlook something, these mercenaries possessed varying levels of prowess, the weakest among them at the 7th level of body refinement, while the strongest had even reached the late stages of chi manipulation, making them formidable wherever they ventured. Yet, the smiles of these strong individuals quickly faded as a white figure darted by, a streak of sword light flashing past, causing their grins to freeze in place. Their heads and bodies parting ways. Fools, 100 gold coins stand before you. Can you even grasp them? Lu Feng remarked coldly. Looking down upon the mercenaries he had slain with disdain, he regarded their cultivation levels with indifference. No matter how strong they were, if they had not reached the innate level, they were merely fodder for his sword. What infuriated him most was the realization that these individuals were pursuing him over a mere 100 gold coins. The so-called Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was valued at merely 100 gold coins. What a disgrace! For Lu Feng, this was a profound humiliation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Anyone capable of taking his life would become a ruler of a domain, with celestial stones and spiritual jade available in abundance. Those celestial stones and spiritual jades, if exchanged for gold coins, could easily fetch millions. Yet here his life was worth but 100 coins. 100 coins. Humph! Head of the Huangfu family and the elder of the Lu family, you have thoroughly enraged this immortal. I had intended to grant you a swift demise. But now I have changed my mind. I shall make your suffering eternal. Lu Feng thought coldly as he gripped the hilt of his sword. He then collected the weapons from the fallen mercenaries, placing them into a bundle that he had previously slung over his back before departing to seek out those who relentlessly hunted him. Upon locating these pursuers, Lu Feng wasted no time, drawing his sword and striking without granting them a moment to react, swiftly severing their heads before continuing his hunt. He harbored no fear of finding no quarry, for the number of mercenaries within the monster beast forest was overwhelming. These mercenaries were all driven by greed, and to Lu Feng, 100 gold coins held no value, akin to a feather's weight. For these mercenaries, however, it was a delectable prize, each one eager to partake. Moreover, the news of Lu Feng's attempt to disgrace Huang Fulan, resulting in his being reduced to a cripple, had spread throughout Xuanqing. Many. Lu Feng was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, and no one wished to miss out on such a splendid opportunity. This was the mindset of many mercenaries, but today, Lu Feng would correct their misconceptions. He was the Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, not the fool he once was. Anyone wishing to claim his head for a bounty should prepare to lose their own life. Every mercenary that entered the forest with designs on Lu Feng met an inevitable demise, without exception, including several late-stage chi manipulation experts. Under Lu Feng's relentless onslaught, the yellow-grade swords he had acquired yesterday quickly became battered and broken. Lu Feng's swordsmanship was exceptional, reaching the pinnacle of perfection, worthy of deification. However, his blades were inadequate, unable to support his formidable technique. Fortunately, during his killing spree, he had collected several swords, including a few yellow-grade weapons, ensuring he lacked for arms. Old Dong, the identities of the corpses have been confirmed. They belonged to the second miss, and the 2 accompanying her were her guards, in another part of the dense forest. Elder Dong of the Huangfu family stood solemnly before 3 lifeless bodies, accompanied by several esteemed members of the Huangfu clan. After hearing his subordinate's report, Elder Dong felt as if the world were spinning. The sun and moon dimming to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Huangfu Tian. He had brought along 20 of the Huangfu family's finest warriors, all of whom were among the strongest in the clan. Among them were 7 masters of qi manipulation, 4 in the early stages, 2 in the mid stages, and 1 in the late stages, while the rest were all formidable body refinement warriors of the 9th level. This impressive lineup was nothing short of magnificent. Even if they encountered a beast comparable to the innate level, they could easily escape. Yet they found no beasts, but instead discovered Huang Fuling, a headless corpse in a tragic state, her head lying gruesomely beside her. Had she not been wearing the clothes she had donned when she left, adorned with the Huangfu family insignia, Elder Dong would hardly have believed it was her. The body of Xiao Wang was found in a lake, decapitated by a single strike, while the second miss and Xiao Li had perished here. What sort of foe had they encountered? Elder Dong took a deep breath to calm his mind, then opened his eyes to gaze upon the nearby lake, where a corpse lay, discovered on the opposite shore. Surrounding the lake were scattered arrows, each tip bearing a distinct dent, as though struck down by a sharp weapon. This indicated that the assailant had slain one person with a sword before turning to attack Huang Fuling and the young Li beside her. Yet, who could this individual be? Why did Huang Fuling and Li not flee after the assailant had dispatched a minor Wang? The arrows appeared to have been shot by Li, and given the circumstances, they did not seem utterly powerless to resist. Why did they not escape? As Elder Dong pondered these questions, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the neck of Huang Fuling's corpse, where he noticed a distinct 5-fingered mark, along with a gash made by a blade. Moreover, Li's fingers were positioned intentionally, or perhaps inadvertently, upon Huang Fuling's neck, with the palm print seemingly an exact match. And Li was still gripping a dagger. This implied that Li had inflicted such harm upon the second young lady and even intended to kill her. But how could this be possible? Elder Dong's mind was blank, staring in disbelief at the middle-aged man with the longbow. This longbow-wielding man was a powerful figure personally nurtured by Elder Dong, a sort of half-disciple, who not only ensured Huang Fuling's safety, but also reported her whereabouts closely to the Huangfu family, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Just yesterday, when Huang Fuling departed, this man had secretly informed Elder Dong of her intentions, revealing that she sought to personally harvest an exceptionally rare, century-old medicinal herb. Although the destination lay within the Beast Mountain range, it was not particularly perilous. Elder Dong knew this well, yet the longbow wielder had still taken Huang Fuling away after receiving his instructions. Now, however, Huang Fuling was dead, seemingly at the hands of her protector. This reality was almost too much for Elder Dong to bear. If this news reached Huangfu Tian, he would surely be enraged, possibly directing his fury towards Elder Dong himself. Elder Dong, should we not first take the young lady's body back? A middle-aged man dressed as a guard cautiously suggested, noticing Elder Dong's somber expression, still grappling with the reality of Huang Fuling's death. Yes, let us bring the young lady back, and also take these 2 with us. Elder Dong replied, his thoughts drawn back to the present by the guard's words. He regained his composure, nodding in agreement as he looked upon Huang Fuling's remains. However, his gaze lingered on the corpses of the 2 guards, particularly on that of the longbow wielder, causing him to hesitate momentarily before consenting. He was reluctant to bring back the longbow wielder, fearing it might reveal the truth of the man's involvement in Huang Fuling's demise. Yet, failing to do so would surely dishearten those loyal to the Huangfu family, potentially backfiring and putting himself in danger. Very well. The Huangfu family strongmen, hearing this, appear to harbor no suspicion, failing to notice the peculiarities surrounding Huang Fuling's body or the dagger in the longbow wielder's hand. They swiftly wrapped the 3 corpses in a piece of clothing and efficiently hefted them onto their backs. Once this was accomplished, they quietly followed Elder Dong away, without mentioning Lu Feng. Originally, they had intended to both locate Huang Fuling and eliminate Lu Feng, the latter being their primary objective. After all, Lu Feng was now a cripple, worth 100 gold coins, equivalent to a decade of their salaries from the Huangfu family. Who wouldn't be tempted, however, upon witnessing Huang Fuling's death? All their thoughts of Lu Feng were extinguished. Their immediate priority was to return and report to the family head, with subsequent matters to be deliberated later. Yet, as they turned to retrace their steps, They suddenly found the original path transformed beyond recognition, instilling fear and shock in every member of the Huangfu family. For along their once familiar route lay additional corpses, their fates mirroring those of the bodies they carried. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter. What is happening? Why are these individuals all dead? Mercenaries, each one of them. I recognize some of these men. They're all formidable warriors at the peak of the Qi manipulation realm, capable of holding their own against those in the postnatal realm. But how could they all have perished here? All slain in a single blow. Their heads and even their bodies have been severed, mirroring the deaths of the second young lady and her companions. Who could be so cruel and malicious as to ensure their demise was so horrific? In the depths of the Beast Mountain Forest, the Huangfu family's warriors, initially intent on departing, now stood petrified, their bodies trembling violently, their faces as pale as parchment. Their gazes involuntarily fell upon the headless corpses scattered on the ground. Though not all were familiar, they could discern the mercenary attire adorning the fallen. Some of these mercenaries were well-known forces within Xian City, and now they lay dead, their heads cruelly severed or bodies mutilated, leaving the Huangfu warriors trembling with fear. Sometimes, death itself is not the most terrifying prospect. Rather, it is the awareness of one's own demise and the anticipation of death that breeds the greatest unease. Humph, why are you all in such a panic? With me here, do you not think I can protect you? Elder Dong, observing the frightened expressions of the group, furrowed his brow and spoke sternly as his words resonated. The previously anxious crowd regained their composure, looking to Elder Dong with hopeful eyes as if he were a deity. Indeed, Elder Dong is a formidable warrior of the postnatal realm, renowned within Xian City. Even if a murderous demon lurks here with Elder Dong present, what do we have to fear? Yes, Elder Dong is one of the strongest among our Huangfu family. Surpassing many elders of the four great clans, few can defeat him. Should the vile perpetrators show themselves, Elder Dong would surely vanquish them in a single blow. Exactly. Furthermore, we have Elder Dong with us and so many others. Even if the great elders from the other three clans were to arrive, they could hardly contend with us. Thus, they straightened their backs, showering Elder Dong with flattery akin to the boundless rivers. As if with him present, any adversary would be mere trifles, unworthy of concern. Elder Dong, witnessing the excitement of the crowd, felt a twinge of annoyance. His intention was merely to reassure them, yet they appeared as if invigorated by a surge of energy, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Though powerful, he understood the necessity of caution, as the enemy remained hidden while they were in plain sight. Their raucous chatter could very well draw unwanted attention. However, he found himself at a loss, realizing that their swift departure was the only prudent course of action. These fools, to think they could kill me over a mere 100 gold coins. Have they lost their minds? Is everyone in this world a fool? Damn it, could it be that my past misdeeds have summoned this retribution? If the person possessing my body is a simpleton, must those around me also be dim-witted? Truly, what a wretched turn of fate. As Elder Dong's thoughts spiraled into worry, urging the group to move forward, unexpectedly, a string of curses erupted from a distance ahead. The curses snapped everyone back to reality, and they turned toward the source of the commotion. As they did, the speaker approached them, locking eyes with the group. In that instant, both parties froze in surprise. All the strong members of the Huangfu family, including Elder Dong, stared in astonishment at the newcomer. At this hour, with the sun already dipping toward the west, the light remained harsh. The figure before them was clad in white, standing tall and exuding an exceptional presence. However, the white garb was stained with splatters of blood, and a bamboo basket was slung over his back, while a long sword was gripped in his hand, with the basket brimming with blades, their hilts protruding from behind him. Yet, none of these details shocked the Huangfu family as much as the face of the newcomer. They recognized it all too well. It was Lu Feng. For each member of the family, Lu Feng was a familiar figure, not only as the Huangfu family's former prospective son-in-law, but more importantly, for the bounty placed upon his head, 100 gold coins. Lu Feng, is that truly you? Ha ha, splendid. 100 gold coins are within my grasp. How fortuitous. Moments later, a chorus of ecstatic voices erupted from the ranks of the Lu family, each individual brimming with joy. their eyes gleaming at the sight of Lu Feng as though he were an exquisite beauty stripped bare before them. All thoughts of Lu Feng's prior declarations were cast aside, for they did not perceive any spiritual energy emanating from him, having long since regarded him as a cripple. Thus, they presumed him to be a defenseless individual. Surely, dealing with someone without strength would be an effortless task for them. Lu Feng, so it is you who lurks here. There is no need to say more. The culprit responsible for the demise of all in this place must undoubtedly be your accomplice, is it not? You are indeed ruthless, allowing others to plot against our esteemed second miss, whom you claim to hold in high regard. Truly, you are an ungrateful wretch, a traitor to your benefactors. Do you even deserve the kindness shown to you by the Lu family when they rescued you? Are you still human? You despicable creature. Old Dong, upon seeing Lu Feng emerge, was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of joy erupted from the depths of his gaze and a torrent of curses spilled forth. Driven by his suppressed elation, in that instant, Old Dong adored Lu Feng. He had been at his wit's end over the death of Huang Fuling, uncertain of how to proceed, but Lu Feng's appearance was as fortuitous as finding a pillow when one is sleepy. Not only could he claim a bounty of 100 gold coins, but he could also lay the blame for Huang Fuling's death squarely on Lu Feng's shoulders. Even if Lu Feng were a mere useless being, he could shift the responsibility to the powerful figures who saved him. Upon returning, he would not only redeem himself, but also acquire a handsome sum of gold, a prospect that could make one laugh in their dreams. Damn it, just when I thought everyone here had been dealt with, I find there is still a slippery fish to catch, and an old scoundrel to boot. After painstakingly dispatching the mercenaries who had entered this place, Lu Feng, upon finding no one left, was about to return to his lodgings when he unexpectedly encountered yet another would-be assassin. His gaze shifted, and soon he spotted Old Dong. From the memories of his former self, he recognized Old Dong as the steward of the Huangfu family, a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of the acquired realm. Lu Feng, irked by the bounty placed upon his head by both the Lu and Huangfu families, was further incensed by the steward's audacity in casting aspersions upon him. Every word from Old Dong dripped with moral superiority as he condescendingly accused Lu Feng, conveniently forgetting the reasons behind Lu Feng's current state. Was it not the doing of the Huangfu and Lu families? Moreover, this old fool dared to criticize him for the death of Huang Fuling, claiming how much Huang Fuling revered him, which made Lu Feng feel a wave of nausea as he recalled their last encounter. Was this old man senile, or had he grown so accustomed to lying through his teeth that he could do so with such brazen confidence? Or was he simply beyond redemption? Seize this ungrateful wretch, this traitor who colludes with the true murderer of our second miss, and put him to death. As Lu Feng pondered the fate that awaited Old Dong, the latter suddenly raised his hand. Commanding with the authority of a general leading 1,000 troops, charge, kill. The mention of 100 gold coins ignited the fervor of the 20 strong warriors from the Huangfu family, who, disregarding any notions of martial ethics, surged forward as though they harbored a deep-seated grudge against Lu Feng. In truth, every one of them looked upon Lu Feng with feverish intensity, their gazes akin to that of a horde eyeing a bulging purse filled with gold coins. As long as they could eliminate Lu Feng, the riches would be theirs for the taking. Yet again this mindlessness prevails. Even the king of hell would find it difficult to dissuade these wretched souls. Lu Feng perceived their covetous stares with an air of indifference, for he had grown accustomed to such gazes from those he had slain to TO them. He was merely a living vessel containing 100 gold coins. Despite being bloodied and having previously confessed to killing many, they would pay no heed, for they believed only in what their eyes beheld or what they had experienced. They would never listen to the truths he recounted. Alas, by the time they witnessed or experienced it, those they sought to confront would have already become lifeless corpses. Chapter 13. A Sword to Kill. The warriors of the Huangfu family charged forth, brandishing an assortment of weapons, rushing in relentless succession. Lu Feng took a firm step forward, his sword unsheathing with a glimmer, the blade's light flitting by like a fleeting shadow. In an instant, the heads of the 20 rushing warriors fell as their bodies crumpled, uniformly collapsing to the ground. Holding his sword aloft, its blade gleaming like snow, devoid of any bloodstains, yet trembling violently. It emitted a chilling resonance, accompanied by a series of ominous cracks emanating from the blade itself. Cracks spread across the sword like a spider's web, transforming it into shattered fragments that tumbled to the earth. This was a low-grade yellow sword, a rare weapon in the eyes of many practitioners of the Qi manipulation realm. Yet it could not withstand Lu Feng's might. Once again, it was gone. Lu Feng glanced down at the remnants of the sword in his hand with a sigh, then discarded it nonchalantly. Unperturbed, he retrieved another low-grade sword from his pack, his gaze settling on Old Dong in the distance. "Will you not make your move?" Lu Feng, weighing the newly acquired sword, calmly inquired of Old Dong. "Oh, it is you who has slain everyone here. Who taught you this swordsmanship? Who was it that saved you?" Old Dong, hands clasped behind his back, approached Lu Feng slowly, his expression tranquil as he regarded Lu Feng with a slight smile. Lu Feng's sword was formidable, far surpassing Old Dong's expectations. Initially, Old Dong believed that the individuals who had perished were the result of the actions of Lu Feng's followers, but the power displayed in Lu Feng's strike indicated that he was indeed the one responsible for all the deaths in this place. However, while Lu Feng's swordsmanship was impressive, it did not pose a significant threat to Old Dong, who had discerned that Lu Feng's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Qi manipulation realm. While he himself was at the initial stage of the acquired realm, a considerable gap in their levels. What intrigued Old Dong was how Lu Feng's swordsmanship could be so potent if he were to eliminate Lu Feng. Would he not be able to learn this powerful technique? "Humph, no one taught me. It is innate," Lu Feng replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Old Dong, revealing a hint of disdain. "It seems your benefactor is quite impressive. I grow increasingly curious about their identity. Not only have they restored your cultivation, but they have also imparted such formidable swordsmanship. Truly, their methods are extraordinary. Should you be willing to introduce me, I can assure you, you will remain a future son-in-law of the Huangfu family, betrothed to the eldest daughter, and all grievances will be forgotten. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As Old Dong drew nearer to Lu Feng, closing the distance to merely 3 paces, he suddenly lunged forward without waiting for a response. In an instant, the formidable aura of a practitioner at the initial stage of the acquired realm surged forth, crashing towards Lu Feng like a tidal wave. Old Dong wielded no weapon but rather his claws, empowered by acquired realm energy, comparable to a low-grade divine weapon. His prior patience in conversing with Lu Feng was twofold: to extract information about Lu Feng's benefactor and to lower Lu Feng's guard, allowing him to unleash a devastating strike. Now, the moment had come for him to deliver his most potent blow. Yet while others may have been caught off guard, Lu Feng had anticipated this. His heart was filled with nothing but the intent to kill towards the Huangfu family, devoid of any goodwill. How could he not be prepared? In that instant, as Old Dong made his move, Lu Feng also struck, facing a practitioner at the initial stage of the acquired realm without holding back. His energy surged and the sword in his hand erupted with a terrifying brilliance, unleashing a sword chi that soared into the heavens. The air compressed violently, transforming into an indomitable, unparalleled sword chi. With a whoosh, the sword chi sliced through the air, a spray of blood erupting like a resplendent firework. In quick succession, 2 thuds echoed as Old Dong's body was cleaved in 2, his form tumbling to the ground before rolling to a stop at Lu Feng's feet. How is this possible? Old Dong's mind blanked, his thoughts consumed by the earth-shattering sword light that had seemed capable of splitting the heavens. That blade had far exceeded his expectations. He had believed that while Lu Feng's swordsmanship was strong, it could never harm him. After all, he had witnessed Lu Feng's earlier strike, which he deemed capable of only slaying those at the peak of the Qi manipulation realm, while he himself was an acquired realm powerhouse, his body fortified by acquired realm energy akin to a low-grade divine weapon. For Lu Feng to kill him with a single strike was a mere fantasy. Yet, this belief was merely Old Dong's wishful thinking. Lu Feng had delivered a resounding slap to his face. Unfazed, Lu Feng gazed down upon the dismembered remains of Old Dong, his eyes glimmering with contempt. His gaze then returned to the new low-grade sword he had drawn. Following his previous strike, this sword, which he had wielded only once, was now stained a deep crimson, emanating an incessant ringing sound. Before the cracks appeared once more, visibly disintegrating into fragments. Yet another sword was lost. Lu Feng let out a soft sigh, discarding the hilt of his sword before grasping another blade in his hand. He then scavenged some fine weapons from those around him, placing them into his backpack before stepping away. As for the old man Dong, who had been cleaved in two by him, Lu Feng did not spare him a glance, nor did he harbor any intention of delivering a final blow. Though Dong possessed formidable strength, being a practitioner of the acquired realm, such prowess was utterly insignificant in Lu Feng's eyes. With his body so severely damaged, Dong's days were undoubtedly numbered. Why should Lu Feng concern himself with a man who was already as good as dead? "You come back, you bastard, come back." In the face of Lu Feng's departure, Dong felt no sense of having regained his life. Instead, he shouted frantically at the retreating figure. Severed by Lu Feng's sword, he knew he would not survive long. Rather than waiting for death, he would prefer a swift end at Lu Feng's hands. However, no matter how loudly he called, Lu Feng remained unresponsive, and soon blood flooded his throat, the warm life force draining from him, leaving his body cold and his consciousness fading. Just as Dong's awareness began to slip away, he caught a glimpse of several magical beasts, and the excruciating pain that followed jolted him back to reality. A horrific cry escaping his blood-soaked throat. Half an hour later, Lu Feng returned to his abode. He carefully set down the backpack filled with weapons and took a seat to inspect his newfound armaments. The influx of mercenaries had been considerable, and he had dispatched many skilled fighters. Thus, he had encountered a plethora of weapons, yet due to their overwhelming number, he had only selected a few of the finest. Nonetheless, his haul still amounted to 30 weapons, each classified as yellow tier, including 5 particularly well-crafted yellow tier mid-grade swords, while none were of the low-grade divine weapon variety. This was somewhat disappointing for Lu Feng, though he did not find it regrettable. Subsequently, he ventured outside the cave, retrieving a stone roughly the size of an infant. He then selected a lesser-quality sword from his backpack and swung it at the stone. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike, the mighty sword energy surged forth like tumultuous waves, repeatedly crashing against the stone. Chunks of rock flew off like raindrops, and within the span of half a tea's worth of time, the irregular stone transformed into a perfectly cuboid shape. Lu Feng then swung his sword again, trimming a section from the stone, and the concentrated sword energy fell upon it like a deluge, sending countless fragments scattering like hail. After a quarter of an hour, he completed his task, and the original cuboid stone had become a stone cauldron. Yet from the 30 yellow tier weapons he had painstakingly collected, 5 had now vanished, an unavoidable consequence of his overwhelming strength, as many practitioners of the chi manipulation realm could utilize yellow tier weapons throughout their lifetimes, unable to withstand his relentless usage. Fortunately, the cost of sacrificing so many weapons yielded significant rewards. Lu Feng picked up the pieces of stone he had previously carved away, and, with a soft thud, placed them into the hollowed stone cauldron before him, thus completing a rudimentary stone alchemical furnace. Chapter 14. Time flies as time passed. The bounties issued by the Lu and Huangfu families stirred a significant uproar in the magical beast forest. Yet as days went by, the number of individuals entering the forest dwindled. The mercenaries who had ventured in soon discovered headless corpses, and some even stumbled upon the remains of powerful members from the Huangfu family, causing the once confident warriors to view the magical beast forest with trepidation, ultimately choosing to abandon their quests. Only a handful of exceptionally skilled mercenaries, confident in their own abilities, lingered within the woods. However, once they entered, none were seen to emerge again. This led to increasingly sinister rumors surrounding the magical beast forest, instilling a deep-seated fear among the populace, with many mercenaries expressing their grievances against the Lu and Huangfu families for issuing the bounties, under the weight of public outcry in Xian City. Both the Lu and Huangfu families could no longer remain passive. In order to uncover the truth behind the happenings in the magical beast forest, they dispatched a contingent of family experts into its depths 7 days later. In total, 50 formidable fighters, each at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, led by 2 mid-level practitioners of the acquired realm, were sent forth, expecting to unravel the mysteries of the forest. However, they too seemed to vanish into an abyss, never to return. Even after a week had elapsed, there was no sign of these individuals, as though they had never existed at all. This left the citizens of Xian City flabbergasted, their fear of the magical beast forest intensifying to the point of dread, as no one dared approach it any longer. Even those mercenaries who had previously roamed the outskirts, capturing beasts and herb gatherers, refrained from entering. The losses of skilled fighters for both the Liu and Huangfu families were completely unanticipated. Yet with the impending arrival of the 7 major sects, they were reluctant to take further risks and had no choice but to set the issue aside, planning to investigate the magical beast forest once the sects departed. However, all of this bore little relevance to Lu Feng, who remained unconcerned with the events outside, and those beyond would not associate him with such happenings. To many, he was merely a pitiful soul who had been rescued and fled into the depths of the magical beast forest, presumed dead. Those who had witnessed his prowess had all become cold corpses, buried within the maws of magical beasts. Throughout the past fortnight, Lu Feng had dedicated himself to slaying foes, gathering herbs, refining elixirs, eating, sleeping, and honing his swordsmanship. After a span of 15 days, his cultivation had surged remarkably, reaching the acquired realm, while his swordsmanship had grown immensely powerful, capable of overwhelming even innate realm practitioners with a single strike, sufficient for avenging himself against the Grand Elder of the Liu family and the Huangfu clan. Yet, Lu Feng did not make a move. He understood that his list of targets was extensive. The Liu family and Huangfu clan had thrived in Xian City for 3 centuries, and it was plausible that innate realm experts were stationed there. He needed to grow stronger, at the very least breaking through to the innate realm. Thus, time passed quietly, and before he knew it, Lu Feng had spent 25 days within the magical beast forest. During this time, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm point one day. While practicing swordplay beneath a waterfall, he did not sit upon a stone or wield wooden swords. Instead, he concealed himself within the crevices of the waterfall's curtain, using a reed as his sword, desperately swinging it against the rushing water, as if the reed itself were his blade. The reed, delicate and slender, posed no threat against the torrent. Upon contact, it would be easily crushed. Yet, in Lu Feng's hands, the reed seemed impervious to the furious current, resembling a slender sword sweeping through the water, almost parting the waterfall as if devoid of any spiritual energy. This required profound mastery of the sword path, demanding the wielder possess exceptional eyesight and control over power, usually necessitating at least 20 years of contemplation in swordsmanship to achieve such feats amidst a raging waterfall. However, Lu Feng had pondered the sword path for far longer than 2 decades. His current training was merely a return to familiar ground, gradually reclaiming the sensations of his past life. Thus, after practicing beneath the waterfall for an hour, Lu Feng emerged from the curtain of water. His swordsmanship had nearly returned to its former glory, though his cultivation remained insufficient. This cursed place lacked spiritual energy and had a scarcity of medicinal herbs, only permitting the crafting of second-tier elixirs. If given 3 more days, he would surely break through to the innate realm, and then he could avenge that foolish lad before seeking a new place to continue his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be an eternity before he could restore his realm. As Lu Feng stepped out from behind the waterfall, he cast aside the unscathed reed, strolling leisurely toward the bank, his mind burdened with worries. Though his progress over the past 25 days had been astonishing, enough to astonish countless powerful figures in Xian City, he viewed such speed as trivial. After all, he had once been the foremost Sword Immortal across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Breaking through to the innate realm should have been a trivial matter, achievable in merely 2 days. Yet now, it had taken nearly a month, a source of humiliation. Ultimately, it was the meager spiritual energy in this place that hindered him. Once he had avenged himself, he would have to seek a location abundant in spiritual energy and resources. Upon contemplating this, Lu Feng donned his attire, grasped his formidable sword, secured his basket upon his back, and prepared to ascend the mountain to forage for medicinal herbs, intending to return and refine elixirs to replenish his cultivation resources. Within the depths of the Beastmaster Forest, the relentless slaughter he had executed over the past few days rendered the area increasingly desolate, with only the beasts of the mountain remaining. These creatures, now well aware of the presence of a reaper upon the mountain, fled at the mere scent of Lu Feng, retreating to a safe distance without daring to linger, even when he sought their spiritual herbs. They could only obediently acquiesce. This spared Lu Feng considerable trouble, and he found himself increasingly fond of the creatures. At times, the beasts exhibited a cunning surpassing that of humans, as they could sense impending danger far better than those who, fixated on superficial appearances, mistook their lower cultivation levels for diminished combat prowess, leading them to destroy countless blades in their futile attempts to slay them. T.O. expresses gratitude towards these endearing creatures. During dinner, he would take a piece of meat from non-lethal areas of their bodies, roasting it over a fire without bringing about their demise. The spiritual herbs in this vicinity had been nearly exhausted, indicating it was time to seek a new location. At this moment, with his bamboo basket upon his back, Lu Feng traversed the Beastmaster Forest, gazing upon the areas he had previously visited, a hint of bittersweetness gracing his smile. However, that smile quickly solidified upon his face as a faint sound of clashing blades wafted through the gentle mountain breeze, reaching his ears. Furrowing his brow, Lu Feng closed his eyes, extending his senses to quietly listen to the commotion surrounding him. How foolish these individuals were to dare return here. Had they truly healed from their past wounds? Very well. If they were unafraid of death, then I shall continue to reap their lives. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a somber expression adorning his features, and, grasping his sword, he strode forth with the speed of a meteor in a specific direction. Over half a month prior, he had believed he had eliminated that group of reckless fools who valued wealth over their lives. Yet, to his astonishment, more had arrived to disturb him. When it came to those who intruded upon this territory, Lu Feng showed no mercy, for these scoundrels sought to slay him, a being worth 100 gold coins. Rendering them unequivocal enemies, enemies, Lu Feng had never shown courtesy. One would perish for each that dared approach, and should an entire family of foes arrive, it would serve as the perfect opportunity to eradicate them entirely. Chapter 15. My apologies. I am robbing you, Clang. 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 In a certain area of the Beastmaster Forest, the sounds of clashing blades echoed continuously. Four figures, each wielding weapons, were engaged in a fierce battle against three enormous beasts. Two of these creatures, each measuring a yard in length, resembled ferocious tigers, their sleek black fur gleaming and their teeth razor-sharp, their eyes glowing crimson as they lunged with agility, utilizing their 3-foot-long, curved claws to launch rapid attacks against the four individuals. These were top-tier 4th-stage beasts known as Chengying tigers, possessing power equivalent to that of a perfected postnatal realm, with unmatched speed and tremendous strength. Even innate realm experts would find themselves in dire straits when ensnared by them. Just one Chengying tiger was enough to trouble an innate realm cultivator, and with two working in seamless coordination, even two innate realm warriors will be facing a life-threatening struggle. Among the four, 2 males and 2 females appeared exceedingly youthful, their cultivation paths evidently aligned, suggesting they were disciples of the same sect. However, the slightly older and strongest among them had merely reached the threshold of half-step innate realm, while the others were at mid to late postnatal realm, rendering them severely outmatched against the 2 Chengying tigers. Were it not for the remarkable sharpness of their weapons, they would have perished long ago beneath the claws of the tigers. These youngsters, have they come to slay me? Lu Feng approached, sword in hand, standing 100 meters away, gazing indifferently at the trembling four, his expression devoid of any intent to intervene. He was unfamiliar with these four and had no inclination to foolishly come to their aid. Despite the beauty of the 2 women among them, who boasted captivating figures, having weathered countless storms and encountered myriad beauties, Lu Feng was far from swayed by mere appearances. The weapons they wielded were indeed impressive. Should he manage to acquire them, his combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Subsequently, Lu Feng's gaze shifted to the weapons held by the four. They wielded a sword, a knife, a whip, and a spear, all of which were of remarkable quality, likely of a Xian tier. Although Lu Feng had claimed numerous weapons during his recent exploits, the finest among them were merely of the Huang tier. Clearly, Huang tier weapons paled in comparison to Xian tier ones, not only in material but also in sharpness. Esteemed brother, We are disciples of the Feng sect. Please lend us your aid." Suddenly, a cry for help arose. As one of the women among the four noticed him and called out, "Let us break through!" The strongest among them, upon spotting Feng, instantly brightened, and without waiting for a response, he swung his sword with great force, unleashing a powerful sword aura that momentarily forced the trembling, Chengying tiger's back, propelling himself towards Feng's position. Understanding their intention, Feng merely smiled faintly, choosing not to flee immediately, but rather standing still, awaiting their arrival. Roar! In no time, the four approached within 3 yards of Feng, while the two Chengying tigers, initially intent on pursuit, hesitated upon seeing Feng, their eyes reflecting a deep-seated wariness, lowering their heads. They emitted a growl filled with both reluctance and fear before retreating in the opposite direction. "Are they running away?" The four, who had been fleeing moments ago, abruptly halted, gaping in disbelief at the retreating figures of the Chengying tigers. Astonishment and incredulity etched upon their faces, and one understood the might of the two beasts better than they. Their attacks were ferocious, their speed astonishing, and their tough hides nearly impervious. Having been entangled with them for so long, they had never once relented, yet now they were retreating. What could possibly account for this? "Are you all right?" As the four stood in shock, Feng's light laughter broke the silence, prompting them to return to their senses. "Thank you for your concern, but do you not think you are rather heartless? Witnessing our plight, yet offering no assistance. It seems somewhat unreasonable, does it not?" The leader of the group, a young man clad in black, regarded Feng with a cold glare. Observing his tattered attire and the basket upon his back, he presumed Feng to be a mere herbalist of impoverished means, a flicker of disdain and indignation crossing his eyes. "Indeed, we called for your help earlier. Why did you not act? Do you wish to see us perish?" The young woman in red chimed in angrily, her beautiful eyes fixed on Feng, her earlier plea for assistance having been met with indifference. Fueling her ire? "Truly a disgrace. It seems the saying, 'Poor mountains and evil waters breed, cunning people,' holds true." Another young man in blue and a girl in white added, their expressions mirroring disdain. The four stood haughtily, occupying the moral high ground as they chastised Feng for his inaction. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, stirring their garments, each adorned with swirling clouds, the insignia of the Feng sect. A smile lingered on Feng's lips as he revealed no sign of anger at their insults, instead adopting a humble demeanor as he inquired, "Esteemed four, you have me quite perplexed that I am unfamiliar with this Feng sect. I am merely a wild man wandering in this vast forest. Yet, seeing your distinguished demeanor, do you not have any elders accompanying you?" Upon hearing this, the four regarded him with even greater disdain, as if his questions were those posed by a mere child. What a naive bumpkin. "We are the vanguard of the Feng sect, dispatched to assess the situation here, searching for any exceptional talents in preparation for our sect arrival and the disciple recruitment ceremony in 5 days. The leader replied, his gaze icy as he looked at Feng, coldly explaining their mission. However, as he recounted their purpose, his expression grew even more frigid. While they claimed to be the vanguard, it was, in truth, a form of assessment and trial imposed by their sect. According to their original plan, they ought to have arrived in Chengying 5 days prior, but in pursuit of convenience, they had chosen a shortcut through the Beastmaster Forest, intending to procure some magic cores for monetary exchange. Little did they anticipate that they would inadvertently traverse the inner sanctum of the Beastmaster Mountains, a realm teeming with formidable beasts, which not only delayed their journey, but nearly cost them their lives. Reflecting on this, his countenance darkened further as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Feng. "To make amends for your prior negligence, we now require you to guide us from this place to Chengying. Do you have any objections? Though this discourse may appear to be a negotiation, it is already beyond reproach, and the glares directed at Feng from the other three have grown increasingly hostile. Should Feng acquiesce, all would be well. However, if he were to resist, they would not hesitate to beat him into submission or even slay him in a fit of rage." Feng observed their expressions keenly. His demeanor, marked by an elegant smile, remained steadfast. Even becoming more benevolent, he calmly nodded and said, "I am, of course, willing. However, before we proceed, there is one matter I must attend to that I kindly ask you to wait for a moment. Wait, it seems you are courting death? The leading youth, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Feng as he berated him. The overwhelming aura of a first-stage innate realm expert surged forth like a deluge, pressing down heavily upon Lu Feng. Yet, Lu Feng remained unfazed. He seized the youth's finger with a swift motion and forcefully twisted it upwards. A sharp crack echoed as the youth's finger was broken with ease. Before he could react, Lu Feng twisted the finger again, contorting it grotesquely. This time, the youth was struck with terror, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his eyes wide with fear, unable to even cry out. "I apologize, but I am here to rob you. Hand over all your valuables, or I shall send you to meet the King of Hell." Lu Feng's voice rang out once more, a smile gracing his lips. Neither servile nor arrogant, yet his gaze was as sharp as a sword, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss. "And I shall take the garments from both of you as well." He then cast his eyes over the opulent attire of the leading youth and the one clad in green, calmly adding with a smile. Chapter 16. This elder seems to be a good person. Lu Feng's voice echoed throughout the breezy forest, sounding utterly tranquil. However, to the ears of the remaining three, it struck like thunder. "You insolent fool! You seek death!" The youth in green, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his late-stage acquired realm cultivation as he swung a large blade towards Lu Feng. His weapon, a mystical-grade divine weapon, shimmered with light as it descended upon Lu Feng like a bolt from the blue. Lu Feng merely smiled coldly, discarding the leading youth who he had just incapacitated. With 2 fingers, he effortlessly caught the descending blade, pinning it firmly. "What?" The youth in green was aghast. The overwhelming spiritual energy of his late-stage acquired realm surged into his right hand as he attempted to withdraw the blade. But it felt as though it were ensnared in an iron vice, utterly immovable. "Now!" The youth in green shouted to the 2 maidens beside him, simultaneously raising his right leg to execute a kick aimed at Lu Feng's chest. Whoosh! The 2 maidens from Qingfeng's sect moved in synchrony, unleashing their mid-stage acquired realm prowess. The maiden in red wielded a whip while the one in white brandished a spear, launching a fierce assault towards Lu Feng's head and throat. Targeting vital points, despite the imminent threat of 3 decisive strikes, Lu Feng remained unperturbed, a smile still playing on his lips. With one hand gripping the blade, he swiftly raised the other, executing a series of movements. 1 grasp, 1 pull, 1 wrap, and 1 yank, each appearing languid yet executed in an instant, leaving spectators bewildered. With a loud thud, the youth in black, who had aimed a kick at Lu Feng, was sent flying, howling in agony as his leg cracked beneath the impact. His blade slipped from his grasp. Simultaneously, both maidens were also hurled back, tumbling through the air and landing awkwardly. Their right cheeks flushed as if struck by a heavier OD. In Lu Feng's hand now rested a large blade, accompanied by a whip and a spear entangled within the whip. In the standoff against the trio, he had first shattered the leg of the youth in black with a single palm strike, then seized the incoming whip, ensnaring the thrusting spear, and finally yanked it back, sending the spear's wielder flying. These 4 simple yet decisive actions revealed his formidable combat experience, transforming a life-threatening predicament into a resounding victory. "You damned rogue, perish!" Just as Lu Feng finished dealing with the trio, a thunderous roar erupted. The previously incapacitated youth in black, his face twisted in rage, charged at him, brandishing a glimmering sword that encircled Lu Feng in a deadly embrace. Qingfeng's sword technique. The youth in black unleashed a powerful series of sword strikes, aiming directly for Lu Feng. The Qingfeng sword technique, one of the foundational sword arts of Qingfeng's sect, classified as a low-grade mystical technique, could only be practiced by inner disciples. The youth was a well-regarded inner disciple of Qingfeng's sect, having mastered this technique thoroughly and previously defeating numerous innate realm experts with it. Today he intended to use his proud swordsmanship to eliminate this insufferable rogue before him. As the sword technique unfolded, the youth's aura surged, his combat prowess escalating to a level that even innate realm experts would hesitate to confront. Yet, Lu Feng appeared completely unfazed, His right hand reached out once more, directly grasping the sharp blade amidst the flurry of sword light, enveloping his fingers with spiritual energy. With a subtle, downward motion of his arm, he seized the sword firmly in his hand. What? The youth in black was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to comprehend the sight before him. Not only he, but the other three whom Lu Feng had bested also stared wide-eyed, regarding Lu Feng as though he were a monster. They were acutely aware of the Qing Feng sword technique strength. Even a mid-stage, innate realm expert would not dare to casually dismantle it with mere fingers, for doing so would result in severe injuries from the sword's aura. Yet Lu Feng had accomplished this with apparent ease, as though he had exerted no effort whatsoever, instilling profound dread within them. Just how strong is this individual? With your swordplay, you dare to threaten me. It seems you have underestimated the situation, as the four were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Lu Feng's laughter rang out once more, laced with deep mockery. The black-clad youth's swordplay may have been commendable, yet before the number one Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 realms, it was rife with flaws. Moreover, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered it trivial for Lu Feng to dismantle the youth's technique. Akin to taking candy from a child. Boom! Before the black-clad youth could react, Lu Feng's foot struck out, sending him sprawling aside. The sword in the youth's grasp naturally fell into Lu Feng's possession. Clang! With the mystical sword now in hand, it resembled a divine blade returned to the grasp of a celestial being. The sharp sword aura surged around Lu Feng, causing the blade to resonate with a powerful clang, its radiance reflecting a force capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. Listen well, boy. Today, I shall show you what a sword truly is. With the sword in hand, Lu Feng flashed a smile at the youth in black. He swung the sword with great force, and without any visible exertion of spiritual energy, a powerful sword aura erupted forth, cleaving through a massive ancient tree standing 10 meters ahead. In an instant, the tree toppled with a resounding crash, dust rising into the air, leaving the four in utter shock and awe, their gazes towards Lu Feng filled with profound fear and astonishment. The ancient woods of the Beastmaster Forest were already abundant with trees, and with Lu Feng's strike, at least 20 large trees were felled, to sever 20 trees in one blow, relying solely on the power of his own strength rather than his cultivation level, was a feat that could likely only be achieved by the elders of Qing Feng's sect, who specialized in swordsmanship and possessed profound talent. Yet those elders were all foundational realm cultivators, the oldest nearing the end of their days, and the youngest already approaching their destined demise. None could compare to the youth standing before them. Forgive us, esteemed elder. It is our ignorance that has led to this offense that we beseech your pardon. Upon realizing Lu Feng's overwhelming strength, the four immediately became docile, kneeling and bowing their heads in supplication. Continuing to oppose Lu Feng would be tantamount to courting death. Now, I require your garments. Will you comply? Seeing their newfound submission, Lu Feng smiled, turning his gaze towards the two youths. The pair shuddered at his words, exchanging glances devoid of hesitation as they promptly stripped off their clothing, leaving themselves in nothing but their undergarments. The two maidens nearby blushed deeply, averting their eyes in embarrassment, unwilling to witness the scene. Esteemed elder, here are the garments you requested. Additionally, these are our personal belongings. Please let us know if you require anything else. The young leader held 2 sets of garments, which were adorned with 2 pouches of coins and 2 bottles of elixirs, and respectfully approached Lu Feng, smiling as he did so. Lu Feng picked up the elixirs for inspection, only to discover they were merely second-tier qi gathering pills, which immediately extinguished his interest. The second-tier pills were vastly inferior to the third-tier ones he had been refining recently. Furthermore, the coin pouches of the 2 individuals contained a meager sum, combined. They barely amounted to 20 gold coins that Lu Feng had little enthusiasm for such trifles, choosing instead to leave them with the 2 men. From their garments, he only took their outer robes, then waved dismissively at them, saying, "Enough, this immortal requires only these 2 garments and this sword. You may take the rest back. If you wish to leave, simply head east, and you will reach Xian City." With that, Lu Feng placed the 2 garments into his backpack, grasped the mysterious sword in hand, and turned to depart. The four individuals, having just been thoroughly taught a lesson by Lu Feng, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the situation. They had braced themselves for a thorough robbery. Yet Lu Feng had chosen to spare them. Were they dreaming? If this was indeed reality, it appeared that this senior was, against all odds, a good person. Oh, by the way, could you assist this immortal with a task? Lu Feng suddenly turned back halfway, addressing the four once more. Senior, please command us. Whatever it is, we shall not hesitate, even if it means venturing through fire and water, the young leader exclaimed, startled by Lu Feng's voice. Almost dropping his possessions, fortunately, his grip held firm. His thumb might have been broken, but the strength of a half-step innate realm practitioner remained, allowing him to stabilize his belongings. He then smiled ingratiatingly at Lu Feng. Indeed, whatever you require, senior, please do not hesitate to ask. The other three chimed in, albeit with a shiver of trepidation in their hearts. Given Lu Feng's formidable power, they were left to ponder what task could possibly require their involvement. In 5 days, Xian City will be recruiting disciples, correct? Precisely. Relay a message to the Lu and Huangfu families. Inform them that the month-long deadline is fast approaching, and they must not be careless, for disaster looms. Lu Feng instructed the four before turning to make his exit. The four stared at Lu Feng's vanishing figure, exhaling in relief. The young leader and another man donned their garments, albeit lacking their outer robes. Still, it was better than being improperly clothed. Senior brother, who on earth was that? He is incredibly powerful. Once the young leader had finished dressing, the young woman in red mustered the courage to timidly inquire. I do not know. The young leader shook his head, then noticed the other three had retrieved their weapons. While he was left empty-handed, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He must be a senior practitioner of great renown. Such a person's thoughts are beyond our comprehension. We shall await the arrival of our senior brother to discuss further. Senior brother, the Lu and Huangfu families are among the 4 great families of Xian City. It seems they harbor some animosity towards that senior. Should we approach them directly upon arriving in Xian City? The other young woman in white expressed her concerns. The 4 great families are the local tyrants of Xian City. While they are indeed powerful and backed by the Qingfeng sect, we have no desire to provoke them unnecessarily. What can we do? We must wait for our senior brother to arrive and report this. Then we shall decide. For now, our immediate priority is to reach Xian City. The young leader's expression darkened as he replied curtly, irritated by their meaningless chatter. Not only had he lost his garments, but he was also without a weapon, his hand injured, and his chest wounded. All of this was caused by someone they could never hope to defeat. The entire situation left him feeling vexed. Yet, his 2 junior sisters seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the matter, which was infuriating. Without waiting for them to pose another question, he turned and strode away, his face set in determination. Senior brother, wait for us. The 2 young women hurriedly followed. Wait, senior brother and junior sisters, could you assist me? The young man whose foot had been injured by Lu Feng exclaimed urgently, hopping on one foot as he struggled to keep pace behind them. Chapter 17. Re-entering the Supreme Divine Hall as night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. Lu Feng sat within a cave, retrieving a pill from his self-made stone furnace and swallowing it. The pill was an ordinary 3rd-tier qi gathering pill, resembling a longan, with a soft luster and 3 distinct patterns. In Xian City, such a pill would fetch at least 100 gold coins. Many 2nd-tier alchemists required at least 2 days to concoct one, necessitating a complete set of alchemical apparatus. However, Lu Feng effortlessly succeeded using only a simple stone furnace and a pile of firewood. Should word of this reach Xian City, it would surely humiliate countless alchemists. Boom! The moment Lu Feng swallowed the pill, its medicinal power surged within him like a torrential flood, amplifying his aura steadily. Bang! Half an hour later, a thunderous explosion erupted from within Lu Feng, as if a bottleneck had been forcefully shattered, resulting in an earth-shattering transformation in his very essence. Dan fire. Manifest. Lu Feng's eyes widened as he raised a hand. A bright yellow flame leaping forth from his palm. It seemed he would no longer need to rely on firewood. Observing the flame, a faint smile graced his lips. The emergence of this Dan fire signified his ascension to the innate realm. The body-refining realm merely opened the meridians, The chi manipulation realm nurtured the cyclone. The acquired realm required the circulation of the heavens, while the innate realm allowed one to perceive the transformations of the universe and harness the powers of the five elements. Now that this immortal had broken through to the innate realm, it was time to acquire the next level of cultivation technique. Feeling the changes within his body, Lu Feng quickly discerned that the operation of his current technique had become exceedingly sluggish. Initially, he had been quite satisfied with the creation and refinement technique, for its strength was sufficient to carry him through the acquired realm with ease. Yet, during his previous visit to the Supreme Divine Hall while in the acquired realm, he had been informed by a little girl that he had yet to master the first level of the technique and should wait. Thus, he waited until now, and with his ascension to the innate realm, the first level of the technique no longer met his needs. Surely, he was now eligible to obtain the second level of the technique. Concentrating, Lu Feng channeled his qi and directed his consciousness into the divine sword. In a moment, he found himself within the world of the sword. The world within the divine sword had not changed much. The supreme divine hall still loomed before him like a colossal mountain, its plaque of invincibility hanging high and exuding the unique solitude of an unparalleled master. You finally arrived. It took you 15 days to progress from the acquired realm to the innate realm. I am utterly embarrassed for you. Upon Lu Feng's entrance, the little girl with two towering braids appeared before him, her beautiful eyes scanning him with disdain and contempt. This immortal achieved the innate realm in just 15 days. You should be pleased. For others, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to reach this point. Lu Feng retorted, bending down to playfully pinch her cheek. The spiritual energy in this place was incredibly sparse. Were it not for his alchemical skills, he would have needed a third-tier chi gathering pill every few days to advance this rapidly. Even those with remarkable talent would find it impossible to transition from the chi manipulation realm to the innate realm in less than 3 to 5 years. Stop it, you rascal! Release me at once. I warn you, if you persist, I'll take your life. The little girl, incensed by Lu Feng's antics, swatted his hand away with irritation and threatened him fiercely. Take my life? How would you do that? Lu Feng laughed heartily. Ruffling her hair playfully before letting her go, he approached the entrance of the Supreme Divine Hall and stated solemnly, Now, can I unlock this grand door? The little girl shot him a venomous glare, tidying her disheveled hair as she replied, You have now fully mastered the first level of the technique. However, let me warn you, there are enemies inside, and you must defeat them to obtain the technique. Enemies, are they of the same realm as this immortal? Lu Feng inquired curiously. No, they are one realm lower, possessing acquired realm cultivation. However, be cautious. She is incredibly powerful and could easily defeat a dozen innate realm practitioners. Watch yourself, the little girl warned. How amusing! Enemies of the same realm as this immortal would either flee in terror or meet their demise before me. To think that one weaker than me would dare to challenge this immortal is nothing short of a daydream. Lu Feng replied with a confident smile. Upon hearing the words, Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was brimming with confidence in his own strength, having a solid foundation in his cultivation. In the realm of the acquired, he could effortlessly cleave through not just a dozen, but even 20 innate warriors with a single stroke of his sword. Why would he heed the warning of a mere little girl? You will surely regret this, the young girl, sensing Lu Feng's arrogance as an affront, clenched her teeth and declared fiercely, Boom! Meanwhile, Lu Feng had already pushed open the grand door. The moment it swung wide, a torrent of white mist surged forth, enveloping him instantly. Startled, Lu Feng initially feared it was a toxic substance. He attempted to retreat, but his speed was no match for the swift mist, which quickly shrouded him. Almost immediately, a profound sense of comfort washed over him, as he felt his physical body rapidly transcend in that fleeting moment. How intriguing! Such rich spiritual energy is capable of cleansing and refining me, barely qualifying as a paradise of hidden realms. After a brief interval, Lu Feng emerged from the mist, gazing in astonishment at the vast temple before him. The white mist did not dissipate after the door opened. It lingered heavily, swirling around the grand hall, leaving Lu Feng somewhat bewildered. Had he begun his cultivation under such abundant spiritual energy from the start, he would have reached the innate realm in merely 7 days. without the need for any medicinal elixirs. Truly a simpleton. This is merely a small advantage of opening the Supreme Temple, yet you're utterly ecstatic, even daring to call it a paradise of hidden realms. Do you even know what such a place truly is? Observing Lu Feng's demeanor from behind, the little girl's delicate and charming face twisted into a look of mockery to Lu Feng upon hearing her words. Furrowed his brows and cast her a glance. While the girl was indeed adorable, her tongue was rather sharp. As the foremost sword immortal across the heavens, he had encountered countless paradises of hidden realms. His recognition of this place as such was merely a personal appraisal. Why must she incessantly belittle him? He sighed, deciding that as a man of 7 feet, it was unnecessary to squabble with a young girl. Ultimately, Lu Feng shook his head, choosing not to engage further with the little girl, and stepped into the mist-enshrouded grand hall. The girl, glaring at him with disdain, was clearly displeased by his aloof attitude, but followed closely behind. Chapter 18. The guardian in the grand hall of the Supreme Temple was exceedingly vast, yet devoid of any furnishings. Before him lay a series of steps, and atop them loomed a heavy door. It was evident that behind that door lay the second level of the creation condensing Dao technique. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng ascended the steps, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, remaining vigilant of everything. According to the young girl, to obtain the second level of the cultivation technique, he must defeat the enemies lurking here. Despite the emptiness around him, being cautious was undoubtedly wise. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng cautiously approached the steps. However, upon reaching the first step, he encountered an invisible barrier that halted his progress. Leaving him bewildered, he reached out to touch the intangible barrier and murmured, "Strange. Was it not said there are enemies here? Why have I not encountered any after all this time? Could they be hiding? If they're neglecting their duties, are they instead afraid of me lurking about? If that is the case, how am I to acquire the second level technique?" As he spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed his face. What he feared most was not combat, for there was nothing more straightforward than fighting. All it took was strength and flesh to engage in battle. Even if one were to perish, it would merely result in a pile of bones. What was there to fear? What truly irked him was the thought of his opponent hiding away, leaving him at a loss. This place was vast. If he searched inch by inch, he might never find them if they were determined to remain concealed. Humph! Hiding away. This girl warned you of your arrogance. The one you must confront has been right behind you all along. Just as Lu Feng pondered whether the opponent was indeed hiding, a voice filled with indignation rang out. Turning to look, he saw the little girl who had accompanied him, and she seemed to have grown significantly. If she had appeared to be merely 2 years old before, she now resembled a 4 or 5-year-old, having grown taller. "Are you my opponent?" Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by her sudden transformation. "Humph, gather." The little girl scoffed disdainfully, extending her delicate hands towards the swirling white mist above the grand hall and shouted. Instantly, a multitude of mist coalesced, forming an enchanting figure of unparalleled beauty. This silhouette, crafted from a mist, obscured its features, yet wielded twin swords, exuding an extraordinary aura, embodying the spirit of a formidable warrior, a true force to be reckoned with. Simultaneously, the mist gathered before Lu Feng, solidifying into a blade that hovered 3 feet from his chest. "Take up your sword. If you can defeat me, you may ascend and behold the second-level technique. However, I must warn you, once you grasp that sword, I will unleash my full power against you. And my combat prowess far exceeds what you might imagine. Be cautious, lest I end your life." The figure formed from the mist stood proudly, radiating the power of an early-stage acquired warrior, yet within that strength lay an unfathomable and profound sword intent, akin to an unparalleled divine sword. How intriguing! Lu Feng couldn't help but smile at the sight, lightly flicking the blade before him and addressing the enchanting figure. "But first, let me inquire. If I were to slay you, would you actually perish?" "Humph, do you think you can kill me?" The girl retorted defiantly. "To be honest, I've longed to take you down for quite some time. Is this how you treat your savior? Do you have any idea the price I pay to rescue you? Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to pinch my cheeks. Can a girl's face be treated so carelessly?" From within the mist, the figure began to voice her grievances, accusing Lu Feng of his past actions each time they It seems you are not going to die. Perfect. I shall not feel any regret in taking action. As the girl continued her tirade, Lu Feng found amusement in her incessant chatter, and with a swift motion, he grasped the hilt of the blade before him. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng's hand clutched the sword's hilt, the exquisite figure of the girl suddenly struck, her twin swords dashing towards him like twin dragons, slicing through the air with lethal precision. At the same time, a fierce and sharp sword energy erupted, akin to 1,000 blades aimed at Lu Feng's eyes, chest, and throat, vital points that could lead to certain death. This was a truly terrifying attack. Any ordinary innate warrior would likely be slain in a single stroke. Yet Lu Feng was no ordinary warrior. The instant he seized the sword, he preemptively struck before the girl could launch her assault, his blade severing the mist-formed figure's head in one swift motion. With no defenses in place, it was a decisive strike aimed at mutual destruction. As the sword descended, the mist shattered, revealing the true visage of the girl hidden within. She stood there, stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, appearing as if struck by an unprecedented force, her black and white orbs reflecting sheer astonishment at Lu Feng's ability to slay her with a single stroke. Your swordplay is commendable, but alas, you remain far from my level. Lu Feng observed the dissipating mist of the sword in his hand, offering her a faint smile before turning to ascend the steps. With the vanishing of that ethereal figure, the barrier before the steps vanished entirely, allowing Lu Feng unimpeded access to the grand door. As he approached, golden rays shimmered forth, coalescing into an intricate human figure representing the second level of the creation condensing Dao technique. Lu Feng focused intently, greedily committing every detail of the golden light within the human form to memory. This was, after all, the second level of the cultivation technique, and he could not afford to be negligent. The second level technique was indeed far more profound than the first, eliciting his admiration for the ingenuity behind such a unique method. Once he had ingrained the second level technique into his mind, it dissipated, leaving Lu Feng yearning for more as he prepared to depart. However, a soft, sorrowful sobbing sound suddenly reached his ears from within the grand hall. His brows knit slightly. He turned to see the now-grown little girl, her head buried in her hands as she wept. Lu Feng had grown accustomed to seeing tears from girls. In his past life, having been invincible across the heavens for countless years, he often witnessed the tears of women. Each time, in the dead of night, a stunning beauty would kneel before him, weeping for her beloved or for her family, pleading for his intervention. He had never wavered in the face of such tears, for the lovers or families they wept for had invariably courted disaster, seeking his help. Yet he had seen enough women to know that a few tears would not sway him to save those who walked a path to ruin. However, upon witnessing the young girl weeping, he felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in his heart. He had never encountered a girl of 4 or 5 years old in tears. Her grief was so profound, so heart-wrenching, if he had such a delightful daughter. He could never bear to see her shed tears. Ahem, little girl, please do not cry. I was mistaken. I promise not to mess with your face again. Will you stop crying for me? Lu Feng tidied his attire and cautiously approached the girl, gently patting her smooth, soft back as he whispered words of comfort. In this moment of consolation, even his self-reference shifted from this immortal to I, as he endeavored to bridge the distance between them. Why? I have practiced swordsmanship for so many years, and even those in the mid-stage of the innate realm could not rival me. How is it that you defeated me with a single strike? The girl lifted her head from her arms, revealing a tear-streaked, lovely face, her red-rimmed eyes gazing up at Lu Feng. It turned out her tears were not due to his bullying, but rather the impact of being bested by him, which struck her deeply. It's all right. Your sword technique is commendable. However, I have been immersed in the sword path for millennia, so it is only natural that I surpass you. Lu Feng observed her enchanting visage, growing fonder with each glance, and gently reassured her that, oh, whoa. Yet his attempts at consolation only intensified her sobbing, leaving Lu Feng utterly perplexed. What are you crying for? Winning or losing is commonplace in battle. Is it not quite normal to lose? My mastery of the sword, honed over countless years, cannot be shaken by you. He asserted, I have been practicing the sword path for 100,000 years. 100,000 years, the girl wailed in response. Her cries growing more intense. 100,000 years. Does that not make you 100,000 years old? Lu Feng jolted upright, bowing deeply to the girl. My apologies, esteemed friend. I have intruded. Please continue your lamentations. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed hastily, not waiting for her reaction. The girl, still sobbing profusely, was taken aback by his abruptness upon learning her age, staring blankly at the empty hall for a moment before resuming her heart-wrenching cries. Chapter 19. The Seven Major Sects, Master Brother of Qing Feng's Sect. Goodness, how terrifying. Such a delicate and lovable young girl turns out to be an ancient woman older than I. Lu Feng emerged from the divine sword realm, his expression one of profound disappointment and melancholy. This adorable girl, whom everyone wished to cherish as a daughter, was, in fact, a being of 100,000 years. Such an age disparity extinguished his interest. Wait, 100,000 years and still so charming. Perhaps that could be advantageous. But soon, Lu Feng's thoughts shifted, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He had seen many beautiful women, yet such a charming girl was indeed a rarity. Raising her as a daughter could be quite delightful. However, for now, he decided to set that notion aside and focus on enhancing his cultivation. After drifting in thought for a moment, Lu Feng returned to the more pressing matters at hand. He needed to expedite his cultivation progress. He then concentrated his energy, reinvesting his awareness into the divine sword, preparing to draw some spiritual energy from the supreme divine palace. Having just broken through to the innate realm, it was crucial to solidify his foundation. And given his previous worries about spiritual energy, he saw the abundant supply in the supreme divine palace as an opportunity not to be missed. Clang, however, when Lu Feng's consciousness attempted to connect with the divine sword, he found himself repelled. The sword trembled violently, and countless sword symbols flickered, effectively isolating him from entry. To go away. A heart-wrenching, sobbing voice emerged from the sword. It was the girl's voice. It turned out she was controlling the sword, preventing Lu Feng from accessing it. For a moment, Lu Feng was taken aback, completely unprepared for her remarkable capability. The girl's temperament was rather stubborn. Nevertheless, it was fine. He had already refined his body with spiritual energy, and he could solidify his foundation through sword mastery later. Lu Feng smacked his lips, ultimately abandoning the idea of extracting energy from the divine sword. Based on what he had learned from others, it was best to wait a while before comforting a girl when she was upset. Otherwise, direct attempts at consolation might lead her to demand more or act unwisely. Thus, for the time being, Lu Feng devoted all his time to the sword path. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. For Lu Feng, everything seemed unchanged, yet in Xian City, a monumental transformation had occurred. The city was now adorned with lights and decorations, with countless citizens gathering along the streets, eagerly gazing at the procession that was slowly making its way through. Among those approaching were 7 distinct groups, each adorned in unique attire, radiating vitality as they strode forth like shooting stars. The majority were youthful men and women, resembling dragons and phoenixes among mortals. The men were dashing, while the women were stunningly beautiful, eliciting fervent admiration from the onlookers. It is said that the 7 major sects are filled with talent. Today, it is indeed extraordinary, with so many handsome figures. Is that the master brother of Qing Feng's sect? Goodness, I have heard he is the foremost among the 7 major sects, not only the most handsome, but also the strongest of the younger generation. He has come personally to lead the team. I must join Qing Feng's sect, not for any other reason, but to warm the master brother's pillow at night. Humph. As if, with your capabilities, do you really think you could join Qing Feng's sect? Does the master brother even have eyes for you? Aren't you a man? You wish to join Qing Feng's sect and still have your sights set on the master brother. Of course, male-male relationships are the true love. You women will never understand. The citizens gathered to observe the 7 groups, engaging in lively discussions, with countless gazes fixated on a youth who appeared no older than 18, captivating both men and women alike. Ha ha ha, how amusing. The people of Xian City are quite enthusiastic. I wonder how many will be able to join my Qing Feng sect. Master Brother Jiangling of Qing Feng's sect, clad in white like snow, exuded an extraordinary presence. His features were delicate, with starry brows and sword-like eyes, as he smiled with interest at the enthusiastic crowd of young admirers. Naturally, they are enthusiastic about the Master Brother's reputation. However, they are all quite old. I fear few will qualify to join Qing Feng's sect. Our minimum entry requirement is the early stage of the Qi manipulation realm. Most of these individuals could only aspire to be outer disciples. Indeed, we primarily accept those with exceptional innate talent at a young age. Even if they may not reach the level of Master Brother, they could still aspire to become inner disciples like us. As Chengying finished speaking, the 4 disciples following him chimed in, all older than him. Yet their words were filled with admiration and flattery. For Chengying, there are no absolutes. A phoenix can still emerge from the depths of the mountains. While my talent is formidable, who knows if there is someone here even stronger than me? Chengying remarked, his expression sobering as he took in the compliments around him, revealing a hint of helplessness. Indeed, Master Brother speaks truth. The 4 companions immediately smiled, though they remained unconvinced, believing no one could rival their Master Brother. After all, no one else had achieved such heights by the age of 18. Not even the elders of Qing Feng's sect, or the 7 major sects, had comparable accomplishments in their youth. Wow. Look, it's from Tianyuan's sect. That seems to be Lu Xiener. It truly is Lu Xiener. I saw her when she was younger. I always knew she would grow into a great beauty, and she is still so stunning. I've made my decision. I will join Tianyuan's sect to pursue Lu Xiener. Pursue Lu Xiener. Dream on. She is the pride of Tianyuan's sect. And at merely 16, she is already in the mid-stage of the innate realm. Only the Master Brother of Qing Feng's sect is worthy of her. What does that matter? Even if I cannot pursue her, just catching a glimpse will satisfy my heart. Amidst the discourse of the Qing Feng sect, the surrounding crowd erupted in a fervent gasp as countless gazes converged upon the last row, specifically upon a group clad in white. And more precisely, upon one young maiden among them. This girl, no more than 16 or 17 years of age, possessed an unparalleled beauty, radiating an allure that could captivate kingdoms. Her figure, gracefully curvaceous, exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a pristine white lotus rising unsullied from the mire, evoking awe from many a man. Boredom. Lu Xiener traversed the throng with serene grace, embodying tranquility like a lotus, as she listened to the flattery that surrounded her. A flicker of disdain passed through her beautiful eyes, yet her elongated, jade-like neck remained proudly erect, betraying her inner haughtiness. Lu Xiener of the Tianyuan sect. She had indeed arrived? How intriguing. What was so remarkable about this? After all, Lu Xiener hailed from the illustrious Lu family of Xuanqing. Today marked the decade's disciple recruitment ceremony of the 7 great sects, and it was only fitting that the Lu family be afforded some preferential treatment. However, how could a mere Lu Xiener presume to be compared with the esteemed senior brother? Such ignorance is truly laughable. The onlookers, in their ignorance, were indeed amusing. Yet, Lu Xiener did possess a certain charm that captivated even me. If the senior brother were inclined, it would not be unthinkable for him to take her as a concubine. The murmurs around them prompted the disciples of Qing Feng sect to glance at Lu Xiener, most of whom were momentarily dazzled by her beauty, only to quickly sneer in disdain at the notion of pairing her with their illustrious senior brother. Who was their senior brother, after all? A paragon of both literary and martial prowess, a genius among geniuses. Within their Qing Feng sect, numerous talented women, rivaling Lu Xiener, vied desperately for a night of passion with him, without seeking any official recognition. The audacity of someone like Lu Xiener to aspire to be his companion was nothing short of a daydream. Enough. Let us attend to more pressing matters. Let us see if junior brother Lin has managed to recruit any promising disciples. Chengying, observing his fellow disciples showering themselves with self-praise, felt little joy in his starry eyes. Only fatigue. Secretly resenting the burden of this task he had undertaken, he had grown weary of the incessant flattery, which he could usually avoid by secluding himself in his quarters. Now, as he walked through the crowd, his ears were nearly blistered from the cacophony. The disciples of Qing Feng's sect, sensing his lack of enthusiasm, wisely fell silent and respectfully followed in his wake. Chapter 20. A minor incident. What? Are you 3 utterly foolish or just plain dim-witted? To come to Xuanqing and change the route without authorization is bad enough. But to be robbed as well. Your incompetence has brought shame upon the Qingfeng sect. At this moment, within a modest courtyard in Xuanqing, the previously genteel and affable senior brother of Qingfeng's sect was now seething with rage. His eyes gleaming like two unsheathed swords, emanating a fierce fire as he glared at the four young men and women kneeling before him. These four youths, 2 males and 2 females, were the very individuals who had been robbed by Lu Feng 3 days prior. Senior brother, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please, punish us. The leader among them, Lin Tao, knelt alongside the others, not daring to raise his head, trembling as he addressed Jiang Ling. Punish you. Do you think I can simply punish you 4 imbeciles? If this matter were to leak out, the Qingfeng sect would be utterly disgraced. You 4 provoked others. According to sect rules, it would be lenient to render you all crippled, especially you 2 fools. Jiang Ling, in a fit of rage, kicked Lin Tao and the young man in the green robe, who still bore a bandage from Lu Feng's previous assault, sending them flying. Senior brother, this was my folly alone. I am willing to bear all the blame. Please, have mercy on them. Lin Tao, having been kicked, felt his previous injuries flare anew but dared not retaliate, merely continuing to kneel and plead. Senior brother, it was not solely Lin's fault. I too share the blame. Please punish me as well. The young man in green quickly followed suit, kneeling and bowing his head. And us, the 2 young women chimed in, their teeth clenched in resolve. Embodying the courage of warriors unafraid of bloodshed, willing to face death. Damn it, I should never have burned that old man's room. Had I not done so, I would not have been forced to take on this task. Nor would I have encountered you 4 imbeciles. You fools squandered the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, altering the map and provoking other powerful beings. Your incompetence has brought disgrace upon our sect. Why shouldn't I just execute you 4? It would be a merciful end. I could pretend I'd simply put down 4 dogs, thus sparing myself the hassle. After kicking the 2, Jiang Ling's fury subsided somewhat. Though he continued to rant, his coarse words flowing like an unending river. The 4 kneeling before him were drenched in cold sweat, not daring to lift their heads, while those who had accompanied Jiang Ling were equally drenched. Having lost all semblance of the earlier joviality they had shared, their senior brother, typically amiable, was a force to be reckoned with when enraged. Even the elders would grant him respect, fearing his wrath. Enough of this misfortune. Lin Tao, you mentioned that man had requested your assistance with something else. What was it? Speak. Jiang Ling huffed heavily, finally regaining his composure, and turned his gaze toward Lin Tao. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao and the others simultaneously sighed in relief. They all understood that their senior brother, while stern, had a soft heart and would not kill them, but he loathed deceit. If Lin Tao had uttered even a hint of falsehood, Jiang Ling's temper would surely lead him to investigate. If he discovered deception, Lin Tao would meet his end. Yet if the truth were spoken, though punishment would ensue, at least their lives would be spared. Realizing this, Lin Tao felt a surge of gratitude for having disclosed the matter truthfully, but as he prepared to relay Lu Feng's message to the Lu and Huangfu families, his mind suddenly blanked, as if plunged into a void, rendering him incapable of recalling Lu Feng's precise instructions, resulting in an immediate profusion of sweat. What this? Have you lost your voice? You don't even remember that man's name, let alone his instructions? Jiang Ling, noticing Lin Tao's hesitation and the beads of sweat forming on his brow, felt his expression darken, a chill of murderous intent surfacing. No, senior brother, I remember now. That man wanted us to convey a message to the Lu and Huangfu families, warning them that their time is running out. Do not err, or he will come to discuss family matters with them. Lin Tao, frightened by Jiang Ling's intensity, rapidly recounted Lu Feng's words, albeit in a somewhat altered form. This revelation caused the other 3 kneeling to exchange startled glances, momentarily perplexed, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint the discrepancy, as if they had indeed understood the message in that manner. Ben Xian? How intriguing. There exists a surname Ben in this world. Does it mean to run? This surname is quite fascinating. It is the first time I have encountered it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling paused. Though his astonishment was not directed at Lin Tao's words, but rather at the name itself. Clearly, Lin Tao had misinterpreted Lu Feng's term for this immortal as this county, while Jiangling had taken it a step further, misconstruing it as a personal name. The four kneeling, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. They had initially intended to clarify that it likely wasn't a name, but rather a self-reference. However, seeing Jiangling's intrigued and earnest demeanor, they wisely remained silent. Anyone could be mistaken, but their senior brother would never err. If he said that man's name was Ben Xian, then it was indeed Ben Xian. Enough. You two stay here and recover, while the rest of you, along with the four who accompanied me, go forth to seek out disciples. We have already lost 7 or 8 days. What is the meaning of lingering here? If we delay further, all the promising candidates will be snatched away, and how can I justify this to the sect? Go find those adults who might be considered geniuses at the Qi control stage. After contemplating, Jiangling returned to his normal demeanor, albeit still casting a disapproving glance at the four still kneeling. He began assigning tasks, instructing Lin Tao and the young man in green to remain to recuperate, while the other 2 young women and the 4 who had come with him were to seek out promising young talents to bring back to the Qing Feng sect for cultivation. Yes, they all exclaimed in unison, relief washing over them. Enough idle chatter. Move swiftly. The disciple recruitment ceremony is the day after tomorrow, and our Qing Feng sect must secure some promising candidates early that I do not wish to be left with the dregs. As they prepared to depart, Jiangling waved his hand impatiently, rising to leave, only to remember something and turn back to glare fiercely at the 8 of them, stating, "Furthermore, I will soon be meeting with representatives from other sects and local powers to discuss the disciple recruitment ceremony. Make sure to mention that Ben Xian matter to those 2 families. I implore you all to conduct yourselves with utmost decorum. Should any of you cause me further trouble during this period, I shall take decisive action without prior notice. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, we understand." The 8 individuals shivered in unison and promptly replied. With a clear affirmation, Jiangling departed, shortly thereafter arriving at the Lord's Manor of Xian City, where he convened with the city lord, the heads of the 4 prominent local families, and the leaders of the other 6 major sections together. They engaged in fervent discussions regarding the upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony, determining the placement of each sect's banners, the areas they would occupy, and which sect would first receive the young candidates. As the 7 major sects passionately debated, the city lord and the 4 local families wisely withdrew, choosing to remain oblivious to the verbal sparring that ensued within. After approximately 4 hours, as the sun dipped in the west and dusk settled in, the leaders of the 7 major sects finally emerged, conversing amiably, a stark contrast to the earlier tension that had filled the room. After briefly summarizing their discussions to the awaiting city lord and the heads of the 4 great powers, they each departed, blasted, having engaged in idle chatter with those 6 old fools for so long. I completely forgot the matter at hand. What was it I was supposed to discuss with the Huangfu and Lu families about revealing ourselves? Never mind, it's not worth dwelling on. After all, the Huangfu and Lu families are currently allied with the Tianyuanzong. Even if the disciples we recruit are deemed competent, they will not be able to join my Qing Feng sect. Whether they live or die is of no concern to me. As Jiangling exited the Lord's Manor of Xian City, he strolled along the path bathed in the hues of twilight when he suddenly halted, a flicker of surprise crossing his handsome countenance as he recalled a minor matter he needed to discuss with the Huangfu and Lu families. However, the specifics of that matter had become hazy in his mind, and he could no longer remember what it was. Ultimately, after a moment of quiet contemplation, he irresponsibly cast it aside. Should that individual later seek trouble with the Huangfu and Lu families and expose this matter, I could easily assert that I had mentioned it, and it would be entirely their fault for forgetting. This is none of my concern. With this thought, a refined smile graced his lips, resembling a courteous and elegant young gentleman as he slowly made his way towards the residence of the Qing Feng sect. Yet, the notion that this celebrated genius, revered among the 7 major sects, could be so irresponsible would never cross the minds of countless others. Even if some did suspect, none would dare to confront him or hold him accountable. For such is the privilege of genius. After all, he is a prodigy, burdened with countless responsibilities each day. Forgetting 1 or 2 trivial matters is hardly unusual. Is it? Chapter 21. recruitment of disciples by the 7 major sects 2 days later. In the early hours of the morning, the central square of Xian City was packed to the brim, a sea of humanity pressing together, countless eyes wide with anticipation, gazing upon the 7 grand banners that soared in the center. Qingfeng Sect, Tianyuanzong, Ziyang Sect, Qiantian Sect, Baiyunmen, Tianhai Sect, and Kaomen. These 7 banners represented forces that, in the eyes of the multitude, were gateways, portals that could transform mere carp into true dragons. Even though no representatives from these 7 sects had yet arrived, it did little to dampen the excitement of the crowd, who were already eagerly awaiting the event. Returning to the senior brother, over the past 2 days, we have identified 11 promising candidates in Xian City. Aged between 5 and 7, all of reputable lineage, their families having resided in nearby villages for 5 generations, engaged in herbal gathering or hunting. However, the young talent from the 4 great families and the City Lord Manor have already been claimed by the other 6 sects. All the excellent prospect from the Huangfu and Lu families have been taken in by Tianyuanzong. Outside the square, the throng surged, while the representatives of the 7 major sects were busy organizing their findings. At this moment, Jiang Ling, the senior brother of Qingfeng Sect, listened quietly to Lin Tao and others as they reported their findings over the past 2 days. 11 candidates is not too shabby. We can also recruit those in the qi manipulation stage later, and that should suffice. Jiang Ling nodded slightly in satisfaction, but soon a trace of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth as he remarked, "However, the Huangfu and Lu families are quite amusing. With only the one Lu Xiener emerging from Xian City, they send everyone to Tianyuanzong. Have we, the Qingfeng sect and the other 5 sects, not recruited any Lu family disciples in the past decade? Wait a moment, I can understand why the Lu family sent all their members to Tianyuanzong, but why did the Huangfu family do the same? Is Lu Xiener the offspring of both the Lu and Huangfu families? Or has Tianyuanzong offered some extraordinary conditions?" As Jiang Ling spoke, he seemed to notice something peculiar and quickly furrowed his brow in inquiry. This, I've heard, is supposedly due to the marriage alliance between the Lu and Huangfu families. The young lady of the Huangfu family is engaged to the son of the Lu family's elder. Lin Tao and the others hesitated to respond. What nonsense! Never mind, it's of no consequence. You 4 keep a close watch on those 11 little ones. Lin Tao, you 4 follow me. Let us see if we can recruit a remarkable genius today. Upon hearing about the relationship between the Huangfu and Lu families, Jiang Ling felt overwhelmed and decided to put out of his mind. He then stood up, leading Lin Tao and the 4 others out of the courtyard towards the square. "Sister Xiener, in the days to come, both my wife Liener and I shall depend on you greatly. Indeed, Xiener, you must ensure to promote us when we reach Tianyuanzong." In the bustling Xian City Square, throngs of people surged. From the direction of Tianyuanzong, Lu Tian, the son of the Lu family's elder, and Huangfu Lian surrounded Lu Xiener, eagerly attempting to curry favor. "Cousin Tian and Cousin Lian, rest assured, we are all one family. My survival from that heavy snowfall was entirely thanks to my adoptive father's rescue, and I shall never forget my roots." Lu Xiener replied to the 2, though her smile bore a hint of insincerity. Although she was saved by the Lu family at a young age, she had only stayed with them for 2 years before being taken in as a disciple by Tianyuanzong. And her memories of the Lu family had long since faded. Xiener is indeed loyal and righteous, unlike that ungrateful Lu Feng. Why is there such a vast difference between you 2, despite our uncle rescuing you both back then? Lu Tian remarked cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to Lu Xiener's demeanor, and began comparing Lu Feng to her. "What nonsense are you spouting? That good-for-nothing Lu Feng cannot be compared to Xiener. The Lu family provided for him. Yet he still seeks to betray his teachers and ancestors. Forgive me, Sister Xiener, we spoke out of turn. We shall take our leave at once." Huangfu Lian said softly, her brows knitted, but soon seemed to sense something and hurriedly pulled Lu Tian away. "No worries, rest assured. Should my brother come seeking trouble today and attempt any treachery, I shall personally deal with him," Lu Xiener stated coldly, her expression chilling tea that moment. Lu Tian and Huangfu Lian, with their backs turned to Lu Xiener, exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing her words. "Excellent. We have succeeded at last. Lu Xiener has promised to personally eliminate Lu Feng, that I can hardly wait to see the look on Lu Feng's face." Once the two were entirely out of Tianyuanzong's sight, Lu Tian could not help but whisper excitedly, "Lu Feng is but a waste. Both of us have already reached the peak of the mid-chi manipulation stage. Even if he comes, he is no match for us." Now, with Lu Xiener added in the mix, he would be hard-pressed to avoid demise. Huang Fulian sneered in agreement that I was initially worried that Lu Xiener might still have some ties to Lu Feng. But it seems I was overthinking it. After 10 years, any bond has surely faded, Lu Tian remarked. Speaking of which, do you truly intend to join Tianyuanzong? Although Lu Xiener holds some status there, it may not necessarily yield us greater resources. Many of the strong from my family have joined Ang's sect. Huang Fulian did not respond to Lu Tian's statement, instead continuing on her own train of thought. Only a fool would join Tianyuanzong. It is merely a ploy to deceive those simpletons. While Lu Xiener is indeed powerful within Tianyuanzong, the majority of our family's strength lies within Qing Feng's sect. Had it not been for Tianyuanzong's earlier move, she too should be with Qing Feng's sect. At that time, we need not join Zhang's sect, but could all enter Qing Feng's sect together. One of my uncles is even a law elder there, which would grant us far greater advantages. Lu Tian scoffed. Indeed, I had thought as much. How could someone as clever as you genuinely wish to join Tianyuanzong? Huang Fulian smiled alluringly upon hearing this. Of course, however, I am becoming increasingly curious. Do you think that foolish Lu Feng will show up? If he does, we might witness a scene of fraternal strife between him and Lu Xiener. What a spectacle that would be. Lu Tian grinned maliciously. Clang, boom. In the mystical forest of Warcraft, the sharp sound of a sword echoed. As a waterfall over 100 meters high was suddenly cleaved in two, a powerful sword aura surged forth. Lingering for the duration of half a jaw stick before the waterfall finally converged once more, transforming into a thundering cascade that crashed down with a resounding roar. It appeared that the path of the sword had been mastered. Dressed in black, Lu Feng stood at the riverbank, gazing at his own creation. The earlier sword strike, which he had executed from the shore, had utilized less than 10% of his power. The effect of this strike, however, left him thoroughly satisfied. With a month-long deadline now expired, he had attained the innate stage and was ready to seek retribution from the Lu and Huangfu families. Lu and Huangfu, I trust you understand the gravity of your situation. Otherwise, when I make my move, neither of your families will be left with a living soul. As Lu Feng sheathed his sword and walked away, he muttered to himself, heading towards Xian City. Previously, to ensure that the Lu and Huangfu families took his words seriously, he had deliberately released 4 individuals to convey a message. Though he could not recall which sect those 4 belonged to, their tones suggested they were of considerable stature, and their words should command respect from both families. Chapter 22. The month-long deadline has arrived in Xian City. Numerous citizens gathered in the central square. There, the leaders and disciples of the 7 great sects were screening suitable candidates among the strong. The assessment in the square was quite simple. As long as one was under the age of 25 and had reached the 8th stage of body refinement, they would qualify to become a disciple of the 7 great sects. This would be followed by a tournament where they could showcase their potential, allowing the sect to decide whether to accept them as apprentices. At this moment, platforms for the tournament had been erected, and the eyes of the 7 great sects were fixed on the participants, deliberating on whether to accept them as disciples. The disciples of the 7 great sects displayed a lack of interest, their faces expressionless, as if mourning the loss of a parent, while they watched the matches unfold on the various platforms. For them, the individuals competing on stage seemed to serve merely as numbers for their sects, with very few possessing any real potential. Their true focus lay on those newly born or children under the age of 7, as only they were deemed worthy of cultivation. The contestants on stage, to put it bluntly, were merely the leftovers from a decade ago. It appeared that the participants in this tournament were significantly stronger than in previous years. Fortunately, our family as disciples are also formidable, especially that lad Lu Tian from the Lu family and the girl Lana from the Huangfu family. It seems they will emerge as the front runners. Naturally, however, your Gongsun and Qin families also boast some impressive young talents, particularly those at the 9th stage of body refinement. They too could become disciples of the 7 great sects, and we must support them. Unlike the leaders of the 7 great sects, The main figures from the four prominent families of Xian City observed the combatants on stage with grave expressions, offering praise before beginning to boast about their own capabilities. The city lord, Xian Xiong, did not join in, but instead watched them from the side with a detached demeanor. As the lord of Xian City, his cultivation was far superior to theirs, and his children were equally capable, not needing to participate in any tournament. They were taken as disciples by the seven great sect from birth, unlike these competitors who had to shout and fight to prove themselves. Master among these individuals, aside from Lu Tian of the Lu family and Huang Falan of the Huangfu family, the rest are utterly unremarkable. Who do you wish to recruit as auxiliary disciples? Lin Tao observed the battles on the platforms and reported to their master. Jiang Ling, it's of little consequence that be by the way. Keep an eye on Lu Tian and Huang Fulan. They are not to be recruited, as their families intend to join Tianyuan's sect. Let them go there. Jiang Ling replied, seated comfortably in a grand chair, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two platforms. The figures on those two platforms had remained unchanged, standing steadfastly as if rooted to the ground, with every challenger falling before them within 10 moves. Logically, these two should be the most sought-after disciples of the seven great sects. However, Jiang Ling held a disdain for them, not merely because he had heard of their family's intention to join Tianyuan's sect, but due to his personal aversion to them. They were pathetically weak, yet carried themselves with an air of arrogance, insulting those far beneath them in strength. He had no interest in recruiting such individuals. Indeed, Lin Tao responded promptly as time passed. The tournament drew to a close, with over 500 young men and women standing before the seven great sects, both respectful and anxious, awaiting their selection. The disciples of the seven great sects began to take action, approaching the candidates they had previously favored, producing their respective tokens, which flew before the young aspirants as a sign of recognition. In an instant, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Some received multiple tokens from the seven great sects, bursting with excitement and joy, as 7 tokens signified their right to choose, a validation of their worth. Others, however, received none and wore expressions of disappointment, enviously eyeing the tokens in the hands of their peers. Consumed by jealousy, wishing they could seize one, yet repeatedly reminding themselves that such actions were futile, for even if they managed to snatch a token, it would not guarantee their acceptance as disciples of the seven great sects, and could very well lead to dire consequences. At the forefront of the crowd stood Lu Tian and Huang Falan, their expressions shifting dramatically, for in their hands lay only the token of Tianyuan's sect, with no recognition from the other sects. Lu Tian, what is the meaning of this? Why is there only Tianyuan's sect? All the strong predecessors from my family reside in Xiang's sect. There is no one in Tianyuan's sect. Why would I join them? Huang Falan bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes bloodshot, glaring at Lu Tian with a fierce intensity. This must be because our earlier declaration of joining Tianyuan's sect was overheard by the other sects. Hence their refusal to acknowledge us, Lu Tian replied, his expression equally grim as he pondered. They had previously attempted to curry favor with Lu Xiener by announcing their intention to join Tianyuan's sect and spreading the word. At that time, he had not worried too much. Although they claimed they would join Tianyuan's sect, it did not mean they were bound to do so. Merely idle chatter. As the tournament commenced, the strong from the seven great sects would surely fight to claim them, offering a series of enticing incentives. However, the current scene had completely surpassed his expectations. The earlier jest had turned prophetic. It truly was Tianyuan's sect. This was entirely different from the script he had envisioned. Were those powers not swayed by his strength? Little did he know that their previous conversation with Lu Xiener had been closely observed by numerous factions, compounded by the rumors circulating. The leaders of the other 6 sects were prominent figures as well and would not foolishly bestow tokens upon them. Although the recognition token signified acknowledgement, should an exceptionally talented disciple receive multiple tokens and choose not to select them, it would imply their inferiority. Any sensible leader would avoid such a predicament. You fool, you've brought this calamity upon us. Lu Feng is already foolish enough. I never imagined you could be even more foolish. Huang Fulan's expression turned icy at those words. She truly could not fathom why she had heeded the advice of that imbecile Lu Tian, leading her to such a predicament. Now, Under these circumstances, if she wished to join Zhang's sect, she would have to forcibly reject the token from Tianyuan's sect and approach Zhang's sect for acceptance. Uncertain if this would tarnish the Huangfu family's reputation or even incite Tianyuan's sect's ire against them, the great elder of the Lu family and the head of the Huangfu family. The month-long deadline has arrived. I trust you have contemplated your responses and can now provide me with an explanation. As Lu Tian furrowed his brow and Huang Fulan seethed with resentment, a powerful voice seemed to descend from the heavens, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Lu Tian and Huang Fulan turned in unison to find a white figure darting past, and before they could discern its identity, it had already arrived on one of the platforms, standing poised with its sword. Immediately afterward, a commanding voice echoed in everyone's ears. Will you choose to bury your entire family? Or will you kill Lu Tian and Huang Fulan? Then self-destruct your cultivation. Speak swiftly, and do not keep me waiting. Chapter 23. The countdown of 10 begins. Will you choose to bury your entire family? Or will you kill Lu Tian and Huang Fulan? Then self-destruct your cultivation. Speak swiftly, and do not keep me waiting. Upon the arena, a solitary figure clad in black stood resolute, his right hand poised upon his sword while his left rested behind him. A voice cold and devoid of emotion emanated from his lips, reverberating through the sky and reaching the ears of the gathered multitude. Countless eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon him. The Lu family and the Huangfu family, two of the four great families of Xuanqing, had stood unyielding for 3 centuries, wielding immense prestige. Yet now, someone dared to be so audacious as to confront these two esteemed families. Such occurrences were indeed rare. In that instant, the previously listless leaders of the 7 great sects stirred with renewed vigor, their interest piqued by the unfolding spectacle. There was not a trace of anger in their hearts, only a thrill at the prospect of witnessing such a grand spectacle that in this world, everyone relishes a good show, especially one as grand as this. So this individual is known as Benshin, Lin Tao and his 3 companions. You foolish ones, uttering Benshin, nearly caused me to lose face. The senior disciple of the Qingfeng sect had already procured some sunflower seeds, munching away with keen interest as he watched the scene before him. Having grown utterly bored with the previous display of mediocrity, he now savored this lively spectacle, finding it a rare treat. Yet amidst his enjoyment, he did not forget to mock Lin Tao and his companions. Hearing this, Lin Tao and the others could only smile wryly, yet they discerned an underlying implication in their senior's words. This master nearly lost face, which implied that he had failed to convey the words of that individual to the Lu and Huangfu families. Should that person seek retribution, what would become of them? Instantly, the 4 recalled the scene from 5 days prior when Lu Feng had defeated them with a mere move. Lin Tao felt a twinge of pain in his chest, while the youth in the azure attire sensed a resurgence of discomfort in his previously healed foot. The 2 maidens involuntarily touched their cheeks, their eyes reflecting profound dread. Yet their turmoil went unnoticed by Jiangling, who continued to relish his sunflower seeds, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Lu Feng, it is you, wretched scion who reviles your master and ancestors, daring to return. Lu Feng, on that day, your treachery led to your downfall. And now you dare to betray your master and ancestors. Below, Lu Tian and Huang Fulan were momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the figure on the stage. It was none other than Lu Feng. Astonished by Lu Feng's earlier display of prowess, they quickly began to reprimand him with righteous indignation. You insignificant insects! Who are you? If you wish to live, silence yourselves. Lu Feng's gaze shifted to the 2. Observing their cultivation at the pinnacle of the mid-stage Qi mastery, and he scornfully retorted. Although he had absorbed the memories of his original self, Lu Feng was no ordinary individual. He was the foremost Sword Immortal in the realms of heaven and earth. Why would he waste time revisiting trivial matters in his mind? What he sought to ascertain was the choice of the Lu and Huangfu families. Fools, you seek death. Lu Tian, ever arrogant and dismissive of Lu Feng, was incensed by the latter's rebuke. With a leap, he charged at Lu Feng, his hands enveloped in dark energy, transforming into a pair of sharp eagle claws aimed at Lu Feng's sword-wielding right hand. The Lu family's yellow-grade superior martial technique, the Xian Eagle Claw, when mastered, could rival yellow-grade weaponry, easily shattering an opponent's flesh. Having been ridiculed by Lu Feng, Lu Tian intended to disable Lu Feng's right hand with this strike. Thereby establishing his own dominance, Lu Tian's movement was swift. The majority of the onlookers barely perceived how he ascended, yet they could distinctly feel the overwhelming might he exuded. Should Lu Tian's attack land on Lu Feng, it would surely result in grievous injury. Begone! But in the next instant, a thunderous shout erupted, and the ground trembled with a resounding boom that a streak of light flashed. The earth roared, and a bloodied figure lay sprawled upon the ground. It was none other than Lu Tian, now grievously wounded, his chest shattered, blood gushing forth, rendering even the divine powerless to intervene. "What? No, tenor!" A cry of shock emanated from the crowd, accompanied by a voice filled with excruciating pain from the upper seats of the plaza. The Lu family's elder rushed to Lu Tian's side, cradling his twisted visage, and furiously bellowed at Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, you beast and ungrateful wretch, betraying your teacher and ancestors. We of the Lu family raised you, and you dare to harm my tenor so grievously. My tenor is the heir of the Lu family." The elder's demeanor was frenzied, heartbroken, his gaze toward Lu Feng steeped in deep resentment. The heir of the Lu family? He is Lu Tian. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's brows furrowed, and he muttered, "Damn, why didn't this fool mention it earlier? Had I known, I would have spared him. This was meant for you." Sighing, he continued, "You must be the elder of the Lu family, correct? Hurry, your son is in such a state. If you kill him now, I would consider it your act of vengeance. Then you can waste your cultivation, and all will be forgotten, and you, the head of the Huangfu family, hasten as well. Quickly execute Huang Fulan for me. Then waste your cultivation. Don't keep me waiting, and don't try to deceive me. Although I can't recall their appearances clearly, I still have some impression." Lu Feng first chastised Lu Tian, then impatiently urged the elder of the Lu family and the head of the Huangfu family, treating it as though discussing a trivial matter. However, what he deemed trivial transformed into a tempest of outrage in the ears of all present. Lu Tian's current identity as the heir of the Lu family, showcasing remarkable talent, had been reduced to a half-wreck by Lu Feng's kick, and now Lu Feng demanded the elder personally slay his gravely injured son, even insisting that the head of the Huangfu family eliminate his own daughter. Was this not pushing the boundaries? Below the arena, the crowd surged, countless citizens of Xuanqing reeling in shock at Lu Feng's actions. A month prior, Lu Feng had been rendered a cripple, branded as a traitor to his teacher and ancestors, and subsequently targeted by bounties from the Lu and Huangfu families, making him a figure of disdain in many hearts. A month later, he returned with overwhelming force, incapacitating the current heir of the Lu family, Lu Tian, and relentlessly pressuring both the elder of the Lu family and the head of the Huangfu family. This left many onlookers in Xuanqing astonished. How could the elder and head of the Huangfu family, revered figures in their eyes, be so brazenly challenged? Lu Feng, laden with the stigma of betrayal, not only did not refute it, but continued to press others. Was he courting his own demise? Lu Feng, you are far too reckless. Who do you think you are to act in such a manner? Indeed, you are merely a discarded child taken in by the Lu family. They provided for you, yet you remain unsatisfied, aspiring to betray your teacher and ancestors. What are you? Lu Feng, you audacious scoundrel. Do you even realize what you are doing? You are a wolf raised by others, ungrateful and insatiable. Amidst the crowd, someone finally regained their senses and shouted, prompting a cacophony of denunciations against Lu Feng to erupt like a tempest. "Silence, you fools!" Lu Feng stood upon the arena, hearing the uproar below, and with a swift motion, unsheathed his sword in an instant. A gleaming arc of light swept through the air, severing the necks of the 10 or so loudest voices, as these individuals fell lifeless. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, countless eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before them. Lu Feng had brazenly taken a life in front of the 7 great sects, the city lord's mansion. And the 4 great families? A bunch of imbeciles, utterly ignorant, shouting without understanding. I warn you, if you wish to spectate, do so. I have no objections. But if you seek to play the hero, continue your cries, and I shall send you to hell. allowing you to scream to your heart's content. After slaying the men, Lu Feng remained unfazed, his expression devoid of guilt, standing proudly on the arena with his sword in hand. Disdain evident in his demeanor. Elder Lu, head of the Huangfu family, make your decisions swiftly. I grant you 10 counts of time. After that, do not delay in informing me of your choices. I have no time to waste here. And should any fool dare to step forward, I will slay you too, without concern for burial. Understood, you imbeciles? Soon, Lu Feng's impatient, coldly murderous voice rang out once more, piercing the hearts of all present like a blade. Chapter 24. Speak. How do you wish to die? In Xuanqing's plaza, countless eyes gazed in disbelief at the figure cloaked in black upon the arena. They had been shaken by his words earlier, but they never anticipated that his subsequent remarks would be even more shocking. Not only did he publicly challenge the 6 great families, but he also brazenly committed murder and insulted the crowd. Did he not fear becoming the most reviled figure in the land? As the crowd seethed with indignation, many soon realized that Lu Feng had already become a pariah in Xuanqing. First, failing to violate Huang Falan, he was rendered a useless being. Subsequently, due to the treacherous words left behind, he has drawn the ire of both the Lu family and the Huangfu family, leading to a bounty on his head. Countless individuals have long desired to see him dead, and he has become the target of public scorn. Now, as he brazenly commits murder and humiliation in front of everyone, it seems there is nothing particularly remarkable about it, unless one considers the reactions of the other 4 great families and the city Lord's mansion, as well as the 7 major sects, to see if they will take action against Lu Feng out of indignation. 1, 2, 3, for just as the hearts of the crowd fluttered with trepidation, a series of counting echoed from the arena. Emanating from Lu Feng himself, he has truly begun to count. Could it be that after reaching 10, he will unleash a massacre? In that moment, the crowd was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of anxiety, yet simultaneously filled with anticipation, eager to witness whether Lu Feng would indeed commence the slaughter of the Lu and Huangfu families after his count. The 2 families, having stood tall in Xian City for 3 centuries, possess profound foundations. Should they be annihilated, it would undoubtedly present an opportunity for other forces in Xian City to rise, perhaps even allowing them to ascend. With this thought, the hearts of some lesser powers in Xian City ignited with fervor. Ha ha ha! How intriguing! This Xian City has truly delivered, encountering such a grand massacre. A rare spectacle indeed. The eldest disciple of the Qingfeng sect, Jiang Ling, observed with keen interest from the sidelines, showing no inclination to intervene. Lin Tao and the others, witnessing this, could only smile bitterly, their gazes shifting to the other 6 major sects, only to find their leaders adopting a similarly intrigued demeanor, as if they were merely spectators. Much like their own eldest disciple, they were momentarily taken aback, but soon understood that these individuals were simply relishing the unfolding drama. Had it not been for their own previous setbacks at Lu Feng's hands, they might have shared the same attitude. In stark contrast to the spectators' nonchalance, the city lord of Xian City and the 4 great families wore expressions of deep concern. This city falls under their jurisdiction, and Lu Feng's audacity to act without fear of reprisal was utterly intolerable to them. 9. Enough. Time swiftly approached its climax, just as the final number was about to escape Lu Feng's lips. A voice filled with playful reproach suddenly rang out that a graceful figure flashed onto the arena from the Tianyuan sect. It was none other than Lucien Lu Feng. That is enough. Step down at once and confess your crimes to the Lu family. Lucien stood proudly on the stage, the sunlight casting a radiant glow upon her fair and delicate skin, resembling exquisitely carved jade. Yet her beautiful eyes were frigid, coldly fixed upon Lu Feng as she spoke. Who might you be? You appear strangely familiar. Upon encountering this audacious individual, Lu Feng initially intended to strike her down with a sword, but seeing her familiar visage, he furrowed his brow and inquired. You blind fool! I am Lucien Do you remember me now? Lucien paused momentarily, then let out a cold snort, regarding him with disdain. Lu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, sifting through the memories left by his original self, and soon recalled her story. Lucien, an orphan taken in by the previous elder of the Lu family, possessed the same gifted bloodline as Lu Feng. 10 years ago, she joined the Tianyuan sect, but fearing that the original self would usurp her position, she deceived him into the Beast Mountain forest, knocked him unconscious, and cast him down a steep slope. Ensuring he missed the opportunity to be selected as a young disciple by the 7 major sections, had it not been for the original self's fortuitous survival, he would have perished at the jaws of a beast. This matter had long weighed heavily upon him, but due to his affection for Lucien, he kept it buried in his heart, never revealing it to others. Damn it, what a fool! Lu Feng quickly grasped the entanglement between himself and Lucien, his expression a blend of amusement and exasperation. He had long known of the original self's foolishness, but he had not anticipated such sheer stupidity from this simpleton. Very well, Lucien, 10 years ago. You knocked me out and cast me down the slope to prevent me from joining the 7 major sections. I have yet to settle the score with you. And now you dare to jump out like this? Are you seeking death? Lu Feng took a deep breath. Regarding Lucien with a chilling smile, in conversing with Lucien he refrained from using the term this immortal as a self-reference. Unwilling to acknowledge the original self's foolish actions as his own, the original self's actions had indeed been exceedingly foolish. It was no wonder he had not lived long. Humph, nonsense, if you do not leave. I shall rid the Lu family of you. Upon hearing Lu Feng mention the past, a flicker of surprise crossed Lucien's beautiful eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure, letting out a cold snort and seizing the opportunity to attack. Lucien struck with swift and ruthless precision, showing no mercy whatsoever. The moment she made her move, it was the Tianyuan sect's earth-level lower-grade sword technique. Heavenly Immortal asks the way. This technique was reserved for inner disciples of the Tianyuan sect, characterized by its unpredictable and terrifying lethal maneuvers. Moreover, the slender sword in Lucien hand was a mid-grade, earth-level sword. Even innate realm experts would think twice before confronting it with their flesh and blood. With her mid-grade, earth-level sword and lower-grade, earth-level sword technique, Lucien unleashed a deadly move, clearly intent on denying Lu Feng any chance to continue speaking. Get lost. Yet Lu Feng merely cast a fleeting glance, sweeping his leg with a force that could overcome 10 opponents like a heavy hammer. Before Lucien's sword could reach him, his foot landed squarely on her chest with a resounding crash. Lucien was sent flying from the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. Her chest was crushed, blood staining her white dress, and her once exquisite and beautiful visage now contorted in agony. Bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Tian, what? A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd, which had previously enjoyed the spectacle. The expressions of the leaders of the 7 major sects changed drastically. They surged to their feet, their horrified gazes darting between Lu Feng and the wretched form of Lucien on the ground. You dare to lay hands on a disciple of the Tianyuan sect? Are you seeking a death wish? A thunderous voice rang out from the direction of the Tianyuan sect, akin to the roar of thunder. An elderly man clad in white, his frame gaunt, pointed at Lu Feng with a face full of rage. This elder was responsible for the safety of all disciples of the Tianyuan sect. He had not anticipated that while merely observing, he would witness one of his disciples being brutally dispatched in such a manner. Moreover, that disciple had considerable talent and strength. How would he explain this back to the sect? Clang. However, as soon as the elder's words fell, a chilling and fearsome sound of sword unsheathing reverberated through the heavens and earth. A flash of sword light darted past, as fleeting as a shooting star. In that instant, the world fell silent, and a chill swept through many hearts. Each person instinctively touched their necks, as if the sword light they had seen had just passed over them, threatening their lives. Fortunately, their heads remained intact, and their limbs unscathed, yet many felt an inexplicable sense of unease. At that moment, a loud crash emanated from the Tianyuan sect's direction. Everyone turned to look, only to see the elder from the Tianyuan sect sprawled on the ground, his right hand, previously pointed at Lu Feng, severed at the forearm, blood gushing forth mercilessly. What incredible speed! The elder clutched his severed arm, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow from the intense pain. Yet he refrained from uttering a sound. His aged eyes remained fixed on the bloodied stump of his right hand. Murmuring to himself, fast, Lu Feng stood upon the arena, His gaze as icy as the depths of winter, devoid of joy or sorrow. He then coldly surveyed the crowd, looking down upon them with arrogance, and declared, should anyone dare to act recklessly again, then that person's head shall receive an even swifter strike. At this pronouncement, silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared to utter a word. Even the city lord of Xian City. The 4 great families and the formidable 7 major sects fell into an astonishing quietude in that moment. Excellent. Lu Feng was immensely satisfied with the crowd's reaction, yet before they could regain their senses, he continued, now 10. The Lu family, the Huangfu family, your time has come. Speak now, how would you prefer to die? Chapter 25. All grudges cleared. The Lu family, the Huangfu family, your time has come. Speak now, how would you prefer to die? Lu Feng's words echoed throughout the vast square, where an unnatural silence reigned. Time felt as if it had slowed to a crawl, and pairs of eyes regarded Lu Feng with the fear typically reserved for a demon. As Lu Feng's statement lingered in the air, he stood there, waiting patiently for approximately 3 breaths. 3 breaths passed swiftly, yet the crowd felt an indescribable weight pressing down upon them, as if each second stretched into an eternity. They sensed a formidable and terrifying murderous intent emanating from Lu Feng's slender frame, as if it were a volcano ready to erupt. Whoosh! At the very moment when Lu Feng's intent to kill reached its zenith, Huangfu Tian, the head of the Huangfu family, made his move. The formidable might of his early innate realm erupted, and he descended like a sharp divine sword, exerting an immense pressure that rendered the onlookers immobile. Such a terrifying strike was more than sufficient to easily slay the majority of those present in the square. However, Huangfu Tian's target was not the crowd, nor Lu Feng on the stage, but rather Huangfu Lan, who stood among the throng. Upon witnessing her father's sudden assault, Huangfu Lan momentarily froze, but soon after, a cracking sound echoed in her mind, obliterating all her thoughts, and leaving her as nothing more than a lifeless body in Huangfu Tian's grasp. Boom! Below the stage, the elder of the Lu family, who was cradling the severely injured Lu Tian, suddenly struck as well. The overwhelming power of the late postnatal realm surged forth, instantly snapping Lu Tian's neck and extinguishing his life entirely. The abrupt actions of these 2 parents to kill their own children stirred the crowd of powerful observers present. Yet before they could fully process the shock, the 2 individuals almost simultaneously placed their hands upon their Dantian energy seas. With a resounding roar, both of their forms trembled violently, and a visible surge of abundant spiritual energy erupted from their bodies. They could see that moment. They shattered their own Dantian and forsook their cultivation, causing the crowd below to pale in horror. Lu Feng, are you satisfied now? The 2, having forsaken their cultivation, swayed beneath the stage, yet their gazes remained fierce, directed at Lu Feng with an air of cold indifference. After personally slaying their proud offspring and self-destructing their own Dantian, all emotions within them had been severed, leaving them feeling more wretched than death itself. Lu Tian and Huangfu Lan were their pride, and they had been prepared to fight to the death for them. However, upon witnessing Lu Feng sever the right hand of the Tianyuan sect elder from a distance, all their thoughts were extinguished. The elder's cultivation was at the peak of the late innate realm, far surpassing theirs, yet even someone as powerful as he could not withstand a single sword strike from Lu Feng. How could they hope to defend against him? If a real confrontation ensued, it would not only cost their children's lives, but also lead to the demise of their entire families. They loved their children dearly, but circumstances dictated their actions. One was the elder of the Lu family, and the other was the head of the Huangfu family. They could not risk the lives of their entire clans for an act that was destined for failure. Satisfied? This was precisely what you ought to have done. What is there to be satisfied about? Lu Feng scoffed at them, looking down from his elevated position with an air of disdain, as if he were a divine being surveying mere ants. Now, reveal the truth to everyone. Tell them how you conspired against me, how you caused me to lose my Dantian and my spiritual blood, rendering me a cripple. As long as you disclose this matter, it shall be considered settled. Otherwise, I shall force your kin to divulge the truth before your very eyes. Lu Feng continued, his tone dripping with mockery. Lu Feng, you have gone too far. Lu Feng, the dead deserve respect. We have already complied with your demands. Must you still press your advantage? The two exclaimed in outrage. Lu Feng's actions had completely crossed their bottom line. They had already adhered to his requests. Yet he still sought to strike at their hearts. If they were to reveal their plots against Lu Feng, not only would their deceased children be vilified, but they themselves would also be scorned by the entire Xian city. Ha! You choose not to speak, do you? Fear not. If you remain silent, others will speak for you. Upon seeing them reduced to such a state, yet still daring to roar at him, Lu Feng let out a cold smile. His gaze swept over the members of the Huangfu and Lu families, eventually landing on the crowd below. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy, drawing a man and a woman from the crowd into his grasp, forcibly bringing them to the stage. Early innate realm, Lu Feng had been concealing his spiritual energy, relying solely on the sword qi cultivated over many days, even when striking from afar. But at this moment, as his energy surged, his cultivation could no longer remain hidden, fully revealing itself before the crowd. Gasps of astonishment erupted, as the people of Xian City regarded Lu Feng as if he were a deity. Many were aware that merely a month prior, Lu Feng's dantian had been shattered, rendering him a cripple. Yet within less than a month, he had ascended to the early innate realm, a feat that astounded many. The innate realm was a level of power associated only with the heads of the four great families and the city lord of Xian City. How could Lu Feng possibly possess such strength? The members of the seven great sects were equally astonished, realizing that Lu Feng was merely an innate realm cultivator. However, unlike the people of Xian City, they did not perceive this as a weakness, but rather an extraordinary strength. Given that Lu Feng had previously concealed his prowess, yet could sever the right hand of the Tianyuan sect elder with a single sword strike, it was likely that he had received the inheritance of some ancient ancestor, possessing at least foundational cultivation. Yet the fact that he was only at the early innate realm meant that the previous strike was entirely reliant on his own swordsmanship. However, to sever the hand of a peak late innate realm cultivator from such a distance using only early innate realm sword qi, just how terrifying was his swordsmanship. You two, being close to Lu Tian and Huang Fulan, should be well aware of their schemes against me. Reveal them all in detail. Misstate a single word or dare to claim ignorance, and beware of your heads. As the crowd was gripped by shock, Lu Feng had already tossed the two he had captured onto the ground like dead dogs. With a flourish of his sword, 2 arcs of sword qi sliced past their heads, leaving behind scars exceeding 3 meters in length. According to the memories of his original self, this man and woman were both allies of Lu Tian and Huang Fulan. They had been present when the original self's spiritual blood was extracted, standing guard outside for Lu Tian and Huang Fulan. Though Lu Feng had avenged the original self, he still felt the need to clear his name. While he did not care for the opinions of others, no one wished to bear the title of villain and be looked down upon and scorned. This matter was entirely the doing of Lu Tian and Huang Fulan. They, the two, were merely 17 or 18 years old. Mere sycophants to Lu Tian and Huang Fulan, having never encountered the world, and were now utterly intimidated by the power Lu Feng displayed. Now, faced with the cold, sword-like gaze of Lu Feng and the overwhelming killing intent surrounding him, their spirits shattered, and they hastily divulged everything regarding Lu Tian and Huangfu, in an instant. The expressions of the onlooking citizens of Xian City, as well as the city lord and the other 2 great families, shifted dramatically. They had initially believed that Lu Feng was merely a bully taking advantage of his power. Yet from the mouths of these 2, they learned of the clandestine dealings of Lu Tian and Huang Fulan, and how they had conspired to tarnish Lu Feng's reputation. Their thoughts shifted. Lu Tian and Huang Fulan were entirely to blame for their own fate, and the elder of the Lu family and the head of the Huangfu family were, in truth, complicit accomplices. They deserved this treatment. Lu family, Huangfu family, today our grievances are resolved. May we meet again in the martial world, Lu Feng declared, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. However, as soon as his words fell, his sword moved in an instant. The blade glimmered like a shooting star, dazzling and blinding, causing the crowd to instinctively shut their eyes at awe. But immediately after, 2 cries of agony pierced the air, startling the onlookers, who turned to witness a sight that left them utterly dumbfounded. For the elder of the Lu family and Huangfu Tian, the head of the Huangfu family, now lay in a pool of blood. Their hands and feet severed, transformed into two grotesque figures, and the one responsible for this gruesome act was none other than Lu Feng. Chapter 26. The Struggle for Lu Feng in the Square. The citizens of Xian City fell silent, gazing in horror at the two dismembered bodies now rendered into abominations. The echoes of Lu Feng's earlier words reverberated in their minds. Lu family. Huangfu family. Today our grievances are resolved. May we meet again in the martial world. Grievances resolved, a reunion in the martial world. These phrases struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of all present. Was this truly what Lu Feng meant by grievances resolved? What he described as a reunion in the martial world? This was simply too absurd. The crowd, filled with helplessness, pondered how Lu Feng's words and actions were in stark contradiction. In the past, they would have openly cursed him, yet now, none dared to voice their anger, for they understood that to speak out would make them akin to the fallen heads of the Lu and Huangfu families. Ultimately, the fate that befell these two was entirely self-inflicted. They had allowed their children to harm others and had aided in their misdeeds. Why should they jeopardize their own lives for such wretched individuals? Having completed his retribution, Lu Feng looked down at the two he had transformed into grotesque forms and smiled in satisfaction once more. Devoid of hands and feet, and stripped of their cultivation, these once high-ranking individuals were now in a state of despair, unable to seek life or death. This was a fitting vengeance for the original self. With the original self's vendetta avenged, it was time for him to depart, seeking a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate diligently. Hold on, dear brother, do not be in such a haste to depart. You are clad in the attire of my Qing Feng sect, just as Lu Feng was about to leave. A light laugh unexpectedly resonated through the air. Jiang Ling leaped forward, swiftly positioning himself behind Lu Feng, and inquired with a smile, "What is it? Do you wish for me to return your garments?" Lu Feng's gaze shifted, landing upon Jiang Ling, and his expression abruptly took on a semblance of gravity. Jiang Ling appeared quite youthful, no more than 18, yet his cultivation was unfathomably profound, to the extent that even Lu Feng could not discern his true strength. He was indeed a formidable adversary. "Ha ha ha! My brother, you jest. Now that you have arrived here, adorned in the garments of my Qing Feng sect, why not seize this opportunity to join us?" Jiang Ling shook his head, displaying no animosity, but rather extending an invitation to Lu Feng. Esteemed brother, you are clearly a dragon among men. The Chengying sect would be a fitting place for you, I can assure you. I can offer you the privileges of a core disciple. Young friend, our Biyun sect is equally eager for your presence. Should you choose to join us, we will bestow upon you the status of an esteemed disciple. Young one, previously there was a misunderstanding between us. But that is bygone. If you are willing to join my Tianyuanzong, I guarantee you will receive treatment surpassing that of a core disciple. Before Jiang Ling's words could fade, the other 6 major sects came forth in succession to woo Lu Feng, each presenting increasingly generous offers. Among them was the elder of the Tianyuanzong, who had lost an arm to Lu Feng's sword, yet bore no trace of animosity, only humility and flattery. Lu Feng's previous conduct in the arena had indeed been excessively arrogant, taking lives with abandon. However, what did that matter to them? They were merely here to recruit disciples. Lu Feng, at merely 16 or 17, exhibited prowess and strength that marked him as a paragon among peers. With swordsmanship that was astonishingly powerful, such talent, no one would dare to let slip through their fingers, regardless of how many lives he had claimed. As the crowd observed the leaders of the 7 sects relentlessly courting Lu Feng, expressions of shock spread across their faces. However, it wasn't long before many began to comprehend the underlying reasons, revealing bittersweet smiles. Lu Feng was indeed brazen and proud, having slain numerous foes, even severing the right hand of the Tianyuanzong's leader. Yet who could blame him for being a genius and a powerhouse? Even if they were displeased, what could they do? Huangfu Tian and the elder of the Lu family, who had been mutilated by Lu Feng, lay quietly on the ground, staring blankly at Lu Feng, who was being lauded by the 7 sects like a star, their lips curling into bitter smiles. In their past fantasies, such treatment was reserved for their offspring. Yet, They had not imagined that the treatment they envisioned would elude them, their children slain, and now they found themselves in such a predicament. Moreover, no one from their families had come to assist them throughout this ordeal. On the other side, Lu Xiener, seemingly forgotten, gazed at Lu Feng surrounded by the crowd, her beautiful eyes filled with deep resentment. Not only had Lu Feng crippled her, but he had also usurped the brilliance that was rightfully hers. Her title of genius was stripped away, and given the current circumstances, she had clearly been abandoned by the Tianyuanzong. The foolish brother she had always looked down upon as a child had now become so formidable and sought after. How ironic, truly ironic. Young friend, I must advise you, wherever you go, do not venture to the Tianyuanzong. That elder holds some influence there, and should you go, you will undoubtedly suffer. Indeed, come to our Chiwa sect. We can absolutely provide you with the finest resources. Our Tianhai sect is no less. We do not harbor any grievances like that elder from the Tianyuanzong. Should you choose to join us, I assure you, you will become a core disciple. No, a true disciple. You scoundrels, you have gone too far. My only conflict with a young friend is trivial. No, what conflict? I cannot recall at all. Do not speak nonsense. Young friend, I assure you, joining my Tianyuanzong is truly the most suitable choice. Whatever you desire, my Tianyuanzong will accommodate. The clamor on the arena persisted, with leaders from the major sects engaging in verbal sparring, attempting to exploit the discord between Lu Feng and the elder of the Tianyuanzong to isolate him. The elder of the Tianyuanzong, furious, bled profusely from his severed arm, yet he endured the excruciating pain and countered those who opposed him. Lu Feng, utterly disinterested, regarded those obstructing his path. Their cultivation was formidable, each at the pinnacle of the late innate realm, with three having achieved great perfection, their strength unfathomable. Nonetheless, Lu Feng was confident he could deal with them. He doubted they could withstand his sword. The only individual he regarded with caution was the first youth who had stepped forward. After exchanging a few words with him, the youth merely stood aside, a smile gracing his lips, observing the quarrel without attempting to incite Lu Feng with words. "Isn't this lively?" Jiang Ling remarked, casting a glance at the bickering leaders of the six major sects, then turning to transmit a thought to Lu Feng. "It's acceptable, by the way. How is the spiritual energy in your realm?" Lu Feng returned the thought. Among the seven major sects, the spiritual energy is uniformly abundant. Some particularly rich secret realms are shared among all seven, so it matters not which sect you join. Jiang Ling replied with a smile that if I were to join you, what benefits would I gain? Lu Feng continued to inquire. Benefits? Jiang Ling chuckled and replied, I cannot promise you any specific benefits, but your joining would compel me to take matters more seriously. As he spoke, he gazed at Lu Feng with a hint of arrogance and added, in Qing Feng's sect, I am already unrivaled. Among the seven major sects, I remain unbeaten. Indeed, within the entire dynasty, I am a peerless existence. Among the younger generation, none can inspire me to train earnestly. Your joining would pique my interest, thus whether you align with Qing Feng's sect or another, it would only yield advantages for me, none detrimental. Hearing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Ling for a moment, but soon relaxed. A nonchalant smile gracing his lips, he stepped forward with pride and addressed the disputing crowd. Everyone, cease your quarrels. I've already made my decision. Young friend, have you made your choice? The previously bickering leaders of the six major sects paused, then turned their gazes towards him, a mixture of trepidation and anticipation in their eyes. Under their watchful gazes, Lu Feng smiled slightly, brandishing his sword with a flourish, his entire demeanor shifting dramatically, exuding an aura of boundless sword intent, as if wielding a divine blade. The six leaders were taken aback, retreating instinctively, their eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, wondering what his intentions were. Ladies and gentlemen, should any of you wish for me to join your ranks, then prepare to receive a sword strike from me. If you survive, I shall join your sect. Should you perish, then I apologize, but the dead have no right to negotiate terms with me. As the crowd was engulfed in shock and bewilderment, Lu Feng's calm voice wafted through the air like a refreshing breeze on a sweltering summer day, yet as chilling as a blade of ice, gradually reaching their ears, in an instant. The expressions of the six leaders shifted dramatically. Young friend, you truly jest. Just how formidable is your sword? How could we possibly withstand it? Young friend, are you dissatisfied with our conditions at the Chiyu sect? We can certainly negotiate further. If you wish to join us, I assure you, we can meet any condition you propose. Our Tianhai sect is equally accommodating. Young friend, let us discuss this amicably. If our terms do not suffice, we can continue to negotiate. We at Tianyuanzong stand ready to accommodate your desires as well. Young friend, everything is negotiable. If you find our terms lacking, we can enhance them. The leaders of the six major sects, startled by Lu Feng's declaration, quickly regained their composure, each one earnestly attempting to persuade him. Despite their high status and formidable strength within Xuanqing, even capable of rivaling the city lord, they found no confidence in facing Lu Feng's sword. Although Lu Feng's cultivation appeared weak at the moment, his swordsmanship was terrifying, having previously severed the elder's arm with mere sword chi. It was clear how formidable he truly was, who would be foolish enough to invite disaster upon themselves. Are you willing to receive a sword strike from me? Lu Feng observed the six retreating, shifting his focus away from them towards Jiangling. Unlike the others, Jiangling maintained an air of calm and composure throughout. Even as the others grew frantic upon hearing they would have to receive Lu Feng's sword, he displayed no fear. What could possibly be the issue? In the present moment, Jiangling, surprised to hear Lu Feng actively inquire about him, couldn't he help but smile, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. The other six individuals paused in bewilderment, their gazes swiftly shifting towards Jiangling. They were already familiar with Jiangling's reputation. Not only was he the foremost genius of the Qingfeng sect, but he was also hailed as the #1 talent among the 7 major sections. His innate abilities were indisputable, as at the tender age of 18, his cultivation level nearly matched theirs. Effortlessly eclipsing countless prodigies from the 7 sections, however, was he not a tad too arrogant to willingly accept a strike from Lu Feng, had he not witnessed how the elder from the Tianyuan sect lost his arm to a single blow? How could he dare to act with such audacity? Dear uncles and seniors, if you would be so kind as to make some space for me and this brother, for blades are merciless. And it would be unfortunate if you were caught in the crossfire. As the 6 remained momentarily stunned, Jiangling's gaze shifted, landing squarely on them. Before they could respond, he gestured with one hand towards his original seat, summoning a long object wrapped in black fabric, which promptly landed in his grasp. The manifestation of his prowess as a consummate practitioner of the innate realm was fully revealed through Jiangling's display, causing the 6 onlookers to be taken aback. Although Jiangling held the same title as them as leaders of the 7 sects, being a younger generation, they had not regarded him with much seriousness. They had all assumed Jiangling to be at the pinnacle of the innate realm, perhaps even inferior to them. After all, even if Jiangling was a genius, they had trained for 50 to 60 years. No matter how exceptional a junior might be, surpassing them seemed improbable. Yet, dreams are often beautiful while reality can be harsh. A genius can indeed do as he pleases, with his mastery of the innate realm and the possession of the Qingfeng sword. Lu Feng's strength could very well position him as the finest among them. Who could possibly contend with him? In an instant, the 6 retreated, clearing a battleground for Jiangling and Lu Feng. While the 2 individuals previously seized by Lu Feng had already crawled off the platform like dogs the moment the 7 sects arrived. Let us begin. Once the 6 had departed, Jiangling, holding the long object wrapped in fabric, summoned his internal energy, causing the fabric to unravel and reveal a crystalline, gleaming sword. The blade was as clear as water, adorned with intertwining runes, which together formed the characters Qingfeng. The Qingfeng sword? How remarkable! No wonder this fellow exudes such confidence. He wields the Qingfeng sword. The realization struck them. An adept at the peak of the innate realm, combined with the Qingfeng sword, surely meant he could not only withstand Lu Feng's strike, but could even slay him without a second thought. The 6, witnessing the Qingfeng sword in Jiangling's hand, could hardly contain their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. The Qingfeng sword was a royal-grade divine weapon forged through the unique crafting techniques of the Qingfeng sect. Produced only once every 20 years and bestowed upon the most formidable disciple within the sect, they never anticipated that Jiangling would possess such a treasure. while Jiangling was indeed an extraordinary talent. The Qingfeng sect housed numerous prodigies, and many from the older generation still remained. How could he have obtained the Qingfeng sword? A royal-grade weapon? Quite impressive, Lu Feng remarked casually, casting a glance at the divine blade in Jiangling's possession. In his past life, such a weapon would not have captured Lu Feng's interest, yet this was a new existence. Even a royal-grade weapon, though deemed inferior, far surpassed the one he currently wielded. It's acceptable. A low-grade royal sword, average in quality, yet still somewhat pleasing to the eye. If you can amuse me, I might just gift it to you. Jiangling chuckled at these words, his tone laced with nonchalance. Entirely dismissing Lu Feng, be careful. Lu Feng responded, his voice calm rather than filled with anger. Clang. As his words fell, an immense, resounding clash followed, a deafening sword cry that echoed through the air. A powerful and overwhelming sword energy surged forth. Unstoppable and all-encompassing, akin to a fleeting white horse or a sudden stroke of brilliance, vanishing in an instant. The potent sword energy radiated outward, as if a myriad of blades were slicing through the arena. Unleashing a tempest of chaos, the platform shook violently, crumbling under the force, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Beneath the stage, countless bystanders cried out in terror, their hearts racing with fear. The leaders of the 6 major sects were equally struck with dread, their legs trembling at the sheer might of Lu Feng's strike, rendering them utterly incapable of mounting any form of resistance. This sword energy was beyond the capabilities of even the most seasoned sword enthusiasts, those who had devoted 30 years to mastering the sword. It was as if this blade belonged to the heavens, a divine weapon. The 4 disciples from the Qingfeng sect, including Lin Tao, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Petrified and shivering with dread, they had long been aware of Lu Feng's profound swordsmanship, but had never anticipated it to reach such terrifying heights. A single strike from him could obliterate not only those in the innate realm, but even Foundation establishment experts would stand no chance. Boom! In that instant, the sword energy descended, obliterating more than half of the platform constructed from countless stone slabs, a cloud of dust swirling chaotically, blinding the spectators. As the dust settled, countless eyes widened, eager to discern the outcome of the battle between Lu Feng and Jiangling. The leaders of the 6 sects, in particular, hastened to channel their energy to disperse the debris, each desperate to ascertain whether Jiangling still drew breath or had been reduced to mere fragments. The possibility of Jiangling withstanding that strike was swiftly dismissed from their minds. After all, the power of that strike was evident to them all. Even a Foundation establishment expert would struggle to endure it, let alone Jiangling, who was merely at the peak of the innate realm. Even with the Qingfeng sword, his chances of survival seemed exceedingly slim. Moreover, Lu Feng fought without adhering to any martial ethics, launching his attack without affording anyone a moment to react. In such dire circumstances, if Jiangling were to remain whole, it would indeed be a testament to divine intervention. The leaders of the 6 sects pondered silently, filled with both fear of Lu Feng's sword and gratitude for his potential elimination of a formidable genius. Yet, as the dust settled and the true form of the arena was revealed, their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape as if they could fit 5 duck eggs inside, as they beheld an inconceivable scene. Chapter 28. After the sword silence, in that moment, the entire Xian city seemed to fall into a hushed stillness. As if a tempest had swept over a desolate beach, devoid of life, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon the figures atop the platform. There stood 2 silhouettes. Lu Feng, his dark robe billowing, wielding a profound grade sword that sang with vibrant energy, its blade of vivid crimson, seemingly on the verge of shattering. The other figure was Jiangling, though the platform around him lay in ruins. Jiangling stood firm, as if he were a cliff amidst tumultuous waves. No matter how fierce the storm, the water could not budge him an inch in the face of Lu Feng's strike. Jiangling remained unscathed. However, the Qingfeng sword he held was reduced to naught but a solitary hilt, which he grasped forlornly in his hand, the blade itself having vanished without a trace. A royal-grade sword had simply disappeared. What a formidable blade! Time seemed to stretch into eternity, until at last Chengying broke the silence, his gaze lingering on the abandoned hilt before he relinquished it and smiled at Lu Feng, saying, "Thank you for your mercy." Those 4 simple words caused a stir among the onlookers, their eyelids fluttering in astonishment. Mercy? Lu Feng's strike exhibited mercy. What a preposterous notion. That strike could not be withstood even by a foundation establishment expert. And Lu Feng was merely at the initial stage of the innate realm. How could he have shown mercy? Your swordsmanship is commendable. You managed to withstand my strike without employing any of your cultivation, merely relying on your weapon to endure my blow. Lu Feng replied with an air of indifference, calmly addressing Chengying's praise and gratitude. The very utterance of these words nearly caused the leaders of the 6 sects to collapse in shock. It was already remarkable that Chengying had survived Lu Feng's strike. Yet according to Lu Feng, Chengying had not utilized any of his cultivation, but had instead absorbed the force purely through his weapon. What kind of absurdity was this? Each of them was no fool. They had clearly seen Chengying's position, remaining utterly unyielding. How could he have absorbed such a terrifying blow without moving an inch? Even the 6 leaders were baffled, and the crowd below was equally confounded. Yet the astonished cries from the spectators surged forth, especially from the youths and maidens recognized by the Qingfeng sect, their eyes sparkling with excitement. These individuals lacked the discernment of the leaders of the 6 sects and were unaware of the true power behind Lu Feng's sword energy. To them, it simply appeared overwhelmingly formidable. Thus, Chengying's ability to withstand such a powerful blow with apparent ease indicated he must be even stronger. And if Chengying was so exceptional, then surely the Qingfeng sect must be even more powerful. After all, Chengying was a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. His prowess suggested the sect itself was formidable, and those who could join it would surely grow stronger in the future. My cultivation surpasses yours. My weapon is superior. I already hold the advantage. If I were to face your strike while using my cultivation, would I still have any face left? Having accepted your sword, according to our prior agreement, you shall now be regarded as a disciple of my Qingfeng sect, correct? Chengying, oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd, directed a smile and a shake of his head towards Lu Feng. He then composed himself and addressed Lu Feng earnestly. Indeed, Lu Feng nodded in affirmation. Splendid. After all these years, I have finally encountered someone worthy of my seriousness. Lin Tao, please attend to matters here. I shall escort this junior brother back and impart some rules to him. Chengying's joy only grew at this, and after issuing a command to Lin Tao and the others behind him, he leapt forward to Lu Feng's side, taking him away from the square. Upon witnessing this, no one dared to obstruct them, and the crowd parted respectfully. Before long, they vanished from sight. As they departed, the square fell into a momentary silence, yet soon became lively again, as numerous youths who had received the Qingfeng sect's acknowledgement rushed to register, paying no heed to the endorsements from other sects. Do you think that fellow is injured? He must be, though we cannot tell. Alas, regardless of whether we can perceive it or not, it is clear that even if the 6 of us united, we would not stand a chance against him. The leaders of the 6 major sects ignored the thronging youths heading towards the Qingfeng sect and instead focused their attention on the departing Chengying and Lu Feng, communicating in hushed tones through spiritual energy. After their exchange, their expressions grew notably grave. Although the 7 major sects appeared invincible in the eyes of many, they were not truly so. Above them loomed the dynasty, which would not allow any single sect to dominate. Bah! How infuriating! That sword of yours is truly formidable. Had I known, I would have employed my cultivation without hesitation, sparing myself the need for any pretense of righteousness. After that strike, I fear I shall need to recuperate diligently for the day. Chengying did not lead Lu Feng directly back to the Qingfeng sect's residence, but instead stopped at a secluded corner of Xian City. The once powerful aura had now waned considerably, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood and swallowing a pill, he turned to Lu Feng with a wry smile. Even if you had utilized your cultivation, I would not have looked down upon you. I have always held a deep appreciation for talent. Lu Feng calmly observed him and replied, This immortal persona of yours, are you perhaps a reincarnate or a bearer of the Sword Immortal's legacy? Chengying pondered Lu Feng's words, then chuckled as he replied, If I were in your position, I would refrain from such a foolish self-designation. It sounds rather unappealing and could provoke some hot-headed strongman to strike you down with a single blow. That is indeed a valid point. Lu Feng reflected on this for a moment before readily agreeing. He had used that self-reference for so long that it had become an almost instinctual habit. Since his rebirth, he had not considered altering it. However, upon hearing Jiang Ling's remarks, he too felt that his self-designation was rather off-putting. Encountering someone weaker might be manageable, but facing a stronger opponent could indeed lead to his demise. Very well, let us proceed. After a brief period of recuperation, Jiang Ling managed to stabilize his internal energy and continued guiding Lu Feng onward. This is the stronghold of our Qingfeng sect. Take note. If you find yourself unoccupied, you may reside here. There are vacant rooms available for your use. Should you have urgent matters, you may attend to them, for we shall not depart until tomorrow. 15 minutes later, Jiang Ling brought Lu Feng to the entrance of the Qingfeng sect's residence and spoke to him. Lu Feng gazed at the expansive structure, contemplating for a moment before responding with a smile. I just recalled something that I must attend to. Chapter 29, 3 prostrations and 9 bows. Take heed what? Lu Feng has returned, Huang Futian has been crippled, the Grand Elder has also been incapacitated, and Lu Xiener has been rendered powerless? In the Lu family, a stern-looking middle-aged man surveyed the surrounding elders with disbelief. Indeed, head of the family, and furthermore, Lu Feng has already attained innate strength. What shall we do now? The elders of the Lu family inquired with trembling voices. Previously, Lu Feng had merely been viewed as a pawn for the Lu family, a somewhat talented individual, but still merely a formidable insect in many eyes. However, Lu Feng's display of power was astoundingly overwhelming, so much so that they could not contend with it. Before numerous strong figures, he had ruthlessly taken lives. Even the leaders of the 7 major sects could not stand against him. How could they possibly be his match? Lu Zhenxiu, the head of the Lu family, listened to the affirmations from the crowd, his expression darkening considerably. For years, he had been in seclusion, striving to break through to the consummate stage of the acquired realm and formally enter the innate realm, delegating all affairs to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was his strongest subordinate, second only to him. Even facing him, Lu Zhenxiu would not dare to claim he could defeat him in a single move. Huang Futian was even more formidable, having broken through to the innate realm long ago, yet he had still been defeated by Lu Feng. What could he do now? As for Lu Feng, he was not entirely unfamiliar to Lu Zhenxiu. Lu Feng was one of the 2 abandoned infants found and brought back by a senior elder of the Lu family. Afterward, the elder passed away, and Lu Xiener was taken by the Tianyuan sect. Leaving Lu Feng to grow up in the Lu family alone, Lu Feng's talent had been deemed fairly decent, but in Lu Zhenxiu's eyes, his strength was merely average. Thus, when the Grand Elder had crippled Lu Feng and appointed Lu Tian as the heir, Lu Zhenxiu had not opposed it, nor had he delved deeply into the matter. After all, Lu Feng was merely an outsider. What significance was there in his being crippled? Yet now, Lu Feng had become so powerful, beyond Lu Zhenxiu's wildest expectations, that it left him momentarily speechless. He had devoted over 40 years to arduous training, aspiring to reach the innate realm, yet he had not even produced a single offspring. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, at such a young age, had achieved such heights. What kind of absurdity was this? Were these elders playing tricks on him? Lu Zhenxiu mused internally, but as he observed the faces of the surrounding elders, filled with terror, this thought faded away. It seemed that Lu Feng had truly become an innate powerhouse. However, this could also be a tremendous boon for the Lu family. In an instant, Lu Zhenxiu's mind raced, and he ultimately made a decision. You all, go find Lu Feng at once. Just as he was about to continue, a panicked attendant burst into the room, his face pale with fear as he addressed Lu Zhenxiu. What is the matter? Lu Zhenxiu, feeling agitated, turned to the intruding attendant, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Lu Feng has arrived, head of the family. Lu Feng is here, the attendant stammered. What? Lu Feng has arrived. How can that be? Wasn't Lu Tian dead? Even the Grand Elder has been crippled, reduced to a mere husk. What could he possibly want here? The crowd gasped in shock, abandoning their discussions to rush outside, murmuring in fear as they went. In less than a moment, they beheld Lu Feng, who approached quietly, wielding a long sword. The surrounding guards and young masters and mistresses of the Lu family shrank back in terror, gazing at him with dread. Liu Feng, a senior elder, stepped out from behind Lu Zhenxiu, attempting to reprimand Lu Feng, but before he could finish his admonition, Lu Zhenxiu struck him aside with a palm. Liu Feng, what brings you here? I was just about to seek you out from this day forth. You shall be the young master of the Lu family, and eventually the successor of our clan. Under your leadership, the Lu family shall surely grow even stronger. Lu Zhenxiu leaped forth to Lu Feng's side. Wearing a fawning smile, that Liu Feng appeared indifferent to Lu Zhenxiu's sycophancy, continuing to walk ahead. Liu Zhenxiu followed closely beside him, fawningly observing him, though his heart raced with uncertainty about Lu Feng's intentions. Before long, Lu Feng arrived at the Lu family's ancestral hall, where he discarded his sword and took 3 incense sticks from a holder at the entrance. He ignited them with a flame from within the hall and knelt on a mat before a display tablet. Offering his 3 bows, bang, bang, bang. The act of prostration was performed with 3 kneels and 9 bows, the blue stones laid out like bricks reverberating with a heavy thud. This booming sound echoed within the ancestral hall, striking each person's heart like a relentless hammer. Many members of the Lu family widened their eyes in bewilderment as they gazed at Lu Feng, who was performing the ritual AT that moment. Lu Feng bore little resemblance to the arrogant figure who had dominated the arena in the square. He appeared more like an ordinary youth. Old Master Lu, I am grateful to you for saving that little fool's life. But alas, that little fool is no more. I, Lu Feng, am no longer the same Lu Feng as before. From this day forth, I shall have no ties with the Lu family. However, before I depart, I wish to pay my respects on behalf of that little fool. To repay you for your kindness in nurturing him, you are a good man. May you know in the afterlife to properly educate that little fool. After completing the 3 kneels and 9 bows, Lu Feng gazed earnestly at a memorial tablet before him and spoke silently in his heart. He then placed the incense into the burner before the tablet and slowly exited the Lu family's ancestral hall, followed closely by many members of the Lu family. From this day forward, I, the head of the Lu family, have severed all ties with you. May you take care of yourselves. Upon leaving the hall, Lu Feng hastened to the entrance of the Lu family estate, coldly leaving a parting remark for Lu Zhenxiu before stepping away. Liu Zhenxiu stood foolishly in place, once a figure of authority in the eyes of countless Lu family members, now resembling a forsaken dog, his face contorted with despair. Who could have imagined that his personal invitation would result in such a heartless rejection? Yet, could he truly blame Lu Feng? No, for Lu Feng was not a member of his family. Yet he had shown unwavering loyalty to the Lu clan, only to be persecuted in the end. Ultimately, the fault lay with him, as the clan leader. Moreover, Lu Feng's actions were relatively mild. Had it been him, the situation would have likely escalated far beyond mere severance of ties. Slaughtering the entire Lu family would not have been excessive. As the Grand Elder and Lu Tian returned, Lu Zhenxiu's mind raced with thoughts. But in an instant, he suppressed all musings, his expression shifting from dejection to one of stern authority. He turned his gaze coldly toward a certain elder within the family and inquired, "Louise, the Grand Elder has returned." "But Lu Tian has died," the elder replied. Cast everything aside and spread the word that the plot against Lu Feng was entirely orchestrated by the Grand Elder and Lu Tian. The Lu family shall sever all ties with them. And you all, if anyone dares to exploit public authority for personal gain in the future, may they all perish, Lu Zhenxiu declared icily. Yes, the crowd replied, beads of sweat cascading down their brows, nodding like frightened chicks. By the way, clan head, what about Lu Xiener? Her Dantian meridians have been ruined by Lu Feng and returned by the Tian Yuan sect. What shall we do? Another elder asked. Ruined by Lu Feng. Lu Zhenxiu frowned. Indeed, and according to Lu Feng, she has harmed him in the past. The elder continued that Liu Zhenxiu immediately ordered, cast her out and announced that she has harmed Lu Feng and brought this upon herself. The Lu family takes great shame in her actions. She is no longer a member of the Lu family. Yes, the crowd responded once more. Not long after, a shocking piece of news spread from the Lu family, astonishing the entire Xian city. The Grand Elder of the Lu family, Lu Tian, and Lu Xiener were expelled for their selfish desires and scheming against Lu Feng, declared no longer members of the Lu family, and denied entry into the ancestral hall in life and death. This revelation left countless citizens of Xian City in shock. As the Lu family's announcement circulated, another equally shocking news emerged. The current head of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Tian, along with his daughter Huang Fulan and Huangfu Ling, had committed numerous misdeeds and conspired against Lu Feng. Deemed unworthy of their positions, they were executed by the elders of the Huangfu family and removed from the family tree. Declared no longer members of the Huangfu family and denied entry into the Huangfu ancestral hall in life and death. The citizens of Xian City were once again stunned, never imagining that two of the most prominent figures from the two great families of Xian City, the grand elder of the Lu family and the head of the Huangfu family, would be rendered outcast due to Lu Feng. Their children now transformed into forsaken souls without a home. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's reputation in Xian City soared once more, but unlike the scorn he faced a month prior, he had transformed into a celebrated young hero. Even though Lu Feng had previously killed at will, no one dared to mention it now. Whenever his name was brought up, it was accompanied by praises, as if he were the most perfect person in the world. After leaving the Lu family, Lu Feng made his way to the residence of the Qingfeng sect. At tea this time, the crowd in the square had dispersed, and many had taken notice of him. Some looked upon him with awe, others with flattery, and some with admiration. Various gazes fell upon him, which he acknowledged yet seemed oblivious that he had experienced such scrutiny countless times before and had long since grown accustomed to it. His heart as calm as still water. Insults and disdain were the domain of the weak. When others were powerless, even if one had done nothing, they would be looked down upon and humiliated. Yet once one became powerful, regardless of past transgressions or humiliating acts, they would never be remembered. Weakness itself is the original sin. Thus, Lu Feng returned to the Qingfeng sect's courtyard under the watchful eyes of many. Within the courtyard, a lively commotion could be heard, where 11 children aged 5 to 7 were playing joyfully, attended by 4 disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Senior brother Lu Feng. Upon seeing him, the 4 immediately greeted him with enthusiastic respect. Lu Feng, at the age of 16 or 17, was younger than these 4, who were in their 20s, each possessing profound cultivation at the late stage of the acquired realm, with the strongest among them being at the peak of the acquired realm. Regarded as exceptional talents in Xian City. However, Jiangling had previously informed them of Lu Feng's prowess, and in this world where strength reigned supreme, addressing him as senior brother was not unwarranted. Greetings! Lu Feng acknowledged their warmth with a mere nod, intending to head toward his residence, but soon furrowed his brow, scrutinizing them. Wait, how long have you 4 been at the Qingfeng sect? The 4 exchanged glances, surprised by his question, but they eventually replied, Senior brother Lu Feng, we have been disciples of the Qingfeng sect since childhood, for 20 years. 20 years, and only at the acquired realm? Could it be that your training environment differs from Jiangling's? Lu Feng clicked his tongue in astonishment. It was unexpected that it had taken these 20 years to reach the acquired realm. The 4 were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning to bitter smiles. Though their strength was not top tier within the sect, it was certainly not poor, rated as above average. The acquired realm was a significant level, with countless aspiring cultivators unable to reach it, to advance to the innate realm. One must cultivate the Zhou Tian. Yet how easy is it to cultivate the Zhou Tian? The Zhou Tian is divided into the greater Zhou Tian and the lesser Zhou Tian, with the lesser Zhou Tian comprising 360 cycles and the greater Zhou Tian 108. An acquired realm practitioner who cultivates 100 cycles becomes a mid-stage practitioner. 200 cycles render one a late-stage practitioner. 360 cycles signify the peak of the acquired realm. After completing the lesser Zhou Tian, one must cultivate the greater Zhou Tian to enter the innate realm. These figures may seem small, but they have stymied countless powerful beings. The more cycles one completes in the lesser Zhou Tian, the greater the difficulty. It was not unheard of for prodigies like Lu Feng and Jiangling to achieve innate realm status before the age of 20, but such individuals were rare, distinguished by their exceptional talent and comprehension. How could these 4 possibly compare? At last, a young man clad in white stepped forward, speaking ruefully to Lu Feng. Senior brother Lu Feng, not everyone can be as extraordinary as you and the eldest senior brother. With that, he and the other three performed another respectful bow to Lu Feng before returning to care for the children, no longer wishing to converse with him. Engaging in conversation with a genius is exhausting. Much like a gluttonous emperor asking starving commoners why they do not feast on meat, did they not wish to be like Lu Feng and Jiangling? Yet their strength forbade it. Observing that the four had lost interest in conversing with him, Lu Feng chose not to pursue the matter and walked toward his quarters. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly noticed a book titled The Sword of the Third Young Master resting on a stone table in the courtyard. Lu Feng had little interest in the books of this world. He lacked for nothing in terms of high-level martial arts. Nevertheless, upon seeing something related to swords, curiosity piqued, and he couldn't help but flip through a few pages. He continued to read on that a single sword shines coldly across 19 continents, sword energy spanning 30,000 miles. In this world, there existed individuals with such exceptional swordsmanship. Unfortunately, figures like Yan Shisan and Xie Xiaofeng, renowned sword masters of unparalleled skill, could not be compared to them in this lifetime. Was the title of the first Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths merely a facade? Yet this book stated that Yan Shisan had perished and Xie Xiaofeng had lost the use of his fingers, unable to wield a sword again in this life. An unfortunate fate for the sword path and a misfortune for the immortal. Lu Feng devoted an entire hour to reading the book and was immediately enveloped in a profound silence. The sword within its pages was devoid of any embellishments, yet delivered a fatal blow. Truly, the essence of greatness lies in simplicity. However, the strongest swordsmen depicted in the book, Yan Shisan and Xie Xiaofeng, ultimately chose to perish beneath their self-created supreme sword techniques. 1. For the sake of a lifetime without wielding a sword, mutilated his own fingers, leaving Lu Feng deeply moved and pained. He could only lament the misfortune of his timing, resenting himself for not having encountered them sooner, to duel with them in a contest of skill. Ahem, brother Lu Feng, it's time for dinner. Are you dining in the house or here? Just as Lu Feng was consumed by sorrow, a voice called out from behind him, I asked that you. Lu Feng snapped back to reality, turning to see a familiar face. Lin Tao, the very person from whom he had snatched the outer robe and sword. Ah, brother Lu Feng, you still remember me. What an honor for your junior. Lin Tao exclaimed, his excitement evident upon realizing Lu Feng had not forgotten him, despite the theft of his sword. Yet upon noticing the cold, humorless expression on Lu Feng's face, Lin Tao's smile faltered, turning slightly awkward. His gaze then fell upon the book in Lu Feng's hands, and he exclaimed in surprise, Oh, brother Lu Feng, you enjoy this book too? Is this book yours? Lu Feng inquired, furrowing his brow as he raised the book. Ahem, it's not mine, but my senior brother's. Theodore's writing these tales, and they are particularly popular in our Qingfeng sect. Once printed, they are snatched up immediately. This is my senior brother's new book. He just finished it the day before yesterday and shared it with us to alleviate our boredom. Lin Tao explained with an awkward smile, Oh, he wrote it. Lu Feng's spirits surged at the revelation, and without further ado, he bypassed Lin Tao and made his way toward Jiangling's room. The characters Yan Shisan and Xie Xiaofeng were both paragons of swordsmanship. If this book was penned by Jiangling, he must have encountered their true forms that wouldn't allow him a chance to duel with the living Xie Xiaofeng, even if they could not engage in a sword contest. They could exchange philosophies, each learning from the other, propelling his swordsmanship to new heights. Senior brother Jiangling, it is I, Lu Feng, with matters to discuss. Lu Feng, brimming with anticipation, arrived at Jiangling's door and knocked a few times, eagerly calling out from within to Lu Feng. What is it? Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Jiangling, who stood at the threshold, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Jiangling held Lu Feng in high regard. He had been recuperating when he heard Lu Feng's voice and promptly came out. However, upon seeing Lu Feng's excited demeanor, he was left utterly confused. Was this fellow about to commit murder? Or perhaps the surrounding individuals had failed to heed his warnings, provoking this man? Or could it be that this fellow had taken a liking to him? Senior brother Jiangling, this book is yours, is it not? Do you know where the true forms of Yan Shisan and Xie Xiaofeng are? You must know where they are, right? Lu Feng raised the book, fervently questioning. Hmm? Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback by Lu Feng's animated display, his mind flooded with questions. Chapter 31. Mushi Jiang Ling stood quietly at the door, observing the anxious Lu Feng before finally regaining his composure and responding. You seek the Yin Shi-san and Xie Xiaofeng from this book? Indeed, they are among the finest swordsmen of our time. If one cannot engage in combat with such formidable opponents, what difference is there between living and dying? Lu Feng affirmed with unwavering determination. Jiang Ling chuckled, patting Lu Feng on the shoulder, and earnestly replied, Junior brother, this book was indeed written by me, but I have no knowledge of their whereabouts. Lu Feng frowned. If you're not acquainted with them, how could you write this book? The depths of swordsmanship contained within are remarkably profound. How could you have written it without witnessing it firsthand? Jiang Ling maintained his polite smile, yet internally wished to strike Lu Feng down. What profound swordsmanship, he thought, silently cursing, but if there truly were any profound techniques within, would he, as the author, not be aware? However, faced with Lu Feng's eager gaze, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, shrugging instead. Let me be honest with you, junior brother. I copied this book. I once had a dream in which this book appeared to me. And finding it appealing, I recorded it and then wrote it down. As for where they are, I genuinely do not know. I see. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, as though cold water had been splashed upon his face. Jiang Ling watched Lu Feng's dejected figure depart, shaking his head in resignation before closing the door, muttering, a good talent, but alas, he seems somewhat lacking in intellect. The style of that ancient gentleman's writings has always been this way. How could I possibly find their true forms for him? The misfortune of the sword path is indeed a misfortune for me. How pitiful for these two exceptional swordsmen, possessing such profound techniques, and yet I am unable to gain enlightenment from them. How lamentable, how tragic. Upon returning to his room, Lu Feng gazed melancholically at the book in his hands, sinking into silence. The cruelest reality is knowing there are two unparalleled swordsmen, yet being unable to compete with them. If he cannot engage in a contest, why must he be made aware of their existence? Heaven, how cruel you are, forever teasing the hearts of others, plunging them into despair from which they cannot extricate themselves. Alas, since it is evident that these aspirations are unattainable, why must I force them? After contemplatively pondering for some time, Lu Feng solemnly stowed the book away, assumed a meditative posture, and entered a state of cultivation. The second level of the Zhaohua condensing Tao technique swiftly activated within him, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy at an astonishing pace, elevating Lu Feng's cultivation far beyond many celestial-grade techniques. Yet, Lu Feng remained somewhat dissatisfied, unsure if it was merely his imagination. Although he had only practiced this second level for 5 days, he felt that his internal technique was already saturated, unable to keep pace with his progress. Clearly, he had been deceived. The first level of the Zhaohua condensing Tao technique was entirely suited for the Qi mastery realm, while the second level was akin to the postnatal realm, completely unsuitable for the innate realm. That little girl truly knows how to play tricks, having swindled me. Lu Feng observed the changes within his body, growing increasingly convinced of his earlier deductions. Although the second level of the Zhaohua condensing Tao technique was not inferior to the myriad Sword Immortal techniques he practiced in his past life, he was, after all, a celestial being. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy and transformed it into the small Zhou Tian was like a tiger gaining wings, yet he struggled with the larger Zhou Tian. Thus, it was evident that the second level of the Zhaohua condensing Tao technique was not designed for the innate realm, but rather for the postnatal realm. I must pay that girl a visit. 5 days have passed, and her anger should have subsided. As Lu Feng contemplated, he began to focus his mind, directing his consciousness into the divine sword within his mind. The divine sword sensed his arrival, its sword symbol flickering gently. This time, he encountered no resistance and directly entered the Supreme Divine Hall. The Supreme Divine Hall remained vast and empty, spiritual energy coalescing into clouds, beneath the thick canopy of clouds. A little girl, appearing delicate and endearing, around 4 or 5 years old, sat cross-legged on the ground, Her fair, exquisite hands gripped a short sword formed from clouds, gracefully demonstrating movements in the air, her lovely face adorned with a contemplative expression. "You've arrived?" Upon Lu Feng's entrance, the little girl retracted the cloud sword and raised her beautiful, large eyes, coldly gazing at him. "Yes, I have come to inquire about the techniques," Lu Feng responded. "You are referring to why the second level of the technique cannot keep pace with your cultivation speed. Correct? That is because the technique was originally intended for the postnatal realm. As you are in the innate realm, it is naturally slower for you." The little girl, having anticipated his query, stated matter-of-factly, "The innate realm and the postnatal realm differ significantly. The latter requires the cultivation of the greater Zhou Tian, unlike the lesser Zhou Tian of the postnatal realm. Even if a practitioner lacks a suitable technique, as long as they possess abundant spiritual energy and a degree of comprehension, they can successfully cultivate the lesser Zhou Tian. With sufficient understanding, they may even cultivate the greater Zhou Tian, entering the innate realm. However, the greater Zhou Tian does not allow for such shortcuts. It requires understanding of the cosmos and suitable techniques to accompany it. While the Zhaohua condensing Dao technique is indeed more profound than the first level, the Zhou Tian it cultivates is merely the lesser Zhou Tian of the postnatal realm. Although the greater Zhou Tian can be comprehended, it ultimately falls short. It is simply exasperating for Mu Shi that Lu Feng, having obtained the second tier of the cultivation technique for such a lengthy period, only now comes to a realization. After all, a congenital realm expert with a sharp intellect would typically discern the flaws of an unsuitable technique within days, unlike Lu Feng, who took an inordinate amount of time to seek her out. Lu Feng inquired, "In my postnatal realm, I was already capable of switching techniques, yet you deceived me all along. What was your motive?" The little girl gazed at him, letting out a cold huff. "It is because I feared you might be slain by me." After uttering this, she sulkily pouted, her small hands crossed defiantly over her chest, turning her head away and refusing to regard Lu Feng. Continuing, "I have practiced swordsmanship for 100,000 years, besting countless swordsmen. Though I have faced defeat, none have ever bested me with a single sword strike." Before she could finish her words, her eyes reddened, and she began to softly weep, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe that Lu Feng had wronged her in some way. "Enough of the tears. My cultivation is already superior to yours, and my swordsmanship outmatches yours as well. Is it not natural for me to triumph?" Lu Feng remarked, feeling a headache coming on as he observed her break into tears again after just a few exchanges. "You incessantly refer to yourself as this immortal. Is it truly amusing? And what do you mean by claiming your swordsmanship surpasses mine? Do you even know who I am? I am a deity, the unparalleled sword deity Mu Shi of the divine realm. I do not even refer to myself as this goddess, yet you dare to call yourself this immortal." Lu Feng's indifferent demeanor served as a sharp thorn, piercing deep into Mu Shi's heart. Previously weeping, she rose in anger, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Feng, exclaiming, "Unparalleled sword deity Mu Shi. I have not heard of such a title, but I have indeed taken down 3 gods. Had they not resorted to deceit, I could have slain them all." Observing the tempestuous emotions of the little girl, a smile involuntarily crept across Lu Feng's face. He found a peculiar delight in witnessing her anger. When she was incensed, her cuteness was unparalleled. Her small visage resembled a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite or pinch her cheeks. "The reason you have not heard of my name is due to your inadequate cultivation. And those 3 gods? They are hardly worthy of the title. When I was alive, I could have crushed a multitude with a mere hand." She continued, "You previously claimed my swordsmanship was inferior to yours. Now that you have reached the second tier and perfected your technique, our cultivations are equal. Let us see who is truly the superior. When you lose, do not blame me." Mu Shi discerned the condescension in Lu Feng's words. The fact that he had not regarded her seriously only fueled her ire further, and she retorted, "Very well, let us play." Lu Feng chuckled, knowing that even if the little girl did not speak, he had come here with the intention of acquiring the 3rd tier of the Zhao Hua Ning Dao Ju cultivation technique before departing. Although the speed of cultivation in the 2nd tier was comparable to the 3rd tier of the Wan Xian sword cannon, the ability to commune with the heavens and transform the surrounding world was still significantly lacking. He had no desire to endure such a slow pace. Thus, Lu Feng approached the imposing second door of the Supreme Divine Hall. Placing his hand upon it and pushing it open. Chapter 32. The innate golden body inside the second tier of the Supreme Divine Hall. The room was spacious, akin to the first tier. Yet it contained an even more abundant spiritual energy. Upon opening the door, Lu Feng was greeted by a rush of spiritual energy, invigorating his body and mind. The spiritual energy here surpassed that of the first tier by a considerable margin. Akin to a paradise of celestial realms, should he be able to cultivate within this space for half a month, he would undoubtedly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Enough dawdling. Under equal cultivation circumstances, I will surely defeat you, Mu Shi, behind Lu Feng, impatiently urged him as she observed him standing foolishly at the door. Hearing her words, Lu Feng looked at her helplessly, but a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The girl before him had noticeably aged, transforming from a child of 5 or 6 to one of 8 or 9, and her aura had also undergone a significant change, akin to a sharp little sword. How intriguing, Lu Feng murmured, then stepped into the second tier of the Supreme Divine Hall. She followed suit, and as she entered, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards her like a dragon coiling around its prey. In the blink of an eye, the enchanting figure wielding twin swords reappeared before Lu Feng, her demeanor poised and graceful. Meanwhile, before Lu Feng, wisps of white mist coalesced into a 3-foot cloud sword. Hovering before him. Come now. I refuse to believe I will be defeated by you yet again. The ethereal Mu Shi, now, in her cloud-like form, eagerly beckoned Lu Feng. At that moment, she emanated the powerful aura of an early stage innate realm. Her slender waist straight as an unsheathed divine sword, radiating an imposing sword energy. You are far too hasty. You wish to battle the moment you enter? Do you not find that a tad unfair? You wield 2 swords while I possess but 1. Even if you were to win, it would be an unworthy victory. Lu Feng sensed an overwhelming sword intent emanating from her, and he smiled, though he did not immediately strike. Instead, he calmly replied, in this realm, your weapon transforms in accordance with your heart's desire. The surrounding clouds will morph into the weapon best suited for you, if but 1 sword appears before you. It signifies that you require only that blade. Should you wish for more weapons, merely summon them with your thoughts, and they shall manifest, the beguiling figure of Mu Shi, adorned with wings and dual swords, gazed coldly at Lu Feng as she elucidated the rules of this place. I trust you are not afraid. Even if you are, I shall not relent, for regardless of whether you grasp the weapon before you, after a mere incense stick's time, this body will no longer heed my command. Moreover, you cannot leave this space. Should I slay you, your body outside will perish as well. Following this, Mu Shi let out a chilling laugh. Believing that Lu Feng's hesitation stemmed from fear of her formidable power, leading him to seek alternate means to victory. In reflecting on this, Mu Shi could not help but feel amused yet slightly regretful. She had been too careless, allowing him to enter so swiftly in this battle. Despite being a combatant herself, she could not control her body. Any attack would inevitably be fatal. If she were to inadvertently slay Lu Feng, she might indeed become trapped here, meeting her end with no hope of resurrection. Afraid? How could that be? My greatest passion in life is to seek a powerful swordsman to duel. Though your swordsmanship is mediocre, it can still alleviate my current sentiments. Lu Feng, oblivious to Mu Shi's concerns, bore no trace of fear on his face, instead smiling serenely. And Yushi's swordsmanship was formidable, yet it was insufficient to instill fear in him. On the contrary, it motivated him to engage earnestly. He was currently lamenting the inability to duel with the 2 top swordsmen, and encountering a skilled swordsman, even if they were not his equal, would provide some relief to his melancholic heart. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng immediately grasped the hilt of the sword before him. How brazen of you! Be cautious that you do not come to regret your arrogance in the underworld. Mu Shi, incensed that Lu Feng continued to belittle her swordsmanship, felt a surge of fury rise within her. However, before she could complete her tirade, Lu Feng's hand clasped the sword hilt, and in an instant, she moved like a startled swan, swift as the wind, and within moments, She was brandishing her swords. The twin blades sliced through the air like twin dragons emerging from the sea, their overwhelming sword energy akin to a boundless ocean. Cascading down upon Lu Feng from above, this strike was swift, fierce, and decisive. Even a Foundation establishment expert would struggle to withstand it, rivaling the sharpness Lu Feng had displayed against Jiang Ling in the arena. Excellent. Beneath the deluge of sword energy, Lu Feng maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes steady as he gazed at the twin swords descending upon him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He then casually flicked his hand, and the cloud sword in his grasp surged forth, vanishing as quickly as a startled swan. When it reappeared, its tip was already piercing toward the center of Mu Shi's ethereal visage. In that instant, Mu Shi's cloud figure dissipated, revealing her true form as an 8 or 9-year-old girl, while the twin swords that had been mere inches from Lu Feng's head also vanished without a trace. Mu Shi stood there, stunned, unable to believe her eyes. One sword. Still just one sword. And I've been bested again. You cheated. This does not count. It is merely a tie, Mu Shi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in indignation as she glared at Lu Feng. Before long, her eyes brimmed with tears once more, her previous concerns entirely forgotten, casting a resentful look at Lu Feng. While Lu Feng's strike had indeed defeated her, it was accomplished through trickery, striking her first. Had her true form been present, even if Lu Feng had pierced her, the inertia would have resulted in his own demise. Thus, in her view, she had not truly lost this battle. Lu Feng had merely played dirty. Indeed, it is a tie. As long as you are satisfied. As the ethereal shadow of Mu Shiyun dissipated, the cloud sword in Lu Feng's hand vanished as well. In response to Mu Shi's playful pout, he merely smiled faintly. To him, the current Mu Shi resembled a mere child, and he saw no need to bicker with a little girl. He then proceeded towards the stairs leading to the second level of the Supreme Temple. Swiftly catching sight of the grand door to the third level, in that moment, golden light danced upon the door, and a humanoid figure emerged. Lu Feng quickly focused his attention, determined to engrave the route of the meridians depicted within the figure into his memory. Mu Shi, witnessing Lu Feng's nonchalance, felt a surge of both anger and frustration. She glared at his retreating figure, wishing she could kick him just to vent her exasperation, yet she feared that she might inadvertently harm him by pushing him against the door. Leaving her to simmer in silence, channel the power of the universe, transcend innate transformations, seize the forces of heaven and earth, transform oneself into a furnace, and forge the innate golden body. When the golden body manifests, the way shall be realized. Lu Feng paid no heed to the fuming Mu Shi behind him. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in memorizing the cultivation method inscribed on the door of the Supreme Temple's third level. Unlike before, the humanoid figure on the third level's door did not dissipate immediately after a single cycle of the technique. Instead, a line of small characters appeared before it finally faded away. To condense the innate golden body, must the way be perfected? What exactly is the innate golden body? Could it be the innate physique? Do I need to refine my corporeal form into an innate body? After reading, Lu Feng was momentarily bewildered. Countless corporeal forms existed in the world, including spiritual bodies, celestial bodies, Taoist bodies, holy bodies, and even divine bodies, all of which he had heard of. However, this concept of the innate golden body was entirely new to him. If the innate golden body here referred to the innate physique, it should be within his capabilities to achieve. His original form was already a spiritual body, with a bit of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for baptism. In some elixirs, he could transform it swiftly out of course. This was contingent upon his ability to locate such materials. Yet in this barren place, that would pose a challenge. Fool, what nonsense are you thinking? The innate golden body signifies the culmination of your cultivation. Not that you should forge yourself into an innate physique. How absurd! Mu Shi, unable to tolerate Lu Feng's self-absorbed musings any longer, coldly interjected. This is merely a symbol of my perfected cultivation method. That's all. No additional materials are needed? Lu Feng, taken aback by her words, paused momentarily. He had encountered cultivation methods that could alter the corporeal form before, but they typically came with stringent limitations or prerequisites. However, the cultivation techniques he had previously observed were all mere diagrams without specific conditions. Could it truly be that one could transform into the innate golden body simply through practice? This seemed exceedingly implausible. It appeared he would need to give it a try. With a bitter smile, Lu Feng prepared to depart from the area. What a fool! Unable to even inquire properly while I'm here. You deserve to fail. Mu Shi's pretty, fair face flushed with indignation as she glared at the direction Lu Feng had left, muttering her grievances. Her heart was heavy. She had shared so much with him in hopes of conveying her knowledge of the cultivation method, only for him to turn and leave without so much as acknowledging her. This man must truly look down upon her, disdain her swordsmanship, and even her very person. When had Mu Shi ever endured such treatment? Her resentment towards Lu Feng surged to new heights. Chapter 33. Lu Feng's decision upon regaining consciousness in his corporeal form. Lu Feng eagerly commenced practicing the third level of the creation condensation technique. The third level of the creation condensation technique was indeed tailored for innate realm practitioners. Not only did it absorb spiritual energy at double the speed of the second level, but it also deepened his perception of the world around him, accelerating the evolution of the great circulation by more than tenfold. The profundity of the creation condensation technique was undeniable, yet the true nature of the innate golden body remained elusive. Noticing the benefits bestowed by the third level of the creation condensation technique, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Lu Feng's eyes, yet he found no information linking it to the innate golden body. While the creation condensation technique was indeed formidable, with the sound of a resounding dragon echoing through his spine as energy coursed through his 365 acupoints, and his energy sea roaring like a dragon, far surpassing the 10,000 immortal sword cannon he had practiced in his previous life. He observed his body closely, noting a significant enhancement in his constitution without any tangible transformation, such as the golden radiance emblematic of the golden body, which he had not sensed at all. It must be that my cultivation is still lacking. I should practice for a while longer and see. After a thorough examination of his internal condition, Lu Feng began to ponder. Simultaneously, he began to redefine his identity, transitioning from this immortal to conversations with Zhongling and exchanges with Mu. She had made him acutely aware that this self-designation, which had persisted for millennia, was indeed somewhat incongruous for him at this moment, prompting him to gradually amend his phrasing. With that thought, Lu Feng resumed his cultivation, attempting to draw spiritual energy from the Supreme Temple into his body. The spiritual energy outside paled in comparison to that within the Supreme Temple. Neglecting such superior cultivation resources was clearly not in Lu Feng's nature. However, as he re-established his consciousness connection with the Divine Sword and sought to extract spiritual energy from the Supreme Temple, he encountered a quagmire of difficulty. Fool, stop trying. This spiritual energy belongs to the Supreme Temple. Only by becoming the master of the temple can you utilize it. The energy you accessed when you opened the door was a gift from the temple, not rightfully yours. Mu Shi, seated within the third level of the Supreme Temple, wielding a cloud sword and practicing her sword techniques, scoffed at Lu Feng's futile attempts to tap into the temple's resources. Is that so? How unfortunate, then. How might one become the master of the Supreme Temple? Lu Feng, slightly taken aback, inquired with a hint of regret. Achieve the innate golden body first, then we can talk. Now go. Do not disturb me while I practice my sword. Mu Shi replied impatiently. Seeing her foul mood, Lu Feng could only shake his head in resignation as he withdrew his consciousness from the Supreme Temple and returned to the real world. Yet upon his return, he found the spiritual energy here far too meager, even less than what he had encountered in the Beast Mountain Forest. Even with the third level of the creation condensation technique, his cultivation would proceed at an agonizingly slow pace. Lu Feng detested such fruitless toil and decided to cease his practice, opting instead to peruse the tome titled The Sword of the Third Young Master. This book captivated him profoundly. Even after reading it once, he felt a lingering thirst for more. Within its pages, figures like Yin Shisan and Xie Xiaofeng were unparalleled sword masters. How lamentable it was that fate did not allow him the opportunity to duel with them. It was a tragedy for the sword path and a misfortune for himself. He felt deep sympathy for Yin Shisan, who had crafted an unparalleled sword technique. Yet the 15th sword, a transformation of life and death, had not been passed down through the ages. What a sorrowful fate! What profound grief! The more Lu Feng contemplated, the more disheartened he became, staring at the book in his hands, sinking in a profound thought. In the narrative, Xiao Feng was undoubtedly the world's foremost swordsman. Yet he lived a life of abandon. Yan Shisan was an extraordinary swordsman of unparalleled skill, yet he was also a rigorous challenger. Upon learning of Xiao Feng's demise, Yan Shisan cast aside his sword, and upon discovering that Xiao Feng had returned, he intervened to save him, demanding a duel as repayment for his life. During their duel, in order to prevent Xiao Feng from realizing that he was his savior, Yan Shisan donned a mask to ensure fairness. Ultimately, when Yan Shisan unleashed the 15th sword, representing death, death did not consume Xiao Feng, for at the crucial moment, Yan Shisan redirected the blade, allowing the sword that symbolized death to consume him instead. As Lu Feng absorbed this tale, the book slipped from his grasp, and in his mind flashed the images of these two legendary swordsmen. Vaguely, a sword that governed the life and death of the world flickered in his consciousness, without any aggressive sword aura, without any extravagant techniques, merely a simple thrust, yet sufficient to leave all swordsmen in awe, invincible and unassailable. For that single strike represented the conclusion, embodied death, impervious even to the mightiest of celestial beings or demons. None could withstand death. At that moment, Lu Feng closed his eyes, feeling his swordsmanship ascend rapidly. In the past, he had relied on continuous battles with powerful adversaries to hone his sword skills. Now, the images of those two extraordinary swordsmen surged forth in his mind, catalyzing a swift elevation. The barrier that had once hindered him in his previous life began to dissolve rapidly, leaving only a thin veil. Yan Shisan's final sword was both an ending sword and a death sword. I have made my decision. I shall create that sword and bring it back to the world. The elevation of his swordsmanship imbued Lu Feng with clarity and purpose, leading him to a momentous resolution. The sword of Yan Shisan should not simply fade into oblivion. Even if that sword symbolizes death, it should not be obliterated. The proficiency of swordsmanship does not hinge upon the sword itself, but rather upon the wielder. Contemplating this, Lu Feng emerged with his sword in hand, refraining from practicing in the courtyard, for he feared that his formidable techniques might inadvertently harm the children or the disciples of Qing Feng's sect present. "Brother Lu, where are you off to?" Lin Tao, dining with others in the courtyard, was startled by Lu Feng's sudden departure and hurriedly rose to inquire. Tio practiced swordsmanship. Lu Feng's figure had already vanished, yet his voice drifted back like a gentle breeze from afar. "Brother Lu, do not stray too far. We are to gather at the eastern gate of Chengying at dawn tomorrow." Lin Tao, alarmed, glanced at the sun dipping towards the west, and realizing Lu Feng had disappeared completely, felt it was futile to pursue him, and shouted with all his might, "Like a tea," that moment. However, Lu Feng was already far removed. No sound echoed back, leaving Lin Tao in a state of exasperation. Cursed be that Lu Feng, truly a nuisance. Let us hope he does not encounter any mishap at such a time. Jiang Ling, recuperating within the confines of the house, overheard the commotion outside clearly. His eyes widened, and he swiftly moved to the window, gazing in the direction Lu Feng had vanished, muttering with mild frustration. Subsequently, he shook his head in pain and returned to his bedside. Why now? Lu Feng was but a shadow. Even if Jiang Ling were to pursue him, he might not catch up. All he could do was pray that Lu Feng would remain unharmed and return promptly or reach the gathering place by the morrow. Should he miss the appointed time, Qing Feng's sect would have no choice but to wait for him. Chapter 34. A night of darkness and wind. A night of murder as dusk descended beneath the waterfall of the Beast Mountain Forest. Lu Feng was engaged in sword practice. Bare-chested, his robust physique enveloped in the mist generated by the cascading waters, he wielded a 3-foot-long, 3-finger-wide wooden sword. This time he did not practice before the curtain of water, but stood upon a rock, listening to the thunderous roar of the waterfall, gradually unleashing the wooden sword in his hand. The wooden sword felt as if it bore 1,000 pounds. Each move was executed with utmost caution, as he meticulously performed the 13 fundamental sword techniques: draw, carry, lift, block, strike, thrust, point, shatter, stir, press, chop, intercept, and wash. These 13 techniques appeared unremarkable, lacking any formidable force. Yet Lu Feng's expression was grave, as shadows of two unparalleled swordsmen flickered in his mind. The swordsmanship that had imprisoned him for years was slowly loosening its grip. Amidst the simplicity of the 13 techniques, he felt as though he had grasped something, yet simultaneously found nothing. The stroke capable of determining his life or death flashed in his mind like a lightning bolt, and he desperately sought to seize it, only for it to vanish at the crucial moment, like a fleeting flower. In the blink of an eye, the sun dipped further and dusk bled crimson, casting a scarlet veil over the land. The execution of the 13 techniques slowed, and the wooden sword grew heavier in his grip, emanating an indescribable sense of impending doom. At that moment, the two silhouettes in his mind faded away, and the roar of the waterfall subsided. The world turned desolate, the vast earth seeming to leave him utterly alone. He had grasped that lethal stroke. Once he shattered the wooden sword repeatedly, he would create the very sword technique that had once left him in profound regret. That technique was not only a sword of conclusion, but also a sword of death, and the final barrier in his swordsmanship would be irrevocably shattered, elevating his mastery to an unprecedented height. Thus, at this moment, he could not afford to be distracted. He must create that one stroke. Grandfather, we are nearing Xuanqing, where that Jiangling, the one responsible for the deaths of my father and uncle, resides. Indeed, if that Jiangling remains concealed within the Qingfeng sect, it would be difficult for me to act. Now that he has appeared in Xuanqing, we cannot let him escape. Deep within the Beast Mountain forest, over 100 individuals were making their way towards Xuanqing. The fierce beasts, usually territorial and fearsome, scattered in terror at their approach. Each of these individuals possessed formidable cultivation, with the weakest being at the initial stage of the acquired realm. And there were no shortage of innate realm experts among them. Leading this group were a man and a woman. The man, a burly elder well into his 60s, radiated a formidable aura of vitality and possessed a terrifying cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. The woman, a graceful figure clad in black gauze, appeared to be around 23 or 24, her cultivation at the late stage of the innate realm. Grandfather, how capable is Jiangling, who holds a significant position within the Qingfeng sect? We must act swiftly. The alluring female cultivator gazed at the elder beside her, whose expression was as unyielding as stone, radiating a menacing intent, and spoke after a moment of contemplation. Humph, I am well aware. Were it not for that brat's influential status, those damned assassination organizations would not dare take the contract, and we would not have to take such risks. Tonight, under the cover of darkness, we will enter the city, eliminate Jiangling, and depart immediately. Should anyone witness us, we must erase all traces and never expose our identities. The elder spoke coldly, consumed by the desire to strangle the one responsible for the death of his son and grandson, who was within Xuanqing. Understood. The enchanting woman nodded in agreement. Within Xuanqing, despite the presence of 6 other sects aside from Qingfeng sect, the 7 sects were scattered throughout different locations, based on their intelligence. Qingfeng sect's residence in Xuanqing was quite remote. With their numbers, they could swiftly eliminate Jiangling and depart without anyone being able to stop them. Report, my lady, an individual has been spotted beneath the waterfall ahead. While the alluring woman and the elder were conversing, a middle-aged man, at the initial stage of the acquired realm, suddenly appeared before them, kneeling on one knee. An individual. How many? The enchanting woman stepped forward, her form accentuated by the close-fitting black gauze, yet her eyes were icy as she inquired coldly. "1 person. The middle-aged man replied, "1 person. What is he doing? What is his cultivation?" The enchanting woman furrowed her brows. Perplexed, it seems he is practicing swordsmanship, appearing to be an ordinary person. The middle-aged man responded uncertainly, "An ordinary person practicing swordsmanship." The enchanting woman's gaze turned cold and displeased as she regarded the middle-aged man. She found his response deeply unsatisfactory. The middle-aged man, a trained assassin and one of their scouts, possessed keen observational skills, yet he returned with such vague intelligence. An ordinary person? What a ludicrous notion! Can an ordinary person remain unharmed in such a place? Does an ordinary person dare linger in the Beast Mountain forest as night approaches? Do not be angered, my lady. I shall investigate further. The middle-aged man, sensing the chilling aura emanating from the enchanting woman, hurriedly assured her, "And no need. Grandfather, please wait here for a moment while I fetch that man's head," the enchanting woman declared coldly, then turned to the elder beside her with a respectful expression. "Very well. But given the uncertainty regarding enemy numbers, take a few with you and be swift." The elder nodded slightly. Although to ensure the woman did not encounter unforeseen troubles, he sent a few men to accompany her. As the elder's words fell, 7 men stepped forth from the crowd. "Yes, grandfather, with these 7, I shall swiftly eliminate that individual." The enchanting woman surveyed the 7 men, a proud smile gracing her lips as she confidently addressed the elder. These 7 were among the strongest forces in the area, each at the late stage of the innate realm, practicing a combined assault technique, serving as the main force to eliminate Zhongling. Together, they could easily overpower even 2 Zhonglings with a single strike, unless he were a Foundation establishment expert. And according to their intelligence, such experts would not appear in this vicinity. "Go," the elder commanded. Thus, the enchanting woman, accompanied by the 7 men and the previously scouting middle-aged man, set off WY this time. The sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the land, transforming the once foreboding crimson hue into an oppressive black. The winds howled through the Beast Mountain forest, the sky devoid of stars and moon, shrouded in chaos on this dark and windy night, a perfect time for murder. "Zhongling, tonight shall be your demise." The elderly man lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the moonlight that unsettled countless souls, and suddenly erupted into a cruel yet exhilarated laughter, his fists clenched tightly, as if he beheld the scene of his long-cherished nemesis finally meeting a gruesome end at his hands. Chapter 35. The foil of success. Darkness enveloped the earth, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall that thundered down like the Milky Way, shrouded in mist, rendering the entire lake a hazy expanse. Feng continued his sword practice, the 13 fundamental sword techniques becoming increasingly weighty in his grasp, his movements slower than before. Yet his eyes shone brighter, the ominous aura of death that had once lingered on his wooden sword vanished without a trace. For the deathly intent had been absorbed into his heart. With just one more repetition, he needed only to wield the simple 13 sword techniques once more to achieve the final breakthrough. And that astonishing sword would emerge from his hands. Amid the veiled mist, Feng focused his mind and spirit, pouring all his essence into the wooden sword he wielded, the thunderous sound of the waterfall. The enveloping darkness of the sky and the cold stones beneath his feet all receded into the distance, as if he found himself in a realm of nothingness, where only he and his sword existed. There truly is a fool practicing swordplay, and so slowly at that. A beautiful woman, accompanied by a middle-aged man, swiftly approached the waterfall and spotted Feng practicing beneath its torrents, observing his sluggish movements. Her enchanting eyes flickered with disdain and scorn. Unbeknownst to her, Feng was on the verge of creating a breathtaking sword strike. Nonetheless, whether she knew or not, she could not allow him to live. "Kill him," she ordered coldly. With her command, the 7 followers at her heels sprang into action. They moved in perfect unison, like phantoms of the night, swiftly converging beneath the waterfall, taking up positions from 7 distinct angles. Launching a surprise attack on Feng, with daggers glinting in the dim light, they aimed for 7 fatal points on Feng's body, moving with a ghostly swiftness, making it nearly impossible for even a consummate expert to defend against. In an instant, the 7 were within 3 feet of Feng, the sudden surge of danger jolting him back to reality. The deathly sword intent he had previously controlled dissipated like retreating tides. Startled, Feng resembled an injured beast, roaring furiously as he swung his wooden sword, carving an arc through the air, which materialized into a crescent moon, imbued with an intimidating sword aura in that moment. The wooden sword shattered into splinters, sending debris flying in all directions. Clang! The would-be assailants, taken aback by the powerful sword aura emanating from Feng's crescent strike, hastily raised their daggers in defense. Should they fail to defend, the formidable sword light would sever their heads cleanly. The clash of daggers against sword light rang out, sending shockwaves coursing through the air, crashing into the lake below. Boom! The lake roared, thousands of droplets scattering in every direction. You dare to sabotage my endeavors? I shall slay you all, without fail. Lu Feng bellowed, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury, akin to a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Glaring fiercely at the 7 attackers. Just a moment more. If only these 7 ruffians had not intervened, he would have seized the final opportunity to create the Sword of Death. But their interference had shattered the chance he had painstakingly sought, leading to his imminent failure. They were utterly unforgivable. These 7 must face their reckoning. Faced with Lu Feng's wrathful roar, the 7 showed no sign of fear. They sprang into action once more, with 2 leaping forward. Daggers aimed at Lu Feng's vital points. Soon after, another 2 flanked Lu Feng from behind, while the remaining 2 attacked from either side. The final one leapt into the air, aiming to strike down upon Lu Feng's head. Their movements were flawlessly synchronized, executed with such speed that only years of training could yield such coordination. Even if Lu Feng had a sword, he might still struggle to defend against the imminent strike from above. Bang! Lu Feng's eyes turned icy as he faced this seemingly unavoidable doom that he stamped his right foot, shattering the stone beneath him and sending 7 pebbles soaring into the air. Seizing the stones, as if they were concealed weapons, he hurled them towards the 7 attackers. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds of stone colliding with daggers echoed as the 7 daggers were deflected, pain shooting through their hands as the impact reverberated through the hilts. In that fleeting moment of agony, their movements faltered, but just then, Lu Feng soared into the air, seizing the right hand of the black-clad man above him, who was left with no leverage to escape. Not good, the open stone technique, the black-clad man exclaimed in alarm. Yet, as a seasoned warrior, he swiftly retaliated. As Lu Feng grasped his right hand, his left hand thrust forward, summoning a gust of wind that coalesced into a yellowish stone tablet aimed at Lu Feng's chest. The open stone technique was a low-grade martial skill he had mastered since childhood, its power formidable enough to shatter gold and split stone, a mere trifle for him. Should Lu Feng be struck, his body would surely be torn asunder. However, Lu Feng disregarded the black-clad man's technique. As he grasped the man's right hand, an explosive force surged from within him, spinning him like a windmill. The sword intent he had been nurturing transformed into a torrent of terrifying sword energy, bursting forth like a biting winter wind. The black-clad man was horrified, his face etched with terror as the overwhelming sword energy inundated him. The razor-sharp sword energy sliced through him time and again, flesh and tattered cloth scattering like petals in a breeze, leaving behind nothing but a bloodied skeleton, which Lu Feng grasped tightly in his hand. Brother! The speed of Lu Feng's assault was so swift that the others below had yet to comprehend the situation. By the time they realized, all they saw was Lu Feng holding a mere skeleton, and panic-stricken cries of despair erupted from their throats. But before they could recover from their grief, a formidable sword aura erupted from the shattered remains. In an instant, Lu Feng's grip on the skeleton fractured, and the 6 others were similarly cleaved by the sword energy, becoming headless corpses, their eyes forever haunted by the sorrow of their last moments. Never to comprehend their fate, thunderous, the sword energy crashed into the lake, sending a spray of water into the air as Lu Feng landed, bare-chested, his eyes aflame with a relentless bloodlust. Though he had slain 6, his thirst for vengeance remained unquenched. His gaze shifted, landing upon an individual who had been covertly observing him from a distance, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Not good. Run. The beautiful woman and the middle-aged man, who had been secretly watching the scene unfold, felt a chill course through their bodies. Finally, the woman uttered a hasty remark before fleeing, the man hastily following, too terrified to linger in the blink of an eye. Lu Feng had dispatched 7 adept assassins, leaving them no chance to react. Now that he had discovered their presence, there was no time to waste. Run? You dare to thwart my designs? You think you can escape? Lu Feng's keen senses picked up the woman's words with crystal clarity, a chilling smile crossing his lips, resembling a legendary harbinger of death. Did they truly believe they could flee? These wretched scoundrels had shattered the opportunity he had painstakingly sought. And now they wished to escape? It was a fool's dream. With that, Lu Feng swiftly approached the shore, retrieving his hidden blade from a great tree, like a tempest pursuing its quarry, surrounded by an aura of sword energy. Debris flew in his wake, embodying a bloodthirsty specter, vowing to return to its sheath only after slaying every last one of them. Chapter 36. The enraged Lu Feng Miss. What shall we do? That fellow is terrifying. In the depths of the beastly forest, the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman sprinted for their lives. From the moment Lu Feng had discovered them, they had fled with all their might. Having covered over 1,000 meters, yet still unable to evade his relentless pursuit, the chilling sword intent that echoed behind them sent shivers down their spines, prompting the middle-aged man to fearfully gaze at the woman ahead, his voice trembling with dread. The beautiful woman, equally terrified, realized that Lu Feng's displayed combat prowess was astonishingly formidable, far beyond her own capabilities. Their only chance of survival lay in seeking out her grandfather, for he alone could protect her. At that moment, a cacophony erupted behind her, as if a tempest was approaching. A chilling sensation surged through her mind, unmistakably the scent of death. The howling winds drew nearer, like an icy breath that seemed capable of freezing countless lives. Such formidable malice, palpable and suffocating, could only belong to one who had shed rivers of blood, be it a seasoned general from the battlefield or the king of assassins. The beautiful woman stood paralyzed, her mind blank, as the relentless clamor echoed in her ears, her body trembling as if on the brink of freezing, teeth chattering audibly. Yet the primal instinct to survive compelled her to flee with increasing urgency. As the gale drew closer, she felt an unsettling pressure, as if what pursued her was not merely a person, but a legendary blade of unparalleled sharpness. A moment's hesitation would spell her doom. "No, please, I beg you, don't." "Ah!" The desperate cries for mercy reverberated from the terrifying darkness behind her, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits. A jolt of fear gripped the woman's heart, propelling her to run even faster. That voice of supplication was all too familiar. It belonged to the middle-aged man who had accompanied her, the one who had previously sought her counsel. Now, however, she need not respond to his inquiries, for he was already dead. Yet, his demise only deepened her terror. With all her strength, she finally glimpsed a familiar forest ahead, recognizing an elderly figure within. Despair painted across her features. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with joy as she cried out, "Grandfather, no!" The elderly man, past his 60s, turned to face her, his countenance, once as stern as granite, now transformed into a visage of utter shock and rage, as he shouted in disbelief. The beautiful woman's mind went blank. She had never seen her grandfather in such a state. In her memories, he had always been rigid and stoic. The only time she had witnessed a lapse in his composure was a year prior, upon learning of her father and brother's untimely deaths at the hands of Chengying. But that had been a fury unlike this. Now, her grandfather resembled an ordinary elder who had witnessed his descendants perish before him, powerless to intervene. What could this mean? She pondered, confusion swirling within her, until a dizzying wave overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the ground. Her head and limbs lay scattered across 6 different locations, the world plunging into a profound darkness. In that abyss, the beautiful woman's severed head retained an expression of bewilderment, gradually losing its vitality. In those once vibrant eyes, Lu Feng approached, his robust torso bare, wielding a sharp sword, enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy, resembling a blend of man and weapon, yet more akin to a Shura from the depths of hell. Unger, my precious Unger, the elderly man shuddered, leaning against a tree, his weathered eyes reddened with disbelief as he gazed upon the dismembered form of the beautiful woman before him. In that moment, he felt as if the earth itself was retreating from him. He sought vengeance against Chengying for the bloodshed of his kin, yet had never anticipated losing another family member right before his eyes. Cruelly dismembered. Heaven, why must you do this? Ah, why? Why must you take my honor? The old man raised his gaze, his expression twisted with agony, directing his wrath at Lu Feng. You are in league with her. Then you shall perish together. Lu Feng's eyes, too, were bloodshot, veins throbbing with fury, but unlike the old man, his was not sorrow, but an unquenchable rage, deep and relentless within. Why had he, Lu Feng, Been practicing his sword in peace, only to be thrust into this chaos. Why had this girl brought people to hunt him down? That earth-shattering strike he had finally begun to comprehend had been interrupted, leaving him bereft of his breakthrough. Such an affront could not go unpunished. Kill! I demand you to kill him. The old man, already inflamed with rage, saw the one who had slain his only descendant standing brazenly before him. With a heart-wrenching roar, he charged forward, leading 100 warriors in a furious onslaught. 100 formidable fighters surged forth, blades glinting menacingly, bolstered by the presence of the foundation-building elder. Even the most arrogant would recognize the urgency of retreating to preserve their strength. Yet Lu Feng merely scoffed, his blade trembling in his grip, and without a moment's hesitation, he surged forth. Instantly, the dark forest was engulfed in a tempest, swirling dust and chaos. The once tranquil woods morphed into a hellish battleground. Where blades clashed, screams of agony echoed, and the sounds of slaughter rang out incessantly. As night descended, the wild beasts that had roamed the forest were startled into flight, fleeing in terror from the intoxicating scent of blood and the palpable aura of death. Their instincts, honed by nature, guided them to flee from danger, recognizing the peril that lay within. Amidst the chaos, the battlefield became a scene of utter devastation. Towering ancient trees felled, either split asunder or crushed. Splintered branches reduced to mere sawdust. The once lush woods lay in ruin. Kill him. End his life. Yet those engulfed in battle seemed oblivious to the surrounding destruction. The old man's eyes blazed with fury as he wielded his blade in one hand. His other clenched into a fist, charging at Lu Feng with the ferocity of a tempest. The gathered warriors, armed with gleaming blades, unleashed their might upon Lu Feng, their auras striking awe into the hearts of many. Lu Feng stood alone, his sword in hand, his movements ethereal, like a ghost flitting through the throng, deftly evading myriad attacks, each swing of his blade claiming a life that be by the time his foes regained their senses. He had vanished, only to reappear moments later, leaving death in his wake. This was a nightmarish melee, a clash of hundreds against one, yet it felt as though one man dominated the fray, as the moonlight poured down. Illuminating the ravaged corners of the forest, dawn shattered the night's embrace, heralding a new day. However, for some, this day brimmed with hope, while for others, it was steeped in despair. Kill, kill! A hoarse roar erupted from the depths of the beast-laden forest as the old man leaned against a great tree, only to feel the sting of a sword's edge slice through his remaining leg, sending him crashing to the ground. Thud! His wounded limbs collided violently with the earth, blood spraying forth, the excruciating pain contorting his features. Cold sweat cascading down his brow, yet his eyes remained fixed on Lu Feng, brimming with hatred. Around Lu Feng lay the remnants of battle, shattered trees and mangled corpses strewn about. After a day of relentless conflict, Lu Feng was drenched in blood, his own or that of others. He could not tell that a mere foundation-building novice, accompanied by 100 worthless souls, dares to challenge me, the immortal, truly a fool's errand. Tell me, why do you seek to thwart my ambitions? Lu Feng coldly demanded, his sword pressing against the old man's throat, glinting ominously with traces of crimson. The sword he wielded was no longer the one he had acquired from Lin Tao days prior. It had been replaced. Lin Tao's blade had been shattered in the previous night's fray, and now Lu Feng held a weapon of superior quality, a top-tier mystic blade. Those who had come against him had evidently been well prepared, wielding weapons of the highest caliber, ranging from low to mid-tier mystic blades, with even several top-tier blades among them. Among them, the old man's weapon was particularly formidable, a top-tier royal weapon, combined with his foundation-building prowess, had posed a significant challenge for Lu Feng. Thwart your ambitions? Ha! You murder my granddaughter, extinguish my last lineage. Is it not my right to seek vengeance? The old man scoffed, his gaze laced with mockery. Wholly unafraid, consumed instead by an overwhelming sense of defiance, Lu Feng, though formidable, was yet in the early stages of innate cultivation, while the old man stood at the initial stage of foundation building, a disparity of an entire realm, supported by over 100 postnatal warriors. Yet after a night of battle, the old man found himself vanquished by Lu Feng's might. The intensity of Lu Feng's sword energy was terrifying, his spiritual force akin to a relentless tide, overwhelming the old man and leaving him reeling. This realization fueled the old man's bitterness. He understood that Lu Feng must have cultivated an exceptionally powerful technique, for his spiritual energy could not have replenished so swiftly otherwise. If he possessed such a martial art, he would undoubtedly be able to slay Lu Feng and avenge his granddaughter. Avenging, you bunch of scoundrels, it was you who provoked this immortal first. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was consumed with rage, and with a swift motion, he fiercely kicked the old man in the multiple wounds on his body. This old fool, who distorted right and wrong, if it weren't for his reckless granddaughter attempting to kill him and ruin his state of mind, causing his efforts to come to naught, how could he have resorted to killing her? Lu Feng was not a bloodthirsty murderer, yet this old wretch had the audacity to shift all the blame onto him. What is this? Do the dead bear no responsibility, leaving it all to the living? This is truly intolerable. Ah, you bastard, why not grant me a swift end? The old man endured several kicks from Lu Feng, instantly drenched in sweat. The excruciating pain contorted his bloodied and wrinkled face in horror, and he bellowed at Lu Feng with all his might. Death itself does not frighten many, but the torment preceding it terrifies countless souls, especially for one who has lived in comfort such as this old man. When had he ever endured such treatment? You wish to die. Very well. I shall grant you that wish, but before that, I will make you wish for death. Lu Feng's eyes gleamed with a frosty light, akin to a chilling sword, and then he wielded his blade, unleashing a storm of sharp edges upon the old man. Ah! The old man screamed in agony, blood and flesh flying as Lu Feng's sword severed his teeth, tongue, and spine, leaving behind a limp body akin to a pile of mush. Here, await your demise in solitude. Lu Feng gazed down at the old man from above, his voice icy as the piercing wind of winter. Afterward, he sheathed his sword and departed coldly. The old man lay on the ground like a worm, filled with terror and resentment as he watched Lu Feng's retreating figure, even though he had lost all his limbs and his body was rendered useless. Yet he was still a foundational stage powerhouse. Despite his grievous injuries, he could not die immediately. However, in this moment he was, as Lu Feng described, living a fate worse than death. Unable to move, unable to walk, and even unable to utter a sound, he was worse than a mere waste. Moreover, this was within the Beast Mountain forest. It would not be long before he was devoured by countless magical beasts, unable to fend off even the weakest first-tier monsters. There was no punishment more terrifying than this. Deep within, the old man felt immense unwillingness, yearning to call Lu Feng back to finish him off, but he had already lost his tongue, and Lu Feng was long gone. Soon after, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and he saw that the ground was crawling with ants, which were now burrowing into his flesh. Damn it, that strike was nearly perfected, yet was interrupted by those bastards. Was that sword truly not meant to exist in this world? Lu Feng returned to the lakeside, donned his previous attire, and stared blankly at the sword of the third young master in his hand. Yesterday, as he read this book, he felt a surge of inspiration, seizing the opportunity that seemed to be fated, intending to forge that earth-shattering, unparalleled sword, only to have it ruthlessly interrupted by others. Such opportunities are rare and cannot be forced. Everything must flow naturally. Yesterday's chance had slipped away, and recovering it in the future was uncertain, leaving him in a state of heavy despondency. Alas, what is gained is fortunate, what is lost is fate. Why must one forcefully pursue? With a bitter smile, Lu Feng tucked the book away for self-reassurance, then grasped the sword in hand and walked towards the edge of the Beast Mountain forest. What is gained is fortunate. What is lost is fate. These two phrases are the finest forms of self-comfort, and also the most helpless declarations of a person's heart, who does not desire good things, especially when they should be the ones most likely to attain them, only to watch helplessly as it slips through their fingers, exhausting all efforts to retain it, only to end up with nothing. How many can endure such upheaval? At the very least, Lu Feng could not. Yet even if he could not, he must learn to, for everything has been settled. After yesterday's events, he had already missed the chance at that sword. To cling to it again would only lead to self-destruction, possibly even to madness, becoming a slave to the pursuit of that sword for a lifetime. It is true that Lu Feng loved swords and yearned to create the ultimate sword of Rock 13. But he wished to be the master of the sword, not to allow the sword to master him. The morning breeze was cool, rustling through the lush forest, brushing against Lu Feng's face. The slight chill was insufficient to affect one of innate strength. Truly cold, yet what a splendid day it is. However, as Lu Feng stepped out of the Beast Mountain forest, he tightened his clothing slightly, gazing at the newly risen sun in the sky, and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. As if shedding the heavy shackles that had burdened his heart, with his sword in hand, he slowly made his way towards Xian City as the verdant vegetation swayed in the wind behind him. Resembling the rolling waves of the sea, magnificent and grand, the roars of beasts and the cries of birds echoed faintly, filling the atmosphere with peace and beauty. However, no one would ever know that in this seemingly harmonious and beautiful forest, last night there was an unparalleled Sword Immortal who lost the most significant sword of his life. Nor would they ever know the terrifying battle that unfolded during the night. Chapter 38. A gesture of goodwill. Xian City, with its gates wide open, was undoubtedly the most bustling place today. In the vast open ground by the eastern city gate of Xian City, countless citizens gathered, all gazing at the 7 enormous flying ships hovering 10 meters above the ground. Each ship measured 200 meters in length and 80 meters in width, adorned with 7 different banners fluttering in the wind, resembling 7 colossal entities, leaving the citizens of Xian City in awe. These 7 flying ships were the transportation vessels of the 7 major sects. This moment, the prominent disciples of the 7 sects, led by their leaders, had arrived at this designated meeting place. Dogzi, you must work hard at the 7 Sons sect and bring honor to our family. I did not expect you to reach the innate realm, but at the very least, aim for the postnatal realm. Good child, make sure to put in effort at the Heavenly Sea sect, and above all, do not let a moment of pride lead you into conflict with your fellow disciples. Unity is key. Understand? Daughter, we cannot assist you at the Zhang sect. You will have to rely on yourself. While you are at Zhang, make sure to learn to protect yourself. Do you understand? Beneath the 7 major sects flying ships, many newly inducted disciples were bidding farewell to their parents. Each parent was filled with joy at their children's admission to the 7 major sects. Yet during the farewell, they could not help but offer words of caution, fearing for their beloved offspring's well-being in the outside world. However, very few of those young men and women sincerely heeded their parents' words. Instead, they were all brimming with excitement, filled with hope for their future sect lives, and replied impatiently with phrases like, "Oh, I know. Stop talking. It's so annoying." After brushing off their parents' concerns, they eagerly descended the stairs of the ship, hastening to board and escape their parents' nagging, indifferent to whether their parents below were sighing or wearing forlorn expressions. Senior brother, all the new disciples have boarded the ship, but Lu Shixiang has yet to arrive. Should we go look for him? Lin Tao counted the numbers beneath the Qingfeng sect's ship and began to report to Jiangling below. At this moment, the flying ships of the various sects had begun to set sail one after another after all their disciples boarded, and the citizens of Xian City had dispersed significantly. Only the Qingfeng sect remained stationary, waiting for Lu Feng, who had yet to arrive. This left Lin Tao feeling extremely helpless. In a remote place like Xian City, once someone learned of their admission to the Qingfeng sect, they would do everything possible to follow closely behind, fearing they might miss the opportunity to join. Last night, many new disciples had even set up makeshift beds in the courtyard. Yet Lu Feng was different. They had specially prepared a room for him in the courtyard. But this guy, knowing they were to depart today, had the audacity to leave without permission and had yet to return, leaving Lin Tao at a loss for words. If Lu Feng missed this ship, he would have to walk to the Qingfeng sect on his own. Wait, Jiangling said, but this ship still needs to pick up others. If we delay, the others may have objections. Lin Tao expressed his concerns. The grand vessel of the Qingfeng sect was magnificent, yet there were only 7 in total. These 7 ships were only used to transport new disciples. They were not just receiving disciples from Xian City, but from over a dozen other cities that, if they were late, others would surely have objections. Objections? The disciples they receive, combined with all of ours here, do not even compare to Lu Feng's importance. If anyone has objections, let them come and say it to my face. I would like to see who dares to speak in front of me. Jiang Ling sneered, speaking with an air of dominance. Seeing this, Lin Tao could only smile wryly, not daring to say more. Damn it, Lu Feng, where the hell are you? Why haven't you shown up yet? Could it be that you don't want to go? After Jiang Ling berated Lin Tao, he furrowed his brows deeply, casting a dark gaze towards the horizon, filled with resentment. Strange, where is Lu Feng? All the other sects have left, yet the Qing Feng sect remains, as if waiting for Lu Feng. Lu Feng wouldn't really not come, would he? Has he grown so disdainful as to refuse joining the Qing Feng sect? While Jiangling secretly fretted in Jiangling, someone in Xuanqing was even more anxious than him, namely Lu Zhenxiu, the head of the Lu family. In Huangfu Wei, the newly appointed head of the Huangfu family, they could see this moment. The 5 most powerful factions in Xuanqing had prepared lavish gifts, ready to send Lu Feng off, although they were unsure whether the items they prepared would align with Lu Feng's preferences. They felt compelled to present them. Given Lu Feng's performance during the disciple selection, he would undoubtedly be a paragon among the elite in the Qing Feng sect. Establishing a good rapport with him in advance was undoubtedly wise. Lu Zhenxiu and Huangfu Wei were even more eager, wishing to expedite the delivery of their generous gifts to Lu Feng, as their families held a grudge against him, although this animosity had been resolved in Lu Feng's words. What if one day he recalled it, and in a fit of anger, sought them out? Wouldn't their families face annihilation? Thus, they had to offer something. This way, even if Lu Feng came to their door with vengeance, they could argue that while their family had wronged him, he had also taken lives, accepted gifts, and yet still sought trouble. Wasn't that rather unreasonable? Therefore, they were even more impatient than Jiang Ling, eagerly anticipating Lu Feng's appearance to promptly receive their offerings. After a quarter of an hour of anxious waiting, Lu Feng, clad in black, finally arrived. Brother Lu, you have finally come. Lin Tao exclaimed with uncontainable joy, a broad smile lighting his face. Junior Brother Lu, why did you take so long? Jiang Ling's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his mild dissatisfaction that don't mention it. I encountered a pack of fools that I was practicing my swordplay when I was ambushed, which took some time to deal with. I had to kill them all. Lu Feng replied with a wry smile, that a bunch of idiots trying to kill you? Jiang Ling frowned. Then his gaze swept over Lu Feng, noticing the multiple bloodstains on his exposed neck, and he couldn't help but express concern. Are you all right? Do you know who they were? No idea, but it doesn't matter. I'm unscathed, and those people are all dead in a rather gruesome manner. Call it even, Lu Feng chuckled. These damned rascals, do they not recognize you as a disciple of our Qing Feng sect? How dare they act so recklessly? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's expression darkened, his anger evident. Lu Feng was a disciple of the Qing Feng sect, and his status there was not to be underestimated. How could someone be foolish enough to attempt his life? However, who exactly were those individuals, and why had Lu Feng not inquired about their identities before killing them? Jiang Ling pondered, his gaze suddenly landing on the sword in Lu Feng's hand. The sword was unsheathed, gripped tightly, its bright blade adorned with various sword patterns. Jiang Ling's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of familiarity washing over him. He felt he had seen these sword patterns before. Sword patterns could symbolize a sword's heritage or a family's lineage. Many powerful blacksmiths or clans possessed unique methods for forging their signature weapons, much like the sword patterns on the Qing Feng sect's Qing Feng sword. Once this sword was revealed, any discerning eye would recognize its bearer as a disciple of the Qing Feng sect. Yet, Jiang Ling recognized that the sword in Lu Feng's hand was not the Qing Feng sect's weapon, but bore a resemblance to that of someone he had slain a year prior. Could it be that the main target of Lu Feng's recent killings was to eliminate those who sought to take his life? He resolved to investigate upon returning. Jiang Ling's thoughts shifted, and he quickly spoke. Forget it. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Let us board the ship. We shall discuss this matter further at the sect. All right. Lu Feng, seeing Jiang Ling's insistence, shook his head with a wry smile. Just as he prepared to walk towards the ship, the 5 major factions of Xuanqing surged forward, eagerly calling out, Young hero Lu, please wait. Young friend Lu, this is a small token from us in Xuanqing. We hope you will accept it. Young hero Lu, we apologize for the previous grievances from the Huangfu family. Huangfu Tian has been expelled from the family and executed. Please accept this small gesture from us. Lu Feng, You have served the Liu family diligently over the years. I feel guilty for our treatment of you, that I have already expelled the Grand Elder and Liu Tian. This is our family's compensation. Should you wish to return to the Liu family in the future, I, Liu Zhenxiu, assure you that the Liu family will always welcome you. The city lord of Xuanqing and the heads of the four families all approached Lu Feng, each holding a wooden box and smiling amicably at him. Gifts? Then I shall graciously accept. Lu Feng realized that these five were trying to curry favor with him, and with a smile, he reached out to take all 5 boxes. He had never turned down treasures, and once he had collected them, he refrained from idle chatter with them and stepped onto the flying ship. Young friend Liu, do visit Xuanqing more often. Young hero Liu, you will always be welcomed in Xuanqing. Lu Feng, we have elders in the Qingfeng sect. Rest assured, I have already prepared a letter to ensure they take care of you, having boarded the ship with the gifts. The 5 did not show any signs of dissatisfaction, still waving kindly at Lu Feng. Well then, everyone, we appreciate your hospitality over these past few days. The Qingfeng sect bids farewell. Jiang Ling then bowed to the 5 before boarding the ship. The ship, adorned with intricate formations, shimmered with light as it whisked away the members of the Qingfeng sect into the sky. Tell me, do you think Lu Feng will grow formidable in Xuanqing? The city lord of Xuanqing, observing the flying ship's departure, regained his authoritative demeanor, hands clasped behind his back as he pondered aloud. The four surrounding him were momentarily taken aback, ready to respond, but the city lord preemptively answered himself. If he has achieved such accomplishments in this small place as Xuanqing, entering the Qingfeng sect will surely allow him to soar like a great rock, a dragon entering the vast sea. The Liu family and the Huangfu family, how blind you both are. Chapter 39. The Return of the Golden Words. The Qingfeng sect's flying ship soared through the skies at a speed of 100 miles per hour. With ample space on board and protective formations to shield against fierce winds, the newly admitted disciples excitedly gazed around on the deck. The younger children exuberantly shouted, disregarding the admonitions of the Qingfeng sect disciples overseeing them, running joyfully about the deck. Liu Feng held little interest in the aerial scenery. What many viewed as a novelty appeared utterly mundane to him. He had entered a chamber on the ship, which featured 3 levels. The first level was an open area filled with thousands of beds for the new disciples from Xuanqing to rest, monitored by Qingfeng sect disciples to prevent internal conflicts. The second level was divided into 20 rooms, each containing 20 small beds for the younger children with promising potential, supervised by disciples of Lin Tao's caliber. The third level comprised exquisite private chambers, with a total of 20 rooms furnished with tables, chairs, and comfortable bedding, designated for responsible individuals like Jiang Ling to rest. However, due to Lu Feng's formidable prowess and Jiang Ling's regard for him, he was specially assigned to a vacant room on the 3rd floor. Sitting at the table, Lu Feng had spread out the 5 boxes he had collected earlier, yet he did not open them immediately. Instead, he held the sword of the 3rd young master, slowly perusing its contents. The tales inscribed within the sword had long been etched in his mind. He could recite them effortlessly. However, he yearned to witness the stories again, striving to reclaim the sensations of the previous day. Even though he recognized the futility of such desires, one must always hold on to hope, even if it appears faint. Yet, halfway through, Lu Feng set the book aside with a self-deprecating sigh. It seems I am not destined for this. At least not for now. With that, a hint of helplessness crossed his features. Although he had calmed his heart when exiting the monster beast forest, a sliver of unrealistic hope still lingered deep within. But now, that faint wish had vanished entirely. He was ultimately fated to be apart from that sword technique. Reflecting on this, Lu Feng found his heart returning to tranquility, no longer filled with the furious rage that had consumed him the night before. After all, the instigator of his lost opportunity had already been slain. Continuing to seethe in anger would only reveal his own impotence. The heavens, in their inscrutable wisdom, have thwarted his understanding of that sword technique. Ultimately, it is not others who bear the blame. Liu Feng rose from his seat and leisurely reclined upon the plush bed within his chamber. He chose not to engage in cultivation, but instead opted for slumber. Sleep, for anyone, serves as the finest means of escaping misfortune. Upon awakening, tomorrow will dawn anew as a splendid day for others. This notion applies not only to others, but also to Lu Feng himself. Perhaps upon waking the next day, he might inadvertently seize the opportunity of that singular sword strike. Moreover, he had ample time at his disposal. When he boarded the vessel, Jiang Ling had informed him that they would not reach Qingfeng's sect until at least the following day. The distance from Qingfeng's sect to Xuanqing is a daunting 2,000 miles. Although the flying ship can traverse 200 miles every hour, it must meander through several cities to pick up disciples from other locales, thereby extending the journey considerably. Thus, Lu Feng settled into a tranquil slumber while the Qingfeng sect ship meandered through the skies. The novelty of the newly arrived disciples gradually waned, prompting many to return to their quarters for rest. Yet, almost every hour, throngs of newcomers boarded, exuberantly celebrating on the deck. This cycle continued, and as night fell, the 3 levels of rooms aboard the ship became crowded with disciples. The first level was particularly cramped, bustling with disciples from diverse origins. Some hailed from humble beginnings, while others were of affluent lineage. Initially, they coexisted peacefully, but as time wore on, tensions began to surface, leading to skirmishes, with some resorting to outright brawls. Fortunately, disciples from Qingfeng's sect were stationed on the first level, who swiftly intervened at the first sign of discord, preventing any serious damage. In contrast, the children's quarters on the second level were devoid of such class conflicts. Since all were children, regardless of their backgrounds, they shared a playful spirit. Even if disagreements arose, they quickly reconciled, laughing and chatting amiably. However, the disciples tasked with their care found themselves beleaguered, as some mischievous youngsters caused chaos, disturbing their peers and wreaking havoc late into the night, leaving the Qingfeng sect disciples in disarray. The most heated arguments, however, erupted on the third level, where the leaders from Qingfeng's sect gathered, indulging in drink and boasting. Some proclaimed the extraordinary talents they had brought along. Others bragged about the number of prodigies they had recruited. Tales of perilous encounters during their journey to various cities were recounted, highlighting their gallant resolutions. Fueled by a sense of superiority akin to consuming a peanut alongside a jug of wine, they proclaimed themselves the greatest in the world. Among them, Jiang Ling was the most vociferous, bellowing as he pounded the table, asserting his remarkable insight in recognizing Lu Feng's exceptional nature, further extolling Lu Feng's prowess, claiming he could easily surpass all others. In response, numerous leaders, unwilling to concede, pointed fingers and hurled insults, igniting a fierce verbal battle that nearly threatened to tear the ship's roof asunder. Amid such clamor, Lu Feng found sleep elusive. Rubbing his weary eyes, he climbed out of bed, tousled hair and all, burdened by the remnants of sleep, yearning to cleave the ship in two with a single sword strike. To him, this wretched vessel felt far too rudimentary. Despite the external flying array granting swift travel and a defensive array shielding against the oncoming winds, there was no barrier within to muffle the incessant chatter of others, greatly intruding upon his privacy. In truth, the wood used to construct the ship was of a unique variety, not only lightweight, but also possessing soundproofing qualities. Even if voices within rose to a din, only a muted cacophony would escape outside. However, Lu Feng's acute senses, honed through vigilance, drew his attention to even the faintest of sounds. The current uproar aboard the vessel was akin to a chaotic dance of demons, striking a raw nerve within him. Taking a few deep breaths to quell his irritation, he smoothed his disheveled hair and wrinkled attire before making his way to the table, where he opened 5 boxes laid before him. Lu Feng was not particularly intrigued by the contents of these boxes. What treasures could possibly emerge from a remote town? A figure of his caliber had encountered far more remarkable items. Yet, feeling indebted to the 5 who had presented them, he resolved to examine what they had bestowed upon him, especially given his current ennui. With a decisive click, he opened the first box, which had been gifted by the Lord of Xuanqing. Inside, he discovered a jade vial containing a singular pill, a 3rd-grade Huanyuan Dan valued at 100,000 gold coins within Xuanqing. This pill was considered priceless, capable of restoring the dantians of those beneath the innate realm. Effectively a lifeline. Even for innate realm cultivators, it offered substantial benefits to their physical bodies. After inspecting the pill, Lu Feng swallowed a whole and proceeded to the second box. The second box contained a martial technique, the lower-grade Xian-level lizard technique, which, when mastered, would allow one to navigate even the steepest of paths with ease. This technique was a closely guarded secret of the Lu family, representing their highest level of martial arts, which even Lu Feng's original self had never been permitted to study. After merely glancing at it, he cast it out the window, deeming such a technique utterly worthless. He continued to open the third, fourth, and fifth boxes, discovering either upper-grade Huang-level movement techniques from the other two prominent families or lower-grade Xian-level martial skills from the Huangfu family. All these items were the clandestine arts of the four great families. If auctioned, the upper-grade Huang-level technique alone could command a price of 100,000 gold coins, and the lower-grade Xian-level techniques could fetch even more. To Lu Feng, however, they were mere burdens. After a cursory glance, he discarded them all. Ultimately, he realized that aside from the useful gift from the Lord of Xuanqing, the offerings from the other four family heads were virtually indistinguishable from nothing. This revelation caused Lu Feng to furrow his brow. Although he had mentally prepared for this outcome, experiencing it firsthand still left him somewhat disheartened. Well, what is gained is fortune, and what is lost is fate, he murmured, reciting a phrase that has served as the best self-comfort in any circumstance. Seeking solace within, he then settled into a lotus position upon the bed, immersing himself in silent cultivation. Fortunately, the heads of the four great families were not present. Otherwise, witnessing his disdainful attitude would surely infuriate them to the point of apoplexy. The martial arts and techniques they offered could drive countless citizens of Xuanqing into a frenzy, yet Lu Feng merely cast them aside as refuse. An act that would surely leave them seething with rage. Chapter 40. Qing Feng Sect. The flying ship of Qing Feng Sect soared through the sky for an entire night, the revelry of its passengers continuing for half the night before finally subsiding. As the moon descended and the golden sun ascended, casting a majestic silhouette of the mountain gates upon the horizon, the calm of the ship was abruptly interrupted by the rhythmic clanging of bamboo sticks and the resounding of a gong. Qing Feng Sect has arrived. Everyone, rise immediately. Qing Feng Sect has arrived. Everyone, rise immediately. Qing Feng Sect has arrived. Everyone, rise immediately. The disciples responsible for managing the Qing Feng Sect's vessel, wielding bamboo sticks and gongs as though they were town criers, traversed the various tiers of the ship, incessantly striking their instruments. Qing Feng Sect has arrived. Splendid. Qing Feng Sect. Have we reached Qing Feng Sect? Where is it? Aren't we still aboard the ship? Disciples on the first level sprang to their feet, some exclaiming with glee, while others rubbed their sore eyes, bewildered and gazing about, still trapped in the remnants of slumber, unable to fully comprehend their surroundings. For heaven's sake, rise quickly. Adjust your bearings, or you'll be in for a world of trouble once we reach the sect. The disciples of the Qing Feng Sect, akin to watchmen, evidently lacked patience. Upon witnessing the slow-paced actions of the group before them, they either engaged in nonsensical chatter or appeared to be still lost in slumber, striking their bronze gongs with fervent intensity. Amidst this vigorous clamor, they unleashed a torrent of curses, their formidable aura of the post-heaven realm sending tremors through the first-tier disciples, compelling them to rise and don their garments. In stark contrast to the newly admitted disciples of the first tier, the younger disciples of the second tier were undeniably more troublesome. Many of these children, accustomed to a life of luxury, would sleep as late as they pleased, but now, confronted with the cacophony of gongs, their sweet dreams were abruptly shattered, leading them to cry helplessly. Once one child began to weep, others soon followed, creating a chain reaction that resonated throughout the quarters. It was a veritable pandemonium, reminiscent of a gathering of mythical beasts, creating such chaos that the Qing Feng Sect disciples assigned to oversee them found themselves in a state of exasperation, resorting to employing both their fists and sweets to coax the children into submission. In the midst of the incessant uproar aboard the ship, the third tier remained relatively tranquil. After the watchman called out once more, he departed, leaving the leaders of the third tier to emerge from their quarters. All impeccably attired and poised to head to the deck, Lu Feng concluded a night of cultivation and stepped out, quickly spotting the leaders of the Qing Feng Sect, noting that aside from Jiangling, the others were all considerably older, the youngest among them in their 50s, possessing late-stage, innate realm cultivation, mirroring the leaders of the 6 major sects. Lu Feng, my junior brother, Good morning, Jiangling greeted with a friendly wave upon seeing Lu Feng. Ah, so this is Lu Feng. He seems quite young, doesn't he? Jiangling, you rascal, are you pulling our leg? Is this young lad truly adept in swordsmanship? I believe Jiangling speaks the truth. Just look at Lu Feng's demeanor. He clearly possesses skill with the sword. Humph, whether you believe it or not, how could someone so young possibly be a master swordsman? Let him showcase a few moves, and then I might believe. Indeed, let us see a few moves. Jiangling claims he severed his Qing Feng sword with a single strike. I suspect that was merely a careless mistake on Jiangling's part, an excuse he concocted. The various team leaders surrounding them observed Lu Feng, their faces alight with astonishment, engaging in a lively debate akin to a bustling marketplace. Lu Feng, listening to the din, felt a twinge of discomfort in his ears, but discerned that these individuals bore little malice. Concluding that it would be inappropriate for him to retaliate, he thus shook his head and maneuvered through the crowd. Junior brother Lu, do not take offense. They are merely the sect's welcoming committee. Each with such a disposition, you will grow accustomed to it. Jiangling, standing beside Lu Feng, offered an apologetic smile. It's quite all right. Lu Feng replied courteously, casting a glance back at the bickering crowd. Pondering to himself, it appears that camaraderie among the Qing Feng sect members is quite strong, which may reduce the likelihood of internal strife. Internal conflicts among peers are commonplace in various factions. Lu Feng now sought only a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate in peace, wishing to steer clear of any internal discord. However, should anyone foolishly seek trouble with him, he would not hesitate to retaliate, perhaps even leaving them a limb short. Yet, observing the current situation, it seemed the Qing Feng sect was not a place that thrived on internal conflict. The bonds of fellowship among its members were profound, which would likely spare him much unnecessary trouble. Subsequently, Lu Feng joined the others on the deck, soon beholding the imposing silhouette of the Qing Feng sect's outer structures, towering amidst dense forests, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait within the mountains. How do you find it? This is our Qing Feng sect. Established for 3 millennia, it stands as one of the 7 formidable powers within the Joseon dynasty, sprawling over 100 miles and possessing numerous spiritual vein mines. Even the Joseon dynasty must show us some respect, Jiangling remarked, gazing at the grand outline of the Qing Feng sect from the ship. Quite impressive. Lu Feng nodded, his expression betraying little astonishment. The scale of the Qing Feng sect was indeed vast. Yet Lu Feng was no ordinary individual. He had encountered and even vanquished sects far grander than this. Thus, it held little weight in his heart. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy of the Qing Feng sect appeared abundant, making it an ideal place for him to cultivate for a time. Noticing Lu Feng's demeanor, Jiangling turned a glance at those behind them, who were exultantly animated upon sighting the Qing Feng sect, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. After roughly half a stick of incense, the ship descended into the Qing Feng sect, landing in a spacious plaza that a wooden staircase was lowered, urging the newly arrived disciples to disembark in an orderly manner. Nearly 1,000 disciples were aboard the ship. Yet under the guidance of the Qing Feng sect's members, they descended to the plaza without disorder. Lu Feng, along with Jiangling and the others, followed suit. And once everyone had disembarked, the ship ascended once more, departing the plaza. Hurry, Wu Ji, arrange the newcomers swiftly. Don't dawdle. Bai Qi, are you an imbecile? Why are you still standing there? Get to counting the people we brought. Lin Tao, quickly verify the number of individuals we brought along. Upon leaving the ship, the various leaders of the Qing Feng sect immediately busied themselves, organizing their respective recruits for distribution. Junior brother Lu, I apologize, but according to protocol, I must attend to matters here first and also report your situation to the sect. The IT may take some time. Would you prefer to accompany us or take the opportunity to explore the sect on your own? If you wish to look around, I can arrange for someone to guide you. Jiangling informed Lu Feng with a hint of regret. It's no trouble. Brother Jiang, you handle your affairs first. I'll take a look around. Lu Feng replied, unfazed. Very well, I shall find you a guide. Jiang Shui, come here. Stop your work for now. Accompany junior brother Lu on a tour of the sect. I will return in an hour to check on you. Jiangling instructed a young woman clad in red from his team. In no time, the red-clad girl, Jiang Shui, approached Lu Feng, her demeanor somewhat timid. "Junior brother Lu, please follow me. I will show you around the sect," she said, her voice tinged with trepidation. Lu Feng regarded the timid girl before him with a furrowed brow, slightly displeased. Why did she appear so frightened at the sight of him? Was it that his countenance was so unsightly? That couldn't be the case. He had previously assessed his appearance in the water and found it quite commendable, far more handsome than his previous life's visage, coupled with the aura he now exuded. He considered himself rather striking. Surely, it could not be that a mere glance would leave her trembling in fear. "Are you afraid of me? Have I committed some wrongdoing to invoke such fear?" Lu Feng inquired calmly, observing Jiang Shui. "Junior brother Lu, I am not afraid. It was our disrespect towards you in the monster beast forest. I beg your forgiveness," Jiang Shui replied, shivering slightly as she shook her head. "Monster beast forest? Oh, I recall now. You were the one wielding the whip." Lu Feng mused, suddenly remembering their brief encounter, and he chuckled softly. "But honestly, it was just a minor incident. Why dwell on it?" Jiang Shui, listening to his words, felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness and discomfort. Ever since her encounter with Lu Feng, she had struggled to find peace, fearing he might seek her out for trouble again. Yet, when faced with him, she realized he scarcely regarded her, which dealt a significant blow to her psyche. "Junior brother Lu, please extend your grace. Allow me to show you around the sect." Jiang Shui struggled to suppress the discomfort within her heart, and subsequently led Lu Feng on a tour of the Chengying sect, while introducing him to its various features. The Chengying sect was vast, characterized by towering pavilions and a multitude of disciples. Among its most magnificent structures were the 7 principal edifices: the Pill Refining Hall, the Weapon Forging Hall, the Array Symbol Hall, the Scripture Repository, the Disciples Hall, the Elders Hall, and the Law Enforcement Hall. The first 4 halls governed the core resources of the sect, while the latter 3 were responsible for crucial sect affairs. The remaining buildings primarily served as training grounds or residences for the disciples. Within the Chengying sect, disciples were classified into 5 ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, true inheritors, and servant disciples. Servant disciples donned simple hemp clothing and possessed cultivation at least at the 6th level of the body refinement stage. Outer disciples wore plain robes and were at the Qi mastery stage. Inner disciples could wear any attire, provided they were at or above the postnatal stage. Core disciples, also free to choose their garments, wore robes adorned with golden borders, having been promoted from inner disciples after passing the Elders' Hall scrutiny. True inheritors, distinguished by their fiery red robes with golden trim, varied greatly in cultivation and age. They could be at the Qi mastery stage or even at the innate stage, ranging from as young as 8 to as mature as 40. They were the direct disciples of the elders, destined to assume high-ranking positions within the sect. Disciples of the Chengying sect were forbidden from engaging in internal conflicts. Grievances were to be settled in the arena. Should clandestine brawls be discovered by the Law Enforcement Hall, the consequences range from confinement to the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Senior brother Lu, you must remember my words. The Chengying sect maintains strict discipline over its disciples. Some true inheritors can be quite arrogant. While you may reprimand them, it is imperative that you do not escalate matters. Otherwise, the elders may find themselves embarrassed, and you might bear the brunt of it. Jiang Shui cautioned Lu Feng earnestly as she guided him through the Chengying sect. While Lu Feng listened to Jiang Shui's admonitions, he was also absorbed in the abundant spiritual energy of the sect, noting that it was indeed more potent than that of the monster beast forest by a significant margin. Moreover, since this was the outer sect, the spiritual energy in the inner sect would likely be even more abundant. It appeared he had chosen the right place to come. Senior brother Lu, are you hungry? Would you like me to take you to the cafeteria for a bite? Jiang Shui inquired hesitantly, observing Lu Feng's contemplative demeanor. Sure, let's go, Lu Feng replied, momentarily taken aback as he instinctively rubbed his stomach. Although he was a powerful innate stage cultivator capable of enduring short periods without food, he was still not immune to the pangs of hunger. Only upon reaching the consummate level of the innate stage could one rely on their own spiritual energy for sustenance, rendering external food unnecessary. Seeing Lu Feng in such a state, Jiang Shui felt a mix of helplessness and exasperation. While he was not exactly aloof, He seemed rather preoccupied. Were it anyone else, Jiang Shui would undoubtedly have turned away coldly, deeming it unnecessary to offer warmth to someone who remained indifferent. However, as Jiang Ling had tasked her with looking after Lu Feng, she felt compelled to maintain a semblance of courtesy. Thus, Jiang Shui led Lu Feng to the disciples' cafeteria of the Qingfeng sect, which stood 7 stories high and catered to the many disciples of the sect. Upon their arrival, they found the first 5 floors teeming with disciples, the dishes having been completely sold out, while the 6th floor, although crowded, still had food available. Noticing this, Jiang Shui clenched her teeth and resolutely guided Lu Feng to the 7th floor. The cafeteria was indeed stratified. The first 3 floors offered delicious yet inexpensive dishes, highly favored by the disciples, who quickly devoured everything. The 4th and 5th floors had slightly pricier options, though the taste remained satisfactory, attracting many patrons. The 6th floor, on the other hand, was notorious for its exorbitant prices and mediocre offerings, often described as inedible. Consuming a dish from there could be detrimental to one's health, leading to countless complaints from the disciples. However, the individual operating the 6th floor was rumored to be a relative of an elder, rendering all complaints futile. Consequently, many disciples bypassed the 6th floor altogether, preferring to starve or ascend to the 7th floor rather than partake of its unappetizing fare. The 7th floor was the most lavish of the cafeteria, where even a bowl of rice could buy a sumptuous meal on the 1st floor. Although it was indeed expensive, the quality was exceptional, with the rice infused with rich spiritual energy, making it a far more worthwhile investment compared to the 6th floor's overpriced and unpalatable offerings. Thus, many who dined on the 7th floor would ostentatiously eat in the 6th floor's vicinity, silently protesting against its poor quality. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Jiang Shui was delighted to find that there were still dishes available at the counter. She smiled brightly at Lu Feng and asked, "Senior brother Lu, what would you like to eat?" "What do I want to eat?" Lu Feng pondered as he surveyed the dwindling offerings of the counter. There were still chickens, ducks, fish, as well as goose and pork knuckles available. "I'll have one of each: chicken, duck, fish, goose, and pork knuckles. Also some greens, and, oh, bring me 10 bowls of rice. That should suffice," Lu Feng ordered confidently. Jiang Shui, holding the Qingfeng sect's token, nearly dropped it in shock upon hearing his order. Struggling to maintain a smile, she replied, "Senior brother Lu, that seems rather excessive for just the 2 of us. The senior brothers are busy and won't be dining here. I fear we won't finish all of this." Lu Feng was taken aback. Just the 2 of us? Isn't all this for me?" Jiang Shui responded. "Well," Lu Feng interjected, "then add 1 more portion." Jiang Shui quickly countered, No need for that, senior brother Lu. Please take a seat. I will bring the dishes to you once they are ready." Not long after, Jiang Shui returned with the 6 dishes Lu Feng had ordered: white-cut chicken, roasted duck, boiled fish, roasted goose, braised pork knuckles, and a plate of boiled greens. The aroma wafting from the dishes was irresistible, causing one's mouth to water. Lu Feng immediately picked up his chopsticks, relishing the meal alongside the rice. Each bite was infused with rich spiritual energy, akin to cultivating with every mouthful, and the flavor surpassed even the roasted monster meat he had prepared himself, leaving him utterly enamored. After a brief interval, the 6 dishes, along with the 10 bowls of rice, had vanished without a trace. Jiang Shui sat across from him, quietly observing as he polished off his meal. Inside, her heart ached. The expense of treating Lu Feng had consumed a quarter of her savings accumulated over the years. "Jiang Shui, don't panic. Just tell the senior brother later. He will reimburse you," she reassured herself in silence, then smiled at Lu Feng, asking, "Senior brother Lu, how was the meal?" "It was quite good. By the way, aren't you eating?" Lu Feng inquired, noticing the empty plates before him. "Oh, I'm not hungry," Jiang Shui replied with a smile. "Not hungry? Perfect. I'm still not full. Please bring me another portion, and also 2 bottles of that fruit wine. It looks splendid, and it would be a shame not to indulge," Lu Feng exclaimed. Jiang Shui felt a wave of despair wash over her. After another brief interval, Lu Feng emerged from the cafeteria, thoroughly satisfied after his hearty meal. His sole thought was one of sheer delight. This was the first time he had dined so well since arriving in this world. It seemed that joining the Qingfeng sect was indeed the right choice. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui trailed behind him, tightly clutching the token that represented her identity as a disciple of the Feng sect. This token not only symbolized their status, but also functioned as a type of debit card for transactions within the sect, containing points earned through their contributions. These contribution points were invaluable, as the Feng sect operated differently than the outside world, where transactions were conducted with gold coins. Here, most purchases involved points, which could be exchanged for weapons, advanced martial techniques, talismans, and other rare items not easily found outside a SA girl. Jiang Shui's expenses were already considerable, yet she had managed to save over 2,000 points. Unfortunately, today, all of that had been spent on Lu Feng. Typically, one could enjoy a delicious 4-dish meal for just 10 points in the cafeteria. However, on the 7th floor, 10 points would only buy a single bowl of rice, while 30 points were required for a plate of greens. The 5 meat dishes Lu Feng ordered were particularly costly, each averaging 100 points, and he had ordered them twice, totaling over 1,000 points. For Jiang Shui, this was barely acceptable, but Lu Feng's subsequent request for 2 bottles of fruit wine, each priced at 500 points, had completely drained her reserves. Don't worry, Jiang Shui. Just mention it to the senior brother. He should reimburse you. Jiang Shui clutched the token tightly, gazing at the contented Lu Feng ahead, who appeared thoroughly sated after his meal, while her own stomach growled in hunger, prompting her to silently console herself. Due to the matters concerning the monster beast forest, she hesitated to confront Lu Feng, fearing that he might unleash his wrath upon her, just as he had done with Lin Tao and others, breaking their limbs and publicly seizing their weapons and garments. If she were to suffer such humiliation, it would indeed be a monumental disgrace. Nonetheless, she was entrusted by the senior brother to look after Lu Feng, and with her senior brother's stature and character, he would certainly not turn a blind eye to her plight. Senior Lu, we still have a bit of time. Would you prefer to continue exploring Feng sect, or shall we wait for the senior brother? Jiang Shui pondered, stowing the token away before returning to Lu Feng, a radiant smile gracing her face. Let us continue the tour. By the way, where do you practice? Lu Feng inquired. After wandering around for so long and hearing about many places, you haven't mentioned where you actually train. Typically, we cultivate in our own caves, and if we have sufficient contribution points, we also have the opportunity to train in the Purgatory Realm within the sect, Jiang Shui replied. Purgatory Realm? What is that? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. The Purgatory Realm was created by the first-generation patriarch of Feng sect. Utilizing his formidable cultivation, it is not only rich in spiritual energy, but also serves to temper one's physique, providing immense benefits to innate realm experts. Many practitioners favor training there, though it requires expenditure of sect contribution points, Jiang Shui elucidated. However, upon finishing her explanation, she suddenly recalled the contribution points that Lu Feng had squandered, causing a pang of discomfort within her. I see. Then I shall visit it when the time comes. Lu Feng responded, enlightened. Feeling relieved in the wake of Lu Feng's response, Jiang Shui led him through the scenic surroundings of Feng sect, meandering leisurely. The numerous pavilions and enchanting vistas made for a delightful stroll post-meal. After exploring the area, they eventually returned to the square, preparing to await Jiang Ling's arrival. The spacious square was now teeming with figures. A group of youths encircling an elderly man as they observed him practicing swordplay. The elder, garbed in white, had a youthful visage despite his snowy hair and long beard, radiating an ethereal aura as he wielded a wooden sword with fluid grace. His swordsmanship exuding a unique essence. It was clear that this elder was a master swordsman. Lu Feng, a sword immortal whose greatest passion was the way of the sword, could not help but fixate on the scene before him. Senior Lu, this is elderly of our sect, the most approachable elder in Feng sect, and a formidable swordsman. He enjoys explaining sword techniques to us if you're interested when the senior brother returns. I can introduce you to him. With your talent, you could very well become Elder Li's direct disciple, Jiang Shui remarked, noticing Lu Feng's rapt attention. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. His swordsmanship is indeed commendable, yet it pales in comparison to my own, Lu Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. While the elder's swordplay was undoubtedly exceptional, to Lu Feng, it was hardly noteworthy, let alone worthy of being his mentor. How dare you speak such nonsense? At that moment, a young disciple, clad in white with golden trim, who had been watching the elder, stood up and confronted Lu Feng that he was a core disciple with a robust physique, exuding a powerful presence in the late innate realm, glaring down at Lu Feng with fury. "Who do you think you are? What does my speech have to do with you? When have I ever slandered anyone?" Lu Feng coolly retorted, gripping the hilt of his sword, his expression icy. "Humph, you dare deny it. You claim that Elder Li's swordsmanship is inferior to yours. What else could that be but slander?" The young man thundered. "Ridiculous. His swordsmanship is indeed not as good as mine. What is wrong with speaking the truth? Are you trying to provoke me?" Lu Feng shot back, displaying no fear whatsoever. His confidence stemmed from his own formidable swordsmanship. To him, the elder's skills were simply not up to par, and the young man was merely looking for trouble. Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, as he spoke, the elder's sword had come to a halt, and the onlookers began to rise, turning their gazes toward him, their expressions filled with hostility. "Who is this brat? How dare he be so arrogant? Elder Li's swordsmanship ranks among the top 10 in Qingfeng's sect, and he dares to claim superiority? He is truly insufferable," murmured one disciple. "He even dares to challenge Brother Zhang. He must have a death wish," another added. "Brother Zhang, teach him a lesson. Don't let him get away with this," echoed yet another voice, and the disciples rose in unison, their eyes cold as ice. Murmurs of outrage filled the AIRTO them. Lu Feng's arrogance was intolerable. Elder Li was revered among them, having selflessly taught them sword techniques. Consequently, every disciple, from the lowest ranks to the core disciples, held him in high esteem. Thus, Lu Feng's brazen words ignited their collective fury. Zhang Qiong, the brother they spoke of, wore a dark expression, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng as if it were a storm about to break. Having been a core disciple for many years, even the rising star Jiang Ling showed him respect. Yet here was Lu Feng openly disrespecting him before all the disciples. If he didn't teach this brat a lesson, how could he hold his head high among them in the future? This is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. This is Senior Lu, who just joined and is not familiar with the rules. The senior brother personally brought him in. "Please, let us not take this to heart," Jiang Shui interjected, stepping in to mediate, her voice low and conciliatory. "Senior Lu, this is Brother Zhang, a core disciple of Qingfeng's sect, who has always been very supportive of us. P.S. just a bit anxious. Please apologize to him," Jiang Shui continued, trying to defuse the tension. Both men were formidable in their own right. Zhang Qiong was known for his terrifying strength and exceptional talent, and was well regarded among both elders and disciples. However, his temper could be equally fearsome. Once angered, he was like a powder keg ready to explode. As for Lu Feng, Jiang Shui could only speculate about how he might react in anger. But she was certain Zhang Qiong would not stand a chance against him, that if a core disciple were to be crippled by a new entrant, Lu Feng would certainly find it impossible to remain in Qingfeng's sect. "Ah, so this newcomer is quite arrogant and ignorant. I'll give the senior brother face this time. If you apologize now, I'll let it slide," Zhang Qiong sneered, his gaze icy as he loomed over Lu Feng. "Apologize? What have I said wrong? If you apologize to me now, I might consider letting you off lightly, otherwise bear the consequences." Lu Feng met Zhang Qiong's gaze without flinching, his face a mask of indifference. Offering no quartered an apology was out of the question. To apologize would be to acknowledge that his swordsmanship fell short of Elder Li's, a notion Lu Feng found utterly unacceptable. His swordsmanship was superior. Why should he apologize? "You're seeking death. Today, I will teach you what it means that there are always greater forces beyond you." Zhang Qiong seethed, his rage boiling over, that he lunged at Lu Feng, his powerful innate realm aura surging forth, intent on subduing Lu Feng swiftly to impart a lesson that you're the one looking for death. As Zhang Qiong made his move, Lu Feng's hand flicked, and a flash of sword light cut through the air, the blade now poised against Zhang Qiong's neck. The chilling edge made contact, forcing Zhang Qiong to halt mere inches from Lu Feng. "How dare you?" Zhang Qiong exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, unable to fathom that Lu Feng would dare to strike at him. In a fit of rage, he leaped backward, while Lu Feng remained calm, his gaze unyielding. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Qiong leaped to a distance of 10 feet behind Lu Feng. As Zhang Qiong stood, His body bent slightly, and he swiftly unsheathed the sword at his waist. Its dazzling light resembling a fleeting swan, exuding an aura of intimidation. This sword was a top-tier weapon of the Xian grade, capable of wounding even those at the pinnacle of the innate realm. And in terms of quality, it surpassed Lu Feng's own top-tier sword of the same grade, Qing Feng's sword technique. With the sword in hand, Zhang Qiong's previously stooped posture shot forth like a cannonball, simultaneously executing the most common lower-tier sword technique of the Qing Feng sect's inner disciples, determined to impart a profound lesson to Lu Feng in an instant. The space before Lu Feng was enveloped by a flurry of sword shadows. The sounds of swishing blades akin to gentle breezes cascading towards Lu Feng. Good, senior brother Zhang. Give it your all and teach him a lesson. That damn brat shows no respect for the martial way. Senior brother Zhang previously used his hands, and he dares to use a sword now. There's no law to speak of. New disciples are so audacious. Where's the justice in this? Senior brother Zhang. Deal with him. The onlooking disciples cheered in waves, their resentment towards Lu Feng palpable. However, constrained by sect rules, they dared not intervene, and witnessing Zhang Qiong's willingness to act against Lu Feng, their voices grew ever louder. Kid, pay for your arrogance. Amidst the clamorous shouts, Zhang Qiong had already surged before Lu Feng, his sword dancing, thousands of sword shadows swirling like wisps of fresh wind, cloaking Lu Feng. Nevertheless, Zhang Qiong did not intend to strike lethally. Instead, he aimed at Lu Feng's shoulder, wrist, and arm, seeking to impart a significant lesson. Clang. Throughout the encounter with Zhang Qiong's Qing Feng sword technique, Lu Feng maintained an air of unwavering calm. When the sword shadows drew within a foot of him, he suddenly swung his sword with a resounding clang, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing a furious roar. In that instant, all the sword shadows before him dissipated. Immediately afterward, a clattering sound echoed as a segment of a sword fell to the ground. The fallen sword segment belonged to Zhang Qiong's blade. The once imposing figure of Zhang Qiong now stood frozen, as if bewitched, incredulously staring at Lu Feng. In contrast, Lu Feng's sword rested once more against Zhang Qiong's neck. Its cold light glimmering, pressed firmly against him, precisely where it had been during Lu Feng's initial strike, as if it had never moved. The surrounding disciples, previously caught up in the excitement, now fell into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. Zhang Qiong was the strongest disciple among them, having mastered the Qing Feng sword technique and possessed formidable swordsmanship that could defeat even the most skilled practitioners of the innate realm. How could he be so easily vanquished in a single blow? Moreover, his sword had been severed in the process of his defeat. What could this mean? Was the weapon in Lu Feng's hand a royal-grade divine weapon? Yet that could not be right. It seemed to be merely a top-tier Xian-grade weapon, and in terms of quality, it appeared inferior to Zhang Qiong's sword. How could it so effortlessly sever Zhang Qiong's blade? And how could Lu Feng's strike be so swift? Swift enough that Zhang Qiong was defeated before they even had a chance to react. Was it possible that everything was merely an illusion? Silence enveloped the area, each person's mind racing to comprehend the astonishing sight before them, unwilling to accept the reality of Zhang Qiong's effortless defeat. As a core disciple of the Qing Feng sect, who excelled in both cultivation and equipment, how could he have fallen so easily? The sensation was akin to waking from a dream, so surreal, so incredible that it defied belief. What say you to my swordsmanship? Do I not have the right to voice such opinions? Furthermore, will you not apologize to me? Amidst the profound silence, Lu Feng's voice resonated once more, akin to a serene lake suddenly disturbed by a colossal boulder, inciting a terrifying wave of tension. Chapter 44. Now, we are fair. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Lu Feng posed 3 unyielding questions. Each query was as relentless and merciless as the sword he held against Zhang Qiong's neck. With every question, the blade inched closer to Zhang Qiong's throat, until ultimately it made contact, leaving a faint trace of blood. Should Zhang Qiong's response fail to satisfy Lu Feng, no one would doubt that Lu Feng would not hesitate to sever Zhang Qiong's head. The hearts of the onlookers raced, eager to rebuke Lu Feng, Yet upon witnessing his utterly calm demeanor, anxiety gripped them, fearful that their words might provoke Lu Feng to strike. Indeed, their suspicions were accurate, for such events had transpired before in Xian City. When Lu Feng previously wielded his sword to intimidate the Lu and Huangfu families, some had dared to shout from below, only to be swiftly silenced by Lu Feng's blade. Should the disciples of the Qingfeng sect dare to utter reckless words, even if Lu Feng spare their lives, he would ensure they would not emerge unscathed. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, and to me, you have every right to speak thus. However, you stand before elderly. Zhang Qiong replied coldly, though a chill crept into his heart at the threat to his life. Despite feeling a tinge of fear, he refused to yield. Their earlier encounter, though fleeting, had made Zhang Qiong acutely aware of the gap between himself and Lu Feng. This disparity was not merely in cultivation or equipment, but a vast chasm in swordsmanship. Where Lu Feng had decisively triumphed despite Zhang Qiong's advantages, that Lu Feng had not only defeated him with a single strike, but had also severed his sword in the process, a testament to the strength of Lu Feng's skills and combat experience, which far surpassed Zhang Qiong's own. While Zhang Qiong recognized his inferiority to Lu Feng, he would not apologize, for Lu Feng had mentioned elderly. His swordsmanship might not match Lu Feng's, nor his combat experience. But how could elderly be inferior to Lu Feng? Strength is not determined by mere words. It is established by the blade. Next time, exercise caution in your speech. There are always greater beings beyond your ken, and the world is vast beyond your imagination. Zhang Qiong had anticipated that Lu Feng would continue his relentless assault, but to his surprise, upon hearing Zhang Qiong's words, Lu Feng simply withdrew his sword. Speaking in a tone devoid of malice, akin to a top-tier swordsman gently advising a novice to heed the rules of the martial world, Lu Feng and Zhang Qiong bore no deep-seated animosity. Zhang Qiong's previous arrogance had merely warranted a lesson. Now that his objective was achieved, it was time to cease hostilities. However, Zhang Qiong's countenance shifted between shades of green and red, reflecting the profound insult Lu Feng's words had inflicted. Zhang Qiong had previously admonished Lu Feng with tales of greater beings. Now, he found himself on the receiving end of that very lesson as a core disciple. The humiliation was palpable. Zhang Qiong seethed with rage, ready to retaliate against Lu Feng or engage him in debate. Yet, after his prior defeat, what face did he have left to continue speaking? To put it bluntly, had their confrontation been a matter of life and death, he would have perished then, and there to engage Lu Feng again or attempt to reason with him would only be a self-imposed disgrace. In any context, might dictates right. Senior Brother Zhang, my apologies. Senior Brother Lu, let us depart quickly. Jiang Shui, witnessing the absence of bloodshed, breathed a sigh of relief, stepping forward with an apologetic smile toward Zhang Qiong, hastily pulling Lu Feng away. Stop. Just as Jiang Shui began to move, a venerable yet authoritative voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Shui stiffened, as if confronted by a cat, her hair standing on end as she glanced toward the source with trepidation. From within the crowd emerged a path, revealing Elder Li, his hair white yet youthful in appearance. Walking gracefully as if he were a celestial being as he passed, numerous disciples stepped aside, not daring to obstruct him in the slightest. Greetings, Elder Li. In an instant, Elder Li approached Lu Feng and Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui, upon seeing him, quickly knelt, timidly performing a deep bow while pulling at Lu Feng's sleeve. Elder Li, Lu Feng understood the situation and also cupped his fists in greeting, slightly bowing in respect. Senior Brother Lu, do speak a bit more. Jiang Shui observed anxiously from the sidelines, softly reminding Lu Feng. This Elder Li, within the Qingfeng sect, was not only approachable, but also one of their most distinguished swordsmanship masters, with cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, just a step away from achieving great perfection. Had it not been for his contemplative approach to the sword, he might have already surpassed the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, many who had attained great perfection in foundation establishment could scarcely withstand 3 strikes before Elder Li, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship. Thus, when Lu Feng inadvertently offended him while he was imparting knowledge, it would have been wise to speak more kindly and flatter him to mend their relationship. But upon Jiang Shui's urging, Lu Feng found himself momentarily at a loss. After contemplating the ethereal elderly, he hesitated before saying, "Elderly, your beard is quite impressive, but your swordsmanship could use some improvement." Elderly raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Jiang Shui interjected, "My apologies, elderly. Senior brother Lu Feng is not particularly skilled with words. Please do not take offense. We shall take our leave." Recovering from her brief stupor, Jiang Shui quickly donned a smile that was more painful than a frown, eager to pull Lu Feng away. In her heart, she felt utterly despaired by Lu Feng's tactlessness and wished to distance herself from him. Her intention had been for Lu Feng to say something flattering about elderly, perhaps admitting a mistake or praising elderly's swordsmanship, assuring him that any previous offense was unintentional. Such words would have resolved any issues, but instead, Lu Feng had chosen to compliment the elder's beard before critiquing his swordsmanship. Elderly had devoted his life to the sword. Was Lu Feng not courting the elder's ire? Just as Jiang Shui attempted to depart, Elderly's voice rang out once more, dousing her spirit with a chill. "Young friend, do you perhaps possess profound insights on my swordsmanship?" Lu Feng replied, "I have no profound insights. I merely find your swordsmanship to be averaged if we were to categorize swordsmanship into 9 ranks. You would merely rank at the 8th. Unless something changes, it seems unlikely for you to break through." Elderly retorted, "You categorize swordsmanship into 9 ranks. To be ranked 8th is intriguing. I wonder at what rank you place yourself." Lu Feng stated bluntly, "9th." Elderly chuckled, "9th? You seem quite confident in your swordsmanship, young friend." Lu Feng responded, "It is merely average, but among all 9th-ranked swordsmen, none can rival my sword." Elderly countered, "If all 9th-ranked swordsmen cannot match your blade, then you must be beyond the 9th rank. Why, then, do you place yourself at 9th? Lu Feng explained, "It is simple. In this world, swordsmanship is limited to 9 ranks, hence my swordsmanship is also ranked at 9. Elderly inquired, "Are you implying your swordsmanship exceeds the 9th rank?" Lu Feng affirmed, "Indeed, my swordsmanship transcends the 9th rank." Elderly asked, "Might I request a demonstration?" Lu Feng replied, "Do you mean to engage without utilizing your cultivation?" "Just the sword?" Elderly confirmed, "Precisely. I shall not employ any cultivation, merely spar with you in swordsmanship." Lu Feng remarked, "Is that so? Then you will surely lose. Even without our cultivations, your blade cannot withstand mine." Elderly, incensed, retorted, "Nonsense! I have devoted my life to the sword. How could I possibly be so inadequate? Do you dare to duel with me?" Lu Feng responded, "What is there to fear? But can you accept your impending defeat?" "Impudent, draw your sword." Elder Li's and Lu Feng's dialogue escalated from calm exchanges to a palpable tension, culminating in Elder Li's furious command, which signaled the end of their verbal sparring in an instant. Elder Li swung his wooden sword, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, thrusting it fiercely toward Lu Feng. The wooden sword, though blunt, became a formidable weapon in Elder Li's hands, sharp as a blade, targeting Lu Feng's vital points. Lu Feng, noticing this, moved like a darting dragon, evading the strike effortlessly while exclaiming, "What's this? Young friend, are you surrendering?" Elderly stood firm, coldly questioning, "Not at all. I am willing to spar with any swordsman in the world. But please allow me a moment. I do not wish for anyone to claim I won unfairly." Lu Feng stated nonchalantly, leaping to a towering ancient tree outside the square. With a swift motion, he severed a thick branch from the tree with a single stroke, fashioning it into a wooden sword. Returning with the wooden sword in hand, he placed his exquisite sword aside and declared, "Now we are on equal footing." Chapter 45. "Thank you, Elder Xie, for your graciousness. I have won." Lu Feng's calm voice echoed through the crowd, leaving everyone utterly speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Elderly, now wielding the wooden sword, felt his countenance shift dramatically, a deep anger surfacing within him. While Lu Feng's previous actions had discomforted him, they remained within the realm of tolerable. Now, however, Lu Feng's actions were a direct affront to his dignity. The audacity of the young man to craft a wooden sword while Elderly held one was beyond comprehension. Was he afraid that his exquisite sword might shatter the wooden one? What absurdity! The wooden sword in Elder Li's grasp was crafted from a century-old peach blossom wood, nurtured by his spiritual energy for decades, its resilience rivaling that of top-tier weapons. For Lu Feng to engage him with a mere wooden sword was a grave insult. "You shall pay dearly for your insolence." Elder Li, who was generally known for his amiable demeanor and high moral standing, could no longer contain his ire, gritting his teeth as he hissed a reprimand. As his words fell, Elder Li vanished in an instant, his presence shrouded, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, moving with an unprecedented speed akin to a gentle breeze, arriving before Lu Feng in the blink of an eye. With a swish, Elder Li unleashed a flurry of strikes with his wooden sword, thousands of sword shadows erupting like wind and lightning, akin to a mountain flood, completely engulfing Lu Feng. The surrounding disciples held their breath, captivated by Elder Li's display. This was not their first encounter with Elder Li's swordplay, but they had never witnessed him unleash his full potential. Many recognized the sword technique as the commonly practiced Qingfeng sword technique within the inner sect. Previously, Zhang Qiong had also demonstrated this technique, yet his execution paled in comparison to Elder Li's, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Zhang Qiong, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of excitement, his face flushed with intensity. He understood Elder Li's intention. Not only was he to teach Lu Feng a lesson, but he was also imparting wisdom regarding swordsmanship. Had he possessed such technique beforehand, he would not have fallen so easily before Lu Feng. Yet as Elder Li unleashed his profound swordplay, Lu Feng remained unfazed, merely offering a faint compliment. This understated praise struck Elder Li's ears as harsh criticism. Before Elder Li could respond, Lu Feng's wooden sword was already in motion, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows, mirroring Elder Li's assault. And in an instant, their wooden swords clashed, bang, bang, bang. The sounds of wood colliding echoed as the dazzling sword shadows danced in a fierce exchange. Neither yielding, perfectly matched, the Qingfeng sword technique. This fellow can wield the Qingfeng sword technique. How is that possible? The surrounding disciples gasped, their astonishment palpable as they recognized the technique Lu Feng employed as the Qingfeng sword technique. This revelation sent shivers down many spines. While the Qingfeng sword technique was accessible to all inner disciples, mastering it typically required 3 to 5 years. Even someone like Zhang Qiong, a core disciple, had spent a year mastering it, while the younger Jiangling, a leader among their generation, had practiced for 3 months. Lu Feng, merely a newly initiated disciple, possessing the ability to wield the Qingfeng sword technique was already remarkable. Yet now, it was evident he had cultivated it to an extraordinary level, rivaling Elder Li. No, this is not the Qingfeng sword technique. As everyone marveled at the display, Zhang Qiong suddenly uttered a shocking declaration that captivated all present. Everyone turned in unison, bewildered, asking, "Senior Brother Zhang, what do you mean?" Confusion spread among the crowd. With their keen eyes, they had all recognized the technique as the Qingfeng sword technique. Yet Zhang Qiong, who was most familiar with it, claimed it was not the same. What nonsense was this? Although they may not possess the same profound understanding of the Qingfeng sword technique as Zhang Qiong, they have at least undergone some training. If the swordplay employed by Lu Feng is not the Qingfeng sword technique, then what could it possibly be? The Qingfeng sword technique emphasizes not only the sword moves, but also the accompanying sword formula and body movements, all of which are essential to unleash its true power. However, take a good look. This fellow's swordplay, aside from its superficial resemblance to our Qingfeng sword technique, bears no similarity in potency whatsoever, rather than being an embodiment of the Qingfeng sword technique. It is more accurate to say that it is a technique specifically designed to counter our own. Zhang Qiong gazed at Lu Feng's swordplay with eyes aflame, panting as he struggled to suppress the shock and fear surging within him. As the saying goes, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Yet he was far from as uninformed as the surrounding disciples. He possessed a thorough understanding of the Qingfeng sword technique. Although he was not as adept as Elder Li, he immediately discerned the subtleties of Lu Feng's swordplay. The Qingfeng sword technique, while appearing remarkably similar to that of the Qingfeng sect, is, in reality, entirely at odds with it. The Qingfeng sect's swordplay emphasizes striking swiftly and decisively. requiring coordination with the accompanying sword formula and body movements to truly harness its effectiveness. In stark contrast, Lu Feng's technique, while seemingly identical to the Qing sword technique, stands as firm as a mountain, remaining unyielding even amidst a deluge of foes. It effectively counters Elder Li's every move. Is this truly happening? The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they focused on the battlefield once more. Upon closer inspection, they realized that while the forms of Lu Feng's swordplay bore a resemblance to their own, the distinctions were glaring. It was unmistakably crafted to counter the Qing sword technique. Elder Li's execution of the Qing sword technique was swift and fierce, yet each strike fell upon a vulnerable point, rendering him incapable of making any headway. This scene could easily leave the disciples' eyes wide with disbelief. Without the use of cultivation, encountering a technique that completely counters their own was utterly disconcerting. Unless one altered their moves, victory was all but impossible. Yet, how could this young man possess such a technique? Could he perhaps be a spy sent by a rival faction of the Qing sect? Bang! 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 As the disciples stood in shock, Elder Li clashed with Lu Feng over 100 exchanges before finally retreating like a gust of wind. Lu Feng made no attempt to pursue, calmly locking eyes with him. How could you possess a technique that counters our Qing sect? Elder Li inquired, his expression darkening as he cast a glance at his wooden sword, his astonishment mirroring that of the disciples. For not only did Lu Feng's swordplay counter the Qing sword technique, but each move struck at the weak points of his wooden sword, rendering it ineffective and preventing him from utilizing its advantages. Just now I grasped it. Your technique is remarkably easy to decipher. In the face of Elder Li's astonishment, Lu Feng maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. Though the Qing sword technique was undoubtedly formidable, in Lu Feng's eyes, it was merely a mediocre technique of the low-grade mystical tier. A swordsman. Discovering a counter technique was hardly a challenge. However, the onlooking disciples and Elder Li found their expressions darkening upon hearing his words, their anger bubbling beneath the surface. Just now I grasped it. It was too easy to decipher. Were these truly the words of a human being? Their Qing sword technique, though classified as a low-grade mystical technique, was nonetheless the signature technique of the Qing sect. If it were truly that easy to comprehend, what qualifications did they have to rank among the 7 major sects of the Jotian dynasty? Very well, very well. Just now I grasped it. It was too easy to decipher. Let me see if you can still decipher the techniques I employ henceforth, Elder Li declared, readying himself for another bout. This time, the swordsmanship he employed would be unpredictable, distinct from a Qing sword technique or any technique of the Qing sect. What he wielded was a technique he had developed over years of dedication to the sword path. A technique far surpassing the upper-grade mystical tier, albeit lacking in refinement, which was why he had never shared it with anyone. Now, he could use it to teach Lu Feng a lesson, testing whether this young man possessed the capability to create a counter-move against his technique. Apologies, I am pressed for time and cannot afford to play with you any longer. Perhaps next time. However, in the moment Elder Li made his move, Lu Feng surged forward, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Faced with Elder Li's aggressive sword strikes, Lu Feng sidestepped, his wooden sword resembling a celestial dragon emerging from the sea, imbued with the terrifying momentum of impending storm clouds, striking towards Elder Li's neck with astonishing swiftness. Elder Li was taken aback, instinctively countering with his own sword while simultaneously retreating. Yet Lu Feng's wooden sword executed a sudden change in technique, mercilessly targeting the wrist of Elder Li's sword hand. All movements flowing seamlessly. Taken by surprise, Elder Li's wrist was struck with a resounding crack, causing him to instinctively release his grip, sending his wooden sword clattering to the ground. Elder Li stood there, stunned, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, his heart tumultuous like crashing waves, looking incredulously at Lu Feng. Having achieved victory with a single strike, Lu Feng chose not to press his advantage, but rather stood to the side. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, the blade pointed downward, politely performing a gesture of respect towards Elder Li. Thank you, Elder, for your graciousness. I have emerged victorious. Chapter 46. The Elder's Hall silence. The square fell into a deathly stillness. Countless eyes fixed upon Lu Feng, each pair filled with profound shock and disbelief. Apologies, I am pressed for time and cannot afford to play with you any longer. Perhaps next time? Thank you, Elder, for your graciousness. I have emerged victorious. Lu Feng's earlier words echoed in their minds like a flash of lightning, that if, prior to this, they had thought Lu Feng was speaking nonsense or dreaming. Now they felt their cheeks burn as if receiving two stinging slaps. Caught between embarrassment and incredulity, yet amidst their awkwardness, their minds buzzed, unable to accept the scene unfolding before them. Elderly had actually lost. He had truly lost. This outcome was far beyond anyone's expectations. And many gazes shifted towards Elderly. There stood Elderly in his white robes, devoid of the previous vigor and celestial demeanor, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of defeat, his eyes fixated on the wooden sword at his feet. Though he remained physically unharmed, in a duel of swords, a swordsman who loses their weapon does not simply lose. It is akin to a death sentence. As a swordsman, one may lack skill or technique. Their sword may break or shatter, but it must never be relinquished. If one cannot even hold onto their sword, what right do they have to call themselves a swordsman? Elderly had devoted his life to the sword, never once dropping his weapon even against stronger opponents. Yet now, his sword lay on the ground, dislodged by Lu Feng's strike, a shock that far surpassed the ignorance of the onlookers. You have won. My swordsmanship is no match for yours. Elderly stood in place for a long moment. Finally, regaining his composure, he picked up the fallen wooden sword, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions as they settled on Lu Feng. I must take my leave, he murmured, not waiting for Lu Feng's response as he cradled his wooden sword and prepared to depart. This lifelong devotee of the sword had experienced a profound sense of defeat at the hands of Lu Feng. Ironically, he had initially thought of Lu Feng as merely a young man, not giving him much thought, only to be soundly slapped in the face by the young man's actions. The onlooking disciples fell silent, each recognizing Elder Li's state of mind, none daring to interrupt him. Oh, Junior Brother Lu, I didn't expect to find you here. I thought you and that girl Jiang Shui had gone off somewhere else. Forgetting our agreed time, at that moment, a bright and cheerful voice rang out. Jiang Ling came sprinting from afar, calling out to Lu Feng with delight. Lu Feng had never forgotten his appointment with Senior Brother Jiang. But having encountered some minor issues, he hastily resolved them in anticipation of Jiang Ling's arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Lu Feng's face broke into a warm smile. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, recalling Lu Feng's earlier words. I am pressed for time and cannot afford to play with you any longer. Perhaps next time. Did his mention of being pressed for time mean he was simply waiting to meet Senior Brother Jiang? Had he defeated Elderly merely because he was awaiting Jiang Ling's arrival? Or had he always possessed the ability to best Elderly, but chose to wait out of boredom until Senior Brother Jiang arrived? In an instant, the minds of the onlookers were ablaze with speculation. Elderly, who had been on the verge of leaving, suddenly halted, his body trembling as he slowly turned to face Lu Feng and Jiang Ling clearly. He had arrived at the same conclusion as the others. In that moment, his blood boiled, and he struggled to contain his emotions, staring blankly at Lu Feng and Jiang Ling. Unwilling to accept the implications of his thoughts, he had devoted his life to the sword. Even in defeat, he could barely come to terms with it. But if it turned out that he had merely been toyed with, he could not bear to accept such a reality. He had previously exerted himself to the utmost. Yet in the eyes of others, he was merely a minor nuisance, a trivial inconvenience that could be easily resolved at any moment. What a joke! As a renowned elder of the Qin sect, a master of swordsmanship, had he truly lost all sense of dignity? Jiang Ling chuckled. A minor nuisance. That must be the words of those blind fools, whose brains must be muddled, accidentally consuming the wrong medicine and provoking Junior Brother Lu. Elderly, Zhang Qiong, onlookers. All right, Junior Brother Lu, let us depart. I have already spoken with the Elder Pavilion. Given your abilities, becoming a core disciple is more than sufficient, should you wish to become a true inheritor. Numerous elders would gladly take you under their wing. Is that not Elderly? Elderly, come here. Allow me to introduce you to a prodigy of swordsmanship. This is Junior Brother Lu, an exceptional swordsman. Even I cannot match him. I wonder if Elderly has any interest in taking him as a disciple. Jiang Ling seemed indifferent to the surrounding commotion. engrossed in conversation with Lu Feng. He then turned his gaze and noticed elderly among the crowd, feeling a twinge of surprise, followed by a warm greeting. Jiangling wore a beaming smile, exuding warmth, yet his beaming visage repulsed elderly immensely. Elderly barked, "Get lost." After uttering this, he departed without a backward glance. Junior brother Lu, did I say something wrong? Jiangling inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Lu Feng shook his head. I don't know. As they spoke, Jiang Shui cautiously approached, her voice timid. Elder brother, the one who previously dueled with junior brother Lu, was elderly. Jiangling replied, Oh, this is a bit awkward. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Come, junior brother Lu, we shall head to the Elder Hall. 15 minutes later, Lu Feng followed Jiangling to the Elder Hall. The hall was grand and imposing, exuding an air of solemnity. It was vast and empty, save for a semicircular ebony table, behind which stood 17 elders alongside the sect's principal and vice leaders, radiating authority. The ebony table towered at double the height of an average person, against the backdrop of the hall's dark decor. The elders and sect leaders standing behind it resembled divine beings, their presence commanding respect. Lu Feng and Jiangling performed a respectful bow to the assembly, curiously surveying the hall's architecture and the dignified figures present. Mentally commending the designer of the Elder Hall, the hall's decor embraced a dark aesthetic, lacking excessive embellishment, yet it effectively captured the psyche of others, imparting a sense of grandeur and an oppressive atmosphere. The towering ebony table instilled a feeling of psychological subjugation, rendering even the most unruly individuals subdued within its confines. Are you the newly admitted disciple? Lu Feng, Jiangling has informed us of your circumstances, and we are delighted to welcome a genius among us. However, before proceeding, we must assess your capabilities to determine your suitability for the position we intend to bestow upon you, spoke the principal of the Qinfeng sect. Donned in dark crimson robes, his expression severe as he regarded Lu Feng. His deep voice resonated within the hall like the tolling of a great bell. Very well. Let us begin. Most disciples would tremble with reverence upon hearing the sect leader's voice, filled with trepidation. Yet Lu Feng merely smiled calmly, nodding with composure. Immediately, a crystal orb soared from behind the ebony table, hovering before Lu Feng. Understanding its purpose, he placed his hand upon it, channeling his energy. For Lu Feng, the crystal orb was a familiar tool, an essential device in the cultivation realm, adept at swiftly revealing one's innate qualities and cultivation level as soon as he touched the orb. His foundational attributes and cultivation information materialized within it. Moments later, the details appeared. 17 years of bone age, superior spiritual vein, spiritual essence lacking, attributes unknown, early stage of innate realm cultivation, 17 years old, early stage of innate realm, and a superior spiritual vein. Remarkable. His cultivation is impressive, and his talent is commendable, yet it is unfortunate that the spiritual essence within his vein is lacking. The fact that he was able to reach the early stage of innate realm cultivation despite the absence of spiritual essence was astounding. Coming from the remote Xian city, it was already extraordinary for someone his age to reach the acquired realm, let alone the innate realm. Perhaps he stumbled upon a significant opportunity, or perhaps he absorbed residual spiritual essence, awakening his potential. Did you not hear Jiangling mention that he had been persecuted by the Lu family? That possibility cannot be dismissed. Some prodigies, after losing their spiritual essence, may unleash extraordinary potential. Though such bursts of power cannot be sustained for long, that it remains uncertain how long he can maintain this state. The 17 elders and the principal and vice leaders of the Qinfeng sect, upon witnessing Lu Feng's information, maintained a facade of calm. Yet behind the scenes, they exchanged thoughts through spiritual communication, filled with astonishment and a hint of regret regarding Lu Feng's potential. Lu Feng stood quietly, seemingly unperturbed, yet his heightened senses absorbed the hushed conversations of those present, remaining vigilant. While Jiangling had painted the Qinfeng sect as a benevolent establishment, one must always guard against betrayal. He had no desire to unwittingly meet his demise here. Lu Feng, from this day forth, you shall be a core disciple of the Qinfeng sect. Jiangling escorted him out. After a brief pause, once discussions had concluded, the principal, seated at the center of the ebony table, spoke with authority. Simultaneously, a golden token flew forth, landing before Lu Feng that he accepted it, performing a respectful bow to the visibly excited Jiangling before departing together. Well then, the disciple evaluations are finally complete. Come, let us feast. The previously stern and solemn principal of the Qin sect exhaled a sigh of relief once they exited the hall, gesturing grandly to the others, exclaiming, "Wonderful! It is finally over." In this dim and oppressive place, I was nearly suffocated. Thankfully, we have acquired some promising talents. It is not in vain. Poor elderly, practicing swordsmanship day in and day out. He has missed out on so many fine prospects this time. Elder Zhang, wait a moment. Let us discuss that child. If you relinquish him to me, I assure you, you shall not suffer any loss. Whatever you desire, I will provide. Haha, is that so? Then I shall ask for your company for a night. Are you willing? That is simple. Whether you come to me or I go to you, it matters not, as long as you grant me that child. All terms are negotiable. Get lost. The previously dignified elders rose one by one, departing the dark and oppressive hall. Some exchanged laughter, others wore pained expressions, while a few exhibited arrogance, akin to weary office workers finally liberated from their arduous toil. Chapter 47. Do you think I haven't eaten? Junior Brother Liu, congratulations on becoming a core disciple of our Qin sect. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Core disciples receive daily allocations of cultivation resources, which you must collect from the Disciples' Hall. Of course, if you desire additional resources, you may undertake tasks at the Disciples' Hall to exchange for points. Lu Feng accompanied Jiangling out of the Elder Hall, then followed him toward the residence of core disciples. The living quarters for core disciples were located deep within the inner sect, a journey from the Elder Hall to the core disciples' residence taking no less than half an hour, during which Jiangling elaborated on the sect's resource distribution. The Qin sect allocates cultivation resources to disciples monthly. Miscellaneous disciples receive 3 first-grade Qi gathering pills per month. Outer disciples receive 10 first-grade Qi gathering pills per month. Inner disciples receive 10 second-grade Qi gathering pills per month. Core disciples receive 10 third-grade Qi gathering pills per month. In addition to these guaranteed resources, disciples may also earn contribution points through completing tasks at the Disciples' Hall, which can be exchanged for further resources. Furthermore, points are essential for meals and other activities within the Qin sect, making them the de facto currency. Lu Feng listened attentively, digesting all the information Jiangling provided. After half an hour, Lu Feng and Jiangling arrived at a spiritually abundant forest within the Qin sect, where the aura was more than thrice that of the outer sect. Within the forest, pavilions stood tall, serving as residences for core disciples. All right, I shall leave you here. Choose a place to reside, lest anyone seize upon your weaknesses. Jiangling halted, offering an apologetic smile to Lu Feng. Thank you, Senior Brother Jiang, for your guidance. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture that "You're welcomed up, by the way. Return my token." Jiangling offered a faint smile, then extended his hand before Lu Feng. Lu Feng, taken aback, responded, What is it? What else could it be? It is, of course, my book. You took it the day before yesterday. Have you forgotten? Jiangling replied with a wry smile. Lu Feng, realizing, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly retrieved the book, The Sword of the Third Young Master, from his bosom, saying, Brother Jiang, I truly cherish this book. Why not gift it to me? You want it? No problem, but it is currently a unique edition. Once I have it copied, I shall present this to you, but for now, I intend to profit from it. Jiangling remarked as he took the book from Lu Feng's hands, nodding lightly. Profit? How do you plan to profit from this book? Lu Feng inquired, somewhat perplexed. Naturally, by copying it and selling the copies. The Qin sect does not prohibit disciples from engaging in commerce. I am not particularly fond of undertaking tasks. Thus, I rely on writing books to supplement my income in exchange for points within the sect. Otherwise, why would I bother writing? Jiangling found Lu Feng's question amusingly naive. All right, I must take my leave. That I shall return this book to you in due time. That if you wish to find me, seek me in the purgatory realm, for that is where I reside. With that, Jiang Ling waved goodbye to Lu Feng and departed with an air of nonchalance. It dawned on Lu Feng that writing could indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Having read numerous books in the past, now residing in his mind, he contemplated transcribing them to earn some income. Watching Jiang Ling's retreating figure, he suddenly felt as though a gateway to a new world had swung open before him. He seemed to have discovered a path to wealth. He had previously believed that only martial skills or medicinal elixirs could yield riches, never considering that chronicling the lives of others could also be profitable. With the multitude of experiences he had encountered in his previous life, how many resources could he exchange for within the Qingfeng sect by writing them down? Would he not be liberated from the arduous task of gathering spiritual herbs and the painstaking art of alchemy? Lu Feng inwardly rejoiced and made his way toward the residence of the core disciples, eager to select a room and embark on his literary journey. When it came to experiences across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he was confident that none could rival his understanding, for he was the foremost sword immortal of the realm, having endured trials far beyond the ordinary. Jiang Ling, after parting with Lu Feng, excitedly gazed at the book in his hands, a smile of exhilaration gracing his features. The works of the old master had brought him considerable fortune in the past, and now, with this particular book, he sensed an even greater opportunity for wealth. The thought rendered his smile irrepressible. "Wait, brother, senior brother, hold on. I have something to discuss with you." Just as Jiang Ling was reveling in his happiness, an urgent voice called out. He turned to see Jiang Shui, clad in a red dress, rushing towards him, an anxious expression on her face. "Oh, Jiang Shui, why are you still here? Did I not instruct you to return?" Jiang Ling inquired, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Jiang Shui had been following him ever since he took Lu Feng to the Elder Hall, and when he emerged with Lu Feng, he noticed she was still outside and had urged her to leave. However, he did not expect her to reappear shortly after parting from Lu Feng, seemingly blocking his path home, leaving Jiang Ling perplexed. "That you're hoping for the sect's recruitment rewards, aren't you? But those rewards will only be distributed tomorrow. If you're seeking me now, I cannot assist you." Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, seemingly grasping why Jiang Shui was so intent on following him. When they recruit disciples, it is akin to fulfilling a task for the disciple hall, with rewards determined by the recruitment success. However, this task can be rather disadvantageous, for failure not only results in no reward, but also incurs a significant point penalty. The criteria for success depend on the younger disciples, not merely the miscellaneous disciples of the 7th or 8th layer of body refinement, or the outer disciples of the chi manipulation stage. Those individuals are merely supplementary. The true targets of recruitment are children aged 3 to 10. Only these children are the ones they truly seek. Of course, if they encounter a genius like Lu Feng outside, it would be a stroke of luck, yielding even greater benefits. The distribution of these rewards is at the discretion of the team leader in the disciple hall, and the amount each disciple receives is entirely up to them. However, Jiang Ling had yet to secure any rewards, and Jiang Shui's arrival seemed rather hasty. No, I am not here for the rewards," Jiang Shui replied, flustered, shaking her head. "Not for the rewards. Could it be that you have come to confess your feelings to me?" Jiang Ling gasped in astonishment. "Neither, senior brother. That is not what I meant. Please do not misinterpret my intentions." Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to 2 clouds at dusk, as she glared at Jiang Ling, annoyance etched on her face. As long as you are not here to confess. Then what is it that you wish to discuss?" Jiang Ling, relieved, returned to his initial inquiry, gazing at Jiang Shui with curiosity. "Senior brother, you instructed me to look after Brother Lu. Will you reimburse me for his meals during this time?" Jiang Shui hesitantly asked, her face still flushed. "I thought it was something significant, but it turns out to be this trivial matter." "Very well, senior brother shall reimburse you. Whatever you spend on him, I can settle it for you right now." Jiang Ling exclaimed, a mix of exasperation and amusement, as he prepared to return the points Jiang Shui had spent. "The total is 2,164, but senior brother, you only need to give me 2,160. The remaining 4 points are unnecessary," Jiang Shui declared joyfully, hastily producing her token to hand to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling hesitated, scrutinizing her as he asked, "Wait, how much did you say?" Jiang Shui timidly replied, 264 no. 260 that you can keep the remaining 4 points. 260. You think I am a fool, Jiang Shui. To defraud me of 2 to 300, I might accept, but 2 to 3,000? What do you take me for? Jiang Ling pocketed his token, refusing to return the points, glaring at her with a dangerous expression. Jiang Shui looked at him with trepidation, saying, Senior brother, I did not mean to disrespect you. But all these expenses were incurred by Brother Liu. I had no choice but to seek your help. Jiang Ling laughed in anger. He ate? Do you think I have never eaten? I dine at the 7th floor of the cafeteria daily. Even if 2 people eat, 500 points would be the maximum. Now you want over 2,000 points from me. Do you take me for an easy mark? Jiang Shui, filled with fear at Jiang Ling's anger, lowered her head in trepidation, daring not to utter another word. Her hopes of self-reassurance were thoroughly shattered. After all, the thought of spending 2,000 points for a meal, even Jiang Ling himself would find that hard to believe. Enough. I will give you a maximum of 500 points. Let this matter end here. I shall not pursue your responsibility. But if you continue to pester me or spread rumors outside, you know well what the consequences will be. Jiang Ling reprimanded Jiang Shui for a considerable time, and upon seeing her head bowed in submission, his anger subsided significantly. In the end, he accepted Jiang Shui's token, returned 200 points to her, and swiftly departed, no longer wishing to engage with her. His previously buoyant mood had vanished entirely. What audacity Jiang Shui had to demand 2,000 points from him, claiming it was for Lu Feng's meals. Did she not think before speaking? I did not deceive you, Jiang Shui murmured to herself as she watched Jiang Ling's figure disappear into the distance. Glancing at the 500 points in her token, mustering the courage to whisper, No, I must retrieve the remaining 1,664 points from him. After Jiang Ling left, she stood in silence for a while. But soon, it seemed she had made a resolute decision, her gaze firmly set towards a certain location within the Qingfeng sect, the core residence of the disciples. She had resolutely made up her mind to demand back the remaining 1,664 points from Lu Feng. 1,664 points was no trivial amount within the Qingfeng sect. Many tasks in the sect yielded only 3 to 5 points, and to acquire dozens or even hundreds of points often required risking one's life and investing a considerable amount of time. Jiang Shui had obtained her 1,664 points through countless hours of perilous effort. How could she simply relinquish them, since she could not retrieve them from Jiang Ling? She would seek them from the initial bearer, Lu Feng. Although she was quite fearful of Lu Feng, the thought of losing her points was far more daunting at that moment. Lu Feng was inspecting a house within the residence of the core disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Junior brother, are you satisfied with this loft? It spans 2 levels, totaling 500 square meters, nestled amidst the mountains and waters, with a stunning environment. Furthermore, it is equipped with a second-tier gathering array, which can enhance your cultivation speed by more than double. Your senior brother, invested over 3,000 points into this loft. Now, considering you're a newly inducted disciple, and I am currently in need of points, how about I let it go for just 1,000 points? Standing within the loft, Lu Feng listened as a slightly slender young man in black, Zheng Tao, smiled and explained the details of the residence. The loft, constructed from bamboo, perched atop a mountain, appeared quite picturesque from the outside. Inside, the decor was rather simple, yet it boasted a bed, cushions, tables, chairs, a kitchen, a study, and an alchemy room. Everything one could desire, with a concentration of spiritual energy exceeding that of the outside world by at least double. In a certain sense, this residence resonated with Lu Feng's taste far more than the accommodations he had been provided during his initial entry into the sect. The previous lodging he had sought was uniformly assigned to core disciples by the Qingfeng sect. It was modest in size, entirely bamboo constructed, and equipped with a first-tier gathering array, enabling a cultivation speed increase of only 1-fold. However, the bamboo hut was merely 10 square meters, leaving little room for more than a common table. Chairs, a meditation mat, and a bed. There was scarcely space to stretch out one's legs. Nonetheless, Lu Feng was content that it was not long after he settled in that Zheng Tao approached him, offering a superior dwelling with a better cultivation environment. Intrigued, Lu Feng followed him to this loft. From his prior conversation with Jiang Ling, Lu Feng understood that the residences of core disciples were not fixed. One could apply to the sect to construct their own or even transfer them to others. The more he observed, the more enamored he became. Not to mention, the loft was significantly larger than his bamboo hut, with an immensely improved environment and abundant spiritual energy. Cultivating here would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. Senior brother Zheng, I'll take this loft. However, I'm uncertain if I possess 1,000 points, Lu Feng remarked with great satisfaction after surveying the space. Yes, you absolutely do. You see, once one becomes a core disciple, the sect rewards 1,000 points, so you definitely have them. Why not channel your spiritual energy and check your token? Zheng Tao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng promptly retrieved his golden token and infused it with his spiritual energy for verification. The tokens of the Qingfeng sect are classified into 5 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and red gold, corresponding to the ranks of servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples, respectively. Lu Feng held the token of a core disciple. Once a disciple received their token, it would quickly memorize the energy circulation of the holder, preventing others from picking it up and impersonating a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. Lu Feng channeled his energy. The token engraved with his name and date of birth immediately displayed the number 1,000. There truly are points. Junior brother, see, I wasn't deceiving you, Zheng Tao exclaimed, prompting Lu Feng to silently marvel and causing Zheng Tao to smile broadly. Before long, Lu Feng and Zheng Tao completed the transaction, transferring 1,000 points from Lu Feng's token to Zheng Tao's. Concurrently, the ownership mark of the loft was transferred to Lu Feng's token. Subsequently, Zheng Tao left the loft, turning to glance back at the shabby residence he had occupied for an entire year, devoid of any regret and even stifling a laugh. Years ago, he had been similarly deceived, foolishly spending 800 points on that dilapidated building. Though it appeared charmingly situated amidst the mountains and waters, rainy days turned the path treacherous, and the dampness made the place a chaotic mess. The primary nuisance, however, was the legion of monkeys that resided nearby. These raucous creatures would frolic at dawn and dusk, their noise reaching unbearable levels. Attempts to drive them away resulted in injury, and encounters with the dominant Monkey King often left him severely wounded. Consequently, Zheng Tao had to endure in silence, making the desire for a peaceful cultivation session or a leisurely slumber an extravagant luxury. Only during the 2 hours of midday could he find a moment of tranquility. But now, things were different. He was finally liberated from that wretched torment. At last, he had encountered a new disciple as foolish as he had once been. No, even more so, as this junior brother hadn't even attempted to negotiate a price before eagerly accepting the hot potato. In truth, had Lu Feng haggled even slightly, as Zheng Tao once had, he would have gladly accepted a price of 500 points. After all, Zheng Tao had endured considerable distress in that house. Even if he could not recover his original investment, losing 300 points would be bearable. Yet, Lu Feng was far too easy to deceive, prompting Zheng Tao to laugh heartily with every step he took. Perfect. This house is simply too perfect. If I dedicate myself to cultivating here, I could reach the foundation establishment stage in less than a month. Unaware of Zheng Tao's thoughts, Lu Feng lay happily on the large bed in the loft, feeling as though he had struck gold. Acquiring such a splendid residence for merely 1,000 points was indeed a remarkable fortune. The only downside was that the house was too spacious, and he felt rather lonely within it. Perhaps he should consider raising a magical beast. A well-behaved magical beast could not only alleviate his loneliness, but also bring him joy. Of course, if it could accompany him in sword practice. That would be perfect. As Lu Feng pondered this, he chuckled at his own greed, realizing that simply having a magical beast to ease his solitude and amuse him should suffice. To expect it to train with him was an absurd notion. Cultivating a magical beast capable of sparring with him was no simple task. Likely, as soon as his sword was drawn, the beast would be frightened to death by the sword's aura. Suddenly, as Lu Feng lay on the bed, lost in whimsical thoughts, an unusual commotion erupted outside, and a series of powerful howls resounded continuously, followed by tremors that shook the ground. The bed vibrated violently, as if it might collapse at any moment, threatening to hurl him against the ceiling. What is happening outside? Lu Feng stood up bewildered as the howls and tremors seemed to animate the very loft he had just acquired, akin to a lively dance. reminiscent of an earthquake. Fortunately, the loft's construction had undergone rigorous inspection by the Qingfeng sect, and with the second-tier protective array in place, it could withstand seismic disturbances. Otherwise, it would surely have collapsed by now. However, if the shaking persisted, even if the loft did not crumble, it would surely drive anyone to madness. Feng hastily grabbed his sword and leaped from the second-floor window of the loft. Upon exiting the attic, bereft of the protective enchantments of the second-tier formation, the tremors beneath my feet intensified, as if the myriad mountains and forests were engaged in a spirited dance, sending waves of immense power surging from the depths of the earth. Feng strode forth, sword in hand, racing towards the source of the strongest vibrations. In no time, he encountered a vast congregation of monkeys. This horde was numerous, exceeding 1,000, their fur predominantly a lustrous golden hue, with some exhibiting a grayish-white coat. Their sizes varied, the smaller ones akin to young children, while the larger resembled ordinary humans. Among them stood 4 imposing grayish-white apes, towering over the rest at over 7 feet, each wielding a different staff, a wooden, a stone, an iron, and a copper rod. These 4 apes exuded an air of authority, commanding the throng of monkeys like seasoned generals leading a vast army. Each shout they uttered was met with a chorus of responses from the surrounding golden monkeys and apes. Each monkey clutched a sizable wooden club or stone mortar, and at the command of the 4 apes, they would enthusiastically pound the ground, creating a terrifying tremor. Damn it, how can there be so many mountain apes and golden monkeys here? Feng thought, feeling a sudden headache at the sight before him. Mountain apes and golden monkeys were among the most common magical beasts, typically possessing only first-tier strength, with most at the 2nd or 3rd stage of body refinement, and the strongest barely reaching the 5th stage. However, these creatures were notorious for their penchant for destruction and mischief, possessing remarkable agility and speed. Even those who had mastered body techniques in the postnatal realm would find it challenging to match their swiftness. Although both mountain apes and golden monkeys belonged to the primate family, they were inherently antagonistic, like fire and water. It was rare for them to coexist in the same vicinity, which surprised Feng. Yet, after a fleeting moment of distraction, Feng scrutinized the apes again and noticed they bore no magical beast rings. That a sigh of relief escaped him. The absence of these rings indicated that this group of monkeys was not nurtured by the Qingfeng sect, but rather intruders. He reasoned that even if he were to eliminate them, he would not encounter any significant trouble. With this thought, Feng tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes gleaming with a cold, killing intent, preparing to plunge into the throng of monkeys, ready to teach them a profound lesson for disturbing his peace. However, just as Feng's murderous intent began to manifest, a golden monkey suddenly spotted him, letting out a piercing shriek that, in an instant, countless golden monkeys and apes halted their activities, their heads turning in unison towards Feng, their expressions filled with suspicion and hostility. Then, the 4 apes sprang into action, leaping forth like great eagles taking flight, generating a fearsome gust of wind. Yet upon landing, they descended as lightly as feathers, not disturbing a speck of dust, and settled firmly before Feng. Feng observed with wide eyes. The 4 apes had exhibited an unexpectedly profound agility. Moreover, the aura they inadvertently radiated was comparable to that of mid-stage innate realm warriors, with the one wielding the copper staff appearing even stronger, possibly at the late stage of the innate realm. How is this possible? Feng's heart raced with disbelief. These 4 apes were clearly first-tier magical beasts, mountain apes. Even if they could evolve, reaching the 3rd tier, late-stage chi manipulation was the pinnacle for them. How could they possess the strength of innate realm warriors? Magical beasts of innate prowess were typically 5th tier. How could 1st-tier mountain apes exhibit such formidable power? Before Feng could process this revelation, a cacophony of furious roars erupted around him. The 4 apes that had approached him now glared at him with palpable rage, their deep growls accompanied by frenzied gestures, their eyes brimming with anthropomorphic excitement as they howled in unison at Feng. Confused, Feng understood that while his own strength was considerable, he could not comprehend the language of beasts. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to communicate through spiritual sense, and it appeared that none of the four apes possessed that capability either, which was unfortunate given his current cultivation level. Seeing that Lu Feng remained unfazed, the four apes retreated to their horde, roaring in anger. The surrounding monkeys responded in kind, their gazes filled with combativeness and hostility towards Lu Feng. Suddenly, a wooden stick was hurled at him, landing firmly beside his feet. A golden monkey of average size leapt forth, brandishing a wooden club the size of an infant's arm, pointing at the stick beside Lu Feng and then at itself, before raising its club and challenging him. Interesting. Are you seeking a challenge? Lu Feng understood the golden monkey's intent, and undeterred by the possibility of the monkeys attempting to steal his sword, he sheathed his weapon and picked up the wooden stick that had been thrust at him. He began to approach the golden monkey. Upon noticing this, the golden monkey let out a triumphant roar, an overwhelming power erupting from within. It was astonishingly a perfected postnatal realm golden monkey. The surrounding monkeys, witnessing the spectacle, also unleashed their own powers, each one surpassing the 8th stage of body refinement. Breaking through their inherent racial limitations, Lu Feng stood in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. In that moment, he felt as if he were a lone warrior challenging an entire army. As Lu Feng's thoughts crystallized, the golden monkey charged at him, its club swinging down with ferocious intent. The surrounding horde of monkeys surged forward as if they had coordinated their attack, launching a relentless assault on Lu Feng from all sides. Such an onslaught would undoubtedly send other innate realm warriors into a panic. Come on, today I shall teach you what rules mean. Yet, Lu Feng felt no fear at this sight. Rather, he was invigorated by the challenge. Wielding the wooden stick like a divine weapon, embodying a general facing an overwhelming army, in that instant, the forest echoed with the sounds of battle. One by one, monkeys were sent flying, golden monkeys howling in despair. Facing Lu Feng, armed with a wooden stick, they were as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Within moments, nearly 1,000 monkeys, both mountain apes and golden monkeys, were left in disarray, sprawled on the ground, emitting cries of pain. Chapter 50. Writing a book unyielding, standing amidst the chaos. Lu Feng held his wooden stick aloft, gazing contemptuously at the howling monkeys below, a smirk upon his lips. Despite their overwhelming numbers and coordinated attacks, even a late-stage innate realm warrior would find such a horde to be a headache. However, Lu Feng held them in utter disdain. Just the previous night, he had single-handedly slain over 100 postnatal realm warriors. Had it not been for the presence of a foundation-building warrior among them, he could have dispatched them even more swiftly. And what could these monkeys, no matter how formidable, compare to humans? In terms of tactical coordination and cultivation level, they paled in comparison, which was why they could not withstand even a single exchange against Lu Feng, just as he had finished dispatching nearly 1,000 monkeys. 4 furious roars echoed through the air. The 4 grayish apes that had previously communicated with Lu Feng sprang into action, their wooden, stone, iron, and copper staffs striking towards him in unison. Their movements were swift and fierce, imbued with terrifying force, producing a series of ominous sounds as they sliced through the air. Should Lu Feng be struck by these 4 staffs, even if he survived, he would surely sustain grave injuries. How intriguing! Yet, facing such a ferocious assault from the 4 apes, Lu Feng felt no trepidation. He swung his wooden stick with sudden vigor. Boom! A powerful, unparalleled surge of sword energy erupted forth, like lightning flashing through the night. Emanating from his stick, as it traversed its path, the wooden stick shattered completely, sending countless splinters flying, mingling with the rushing sword energy. The sword energy surged forth like a torrential silver waterfall, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea. Swift and relentless, the splinters danced in the air like drifting willow fluff, sharp as ice shards, hurtling towards the furious 4 apes in a unified assault. The 4 apes, taken aback by this spectacle, attempted to swiftly intercept Lu Feng's sword energy. However, it was too potent. In an instant, it reached their chests, leaving deep gashes and embedding splinters into their pressure points. In a heartbeat, the 4 apes were sent careening backward, their anguished cries erupting from their throats. The surrounding monkeys were struck with fear, unleashing horrified shrieks as they rushed towards their fallen leaders, Heedless of their own injuries, the multitude of monkeys encircled the four, frantically assisting them to rise while chattering incessantly. Fortunately, Lu Feng had been cautious with his strike, employing less than a tenth of his strength. Otherwise, the four would have met their demise, howling in a mix of defiance and fear. The four rose with the aid of the monkeys, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Lu Feng. That moment, Lu Feng had retrieved his sword and, upon observing the four, calmly remarked, "This is merely a minor lesson for you. Should you dare to disturb me here again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Without awaiting a response from the four, he turned on his heel and departed. He firmly believed that this group of monkeys could comprehend his intent. The most effective way to communicate with magical beasts was through subjugation. Once subdued, they would no longer dare to provoke him. He reflected on his time in the Beast Mountain Forest, where he had eliminated countless mercenary humans, only to have some foolishly venture into his domain. At least the beasts there knew better than to engage him. Upon sighting him, they would flee in terror. Soon, Lu Feng returned to his loft, while the verdant forest echoed with the low growls of monkeys and subtle rustlings. The earlier troop of monkeys that had disturbed his peace had finally retreated. At last, tranquility was restored. For the next month, he planned to diligently cultivate at the Chengying sect, striving to reach the foundation establishment stage. Given the lush vegetation, the area likely boasted an abundance of medicinal herbs. During his leisure, he would gather some spiritual medicine. There was also a waterfall nearby, ideal for sword practice. Lu Feng reclined on the bed in the loft, as if nothing had transpired, and began to contemplate his future plans at the Chengying sect. Before long, he had meticulously outlined his intended activities, where to gather herbs, where to practice swordplay, and when to cultivate, leaving no detail unattended, just as he had during his time in the Beast Mountain Forest. Yet he felt as though something was amiss. A certain task lingered in his mind, but he could not recall what it was. Of course, he needed to write a book, a biography, to ensure that the people here would know of him, and to earn some points in the process. After a moment of reflection, he finally remembered the task he had forgotten: to write. Ever since he learned that Jiangling had written a book to earn points at the Chengying sect, he had been inspired to do the same. That if Jiangling could write and sell well, why couldn't he? Initially indifferent to fame, he was now stirred by the thought that the deeds of two sword masters had been immortalized in text, while his own greatness remained unrecognized. Thus, he resolved to pen a book of his own, fully confident that it would be a bestseller upon its release. With this thought igniting his passion, Lu Feng sprang from his bed and made his way to the study. Grasping a brush and paper, ready to inscribe the myriad experiences from his birth onward, his past life was vividly etched in his memory, and he wrote with unyielding fervor. Within the span of a single incense stick, he had filled a sheet of rice paper with characters detailing his past accomplishments and experiences. Upon completing a page, he felt an insatiable urge to continue, picking up another sheet of rice paper and once more immersing himself in writing. In this manner, he wrote 10 pages in total, accumulating around 10,000 characters. Though the number was not excessive, it captured the essence of his experiences from ages 1 to 10. Lu Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He was confident in his writing, and even more so in his experiences. Though his early years lacked intrigue, they were filled with his profound love for the sword. While his peers played house, he practiced swordsmanship. When they splashed in the water, he was still honing his skills, and while they climbed trees to pick fruit, he remained devoted to his sword training. Was this not a testament to his passion for the sword? The more he reflected, the more he cherished the idea of continuing to write about his past up until the age of 20. Lu Xixiang, are you there? I need to speak with you. However, a voice called urgently from below the loft, interrupting his train of thought. Lu Feng frowned slightly. Displeased, he detested interruptions during his discussions of swordplay. Yet, recognizing the voice as familiar, he felt it unwise to ignore it. He set down his brush, placed a weight upon his hard-earned manuscript, and descended the stairs to open the door, responding, "I'm here." Chapter 51. The content of the book? Jiang Shui stood outside the loft, gazing at the closed door, her heart racing like a frantic deer. This anxiety did not stem from affection, but rather from fear. She was genuinely terrified of Lu Feng, although she had steeled herself before arriving. The sight of the closed bamboo door made her reconsider that moment. She wished fervently that the resident was not Lu Feng, but that she had simply mistaken the person she sought. Despite her efforts to gather information about Lu Feng, consulting numerous individuals and enduring considerable hardships to arrive here, the memory of their previous encounter in the Beast Mountain forest filled her with dread. Perhaps it would be best to leave? The 1,664 contribution points were not worth the trouble. After 5 breaths of waiting outside without a response, Jiang Shui resolved to depart, but suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from within the loft. Moments later, the bamboo door creaked open and Lu Feng emerged, his gaze landing on Jiang Shui, his brow slightly furrowed. "Oh, it's you. What was your name again?" "Never mind, what do you need?" Leaning against the doorframe, he immediately recognized Jiang Shui by her signature red attire. He intended to call her by name, but realized he had completely forgotten it. His mind, though vast, retained only key figures and, unfortunately, had chosen to overlook others, including the girl who had accompanied him throughout the Qingfeng sect. Jiang Shui, sensing Lu Feng's lack of recognition, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, though it soon transformed into simmering rage. How could this insufferable man, whom she had spent an entire morning with and had expended 2,164 points on, forget her name? It was infuriating. Thus, she coldly replied, "Lu Feng Xixiang. I am Jiang Shui. I have something to discuss with you. Are you busy at the moment?" Seizing the opportunity to express her thoughts in a single breath, she raised her chin defiantly, conveying both her ire and her lack of fear towards him. "Yes, I am busy. Is your matter urgent? If not, we can discuss it later," Lu Feng replied, sensing a shift in Jiang Shui's demeanor, but not dwelling on it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's body quivered, akin to a deflated balloon. She had anticipated that Lu Feng would exhibit some signs of embarrassment or inquire about her purpose for visiting. Instead, he treated her like a child attempting to cause trouble while he was preoccupied with adult matters. This left Jiang Shui feeling utterly defeated. Although she was 2 years older than Lu Feng, his prowess rendered such age differences inconsequential. She had witnessed Lu Feng's strength firsthand, and attempting to assert dominance based solely on age was futile. Oblivious to Jiang Shui's inner turmoil, Lu Feng prepared to close the door, intent on continuing his monumental task of chronicling the exploits of the greatest Sword Immortal across the realms, with no desire to engage with her. "Wait, Lu Xixiang. The truth is, I came to ask for the reimbursement of that meal we had," Jiang Shui exclaimed, blocking the door just as Lu Feng was about to shut it. "The meal reimbursement? What meal reimbursement?" Lu Feng inquired, perplexed. "The meal I treated you to on the 7th floor, which cost me 2,164 points. I saved for 10 years to accumulate those points. My senior brother didn't believe you could eat that much and only reimbursed me 500 points, leaving a balance of 1,664 points unpaid," Jiang Shui hurriedly explained, pouring forth her grievances in one breath. "So that's the case," Lu Feng realized, then looked at the anxious girl who had just spilled her heart out, chuckling wryly. "Don't worry. I'm not the type to go back on my word. I will certainly repay you for that meal." "Really?" Jiang Shui's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if she had heard celestial music. "However, before proceeding further, I wish to inquire whether the works penned by senior brother Jiang can also be sold at the Qingfeng sect. How much profit does he derive from each book?" Lu Feng nodded with confidence, but added a note of suspense. Jiang Shui responded, "Certainly. Senior brother Jiang is a renowned author within the Qingfeng sect. Even the elders are quite enamored with his works. Each book generates a monthly revenue of 10,000 points." Lu Feng chuckled. "That's splendid. I assure you that my writings will undoubtedly be more profitable." Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback. "Senior brother Lu, are you suggesting that you too intend to write and sell books?" Lu Feng smiled. "Of course. Moreover, I'm certain that my books will be a tremendous success. If you don't believe me, follow me inside." Upon hearing about Jiang Ling's income, Lu Feng felt elated. While Jiang Ling's writings were indeed splendid, Lu Feng was confident that his own creations would be equally impressive. If Jiang Ling could earn up to 10,000 points monthly, surely it would not be unreasonable for him to aim for 20,000 points. Jiang Shui, however, remained skeptical, doubting Lu Feng's capabilities. It is worth noting that after Jiang Ling amassed a considerable fortune through his writings, Countless disciples endeavored to imitate him, yet most faced dismal outcomes. Only the elders' works yielded modest profits, and the only ones who could truly rival Jiangling were the sect leaders. The elders' books were exclusively purchased by their disciples, while the leaders' works were available to every sect member, though invariably gathering dust in cabinets. Now, with Lu Feng also attempting to pen books, was he not courting disaster? Nevertheless, Jiang Shui, observing Lu Feng's unwavering confidence, chose not to press the matter further and followed him out of curiosity. Moments later, Jiang Shui arrived at the second-floor study of the attic, where she beheld Lu Feng's magnum opus, the first Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What an impressive title, bold and commanding. The content began with the Sword Immortal's awakening at the age of 1, when he grasped a half-foot wooden sword from among dozens of objects. This wooden sword, crafted from ordinary timber, possessed a rough blade, yet offered a delightful grip. This opening is passable. By the age of 2, the Sword Immortal eschewed play with peers, instead secluding himself in the scripture pavilion, immersing himself in the sword techniques contained therein. This description is quite commendable. As the Sword Immortal reached the ages of 3, 4, 5, and 10, Jiang Shui spent a quarter of an hour perusing the entire work and, upon completion, gazed at the slender and vigorous small seal script written on rice paper with iron brush and silver hook, feeling that the calligraphy was truly remarkable, far surpassing the content on the page. "So, what do you think?" Lu Feng asked eagerly upon seeing her finish. "The calligraphy is indeed quite impressive." Jiang Shui replied earnestly, "I meant the content of the book?" Lu Feng frowned, displeased by her evasion. "The content of the book?" Jiang Shui pondered for a moment, carefully arranging her thoughts before saying, "Senior Brother Lu, let me put it this way. Many brothers in the Qingfeng sect aspire to emulate Senior Brother Jiang. Yet countless have met with failure. To publish a book within the sect, one must not only pay the requisite share to the sect, but also submit a deposit of 1,000 points to be eligible for publication. As for printing costs, many opt to print through the Disciples' Hall, where 1 point typically covers 10 copies. Most individuals print 100 copies to test the waters. Calculating all expenses, the total comes to 1,100 points. Yet those who manage to recoup their costs are few and far between, that if you were to print and sell your book, you would ultimately lose 1,100 points to do you understand? Lu Feng, Chapter 52, A Serious Nonsense. Are you implying that my book is worthless? After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Feng snapped back to reality and coldly inquired. He was no fool. Rather, he quickly grasped Jiang Shui's message. Yet, he was unwilling to accept that his written work could be deemed devoid of value. This was his autobiography. After all, how could it possibly be worthless? The contents were all true accounts of his life. He was the first Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and within lay his profound insights into the sword path, along with personal experiences. How could it be deemed worthless? Lu Feng felt utterly stifled, akin to a novice author in the online literature realm, who, brimming with confidence, submits a carefully crafted manuscript only to face heartless rejections and ridicule from editors. The injustice was overwhelming. He had penned something so exceptional, yet why did no one appreciate it? It couldn't possibly be his fault. The fault lay with others. Senior Brother Lu, please do not be agitated. Allow me to explain slowly. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's distress, Jiang Shui felt a surge of fear and instinctively stepped back, her hand resting upon the whip at her waist. Although she understood that her capabilities paled in comparison to Lu Feng's, this gesture provided her with a semblance of psychological security. Explain? Very well. I shall hear your explanation, Lu Feng replied, suppressing his inner fury and regaining his previous calm demeanor. Although he was discontent with Jiang Shui's evaluation of his book, he was more curious as to why this woman would say such things as the first Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everything he wrote encompassed his understanding of the sword path and personal experiences. Why would she dismiss him? Senior Brother Lu, from a certain perspective, your work does not align with the narratives written by Senior Brother Jiang. It can merely be regarded as an autobiography. While an autobiography and a narrative can share similarities, they also differ significantly. An autobiography recounts an individual's life, particularly extraordinary events, or the individual's formidable existence. which attracts attention. Conversely, narratives rely heavily on the four essential elements of beginning, development, climax, and conclusion, each capable of resonating with others and sparking curiosity. While your strength is indeed formidable and the title of your autobiography is grand, it still pales in comparison to many of the elders within the sect you understand what I mean. Jiang Shui, akin to a benevolent and beautiful editor, seized the opportunity to enlighten Lu Feng as he regained his composure, earnestly sharing her professional insights. She believed her gentle approach would surely resonate with him. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Feng's expression hardened as he retorted, "Those elders of the sect, what do they amount to in comparison to me? Merely a bunch of insignificant figures, if I were my homeland. Not only would my self-written autobiography be sought after, but even a single strand of my hair would command a veritable frenzy." Lu Feng's words were not without merit. Had he been in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a single fallen hair of his could indeed fetch an astonishing price. After all, he was the first Sword Immortal, and his swordsmanship was legendary. Even a single hair of his harbored boundless sword intent, sending shivers down the spines of even fellow cultivators of the same rank. Were it known in the 9 heavens and 10 earths that he had penned a book himself, it would undoubtedly be snatched up in an instant. For who would not wish to attain the strength of someone like Lu Feng, or who would not desire their descendants to become such formidable beings? Among sword cultivators, the frenzy was even greater, as each individual regarded Lu Feng as their lifelong aspiration and idol. This was the crux of Lu Feng's indignation upon hearing Jiang Shui dismiss his autobiography. Jiang Shui, unaware of Lu Feng's inner thoughts, could only feel speechless and helpless in response to his words. She was baffled by the audacity he exhibited, struggling to comprehend why he possessed such confidence. Even if he had previously triumphed over Elderly in swordsmanship, it was possible that Elderly had not employed his true abilities, perhaps merely becoming complacent, allowing Lu Feng to prevail. Did he not realize this? Did he truly believe that all the elders in the sect were inferior to him? How presumptuous! Her helplessness stemmed from her conviction that Lu Feng's words must hold some truth. In her memory, Lu Feng was from Chengying, a place where he was known to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Therefore, should he choose to auction off a single fallen hair, it would likely attract countless eager bidders, not for any other reason but to secure a sense of safety and goodwill, hoping to avoid falling victim to Lu Feng's sword. Yet, that was in Chengying. Here, they were in the Qingfeng sect, which was not Chengying. Ahem, Senior Brother Lu, please don't be anxious that I have a way to help you transform this into a popular work. Jiang Shui feigned a cough, secretly taking a deep breath to quell her emotional turmoil, and donned a smile that was both enchanting and endearing. This demeanor resembled that of a seasoned online literature editor, patiently guiding a misguided young author. "What method do you propose?" Lu Feng inquired. "We could consider altering the content of this book, that if we posit that the first Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is you, then surely many remarkable events must have transpired, correct?" Jiang Shui inquired. "Of course, the foremost Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 realms has endured countless battles throughout his life. The power of a single sword strikes terror into the hearts of deities, demons and ghosts alike, leaving all in dread. Yet in this world, there are but a handful who can withstand the Sword Immortal's might without perishing." Lu Feng replied with pride, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shimmering with nostalgia, as if he were transported back to the era when formidable beings bowed before him. "Ah, indeed, your Sword Immortal is quite impressive. Surely, he must have faced tribulations as well. Perhaps his parents met an untimely demise during his youth. Did he suffer persecution from his kin? Were there entanglements of love and hatred with certain holy maidens? And did he encounter any rivals?" Upon witnessing Lu Feng's demeanor, Jiang Shui felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She had merely posed a simple hypothesis, yet he seemed to genuinely consider himself some sort of Sword Immortal. Did such beings truly exist in this world? However, seeing how deeply he was engrossed in his role, she decided against correcting him and instead resolved to assist him in outlining a narrative that he could write. She recalled Jiang Ling mentioning the 4 essential elements of a great novel. The protagonist must endure hardship, whether through being crippled or persecuted, Parents should either be missing or oppressed. The family must possess some foolish siblings who oppose the protagonist. And there should be numerous women entangled with the protagonist, alongside a few talented rivals to provide conflict. Yes, if she could outline this path, and provided he was not entirely foolish, he could indeed craft a remarkable story. As for parents and siblings, I do have some recollections. Why parents had average talent, only achieving the dragon elephant realm, and lived for little over 300 years before passing. That I have a few uncles and cousins with whom I share a decent rapport. But their talents are lackluster as well. They too lived for merely 300 to 500 years. The longest lived among them, my seventh cousin, attained the pinnacle of the dragon elephant realm, living to the age of 570 before his demise. As for the offspring of my relatives, I have lost touch with them completely. Regarding the holy maidens of certain sacred lands, there are indeed many. Several come to my bed each night, but they are either sent away or sacrificed to my sword. For I abhor the idea of anyone else lying in my bed. Only my sword is permitted to rest there, rivals among the talented. I have none. However, I do have numerous adversaries, mostly encountered in secret realms or those who come to challenge me. But they have all met their end at the edge of my sword. The only ones who left a profound impression on me have long since passed. Jiang Shui, with a charming smile, had prepared to help Lu Feng structure the main storyline, but as his reminiscing continued, her radiant smile gradually faded. Why parents had average talent, only achieving the dragon elephant realm, and passed away after 300 to 500 years. I have a few uncles with whom I share a decent bond, yet their talents are lacking, and they too perished after 300 to 500 years, the one who lived the longest. My seventh cousin reached the pinnacle of the dragon elephant realm and lived for 570 years before his passing. There are indeed many holy maidens, and each night several seek to lie in my bed. But they are either turned away or sacrificed to my sword. As for rivals among the talented, I have none, but I do have many adversaries, whether encountered in secret realms or those who come to challenge me, all of whom have been slain by my sword. At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within Jiang Shui, and she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at Lu Feng's earnest yet nonsensical expression. How could he be so audacious? His parents passed away at such a young age. What a pity. And those uncles and cousins of his, incredible indeed, each living for 300 to 500 years. His longest-lived seventh cousin, a true marvel, reaching the pinnacle of the dragon elephant realm and living for over 500 years, not to mention countless holy maidens flocking to his bed every night, which he either sent away or dispatched with his sword. Was such ruthlessness truly necessary? Furthermore, so many talented rivals that he single-handedly vanquished. How could he possibly bear such a burden? What remarkable fabrications he spun. Did he not realize that even the strongest sect master of the Qingfeng sect here has only just begun their journey at the dragon elephant realm? Did he not know that we are aware of his origins in Xuanqing? Did he not understand that we have access to all his information? He is but an orphan. Where are his parents? His soul guardian barely lived beyond 80 years, merely achieving mid-level innate cultivation. Where's the 300 years? Where is the dragon elephant realm? And from where do these holy maidens emerge, seeking to grace his bed? What secret realms exist in Xuanqing where he could dispatch those talented rivals? This is a classic case of blatant falsehood, a serious misrepresentation. Chapter 53. The aggrieved Lu Feng. Jiang Shui gazed at Lu Feng's earnest visage, striving to compose herself. She recognized she had encountered the contrarian Jiang Ling had mentioned. Jiang Ling once remarked that some individuals, dissatisfied with what others say, intentionally respond with opposing statements. Now, Lu Feng's ramblings were undoubtedly a means of provoking her, intending to irritate her to provoke a reaction, allowing him to retaliate. Otherwise, why would he spin such a tale that diverged so significantly from his true identity? From the information at her disposal, Lu Feng's genuine background aligned perfectly with the 4 essential elements of a compelling tale, and he was acutely aware of this fact, thus deliberately contradicting her. She could not fall for his ruse. Consequently, Jiang Shui took a deep breath to regain her composure, gazing at Lu Feng with a smile. Brother Jiang, your story is indeed a tumultuous saga filled with legend. Alas, it hardly qualifies as legendary. Perhaps to many, I may seem like a legend, Yet the pain within my heart remains unknown to all. As a swordsman, my sole hope lies in encountering an opponent who shares my swordsmanship. Yet in this vast world, there is no one who can stand against my sword. The anguish in my heart is a burden that none comprehend." Lu Feng, upon hearing her words, stood with arms crossed, an expression of profound self-mockery etching itself upon his face. Was his tale truly legendary? Indeed, the saga of the foremost Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 realms is remarkable. Yet even Sword Immortals bear their sorrows. As a swordsman, with every advancement in cultivation and deepening understanding of the sword, he finds no worthy adversary. How tragic! Yet his sorrow remains unrecognized. All around him, they merely flatter him, exacerbating his annoyance. Seeing Lu Feng's response to her casual remark, Jiang Shui felt a creeping despair. Could it be that he was feigning ignorance, unwilling to repay her the contribution points? This simply would not do. She had saved for so long to accumulate those 1,664 points. He could not disregard them so easily. Ahem, Brother Lu, we seem to have digressed. Regarding those contribution points, could you perhaps return a portion to me? Jiang Shui hastily cleared her throat, interrupting Lu Feng's train of thought, her voice timid. Did I not mention, once I complete my book and sell it, I shall repay you do you not believe me? Lu Feng, lost in his reverie of the past, was somewhat displeased by Jiang Shui's sudden reminder about the contribution points. Was it truly necessary to press so hard for such a trivial matter? This immortal knows you do not truly believe in my abilities, that you do not trust one can write a worthy book. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Lu Feng, and his eyes widened in shock. Filled with profound sorrow, he understood now. This woman had never believed in his potential to sell his book, which was why she incessantly demanded the return of those contribution points. In that moment, his heart felt a piercing pain. Amidst the tumult of emotions, his self-reference unconsciously reverted to that of his past life. However, Lu Feng remained oblivious, gazing at Jiang Shui with dismay. She had previously promised to assist him in clarifying his thoughts. He had trusted her so implicitly, even revealing his past, yet she had chosen to deceive him. Was it truly impossible for him to write a good book? All he wanted was to pen a tale of swordsmanship. Why must it be so arduous? Brother Lu, please do not be agitated that a book cannot be completed in just a day or two. Yet I still need to cultivate, to acquire equipment, to undertake tasks. Without those contribution points, it is utterly, apologies, Brother Lu. I was mistaken. You need not provide them immediately. I shall take my leave for now. Jiang Shui, taken aback by his sorrowful expression, hurriedly sought to explain herself. However, witnessing the profound change in Lu Feng's demeanor, filled with anguish, her heart sank, as if under the gaze of an ancient beast, and she quickly redirected the conversation, eager to escape the study. Leave? Why do you wish to depart? Do you truly believe this immortal would default on those contribution points? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Feng's eyes suddenly turned icy, and he barked sharply. Jiang Shui felt as if struck by lightning, sensing a sharp blade pressing against her back, an icy shiver coursing up her spine, causing her to tremble violently. She gazed at the study, merely 3 steps away, each step feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it nearly impossible for her to lift her feet. Fear, like a venomous poison, rapidly spread through her body. In that moment, her eyes began to redden, filled with deep regret for seeking out Lu Feng. Lu Shixiao, I apologize. I no longer want those 1,664 points. Please spare me. Overwhelmed by powerful dread, Jiang Shui's delicate figure trembled, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. That moment, she feared that Lu Feng would turn against her or harbor ill intentions. Although the Qingfeng sect forbade lethal internal strife, in this remote mountain wilderness, if she were to lose a limb or suffer cruel torment at Lu Feng's hands, who would ever know? What are you crying for? Do you truly believe I am a person devoid of reason? Lu Feng demanded. Hand over your token. This tower cost me 1,000 points. Now I will gift it to you, thereby settling part of your debt. As Lu Feng looked at the tearful Jiang Shui, he felt a headache coming on and reluctantly produced his own token. His expression laced with helplessness. He detested dealing with emotional women who wept at the slightest provocation. For every conversation seemed to lead to them resembling sorrowful flowers, as if he owed them something. On any other occasion, Lu Feng would have swept such weeping women away with a wave of his sleeve. Yet with Jiang Shui, he cannot, for he genuinely owed her money. Ah, you bought this tower with 1,000 points, and now you intend to use it to pay off my debt? Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback, her tear-streaked face revealing a hint of astonishment. Humph, very well. Hand over your token, Lu Feng said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui reached for her own token, but soon hesitated, her gaze sweeping over the tower before she looked at Lu Feng with uncertainty. Lu Shixiang, could you tell me about the amenities of this tower? This tower spans 2 levels, covering 500 square meters, nestled amid mountains and rivers with a picturesque environment. It is equipped with a second-tier qi gathering formation that can double your cultivation speed, along with an alchemy room, study, and kitchen, Lu Feng explained, his brow slightly furrowing as he regarded the girl before him, feeling increasingly annoyed by the inconvenience she posed. Nevertheless, he patiently recounted what Zhang Tao had informed him about the tower. Now, are you satisfied? This tower is worth 3,000 points, and I am passing it on to you for a mere 1,000 points, thus settling a portion of your debt. What more could you want? Lu Feng urged Jiang Shui. He found it perplexing how women could be so troublesome. He was repaying a debt, yet she dithered so. Did she not realize how much he cherished this tower? He had barely spent a day there before offering it to her, yet she remained unsatisfied. This tower was of average size. While it had 2 levels, its location was too remote, and the second-tier formation was not rare within the Qingfeng sect, as the sect provided second-tier formations for core disciples' cultivation. However, if disciples of the inner sect were to construct such a tower, it would indeed cost 3,000 points, but for core disciples, it would be no more than 800 points. Lu Feng suspected that she had been deceived. In a way, I absolutely cannot accept this house. I'm not a core disciple, and if I take it, I'll have to pay 100 points in management fees each month. What for? Unbeknownst to Lu Feng, as he finished speaking, Jiang Shui quickly estimated the value of the house in her mind, only to dismiss it outright. Lu Shixiang, I have thought it over, and I shall not take this house. It is evident that you are quite fond of it, so let us wait until you accumulate more points to settle your debt. I trust your character. Jiang Shui quickly calculated her mind, and then smiled brightly at Lu Feng. Despite the remnants of tears on her face, she appeared charmingly alluring, leaving any man who beheld her unable to resist feeling a tug at their heartstrings. You are truly bothersome. I offered it to you. Yet you have so many reservations. You intersect disciples are not prohibited from residing here. Lu Feng found Jiang Shui's abrupt change in attitude exasperating, though this was the residence of core disciples. He had already learned from Jiang Ling that even intersect disciples could stay here, and many had purchased houses in this area. The only difference was that those houses were considerably pricier. Now he was willingly giving away the house he cherished most to Jiang Shui, yet she chose to refuse. It was infuriating. Lu Shixiang, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly cannot accept this house that I know you have not owned it for long. If you give it to me now, what will you do? Jiang Shui remarked, her exquisite features displaying a mix of stubbornness and heartache to emphasize her resolve. She would not accept this shabby tower. Setting aside its value, just the arduous journey to reach it had exhausted her. If she were to take this tower, she would have to traverse that difficult path daily and pay 100 points to the sect each month. It would be nothing short of a losing venture. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Very well, I shall not press you further. You may reside here with me instead. Consider it interest on your debt, and I will gradually repay the points you are owed. Lu Feng, recognizing her stubbornness, decided not to push her any longer. He found women to be truly peculiar. One moment, they demanded repayment, and the next, they would turn on a dime. However, having witnessed such behavior before, he did not wish to argue that if she did not want his house, he would compensate her in his own manner. Lu Shixiang, I really cannot. Jiang Shui instinctively shivered at Lu Feng's suggestion of her staying there. She was already fearful of Lu Feng. How could she possibly live under the same roof as him? The treacherous mountain paths were treacherous enough, and it would be foolish to reside there. What was so remarkable about it? Was it merely the second-tier qi gathering formation? What mattered more, the formation or her life? Thus, Jiang Shui hurriedly prepared to refuse, but before she could utter her final words, a thunderous roar erupted from the tower. Jiang Shui lost her balance and stumbled against Lu Feng's chest. Damn it, they're back. Lu Feng allowed Jiang Shui to lean against him, the warmth of her soft form in his embrace. Seemingly unperturbed by the situation, his eyes gleamed with cold light, revealing a murderous intent as he gazed toward the window. Liu Shixiao. What is happening? Jiang Shui's face drained of color as she quickly distanced herself from Lu Feng. Her expression fraught with anxiety. Just a bunch of reckless monkeys. Stay here. I'll be back shortly. Ignoring Jiang Shui's shock, Lu Feng strode out of the study, seizing his sword and striding purposefully outside. Wait, Liu Shixiao. Wait for me. Jiang Shui, frightened by the bizarre occurrences, could not bear to remain alone. Fearing that the tower might collapse once Lu Feng left, she called out to him and hurried to follow. Despite her fear of Lu Feng, in that moment, he was undoubtedly the one who provided her with a sense of safety. Jiang Shui quickened her pace, closely trailing Lu Feng until they reached a dense forest halfway up the mountain, where a multitude of monkeys had gathered. These monkeys were the same ones Lu Feng had driven away not long ago, now wrapped in white cloth, their wounds bandaged. The 4 leading monkeys were particularly swathed in white cloth, with wooden planks securing their injuries. Yet, regardless of the injuries they bore, the monkeys appeared oblivious to their condition, and the 4 monkeys waved their arms, prompting the surrounding monkeys to strike the ground fiercely with heavy wooden sticks or stone mortars. Enough, you damned monkeys. Do you truly wish to die? Lu Feng stormed in, his icy gaze sweeping over the nearly 1,000 monkeys, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Previously, he had perceived these monkeys as rather peculiar, intentionally leaving them with their lives after a minor reprimand. To his astonishment, they had returned so soon, seemingly unafraid, as if they believed he would not harm them. As the multitude of monkeys beheld the emergence of Lu Feng, a cacophony of roars erupted, as if they were facing a formidable adversary. Yet, rather than displaying any fear, their countenances were suffused with boundless rage and animosity. They howled with unrestrained ferocity, their terrifying din reverberating through the dense jungle, causing the bamboo groves to rustle and stir, unleashing waves of verdant chaos. Trailing closely behind Lu Feng, Jiang Shui's complexion paled, and she instinctively leaned closer to him. However, an icy chill swept over her, rendering her momentarily astounded. As she raised her gaze, she beheld Lu Feng's countenance, which resembled a dark frost, emanating an inexhaustible and frigid aura of murderous intent. This terrifying aura was palpable, as if it enveloped the very air within a 3-foot radius, cloaking it in a thin veneer of frost. It was unfathomable to imagine how many lives a single individual must have extinguished to conjure such a formidable aura of death. If you seek to perish, then so be it. I shall grant your wish. Lu Feng's ire was ignited by the monkey's demeanor, and with sword in hand, he was prepared to charge forth and eliminate the entire horde. Just then, a roar erupted that was several times more resonant than the collective cries of the monkeys. A massive silver figure leaped forth from the depths of the thicket, landing squarely amidst the throng of monkeys. In that instant, silence fell upon the chaotic gathering, as even the 4 great apes prostrated themselves in reverence. Before them stood a colossal silver wolf, towering a full yard high, its form robust enough for 3 grown men to encircle. The silver wolf exuded an overwhelming presence, its fur shimmering like precious metal, and its eyes gleaming with a silver hue, rivaling the prowess of a perfected innate realm. Perched atop the silver wolf was a smaller ape, no larger than an average person, with grayish-white fur interspersed with strands of golden light, wielding a massive stone club. The ape's visage was grotesque and fearsome, with a face that inspired dread, yet upon closer inspection, it bore an air of authority. You little human, did you injure my kin? The ape atop the silver wolf suddenly leapt into action, brandishing the colossal stone club, balancing effortlessly on the wolf's back. Its piercing eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, fixated on Lu Feng as it bellowed in fury. Chapter 55. Confrontation with the Monkey King. You little human, did you injure my kin? The ape, clearly the king of the monkeys, stood regally on the back of the silver wolf, his voice booming with authority as he addressed Lu Feng. A wild wind swept through the forest, rustling the leaves in a symphony of sound. Speaking in human tongue, a sixth-tier magical beast, Jiang Shui, hidden behind Lu Feng, gazed in astonishment at the average-sized ape with its golden-streaked fur. The ability to speak was a trait reserved for seventh-tier magical beasts. Seventh-tier beasts were terrifying entities possessing the cultivation of the dragon-elephant realm. They were scarcely seen, even among the 7 major sects of the Nine Heavens dynasty, existing only in legend. Yet now, a seventh-tier beast stood before them, conversing as if it were a mere jest. This ape appeared to be a hybrid of a first-tier mountain ape and a first-tier golden monkey. How could it possibly be a seventh-tier beast? Jiang Shui's heart raced with disbelief, while Lu Feng remained unfazed, for he had encountered magical beasts capable of speech even before reaching the 7th tier, possessing extraordinary talents. Language, a fundamental skill for humans, was not beyond the reach of magical beasts if they so desired. He had already been perplexed by the remarkable cultivation of these first-tier beasts, and now, with the arrival of one capable of human speech, an opportunity had arisen to glean the truth. Little beast, how dare you be so audacious? I can only surmise you have consumed some celestial treasure to attain such remarkable intelligence. Hand it over obediently, or prepare to face the consequences of my blade. The moment his words fell, the horde of monkeys erupted in fury, nearly 1,000 of them howling in unison, their enraged gazes fixed upon Lu Feng, their bodies brimming with a powerful, tempestuous energy that stirred the air with an ominous aura. How is this possible? These magical beasts are all first tier. Why have they all shattered their limitations? Jiang Shui was struck with dread, her shock surpassing even that of Lu Feng's initial encounter. The mountain apes and golden monkeys here were all first-tier beasts, yet their strength had evidently transcended the 8th level of body refinement, shattering the constraints of their tier, with some even reaching the postnatal and innate realms. Jiang Shui's breath quickened, her mind racing to comprehend the bewildering phenomenon. Why had so many first-tier beasts each broken through their own limits? Human, you are truly oblivious to your own mortality. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Monkey King roared in wrath, directing his ire at Lu Feng. Behold my club. With that, the Monkey King leapt from the back of the silver wolf, swinging his massive stone club with the force of a mountain, aiming it at Lu Feng. The club's momentum was staggering, and before it even reached Lu Feng's head, the fierce gust it generated swept down like a tempest. Jiang Shui, still on the ground, was rendered pale with fear, uncertain of how to react. However, Lu Feng moved with sudden swiftness, his sword flashing forth, and in an instant, a blossom of sword energy erupted, releasing countless strands of lethal force aimed at the Monkey King's vital points. The clash reverberated through the air, each strand of sword energy akin to an indomitable blade, targeting the Monkey King's vulnerable spots. In response to the onslaught, the Monkey King swiftly altered its technique, transforming its powerful strike into a sweeping motion. Simultaneously, the Monkey King unleashed its formidable innate realm prowess, a terrifying force that was merely a step away from the foundational stage. The weighty power infused into its club technique sliced through the air toward Lu Feng's right side. It was not of the dragon-elephant realm. It was merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Jiang Shui's eyes widened in astonishment at the Monkey King's energy fluctuations with her intellect. It was challenging to fathom how this Monkey King, capable of human speech, was not of the dragon-elephant realm, but rather at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Wait, the pinnacle of the innate realm was still formidable and astonishing. It was worth noting that this Monkey King was merely a hybrid of first-tier mountain apes and golden monkeys. Essentially, it was still a first-tier beast. That it could transcend to the pinnacle of the innate realm was already a shocking feat. Impressive technique. In the moment of Jiang Shui's distraction, Lu Feng, engaged in combat with the Monkey King, took note of the Monkey King's remarkable skill. He couldn't help but offer a faint compliment, simultaneously altering his sword technique and sweeping it sharply to the right. Clang! In an instant, their weapons collided, reminiscent of a long-sealed bell being struck, unleashing a deafening roar and a powerful shockwave. The force of the clash swept through the surroundings, sending the monkeys flying, while Jiang Shui, unable to withstand the terrifying aftermath, stumbled and fell to the ground. In the wake of the tremendous force, Lu Feng was pushed back 3 steps, his superior grade sword trembling violently in his grip, a continuous resonance echoing from its blade. The aftermath of their collision surged from the sword's body to its hilt, creating a fearsome vibration that a typical cultivator at the initial stage of the innate realm would have been unable to endure such pressure, panicking and discarding their weapon. Yet Lu Feng seemed oblivious, his grip firm around the hilt, his gaze coldly fixed upon the Monkey King. After the confrontation, the Monkey King too was forced back 3 steps by the overwhelming force. Its sharply contrasting eyes filled with astonishment and boundless exhilaration, It glanced down at the trembling stone club in its grasp, then back at Lu Feng, exclaiming with excitement, "Ah, you human are truly formidable. My previous strike carried but 3 parts of my strength, and yet you managed to withstand It. It seems you possess some skill. If that is the case, I shall entertain you thoroughly, should you emerge victorious. I will grant you any request. If you cannot prevail, you must vacate this territory and cease to disturb my monkey horde." With that, the Monkey King leapt into the air again, its club whirling like a windmill, descending upon Lu Feng with renewed vigor. This time, the wind generated by the club was even more potent, the pressure it exerted far more terrifying. Clearly, the Monkey King was deploying its full strength. Simultaneously, the horde of monkeys roared in unison, their cries rising and falling like a tidal wave, each one brimming with excitement at the might of their king. "Beware, senior brother Lu, quickly evade!" Jiang Shui, struggling to rise from the ground, was struck with horror at the sight of the Monkey King's menacing strike, anxiously calling out to Lu Feng. Before her, under the full force of the Monkey King's strike, Lu Feng exhibited no intention of evading, standing rooted in place as if entranced. "Ah, the foolhardy human, do you dare to underestimate me? You seek your own demise." However, the Monkey King, brandishing his staff, observed Lu Feng's expression with utmost clarity. Lu Feng's face was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes brimmed with disdain and irritation, as if he regarded the Monkey King as nothing more than a mere ant. Enraged by Lu Feng's gaze, the Monkey King felt a surge of fury coursing through him, his vital energy boiling, and his acupoints resonating. The full force of his innate perfection erupted, pouring into the stone staff in his hand, vowing to impart a profound lesson to Lu Feng. This infusion of power transformed the already formidable stone staff into an even more terrifying weapon, unleashing a cacophony of chilling howls wherever it passed. Should this strike land with full force, even a foundational cultivator would require a month or 2 of recuperation to restore their vitality. It was all but over. Yet, Lu Feng stared at the descending staff, imbued with boundless might, without a trace of fear, simply uttering a cold remark. Immediately, Lu Feng's own power erupted, channeling into the sword he wielded. He then swung his arm, and a brilliant light of sword energy manifested, shining like a bright crescent moon. Simultaneously, an earth-shattering wave of sword chi surged forth, akin to a raging tempest, darting towards the Monkey King's chest. "This is bad." In an instant, a terrifying sense of crisis surged within the Monkey King, compelling him to change tactics in a desperate attempt to withstand Lu Feng's fearsome sword energy. However, the swiftness and ferocity of Lu Feng's sword chi were unparalleled. And even with the intent to defend, the Monkey King found himself utterly unprepared. Moments later, the sword chi struck him, sending his robust body hurtling backward as if struck by a mighty hammer. Blood bursting forth from his chest in a vibrant spray, transforming into a shower of crimson blossoms that drifted through the air like snowflakes. Yet before they could touch the ground, a heavy rumble resonated, and the swirling dust enveloped them entirely. Chapter 56. The aggrieved Jiang Shui in the forest. There was wind, monkeys, humans, and wolves. The fierce wind rustled the myriad green trees, creating a symphony of sounds, yet apart from the wind. There was no other noise. The monkeys in the forest were rendered speechless, as were the humans. Jiang Shui stood transfixed, her gaze locked on Lu Feng, who stood in black robes, sword in hand, alongside nearly 1,000 monkeys, all equally dumbfounded, glancing at the once mighty Monkey King, now brought low by a single strike. An overwhelming tide of fear washed over their hearts. Awu, the towering silver wolf, having fallen silent for a moment, finally regained its senses. Upon witnessing the Monkey King's defeat, it immediately turned to flee. This silver wolf, though impressive in appearance and formidable in strength, was merely a fourth-tier magical beast, equivalent to a late-stage innate cultivator. Though it was the Monkey King's steed, the sight of its master's defeat extinguished any desire for vengeance, prompting it to escape as far as possible. Awu! The monkey horde also reacted, their terrified cries echoing through the trees. In an instant, nearly 1,000 monkeys scattered like bees. The once respected Monkey King was entirely abandoned, as if he were truly dead, and the very trees had fallen, scattering the monkeys in disarray. Lu Feng observed this scene coldly, his expression unchanged, yet the fondness he harbored for magical beasts diminished significantly. It is often said that magical beasts are loyal, yet they are no different from humans. When disaster strikes, they flee without regard for their fallen master. What a pitiable monkey! I merely intended to impart a minor lesson, yet it has led to such an unfortunate fate. Lu Feng slowly approached the fallen Monkey King, who lay on the ground, unable to move. A deep, bone-exposing wound marred his muscular chest, crimson blood gushing forth like a spring. Yet the Monkey King was not dead, nor had he succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Instead, he gazed at Lu Feng with a mixture of disbelief and shock, the intense emotional turmoil causing blood to flow even more profusely from his chest. Endowed with human-like intelligence, the Monkey King had discerned Lu Feng's strength during the earlier confrontation. It had perceived Lu Feng as significantly weaker. However, the might of Lu Feng's sword exceeded all expectations. Not only had it shattered the protective energy surrounding him, but had also cleaved through his flesh, with the sword chi invading his body, rendering him in a state of unbearable torment, a veritable living nightmare. This left him filled with a sense of both indignation and fear. Why was a young human of early innate stage so formidable in swordsmanship? Not satisfied, Lu Feng observed the Monkey King's shifting expressions, recognizing the depths of its resentment, and could not help but smile, saying, "If you are unwilling to accept this, feel free to challenge me again. I would be more than willing to grant you that opportunity. Jiang Shimmy, please assist him in bandaging his wounds and take him back." Turning to Jiang Shui, who was still in a daze, he beckoned her. In truth, he had intended to call her by name. However, as the words left his mouth, he suddenly realized he could not recall her name, only remembering her surname, Jiang. Thus, he opted for the term Shimmy. Take him back? Jiang Shui understood that Lu Feng had once again forgotten her name, yet this time she chose not to dwell on it, instead focusing on the task he had assigned her. How could this man expect her to bandage this monkey and carry it back? Was this a fitting request for a man? As a delicate young woman, was she to sacrifice her reputation for such a task? Moreover, this monkey was grievously injured by Lu Feng himself. For her to bandage it was one thing, but to carry it back was another. Why was he not taking responsibility, seeing Jiang Shui's reluctance? Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. In his view, since Jiang Shui had accompanied him, she should be prepared to assist him, now that he had injured the Monkey King. It was hardly unreasonable for him to request that she transport it back, was it? After all, she was not a sword. She had hands and feet. Was it truly so difficult to lend a hand? No, I have no issue, Lu Shixiang. Rest assured, I will do it immediately. Jiang Shui, sensing Lu Feng's unyielding tone, felt a tremor in her heart and quickly altered her attitude. Without waiting for Lu Feng to say anything further, she descended to tend to the Monkey King's wounds. However, struggling to find any cloth, she resorted to tearing her own clothing to bandage the Monkey King's injury, then channeled her spiritual energy to lift him, placing his arms over her shoulders to carry him on her back. Although the Monkey King stood as tall as an average person, he still measured 8 feet, and his robust build likely weighed around 300 to 500 pounds. Nevertheless, Jiang Shui was a mid-stage innate cultivator. This weight was not insurmountable. As long as she exerted herself and channeled her energy, she could manage the burden. However, as the Monkey King rose, he stubbornly clutched the broken stone staff to his chest. This presented a significant challenge for Jiang Shui. The staff, having previously collided with Lu Feng's sword without a scratch, was entirely black and clearly forged from a formidable black iron stone. Even a piece the size of a palm weighed 10 pounds. And this staff, being as tall as a person and as thick as a bowl, weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds. Combined with the Monkey King's weight, they approached 1,000 pounds. A considerable burden for her to bear. I say, can't you just part with this staff? Jiang Shui seethed with resentment toward Lu Feng's decision, yet dared not express her grievances aloud, directing her ire instead at the Monkey King. The Monkey King remained silent, casting her a disdainful glance. Completely unfazed by her complaints, his gaze shifted back to Lu Feng's departing figure, filled with deep-seated resentment and a fervent desire to engage Lu Feng once more. Jiang Shui, incensed by his gaze, felt a mix of indignation and reluctance as she trudged onward, bearing the weight of the Monkey King's bulk across the rugged terrain. Each step felt like 1,000 pounds, and several times she stumbled, both herself and the monkey tumbling to the ground. That moment, she desperately wished for assistance. But here, only Lu Feng could lend her aid. She glanced up, but where was Lu Feng? Thus, Jiang Shui trudged for a quarter of an hour up the mountainside, only to find herself no closer to the summit, her body covered in dirt and dust. Ultimately, she decided to stop, casting the Monkey King aside, and hugged her knees, crying in frustration. She could not comprehend what she had done to deserve such torment. Why was she forced to endure this? All she wanted was to reclaim her points. Why did fate treat her so cruelly? Hey, human female, are you even capable? You've taken so long for just a few steps, and I've sustained multiple injuries because of you. Are you not ashamed? At that moment, the Monkey King had regained his strength. Yet after being jostled around by Jiang Shui, he felt exceedingly uncomfortable and could not help but voice his grievances. Get lost. I'm not carrying you anymore. I'll consider those points as food for dogs. Jiang Shui, already fuming, was infuriated to hear the monkey complain at such a moment. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she cursed it and ran away without a backward glance. Human females are truly troublesome, that if you didn't want to carry me, you could have said so earlier, causing me to wait here for so long. Upon witnessing her flee, the Monkey King immediately sprang to his feet, seething with rage, and directed a torrent of invective at her retreating figure. Subsequently, he brushed the dust from his body, hoisted his stone staff, and with a single leap, he ascended from the mountainside to the summit in the blink of an eye. In truth, he had long since regained his mobility. Although his prior injuries appeared severe and somewhat life-threatening, they posed no significant danger to his existence. The primary issue lay with the invasive sword energy within him, which had temporarily hindered his movements. Once he expelled this sword energy, he would regain full agility. After Jiang Shui had carried him for a fragrant incense period, he had skillfully expelled most of the sword energy from his body. While he had not returned to his peak condition, he was nonetheless able to move freely. However, he had noticed Jiang Shui's intention to carry him up, and thus chose not to mention it, allowing her to toil on. After all, with someone bearing him aloft, why should he walk? Yet, Jiang Shui's demeanor left him utterly disappointed. After having carried him for the better part of a day, she remained stationary. And to his bewilderment, she suddenly abandoned him. What manner of behavior was this? If she could not continue, she should have said so earlier, sparing him the prolonged wait and the discomfort of his injuries, which he could not ascertain had worsened. Chapter 57. The Deficiencies of the Body Roar. Humans, I am coming. The Monkey King unfurled his form and raced through the forest. Primates in such an environment were akin to tigers among sheep. Especially a Monkey King in less than half a fragrant incense period. He arrived at the bamboo pavilion. Bellowing loudly, creak, the bamboo door swung wide, revealing Lu Feng, who frowned upon seeing the Monkey King at the entrance. Why have you returned alone? He inquired. Where's my junior sister? Do not mention her. That woman fled, seemingly in a frenzy. You asked her to carry me back, yet she tossed me into the mud, nearly killing me with her clumsiness, and then berated me. The Monkey King replied, indignant. Indeed, it seems the modern woman is quite a handful. Very well. Let us not dwell on her, Lu Feng remarked, his expression revealing his displeasure. He had merely asked Jiang Shui to bring the Monkey King up, yet she had abandoned her responsibilities midway, showing no sense of duty whatsoever. Yes, she's indeed hard to please, infuriating me. The Monkey King concurred vehemently. Enough of her. Come inside. I shall tend to your injuries. Once you are well, we shall engage in battle once more, Lu Feng stated, unwilling to linger on Jiang Shui's shortcomings. Humph, you think you can defeat me once. And then again, let me tell you, it was mere luck, and I shall certainly triumph over you. The Monkey King retorted, still aggrieved that I asked that so. If it were truly the case, I would be quite pleased. Lu Feng chuckled. Thus, the Monkey King settled in with Lu Feng in the days that followed. Lu Feng devoted his time to training, swordsmanship, and healing the Monkey King, while also sparring with him. However, the Monkey King found himself bested by Lu Feng's sword techniques time and again. Leaving him thoroughly vexed, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The pavilion remained unchanged, and the Qingfeng sect continued to be the Qingfeng sect, yet from a duo of man and monkey. It reverted to Lu Feng alone, for the Monkey King had been defeated repeatedly in their sparring sessions and had departed on the 5th day after recovering. Nevertheless, the absence of the Monkey King had no bearing on Lu Feng. He was either cultivating or practicing swordplay. However, on this day, Lu Feng refrained from sword practice, his expression solemn as he gazed at the vast expanse of sky above. His cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of the innate realm, his strength having significantly increased, and his swordplay had become even more formidable. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of miraculous. Breaking through from the early to mid-stage of the innate realm normally took core disciples of the Qingfeng sect a year or two. Yet Lu Feng felt no sense of satisfaction. Accustomed to the presence of the strongest, how could he be content with his current level of cultivation? Moreover, he sensed that the potential of his corporeal form, the residual spiritual blood, had been fully expended, causing his cultivation speed to dwindle at this rate. He would require at least 3 months to break through to the foundation establishment stage, still remarkably swift within the Qingfeng sect. Yet, Lu Feng was far from satisfied. How could he afford to be delayed by such a trivial foundation establishment phase? This uncooperative fool. Alas, it would be best to visit the Qingfeng sect's alchemy hall to see if there were any 5th-grade blood-boosting pills available, or the necessary materials to concoct them, in order to swiftly remedy this physical deficiency. After gazing at the sky for a moment, Lu Feng could not help but mutter a few more curses against his original self. For it was due to that fool that he was now burdened with such an incomplete body. Although this physical form was spiritual in nature, it had yet to mature, and if a certain quantity of spiritual blood were extracted, it would be indistinguishable from an ordinary body. While an ordinary body posed no issue for Lu Feng, who would desire the mundane after experiencing the extraordinary, resolute in his decision, Lu Feng began his descent from the mountain. Though the area was forested and rich in medicinal herbs, it paled in comparison to the monster beast forest where he had previously resided. The beasts here were exceptionally cunning, aware of human presence, and would seize any aged spiritual herbs at the first opportunity, leaving none for humans. Lu Feng had heard of such occurrences during casual conversations with the Monkey King and had witnessed them firsthand, thus harboring no unrealistic expectations of luck in exploring the forest. His sole hope was that the Qingfeng sect's alchemy hall possessed 5th-grade blood-boosting pills or the materials for 5th-grade transformation pills, preferably at a reasonable price, so he could resolve the troubles within his body as soon as possible. Before long, Lu Feng arrived at the Qingfeng sect's alchemy hall. The alchemy hall, as its name implies, was the place where the Qingfeng sect engaged in alchemical practices, offering a plethora of pills for sale, ranging from 5th grade to 1st grade, alongside numerous medicinal materials. In no time, Lu Feng found the blood-boosting pill he sought, priced at over 5,670 points. Upon seeing this, he was rendered speechless. 5,670 points. Surely, he would not earn that much even if he were sold. He had no choice but to settle for the required spiritual herbs for the 5th-grade blood-boosting pill. 5th-grade pills necessitated the use of century-old herbs for their concoction, while the 5th-grade blood-boosting pill specifically required 17-century-old spiritual herbs. The price for these century-old herbs was relatively modest, ranging from 20 to 30 points each, allowing him to procure them for just over 500 points. Had he not invested in that pavilion, he could have easily acquired them. Regrettably, his points had already been spent on the pavilion, leaving him with no surplus to spare, and the alchemy hall accepted only points as currency. Of course, bartering was also an option. For instance, a 3rd-grade gathering chi pill was priced at 30 points, with a buyback price of 5 points, equivalent to the price of a 1st-grade gathering chi pill, making the disparity astounding. After contemplating his options, Lu Feng decided to depart and head to the Disciples' Hall to acquire some points. The Disciples' Hall was located at the outer gate of the Qingfeng sect, overseeing the affairs of the sect's disciples. Covering an area of 10 acres and rising 3 stories high. The first floor of the Disciples' Hall was where the Qingfeng sect's disciples collected their cultivation resources. Each month, a large number of disciples flocked here. With thousands of windows available, disciples simply needed to present their identity tokens before a designated crystal ball, and upon meeting the requirements, resources would be dispensed. Remembering that he had yet to claim his resources from the Qingfeng sect, Lu Feng seized the opportunity to collect his 10 3rd-grade gathering chi pills before making his way to the 2nd floor of the Disciples' Hall. The 2nd and 3rd floors of the Disciples' Hall were dedicated to the issuance and exchange of tasks. The tasks were categorized into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and hell. Beginner and advanced tasks were issued on the 2nd floor, primarily related to the Qingfeng sect. Beginner task: clean the scripture pavilion for 3 days. 30 points. Beginner task: 3 disciples needed to clean the area surrounding the alchemy hall, 1 slot remaining. 30 points. Intermediate task: clear the accumulated monster waste from the Monster Beast Hall, 100 points. Intermediate task: purchase the newly released limited edition Sword of Senior Brother Jiangling, 200 points. As Lu Feng perused the dizzying array of tasks posted on the 2nd floor, his gaze lingered on the task to purchase Senior Brother Jiangling's limited edition sword. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of envy towards Jiangling, a swordsman not as skilled as himself, yet capable of writing such remarkable works that could fetch 200 points effortlessly. Meanwhile, he, the renowned Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, had penned an autobiography that was met with disdain. The disparity between individuals was simply staggering. With a tumultuous heart, Lu Feng gradually calmed himself and proceeded to the 3rd floor of the Disciples' Hall. The 3rd floor was designated for the issuance of high-level tasks, and, as expected, the rewards were significantly greater, albeit with corresponding points required as a deposit. Advanced task: collect 5 4th-grade monster cores, 1 each of gold. Wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, 1,000 points, requires a deposit of 100 points. Advanced task: eliminate bandits on the outskirts of Baiyuan City, 1,200 points, requires a deposit of 120 points. Advanced task: seeking to purchase the limited edition pink bottle Mei Ji from Master Jiangling, 1,000 points, no deposit required. Hell-level task: searching for the lost 1st-tier magical beast pet, the snow fox belonging to the elder, 3,000 points, no deposit required. Hell-level task: investigating the whereabouts of the wanted criminal ranked 10th in the Joqian dynasty, 2,000 points, requires a deposit of 200 points. The advanced tasks on the 3rd level are significantly fewer than the hell-level tasks on the 2nd level. Yet their quality has vastly improved. Among them, Lu Feng's gaze lingered on the tasks of seeking to purchase Master Jiangling's limited edition pink bottle Mei Ji and locating the elder's lost 1st-tier magical beast pet, the snow fox. For quite some time, one of these tasks was surprisingly an advanced task, while the other was a hell-level task. He simply could not fathom why this was the case. Regarding the points tasks, he had gleaned some understanding from Jiang Shui, who mentioned that she had accumulated over 2,000 points after 10 years of effort. Now, a single book or even a beast pet surpasses in value the savings of a person over a decade, which Lu Feng found rather hard to accept. Simultaneously, an endless stream of questions surged within him. What was that pink bottle, Mei Ji, written by Jiangling? Was it captivating? Was it also a profound tome on swordsmanship? Curiosity stirred within Lu Feng's heart, yet he remained in ignorance. He silently vowed that once he resolved his current troubles, he would certainly obtain this book to peruse. Chapter 58. Why is he running so fast? On the third level of the Disciples' Hall, Lu Feng surveyed the array of tasks, preparing to select a few that were time-efficient and effective at AES for the purchase of Jiangling's treasured pink bottle, Meiji, and the search for the Elder's magical beast pet. He cast them aside. For these two tasks, he felt utterly powerless. Even if he managed to find the former, he would likely hesitate to part with it. As for the latter, even if he wished to seek it, he might not succeed. Ultimately, Lu Feng quickly settled on his target, an advanced task to slay the 5th-tier magical beast, the Dark Fire Thunder Lion, lurking on the outskirts of Lin City, for 1,300 points. Requires a deposit of 130 points. Lin City lay merely 100 miles from Qingfeng's sect. Lu Feng could reach it in 3 hours at full speed, slay the Dark Fire Thunder Lion, and return to Qingfeng's sect within 2 days. The only trouble now was the lack of sufficient deposit points. However, this trouble was soon resolved by Lu Feng, for, in the Disciples' Hall, there were individuals openly buying and selling pills at a rather high price. With a buyback rate of 15 points per pill, significantly higher than the Alchemy Hall's buyback price. At that moment, Zheng Tao stood prominently in the center of the third level of the Disciples' Hall, aside for the buyback of third-tier gathering chi pills hanging from his chest. Yet, no one paid him any mind, as he was only willing to offer 15 points for a third-tier gathering chi pill, which was merely half the market price. Such a transaction was deemed a losing deal by many, for third-tier gathering chi pills were essential supplies needed by everyone who would be foolish enough to trade with him. Nevertheless, Zheng Tao felt no embarrassment. Today was the day he received his pills, and he had grown accustomed to doing business here daily. Although it was rather humiliating on lucky days, he could acquire over 100 gathering chi pills, making it a lucrative venture, whether for personal cultivation or selling to others in need. Just as his master, Jiangling, had once imparted to him, business opportunities abound everywhere. It depends on whether you can set aside your pride. This saying had always been his guiding principle. When he relinquished his pride and humility, he not only amassed wealth, but also sold that dilapidated house that had long troubled him, earning a substantial amount of points. Now, his business had returned, and it was with someone who had previously patronized him. Dear senior brother, do you truly buy third-tier gathering chi pills for 15 points? Lu Feng approached Zheng Tao, hesitantly producing his newly acquired gathering chi pill. Indeed, 15 points is far more than what the Alchemy Hall offers. Ah, junior brother, it's you again. It's been a while since I last saw you. Come, if you have any business, feel free to seek me out. We should help each other as brothers and not give middlemen a chance to profit. Zheng Tao initially responded formally, but upon recognizing Lu Feng, his face lit up with joy, excitedly smiling at him. Lu Feng regarded him with mild surprise. Struggling to recall who this person was, he felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not pinpoint his identity. In this world, there were countless individuals, each with their own name, and some bore identical names. Beyond swordsmanship and cultivation, he preferred not to burden his limited mental capacity with memorizing certain individuals. Fortunately, Zheng Tao did not dwell on it and promptly exchanged Lu Feng's pills for points, handing them over without delay. Subsequently, Lu Feng took his token to the counter to claim the task, and, on a whim, accepted the task of locating the Elder's magical beast pet, which required no deposit. Before hastily exiting the Disciples' Hall, high-level tasks allowed for no delay. These tasks were not solely for one disciple. Many disciples were also undertaking them, and should another complete the task before him, his deposited points would vanish like smoke. Thus, Lu Feng sped away, dashing toward the gates of Qingfeng's sect. His pace was astonishingly swift. He had been right there just a moment ago, yet in the blink of an eye, he was over 100 meters away. Having cultivated the third layer of the creation condensation technique, he had no concern for spiritual energy issues. The uniqueness of the creation condensation technique lay in its proportional consumption and recovery of spiritual energy, a feature many celestial level techniques could not compare to. This was also why Lu Feng had been so astonished upon first encountering the creation condensation technique. What on earth is going on? Why is he running so fast? Could it be that someone from Qingfeng's sect is pursuing him? It seems he has taken a task from the Disciples' Hall, and it appears quite urgent. Hence his rush, but isn't he on a task to slay a magical beast? Does it require such haste? Moreover, the direction he is heading seems incorrect. Shouldn't he be going to the Beast Hall first? Indeed, he seems to be racing toward the sect's main gate, not toward the Beast Hall. What is happening? Lu Feng's unusual behavior immediately piqued the curiosity of many disciples within the Disciples' Hall, each watching his galloping figure in confusion. Even Zheng Tao, who had just conducted business with Lu Feng, wore a puzzled expression. Then, Zheng Tao suddenly recalled something. This newly initiated junior brother surely did not know that after receiving a task from the Disciples' Hall, one could temporarily claim a magical beast for transport from the Beast Hall. For every disciple of Qingfeng's sect, it was common knowledge to retrieve a magical beast for transport from the Beast Hall after accepting a task from the Disciples' Hall. Even if a novice disciple was initially unaware, they would be informed by the counter staff after taking on several tasks. After all, high-level tasks from Qingfeng's sect were executed outside, often requiring journeys of hundreds or even thousands of miles. Without a means of transport, traversing such distances would be an arduous endeavor. However, for a newly initiated disciple like Lu Feng, who had never taken on a task from the Disciples' Hall or inquired about how to resolve distance issues, making such a basic error was not uncommon. Zheng Tao intended to remind Lu Feng, but as he stood by the window and opened his mouth, he realized Lu Feng had vanished without a trace. His speed astonishing enough to leave Zheng Tao dumbfounded. What a talent! Such speed! What kind of movement technique has he cultivated? Zheng Tao took some time to collect himself, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He was utterly impressed by Lu Feng's speed. After all, even he, having cultivated to the late innate realm and trained in an upper-grade movement technique, could not compare. Yet he also found Lu Feng's actions deeply perplexing. Why was he running so fast? It left Zheng Tao with no opportunity to offer his advice. Good intentions gone awry. Suddenly, Zheng Tao recalled a saying Jiangling had once shared with him, realizing how aptly it applied to Lu Feng. He had intended to warn Lu Feng, but before he could even speak, Lu Feng had dashed off to a place beyond the reach of his voice, leaving Zheng Tao to ponder whom to blame. Not Lu Feng, surely. He could only attribute this predicament to Lu Feng's own fate. Chapter 59. The four from Qingfeng's sect and the Darkfire Thunder Lion. We have been waiting here for 5 days to scout the movements of the Darkfire Thunder Lion, and we now have a good grasp of its whereabouts. That it is time to net our catch. The Darkfire Thunder Lion is a formidable foe. Once it falls into our trap, we must act swiftly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. We have simulated the procedure for attacking the Darkfire Thunder Lion over 100 times. Now is the moment to verify it. Let us all be vigilant and avoid any mishaps at dusk. On the outskirts of Linsheng, for young disciples clad in the garments of the Qingfeng sect concealed themselves beneath a thicket, their expressions grave as they gazed intently down the open, overgrown path ahead. Approaching along that path was a magnificent lion, towering at a height of 10 feet, its sleek black form advancing steadily. With each step it took, the air grew heavier, and the anxiety of the four deepened. This group consisted of one core disciple and 3 inner disciples. The core disciple possessed mid-stage innate cultivation, while the other 3 inner disciples were all above mid-stage acquired realm, for the disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Embarking on advanced missions as a team was a common occurrence. Magical beasts are inherently cunning, and their innate abilities often surpass those of human cultivators. Thus, any misstep could lead to disaster. Jiang Shui. According to our plan, if the Darkfire Thunder Lion enters the trap, you must restrain it. Do not falter. As the leader of the group, Ning Quanming, the core disciple of Qingfeng's sect, admonished the others, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shui, who stood beside him, garbed in a flowing red robe, wielding a long whip. Rest assured, senior brother Ning, I will not let you down, Jiang Shui replied earnestly, nodding her head while taking a deep breath. Tightening her grip on the whip, her beautiful eyes glinting like sharp blades as she fixed her gaze on the approaching Darkfire Thunder Lion. Seeing her resolve, Ning Quanming felt a sense of relief wash over him. Among the 4, Jiang Shui had the weakest cultivation. The others had reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, while she remained at mid-stage. However, her whip techniques were agile, and her footwork was commendable, enabling her to kite the Darkfire Thunder Lion from a distance, providing them with a chance to strike a decisive blow. Controlling a magical beast in such a manner required skill and profound knowledge. The kiter's strength must not exceed that of the beast by too much. They must not be too weak either, possessing excellent mobility and the ability to attract the beast's ire, diverting all attention towards themselves while maintaining unwavering will. If the kiter were too strong, the beast would sense it immediately and flee. If too weak, they would be overwhelmed by the beast's imposing aura, rendering any attempts at drawing its attention futile, and survival would be a stroke of luck. In Ning Qianming's mind, Jiang Shui was not his ideal candidate for this task, but her price was appealing. For a beast like the Dark Fire Thunder Lion, others charged at least 500 points. Yet she demanded only 300, while the two others required 150 each. This meant that, should they succeed in their hunt, he would walk away with more than half the points. A guaranteed profit. As Ning Qianming pondered this, the Dark Fire Thunder Lion, with its imposing stature and a mane of black fur, strode forth with regal authority, like a king surveying its domain. When its massive paws struck the ground covered in leaves and grass, a resounding thud echoed, and the earth trembled beneath it. With a furious roar, the lion unleashed a tempest of lightning and flames, its bloodied form erupting from the ground where it had fallen into a cleverly concealed pit. The trap was not merely a hole. Sharp blades were embedded in its walls, inflicting grievous wounds upon the unsuspecting beast. Now, as the earth churned and debris flew, all the blades had been consumed by the lion's raging flames. With a deep, rumbling growl that radiated fury, the lion scanned its surroundings, its eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. "You foul beast, I am here." At that moment, Jiang Shui sprang forth like a crimson comet, swiftly positioning herself behind the Dark Fire Thunder Lion. With a flick of her whip, she struck the lion's forehead as it turned to face her. The crack of the whip resonated through the air, delivering a stinging blow that elicited a pained growl from the lion. The Dark Fire Thunder Lion, upon realizing it was merely a mid-stage human, felt its rage intensify, and its body surged with electric flames. In that instant, its full power erupted, its presence rivaling that of a late-stage innate cultivator. With a thunderous roar, it charged toward Jiang Shui with the speed of a tempest, shaking the very forest with its might. Jiang Shui, leveraging her innate advantages as a human, expertly maneuvered through the terrain, evading the lion's strikes while occasionally retaliating with her whip. The lion, frustrated by her agility and the sharp pain of her strikes, felt its fury reignite. Though her blows did not inflict severe damage, the humiliation stoked its desire to devour her whole. Just as the Dark Fire Thunder Lion focused solely on Jiang Shui, Ning Qianming and his companions emerged from their hiding spots. Launching a surprise attack, body technique, rampaging bull charge, a burly youth charged ahead, his aura coalescing into a massive bull that collided forcefully with the lion's flank. The lion, caught off guard, was sent reeling. Rune technique, hard vortex water blade. From behind, another youth clad in azure robes formed seals with his hands, unleashing a rune that ignited with a formidable force. A massive vortex of water materialized, swirling violently around the lion. The torrent slicing through its flesh, painting the area red with its blood. Trapped within the vortex, the Dark Fire Thunder Lion roared in fury, summoning its remaining strength. With a single surge, the vortex shattered, revealing the battered lion. Its once fierce flames extinguished, its body riddled with wounds, and utterly exhausted. Blade technique, 13 slices of wind. At that moment, Ning Qianming seized the opportunity, dashing forward with his sword drawn. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, emanating an aura of lethal intent. With a graceful flick, he conjured 13 shimmering sword shadows, each imbued with the sound of slicing wind and sharp sword Q-I-D-S. They converged into a singular form. They pierced the lion's neck, driving through to its heart. The Dark Fire Thunder Lion, gravely wounded, staggered back, releasing a final, defiant roar before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud, its life extinguished. Did we succeed? We did it! Marvelous! Senior Brother Ning, we triumphed! As the lion fell, Ning Qianming stared at the vanquished beast, a blend of exhilaration and disbelief flooding his senses. The Dark Fire Thunder Lion was a fifth-tier magical beast, its strength comparable to a late-stage innate cultivator, and with its innate lightning and fire abilities, even those at the pinnacle of innate cultivation would struggle against it. Yet he had slain it with a single strike. As if it were a mere dream, before he could fully process this victory, his companions rushed to him, showering him with praises that jolted him back to reality. Huh, it was sheer luck. Mere luck. You all contributed significantly. I merely capitalized on the moment. Once back in the present, a humble smile crept onto Ning Qianming's face as he spoke modestly. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui leaned wearily against a tree. Her figure graceful, her breath heavy and tumultuous. She gazed at her jubilant companions, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips, for she knew she was the true hero of their success, had she not risked herself to draw the lion's ire. They would never have achieved such a swift victory. However, never mind. Once this task concludes, individuals like her, who are merely temporary members, will have no further connection with them. Moreover, given her current level of cultivation, participation in such high-level tasks is beyond her reach. Now that they not only require her, but have also successfully completed the task, it can be considered a gain for her, as she directly receives 300 points. Yet, she would not have undertaken such a high-level task under normal circumstances, but her insufficient points for cultivation left her with no choice. Just as the four were relaxing, a sudden roar reverberated through the mountains and forests. Akin to a thunderous explosion, oh no, another Darkfire Thunder Lion is approaching. Ning Qianming abruptly awoke from his slumber, crying out in panic, but in the blink of an eye, he and the two others beside him were sent flying like sandbags. Chapter 60. The Two Darkfire Thunder Lions and the Arriving Lu Feng. Previously filled with exuberance and pride, Ning Qianming and his companions were hurled away. Their bodies crashed heavily against the towering trees, as thick as a person's waist, shattering 3 of them before they finally came to a halt. As the trees splintered and fell, clouds of dust were kicked up into the damn it, my back is broken. The trio, suddenly inflicted with a grievous blow, found their minds engulfed in a terrifying void, yet a singular thought resonated uniformly in their minds. What can a man do without a back? Nothing at all. In that instant, the most exquisite pleasures of the world seemed to drift away from them. Roar. However, a roar infused with fury and sorrow, shaking the very mountains and earth, abruptly pulled their distant thoughts back to reality. The 3 focused their gazes, only to behold a Darkfire Thunder Lion, even larger than the previous one, standing sorrowfully beside its deceased kin. Its towering form resembled a statue forged of black iron, with its dark fur on the neck appearing like countless black iron needles extending down to its chest, exuding an imposing aura. Furthermore, this new Darkfire Thunder Lion emanated an even more potent presence, having reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, just a step away from Foundation establishment. Coupled with the inherent physical advantages of magical beasts and its unique lightning and fire abilities, even a Foundation establishment expert might find it hard to contend with. Upon realizing the true nature of this Darkfire Thunder Lion, Ning Qianming and his companions cursed their misfortune, condemning Lin Sheng and the others who had assigned the task in their hearts. 2 Darkfire Thunder Lions? Those damned bastards claimed it was only one. Were they all blind? Moreover, the strength of this newly appeared Darkfire Thunder Lion could only be classified as a hellish-level task. Such tasks are reserved for core disciples of profound cultivation, law enforcers, or even elders, far beyond their capabilities. They were doomed to be sacrificed by that group of blind fools. Ning Qianming and his companions inwardly cursed. Filled with both anger and dread, the newly appeared Darkfire Thunder Lion was utterly beyond their means, and having already slain another, they were left pondering the relationship between the two, with a father and son. Or brothers? One thing was certain. They would pay for their actions with their lives. Roar. The deep roars of the lion echoed like heavy bells, resonating with a mournful and tragic undertone, stirring the forest and echoing endlessly, sending chills down their spines. Jiang Shui sat dazedly to the side, having been fortunate enough to remain unscathed due to her distance from Ning Qianming and the others. Yet, she was utterly exhausted, and before the newly appeared Darkfire Thunder Lion, she found herself entirely overwhelmed by its imposing aura, unable to muster any strength that a wave of reluctance and sorrow surged through her heart. After finally completing her task, she was on the verge of returning to claim her contribution points, only to face an even more formidable Darkfire Thunder Lion. In the presence of this beast, Her life was in constant peril, making it impossible for her not to feel distressed. Roar. The dark fire thunder lion let out 36 consecutive roars, nuzzling the body of its fallen kin, yet receiving no response, ultimately resigning itself to the reality of its death. But soon the sorrow in its eyes dissipated, replaced by a cold and merciless killing intent. Its gaze then fell upon the only other relatively unharmed figure, Jiang Shui. Roar. Following that, a low, rumbling roar erupted from its throat, aimed directly at Jiang Shui. Bang! The deep sound wave struck her chest like a battering ram, causing her ribcage to cave in crack. A series of sharp cracks echoed as her ribs shattered in an instant, and the overwhelming force sent her flying backward, crashing through 3 large trees before finally coming to a stop. Am I going to die? Upon hitting the ground, Jiang Shui was suddenly overwhelmed by intense pain radiating from her chest and back, leaving her mind blank. Indeed, one should never be greedy for high-level tasks. In the face of life and death, she struggled to lift her head towards the intermittently illuminated sky, obscured by dense foliage, and could not help but mock herself. Roar! Yet, the dark fire thunder lion paid no heed to Jiang Shui's inner turmoil. Its killing intent was at its peak. Dark flames and lightning surged from its body, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. A terrifying sense of crisis enveloped Jiang Shui and Ning Quanming's trio, making it clear that the dark fire thunder lion intended to eliminate them completely. Unfortunately, while they sensed the impending danger, each was grievously injured, unable to evade or resist, completely at the mercy of fate. Roar. However, the dark fire thunder lion, poised to unleash its full might and obliterate the four, seemed to sense something, abruptly halting its actions and gazing curiously in a particular direction. Whoosh! In the direction of its gaze, a figure raced toward them like a tempest, swift as a startled swan, agile as a rabbit. Mere moments ago, he had been 500 meters away, yet in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the battlefield between the dark fire thunder lion and the four. Damn it! Am I too late? The dark fire thunder lion has already been slain. Following that, a deep voice filled with anger suddenly reached the ears of the four, lying on the ground like corpses. But there is still one left, stronger than the dead one. Were you the one wailing earlier? I wonder if killing you counts. Lu Feng, having arrived at the battlefield between the dark fire thunder lion and the four, scanned the scene with a sweeping glance. His gaze landed on the lifeless body of the slain dark fire thunder lion, then glanced at the other one, alive and exuding an overwhelming presence, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself. After running tirelessly since morning for over 3 hours, he had finally reached this place, and upon activating his senses, he heard the roars of lions and raced over. Yet, he was still a step too late. One of the dark fire thunder lions had been killed. The task he had received was to slay the 5th-tier magical beast, the dark fire thunder lion, lurking in the outskirts of Lincheng, and he had not anticipated that one would already be dead. Fortunately, there was still another, but he was unsure how the rewards would be divided upon returning to Lu Feng's despised calculations. In his view, there was nothing that could not be resolved with a single sword strike. If there was, then 2 sword strikes would suffice. Yet now, even if he wanted to strike twice, he had no opportunity, as one dark fire thunder lion had already been slain. Sigh, what a headache! Will I have to split the task rewards with him 50-50 upon returning? That might work, but Lu Feng was unwilling. Although those points were enough to purchase the medicinal herbs he needed, with another half, he could buy even more spiritual medicines or even a furnace. Ah, yes, they are all gravely injured. If I reach an agreement with them now, and considering they're on the brink of death, I could simply ask them to give me the other half of the points. But then, Lu Feng looked at the 4 collapsed figures, uncertain if they were alive or dead, and his eyes suddenly brightened. He then solemnly clasped his hands in front of them and said, "Brothers, I too am a disciple of Qingfeng's sect. Seeing you are on the verge of death, why don't we discuss a deal? I will save you, and I will take all the points for the dark fire thunder lion task. What do you think? Damn it, who the hell is this guy? I don't know, probably just a fool, right? He looks like an idiot here to amuse us." Ning Quanming and the others, barely managing to lift their heads from the ground, glared at Lu Feng, who was earnestly clasping his hands and consulting them, and they could not help but curse him. They truly could not comprehend whether this idiot was just as blind as Lin Cheng's task givers, or if he bore them some grudge, deliberately trying to annoy them. Damn it, they were in such dire straits already, and he was asking if they thought it was a good idea. Of course, it was good. When your life is about to slip away, who cares about points? Even if a stunning beauty lay beside them, they would gladly forego it. However, what truly baffles them is the audacity with which Lu Feng dares to utter such words. Observing the cultivation he displayed upon his arrival, it is evident that his prowess is only comparable to that of Ning Quanming, rendering him utterly insufficient against the formidable presence of the innate realm's perfected dark fire Thunderlion. At this moment, instead of fleeing, he chooses to negotiate terms with them. Has he lost his mind, or does he harbor a personal vendetta against them? Senior Brother Lu, it is I. We are willing to offer you points. Please save us. Unlike Jiang Shui and Ning Quanming, the other three immediately heeded Lu Feng's call, their once despondent eyes suddenly alight with hope as they muster their strength to plead. If anyone could slay a foundational period beast in the innate realm, it would undoubtedly be Lu Feng. She had witnessed his swordsmanship, which certainly possessed the potential to eliminate such formidable foes. Yet, despite her exertion, her voice emerged no louder than ordinary conversation. Fortunately, Lu Feng's keen senses picked up her plea from a distance of 20 meters. Very well, it is settled then. The credit for these two magical beasts will be mine. By the way, your voice sounds rather familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression brightened with delight, though he soon furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance in Jiang Shui's direction. He yearned to behold her true visage, but a fallen tree obscured her face, only revealing her resplendent red attire. Jiang Shui, upon hearing his words, felt her blood surge, unable to suppress a mouthful of crimson. Alas, how pitiful! Fear not, I shall come to your aid shortly. Lu Feng observed this scene from afar, shaking his head with a sigh. Roar! Just then, the dark fire Thunder Lion, boasting the might of the perfected innate realm, roared in fury, its ebony flames erupting as they twisted into spears, hurtling towards Lu Feng. Its eyes blazed with wrath, vowing to annihilate the audacious human who had shown it such disdain since his arrival. Tiske, little lion, are you so eager to meet your demise? Very well, I shall oblige. With a swift motion, Lu Feng evaded the lion's furious assault, his gaze laced with mockery as he gripped his sword tightly and dove towards the beast. Chapter 61. Two Swords to Slay Roar. The moment Lu Feng moved, the dark fire Thunder Lion reacted instantaneously, its dark flames soaring as they transformed into a multitude of lightning spears. Simultaneously, it moved with the speed of lightning, creating distance between itself and Lu Feng. As a fifth-tier magical beast, it possessed remarkable intelligence, and its instinctual awareness of danger informed it that this human was far superior to the four others. It must not engage in close combat. Indeed, the innate sense of danger possessed by magical beasts is formidable. Lu Feng, observing the lion's instinctive avoidance of peril, smiled faintly, recognizing its ability to discern threats based on the aura he had exuded upon his arrival, which had prompted it to seek an advantageous position. Whoosh! As he contemplated, the dark lightning spears surged towards him. The spears crackled with lethal energy, enough to make even foundational period cultivators retreat in fear. Yet, Lu Feng did not flinch. With a swift arc of his sword, a beam of light shot skyward, obliterating the multitude of spears. Roar! The dark fire Thunder Lion was taken aback, but its flames intensified once more, its maw agape, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. However, Lu Feng thrust his sword forward once again, unleashing a strike that reverberated through the forest, causing the earth to tremble. The astonishing sword energy swept past the lion, and in an instant, a spray of blood erupted into the air, akin to a brilliant firework, only to vanish moments later. With a resounding thud, the once mighty dark fire Thunder Lion, which had earlier incapacitated them with a single blow, was cleaved in two with remarkable precision. 2 strikes. Lu Feng had merely executed 2 strokes to slay the dark fire Thunder Lion. The three who lay incapacitated nearby gazed at him in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. The very beast that had rendered them helpless had been dispatched so effortlessly by a disciple of the Qingfeng sect, whom they had never even seen before. Were they trapped in a dream? When had the Qingfeng sect produced such a powerful disciple? Though his cultivation was seemingly modest, his swordsmanship was astoundingly formidable. Jiang Shui, too, was left speechless. While she understood Lu Feng possessed the capability to kill the Darkfire Thunder Lion, she had envisioned a grueling battle, given the lion's overwhelming strength and innate advantages that rendered even foundational cultivators vulnerable. She had anticipated that defeating it would require considerable effort, yet Lu Feng had resolved the matter with only 2 strikes. This magical beast had indeed proved to be troublesome, forcing her to expend 2 strikes. If dealing with a perfected innate realm beast was so taxing, would she require an additional strike, or perhaps even 5, to confront foundational period foes in the future? However, as Lu Feng stood victorious over the Darkfire Thunder Lion, he wore no expression of joy or relief. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply. Clearly, he was dissatisfied that he had needed to employ 2 strikes to vanquish the beast. The sword technique he practiced was a lethal art of his own creation. If he drew his sword, it must result in blood. Even in his past life, those who could withstand his blade paid an exorbitant price. This included the 3 deities who had ultimately brought about his demise. And while the Darkfire Thunder Lion possessed superior cultivation, it was, in a sense, of the same rank. Despite being 2 minor realms above him, he believed he ought to have been able to slay it with a single stroke. The shortcomings of his physical form must be rectified post-haste. Lu Feng silently resolved within himself. Swordsmanship and cultivation are, in many ways, interconnected. The stronger the cultivation, the more profound the comprehension of the sword. Yet despite his deep understanding of swordsmanship, his current cultivation limited him from manifesting even a fraction of the sword intent he wielded in his previous life. This was, to him, utterly unforgivable. As the foremost Sword Immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, if he could not assert dominance over others with his swordsmanship, what right did he have to claim the title of Sword Immortal? With this thought in mind, Lu Feng swiftly approached Jiang Shui. "Are you unscathed?" "My apologies, it seems you are injured. Your ribs and spine have sustained significant damage, but fret not, this minor injury shall be treated." He helped the gravely injured Jiang Shui to her feet, intending to inquire further about her condition. However, upon seeing her coughing blood and appearing utterly dispirited, his previous inquiries seemed entirely superfluous. After thoroughly examining Jiang Shui's injuries, he disregarded her feeble attempts to push him away and placed his hand upon her chest, feeling the soft warmth beneath, realigning her ribs. Next, he guided his hand to her smooth back, channeling spiritual energy to nourish her injured spine and assist in regulating her blood flow. In less than half a stick of incense, Jiang Shui's condition improved, though her complexion flushed crimson, leaving her wishing to vanish into the ground. Liu Feng's prior actions had brazenly traversed her most private regions. If word of this were to spread, how could she ever hope to marry? All done. Your injuries have healed, as per our previous agreement. All point from this Darkfire Thunder Lion's quest belong to me. Upon your return, you must not contest this, understood? Should you dare to renege, I assure you, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall find you and slay you. Do you comprehend? Yet, Jiang Shui had yet to recover from her state of panic when she saw Lu Feng kneeling before her, wearing the most amiable smile while uttering words laden with a chilling intensity. He remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, unconcerned with her thoughts. The sentiments of love and affection paled in comparison to the significance of the sword in his heart. Senior brother Lu, rest assured. I understand. Jiang Shui, initially overwhelmed with embarrassment and shyness, felt a surge of fear at Lu Feng's demeanor and quickly nodded in affirmation. Very well. Lu Feng was quite pleased with Jiang Shui's response. He then turned his gaze towards the 3 individuals lying on the ground and added, I wonder if the 3 of you share the same sentiment. Indeed, the trio, resembling corpses, hastily nodded in agreement, forcing themselves to respond with fervor. Though they had once deemed Lu Feng a fool with questionable judgment, they now regarded him as a figure of towering authority, whose words were absolute. Any prior inquiries were now dismissed as mere rhetoric. What of it? What does it matter if a strong individual speaks inane words? Moreover, are the words of a strong individual truly inane? They are merely expressions of character, the essence of strength. Upon hearing their responses, Lu Feng felt immense satisfaction as he proceeded to assist the trio in mending their bones and restoring their injuries. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for your rescue. Should you ever require the aid of Ning, do not hesitate to call upon me. Brother Lu's swordsmanship is truly exceptional, making him a paragon among the disciples of our Qingfeng sect. In the future, should any matters arise, regardless of whether it involves traversing treacherous mountains or navigating fiery pits, you need only speak, and we shall not flinch. Indeed, Brother Lu, the sentiments expressed by these two fellows mirror my own. It is our honor to serve you. The three, having largely recovered from their injuries, hastily rose to their feet, clasping their fists in reverence towards Lu Feng, their expressions earnest that moment. Ning Quanming and the other two disciples of Qingfeng's sect became mere supporters, lavishing praise on Lu Feng with extravagant words, showing no restraint. After all, compliments come at no cost, and who would not want to befriend a strong ally? Furthermore, cultivating a good relationship with someone of Lu Feng's caliber is entirely advantageous in future high-level missions. They could merely cheer from the sidelines and effortlessly accrue contribution points, a surefire way to earn rewards. Is that so? Splendid. I require a 5th-grade blood-enhancing pill. You three, please gather some points and assist me in procuring one. Lu Feng, oblivious to the fact that their words were mere flattery, took their declarations to heart. Hearing them profess such deep loyalty, even to the point of risking their lives, he directly requested the 5th-grade blood-enhancing pill from the alchemy hall, which was valued at over 5,670 points. He had previously settled for alchemy only because he could not muster that many points. Now that assistance was offered, why would he refuse? In an instant, the expressions of Ning Quanming and the other two turned awkward as they exchanged bitter smiles, hesitant to respond to Lu Feng's request. They were unaware of the exact price of the 5th-grade blood-enhancing pill, but they knew anything associated with 5th grade would undoubtedly be exorbitant. The costs of 1st to 3rd grade pills were manageable. Even if they were somewhat pricey, they were not beyond reach. The required herbs for those lower grade pills were relatively inexpensive, often cultivated within 1 or 2 years. However, the materials for pills above the 3rd grade were far more demanding, often requiring herbs that had been nurtured for 20 or even 30 years. In the Qingfeng sect, the most common 5th-grade qi gathering pill necessitated several herbs aged over 30 years for successful concoction. Thus, a single 5th-grade qi gathering pill commanded a price of 500 points. If they sought other 5th-grade pills with unique effects, the cost would start at 3,000 points. Although they possessed some wealth, they were unwilling to squander all their points on such expenses. Moreover, they would not be receiving any points from this mission. If they were to pay out of pocket for an exorbitant 5th-grade pill, wouldn't that be akin to courting disaster? What's this? Are you unwilling? Lu Feng, observing the varied expressions of the trio, sensing their reluctance, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light, his sword shimmering ominously, emanating an air of lethal intent. Brother Lu, please, temper your anger. We harbor no intentions of deceiving you. The truth is, we simply cannot afford it. Ning Quanming, sensing the palpable threat emanating from Lu Feng, hurriedly interjected. What solution do you propose? Lu Feng inquired that we may not be able to purchase it ourselves. But the people of Lin City can certainly afford it. Those blind fools are known for recklessly reporting tasks, and according to the rules, we have every right to demand something valuable from them. Ning Xuanming's eyes flickered with cold determination as he gazed in the direction of Lin City, speaking with a chilling tone. Chapter 62. The issue of compensation in the Disciples' Hall. High-level missions are typically initiated by first confirming intelligence with the task-giving organization before embarking on the task. Only inexperienced newcomers, having never undertaken any missions, would recklessly rush to the task location without sufficient information. Without adequate intelligence, no matter how skilled or powerful one may be, they could easily find themselves in dire straits, unaware of the peril that awaited them. However, Ning Quanming and his companions were not such fools. Upon receiving their mission, they promptly arrived at Lin City, diligently verifying the information and scouting the scene, devising numerous plans before daring to take action. Yet, despite their meticulous efforts, they still found themselves in a precarious situation. Naturally, they would not attribute this error to themselves, even if they had surveyed the terrain and observed the Darkfire Thunder line from a distance. It was not their fault. They were not the ones who issued the task, and a few days of observation yielded scant detailed information. However, what they lacked, the people of Lin's city surely possessed, deliberately concealing vital information and downgrading the task's difficulty. Even if they perished, should their fates remain unknown, Feng's sect would hold them accountable, while Lin's city would remain unscathed. After all, if a fifth-grade magical beast was involved, Lin's city was not devoid of experts. Why would they not handle it themselves? Feng sat within the grand hall of Lin's city's lord's mansion, his gaze calm as he observed Ning Quanming and others engaged in heated disputes with the city's high-ranking officials. Along the way, Ning Quanming had shared his suspicions with Feng. The concealment of essential information during the task-giving process would undoubtedly provoke the ire and retaliation of Feng's sect against Lin's city once the truth was unveiled. In such scenarios, the task-giving party is typically obliged to offer adequate compensation to the task group to facilitate resolution. Of course, this presumes the survival of those involved. Presently, the high-ranking officials of Lin City were engaged in such negotiations, glancing at the two corpses of Darkfire Thunder Lions on the ground, readily agreeing to compensate Ning Quanming and his companions. However, the specific amount of compensation remained undetermined. Young Ning, your demands are rather excessive, are they not? Lin City is willing to offer compensation, but that does not mean we will allow you to make unreasonable demands. 500 third-grade Qi gathering pills and 5 pieces of top-tier profound-grade weapons were already exorbitant. Who could possibly provide such an amount? Not to mention, you actually expect a 5th-grade blood-enhancing pill from us. What do you take Lin City for? Indeed, 500 third-grade Qi gathering pills and 5 top-tier profound-grade weapons would already cause us great financial strain. You not only refuse to negotiate, but you also demand a 5th-grade blood-enhancing pill. What kind of nonsense is this? Most of the high-ranking officials of Lin City were in their 40s or 50s, typically exuding an air of ethereal detachment or sternness. Yet at this moment, they were visibly agitated, their dignified demeanor lost, their voices rising in volume. What does this nonsense mean? We nearly lost our lives. Is that not worth something? After enduring hardships to return, what is wrong with seeking some compensation? Indeed, and you have not suffered either. You have received the corpses of 2 5th-grade magical beasts. What more could you possibly desire? Despite their youth, Ning Quanming and his companions refused to back down, rolling up their sleeves to engage in a heated argument, their voices escalating. Enough! As the dispute reached its peak, a commanding voice suddenly rang out. A middle-aged man clad in an ornate black robe, his face resembling a chiseled statue, radiating an aura of authority, stepped forward. Concurrently, a powerful pressure emanating from his foundation-building stage enveloped the entire hall. The city lord, the high-ranking officials of Lin City paled upon seeing him, hastily bowing in respect. City Lord Lin, what is your intention? Do you seek to turn against the disciples of Feng's sect? Ning Quanming, perceiving the city lord's approach and the oppressive aura surrounding him, felt a slight tightening in his chest, yet he exhibited no fear. Young Ning, do not misunderstand. I have come forth primarily to discuss compensation with you. The lack of detailed information has endangered you, and Lin City is willing to offer compensation, but we will not allow you to make unreasonable demands. We cannot provide a 5th-grade blood-enhancing pill. And as for 500 third-grade Qi gathering pills and 5 top-tier profound-grade weapons, that is equally unfeasible. The most we can offer is 50 third-grade Qi gathering pills and 5 top-tier yellow-grade weapons. This is the best offer Lin City can extend. If you find it unsatisfactory, you are welcome to leave. The city lord's gaze remained calm as he addressed them, his expression devoid of emotion. Simultaneously, the pressure emanating from him intensified, akin to surging waves, pressing down upon Ning Quanming, his companions, and Feng and Jiang Shui, who were seated nearby and had not participated in the discussion. He had no intention of bargaining with this group. A mere innate realm cultivator and 2 acquired realm youngsters believed they could demand unreasonable terms before him. Although he was uncertain how they managed to defeat the Darkfire Thunder Lion, dreaming of obtaining a 5th-grade blood-enhancing pill was folly. How much would such a pill cost? Providing them with a 5th-grade blood-enhancing pill would be far less costly than taking on a hellish-level mission. The reason for concealing the truth was to minimize costs. Now that these fellows had returned by chance, they sought to take a large bite out of him. There was no way that would happen. Ning Quanming had not anticipated the city lord's domineering stance. After uttering only a few words, he immediately resorted to exerting his cultivation pressure, reducing their compensation demands to such a meager sum, which ignited his fury. However, in the face of the overwhelming pressure exerted by a powerful cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, he found even breathing to be an arduous task, and the prospect of speaking felt as daunting as climbing the highest peak. It appears you have no objections. Then let us proceed to receive the compensation, sign the settlement agreement, and depart from Lin's city. Of course, should you insist on demanding 500 3rd-grade Qi gathering pills, 5 top-tier mysterious weapons, and a 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill, I am more than willing to grant you that opportunity. Defeat me, and whatever you desire shall be yours. The Lord of Lin's city, observing that Ning Quanming was utterly speechless, expressed great satisfaction with the scene before him, speaking in a calm manner, after which he exchanged a knowing glance with a high-ranking official in Lin's city. This official, comprehending the unspoken words, smirked mockingly at Ning Quanming and the others. You ungrateful wretches, you could have received a far better compensation, yet you stubbornly demand the 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill. Go ahead, shout your demands if you dare. Continue to scream if you wish. What abilities do you possess to make such outrageous demands? Were it not for your status as disciples of the Qingfeng sect and your presence in Lin City, the Lord could easily crush you with a single palm, and to think you would still attempt to extort more. Even if I were to concede, do you truly believe you could escape with your lives? The high-ranking official mused triumphantly, his gaze provoking a mix of anger and helplessness in Ning Quanming and his companions. The 3 of them were not fools. They understood the underlying message from the Lord of Lin City. This is all there is. Take it or leave it, if you persist in your demands. Beware, I might just end your lives with a single strike. Faced with the threat of a foundation establishment expert, even if they were uninjured, they would be no match. As for reporting to the Qingfeng sect, with the settlement signed and the items received, what could they possibly report? Had they known it would come to this, they might as well have returned to the Qingfeng sect to inform them, which could have resulted in Lin City's officials suffering even greater losses. Is that so? Excellent. Then I shall challenge you. And furthermore, I will take not only your life, but the lives of everyone in Lin City. In exchange, I demand the 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill. Not long after the Lord of Lin City finished speaking, Lu Feng's calm voice suddenly rang out. The Lord of Lin City was taken aback, quickly turning to look, only to see a streak of brilliance flash by, as countless sword energies struck him like a tempest. In an instant, the Lord of Lin City collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, his mind a blank slate, wearing a bewildered expression, completely unaware of how he had been defeated. It seemed as if a sword light had swept past him, then a torrent of sword energies ripped through his body, severing his tendons and ligaments. Was it not like that? The once formidable visage of the Lord of Lin City, now etched with confusion, was abruptly interrupted as he felt a chilling sensation around his neck, as if a blade had been placed against it. The keen edge of the sword dug deeply into his flesh, and he could distinctly feel its coldness. The wielder of the sword was merely a youth clad in black, no more than 17 or 18 years of age. The boy, holding the sharp sword against the Lord's neck, surveyed the surroundings with an impassive expression, impatiently declaring, "Within half an hour, prepare 1,000 3rd-grade Qi gathering pills, 5 top-tier mysterious weapons, a king-grade sword, and a high-quality 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill. If I do not see these items, I shall use your Lord's life as a sacrifice for my sword, and then I will proceed to eliminate all of you." Damn it, a bunch of ants. Just because the tiger does not show its ferocity, you think I am a sickly cat. If we can't reason it out, then let us fight. If I had known sooner, I would have slain you all with a single sword. What is merely a foundation establishment expert and a dozen innate realm cultivators? I have slain such foes before, so why act so arrogantly? Chapter 63. The devil-like Lu Feng in the Lord's mansion of Lin City. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. The disciples of the Qingfeng sect, led by Ning Quanming, along with the high-ranking officials of Lin City, stared wide-eyed at Lu Feng, who appeared utterly calm, yet every movement radiated an astonishing intent to kill. "Brother Lu, remain calm, remain calm. Everything can be negotiated. This young friend, let us speak amicably. Peace is paramount. Do not resort to violence. Indeed, Brother Lu, such matters are not worth bloodshed. Let us converse with them slowly." Moments later, Ning Quanming and the high-ranking officials of Lin City regained their composure, hastily attempting to persuade Lu Feng, the once haughty officials of Lin City, who had felt secure after the Lord's appearance, were now utterly flustered, resembling chickens caught by the throat, their faces contorted in despair. They had assumed that with the Lord of Lin City present, they could easily resolve the compensation matter. Little did they expect that a reaper lurked among them, who with a single sword strike had rendered the Lord's mansion powerless and threatened to annihilate them all. They dared not underestimate Lu Feng's threat. After all, the moment Lu Feng made his move, they had felt no trace of his aura, nor had they seen how he had drawn his sword. Yet since Lu Feng could incapacitate the Lord of Lin City with a single strike, it was entirely plausible that he could wipe them out as well. Though Ning Quanming and the others were already aware of Lu Feng's formidable strength, they had not anticipated that he would truly clash with the Lord of Lin City, directly terrifying them. If the Lord of Lin City were to perish, regardless of whether they were justified or not, upon returning to the Qingfeng sect, they would face dire consequences. Yet in the face of their pleas, Lu Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he offered no response, his sword steadily slicing into the flesh of the Lord of Lin City. Ah! The Lord of Lin City let out a pain scream, his once dignified face contorting violently, yet the excruciating agony jolted his mind back to clarity. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he glared at Lu Feng, bellowing, "You audacious fool! Our Lin City maintains a cooperative relationship with the Qingfeng sect, and I am the appointed lord by the dynasty. How dare you treat me in such a manner? Beware of your own head." As the Lord of Lin City glared at Lu Feng with bloodshot eyes, his expression twisted with rage, he attempted to intimidate him, hoping to make him aware of the gravity of his transgression. However, before he could finish, Lu Feng's sword plunged into his mouth, causing blood to spurt forth as his teeth and tongue were mercilessly shredded, rendering him mute. The agonizing pain caused the Lord of Lin City to faint. Yet Lu Feng, with the tip of his sword, struck several vital points on his body, reviving him once more. This moment, fear filled the Lord's eyes, but Lu Feng showed no intention of relenting, continuing to carve into his flesh as if he were a butcher leisurely dissecting a plump wild boar, devoid of any psychological burden. A dreadful stillness pervaded Lin City once more, as all who had intended to advise Lu Feng fell silent. In the face of the Lord's threats, Lu Feng had answered with his actions. His earlier words were not mere bluster. Instantly, cold sweat poured from the foreheads of Ning Quanming and the others. Gazing at Lu Feng as if he were a devil, a merciless killer, the high-ranking officials of Lin City also broke into a cold sweat, their limbs trembling as they watched Lu Feng tormenting their lord. Utterly powerless to intervene or speak, fearing that a single movement or word might transform the Lord into their own fate. "My young friend, please wait a moment. We shall promptly gather the items you requested." Then, the high-ranking official who had been summoned by the Lord of Lin City suddenly recalled something, hastily stepping forward and bowing respectfully to Lu Feng. "Faster! I am pressed for time and cannot wait long." Originally in the midst of stabbing the Lord of Lin City in various vital points with his sword, upon hearing this, Lu Feng paused his actions, casting a cold glance at the man. Understood. The high-ranking official, a frail old man in his 70s, appeared like a feeble mouse, yet he possessed late innate realm cultivation. However, under Lu Feng's gaze, he nearly lost his wits, hurriedly responding and scurrying away. Half an hour later, the items Lu Feng demanded were delivered by that high-ranking official. 1,000 third-grade Qi gathering pills, 5 top-tier mysterious weapons, a king-grade sword, and the high-quality 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill, all placed in a chest taller than a person. Respectfully presented before Lu Feng, that my young friend, no, young hero, These are all the items you requested. Please verify." The elderly man smiled ingratiatingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately began his inspection, first checking the 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill and confirming its authenticity, then scrutinizing the king-grade sword. Although the sword was of lower quality, being a lower-grade king weapon, Lu Feng felt content with its possession. Had you all acted thus from the beginning, why the delay? You truly are foolish to compel me to take such measures. After acquiring the items he desired, Lu Feng smiled with satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the gathered high-ranking officials of the Lin family, mockingly retorting, "Indeed, it was our fault for provoking the young friend's displeasure. You hail from a grand sect, possessing a broad mind. Why stoop to our level? Please, my young friend, do not let your temper flare. Do not be so petty with us simple folk from the mountains." The higher-ups of the Lin family, seeing Lu Feng take so many of their possessions yet still speak to them thus, felt a deep displeasure, even tinged with indignation. However, before Lu Feng's unervingly calm gaze, they could only strive to curry favor, their demeanor as lowly as it could be. They truly dared not act with bravado, fearing that a single act of defiance might lead to their demise at Lu Feng's hand. Petty grievances? What petty grievances? I do not comprehend your words. What concern is it of mine? As for today's events, I, Lu Feng, have had no part in them. Should anyone dare to gossip outside, I would not hesitate to practice my swordsmanship at your home, listening to the sycophantic laughter of the Lin City elites. Lu Feng smiled once more, a dazzling and perilous smile. In that instant, many among the Lin City higher-ups, as well as Ning Quanming and others, felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes, gazing at him with both fear and astonishment. None of them were fools. They understood immediately the intent behind Lu Feng's words. Everything happening here has nothing to do with me. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly, be wary of my sending your entire family to the afterlife, Brother Ning, and all esteemed members of Lin City. Do you understand? Aside from honing my sword, my greatest passion is to remain low-key. Should anyone dare to disrupt my tranquility, I shall not hesitate to raise their heads high. Seeing that no one responded to his previous remarks, Lu Feng's face, once bright with delight, fell into a grimace. The high-grade sword in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, casting its cold sheen over the gathered crowd, as if a frosty blade were gliding across their necks, causing beads of cold sweat to break out on their backs. "What is it? Brother, what are you referring to?" Ning Quanming, momentarily jolted awake by the chilling light, scratched his head in confusion. "Indeed, brother, what did you mean by your earlier statement? I find myself somewhat perplexed." "Yes, Brother Lu. What were you saying earlier? We do not comprehend. Young hero, what was the meaning behind your earlier words? We find it rather unclear. Alas, City Lord, what has happened to you? Why are you lying here, and in such a wounded state? This is dire. The City Lord has been attacked. Lin City must immediately go on high alert. I beg your pardon, esteemed young heroes. We apologize for our lack of hospitality. The City Lord has been assaulted, and we must attend to this matter. Your tasks have been completed. Please take your leave for now." As Ning Quanming's words fell, the surrounding individuals snapped back to reality, each feigning deafness and wearing expressions of bewilderment. The many high-ranking members of Lin City, upon witnessing their fallen city lord, were equally shocked and perplexed, finding it quite unbelievable that the city lord lay here. Subsequently, the Lin City higher-ups, their faces a mixture of anxiety and apology, spoke to Lu Feng and the others. "Pardon the disturbance. We take our leave." Lu Feng was quite pleased with their response, returning their gestures with a respectful smile, that he no longer needed to worry that these fellows would leak the events that transpired here. They were indeed a group of individuals who understood the times, grasping the implications with a mere hint, thus saving him much effort. Chapter 64. The young maiden's fluttering heart having received the responses from Lin City, Lu Feng departed the city lord's residence with Ning Quanming and the others, preparing to return to Qingfeng's sect. Lu Feng had initially planned to walk or purchase a swift steed in Lin City, but upon seeing that Ning Quanming and the others had arrived on a flying magical beast, he felt compelled to join them. Ning Quanming, noticing Lu Feng's unwavering gaze upon their flying magical beast, braced himself and insisted they share the ride. Lu Feng did not refuse, Since a flying magical beast was available, he was disinclined to traverse on foot, and thus readily climbed aboard. It was only shortly after returning to Qingfeng's sect that Lu Feng would learn that any disciple undertaking high-level tasks could temporarily acquire a flying magical beast for transport with token. Not long after their departure, news spread through Lin City of the city, Lord being injured by an assassin and retreating to recover. In the subsequent century, whenever Lin City interacted with other disciples from Qingfeng's sect regarding unexpected compensation issues arising from tasks, the matter was swiftly resolved, earning the Qingfeng sect disciples considerable favor. The sky was suffused with the hues of dusk, transforming into a rich crimson, reminiscent of a young maiden's rosy cheeks, or the vibrant rose held delicately in a lover's hand, captivating all who beheld. Lu Feng sat cross-legged atop the beast, savoring the breathtaking scenery, occasionally lifting the newly acquired, razor-sharp, low-grade king's sword, revealing a satisfied smile. The radiant glow of the evening light reflected upon the blade, casting a sanguine hue, sending chills down the spines of Ning Quanming, Jiang Shui, and others who accompanied him. In midair. Due to Lu Feng's imposing presence, not a soul dared to speak. The only sound that could be heard was the cry of the first-tier magical beast, the Gale Eagle, that bore them aloft. The Gale Eagle was a magnificent creature, capable of traveling 100 miles a day, its wingspan spanning a yard, easily accommodating 3 to 5 individuals. However, aside from carrying Lu Feng and his companions, it also bore the weight of a hefty chest. The burden and the collective tension of the group rendered the creature restless, prompting it to occasionally call out. Each cry elicited a tightening in Ning Quanming and the others' chests. Instinctively turning their gazes toward Lu Feng, they feared that, should Lu Feng's temper take a turn, he might unsheath his sword and cleave the very magical beast that carried them. Though they were soaring hundreds of feet in the air, such an act would be akin to playing with fire. Any rational being would never consider such folly. Yet they could not help but feel trepidation, ever since witnessing Lu Feng dispatch the city lord of Lin City without so much as a blink. It was utterly impossible for them to feel at ease. After all, with someone so prone to drawing his sword at the slightest provocation and possessing extraordinary combat prowess in their midst, how could they find solace? Fortunately, their greatest fears did not materialize. As night fell, the Gale Eagle continued its flight unscathed, while Lu Feng, resting against the bulky chest, peacefully slept with his sword in hand. As dawn broke, Jiang Shui cautiously glanced toward Lu Feng, a few rays of brilliant sunlight cascading upon his fair visage, where a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his lips. The sunlight reflecting off the sword sheath was blinding, leaving Jiang Shui momentarily dazed, her heart racing wildly. The verse from a poem she once read in a book from Jiang Ling surged forth in her mind, a figure as exquisite as jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Initially, she had not grasped the true meaning of these lines, but upon seeing Lu Feng, comprehension dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, her heart pounding fiercely. She carefully placed a hand over her heart, suddenly recalling that this most secretive part of herself had once been touched by Lu Feng, igniting a deeper blush. Have we arrived at Qingfeng's sect? I sensed the aura of Qingfeng's sect. At that moment, Lu Feng opened his eyes, his gaze clear as he scanned the distant horizon, where a grand edifice came into view. That he smiled widely, his joy apparent. Though the speed of the flying magical beast did not match his own when he ran at full tilt, its ability to soar through the skies reduced the distance traveled and minimized unnecessary troubles. Unlike when he had to contend with the beasts lurking on the ground, unbeknownst to him, as he smiled absent-mindedly, a certain young maiden was gazing at him intently, her eyes brimming with affection. Brother Lu, we are nearing Qingfeng's sect. According to protocol, the task of the Dark Fire Thunder Lion is now yours. Before long, the Gale Eagle descended at the Beast Hall of Qingfeng's sect, where the magical beasts were housed. And everyone disembarked. At this moment, Ning Quanming spoke up, handing Lu Feng a piece of parchment. This parchment was the task completion confirmation letter from Lin City. Tasks issued by factions must be confirmed by the respective authority before a confirmation letter is granted. With this confirmation letter, upon returning to Qingfeng's sect, one could directly claim task credits. Without it, one would have to wait for Qing Feng's sex verification, which could take 3 to 5 months or even a year and a half, possibly leading to silence or confusion. This was a common blunder made by many who had just taken on tasks, as many factions would deny responsibility to save on commission. Lu Feng would also have fallen victim to this oversight. Had it not been for Ning Quanming's assistance. "Thank you," Lu Feng said politely, smiling as he accepted the confirmation letter from Ning Quanming. By the way, please divide these items among yourselves. I shall take half of the gathering chi pills, and you may distribute the rest as you see fit. Once divided, please deliver them to my residence. Lu Feng carefully stored the parchment. Seemingly recalling something, he kicked the box beside him, gave a brief instruction to Ning Quanming and the others, and then stepped away. Ning Quanming and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of joy illuminated their faces. They had thought that this entire box of compensation would not involve them at all. To their surprise, Lu Feng actually remembered them. Although he took half of the third-grade Qi gathering pills, there were still 500 pills and 5 superior-grade spiritual weapons left. The contents of the box were precisely what they had discussed with Lin Chang previously. Ning Quanming and the others hurriedly sorted through the elixirs and weapons, and within the span of half an incense stick, they efficiently each obtained what they desired. Throughout this process, Jiang Shui remained a silent observer. Gazing at Lu Feng's departing figure, lost in a trance, Jiang Shui, Sister Jiang, Jiang Shui. "Ah, Senior Ning, what is it? Is there something you need?" As Jiang Shui was lost in thought, Ning Quanming's voice snapped her back to reality. She looked at Ning Quanming and the others, who were staring at her with puzzled expressions, much like a little girl whose secret had been uncovered. Her jade-like cheeks flushed crimson. "Sister Jiang, what were you thinking? I've called you so many times." "Sigh, never mind, there are still 100 bottles of Qi gathering pills in the box, and this superior-grade mysterious whip is yours. The rest belongs to Senior Lu. And since you seem to be familiar with him, you can deliver it." Seeing Jiang Shui in a daze, Ning Quanming shook his head helplessly, then pointed to the large box at his feet. Speaking to Jiang Shui, without waiting for her response, he took the other two and left. They were not keen on dealing with Lu Feng. After all, he had frightened them half to death on their journey. And who knew what might happen if they went to his residence? Jiang Shui was momentarily stunned by his words, then gazed at the large box, which was half her height, for some reason. The incident where Lu Feng had asked her to bring the Monkey King up the mountain resurfaced in her mind. Her previously shy heart suddenly swelled with grievance. Why did all men expect women to perform tasks that exceeded their limits? Chapter 65. Farewell, Jiang Ling within the Qing Feng sect. After completing the task and exchanging his points for the Dark Fire Thunder Lion, Lu Feng gazed at the golden token in his hand, which contained 1,430 points, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was his first task, and he had completed it within a single day, not only earning points but also reclaiming the points he had previously mortgaged. Although there were minor complications and some unpleasant incidents along the way, Lu Feng felt indifferent to them. After all, those unpleasant interludes had brought him considerable benefits. Not only had they helped him resolve the difficulties in refining the 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill, but they had also provided him with a low-grade, king-level divine weapon. With that 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill, he only needed to rest for 7 days, and the spiritual blood extracted from his body would fully recover, restoring his original innate talent. While he had wasted 7 days, he was confident he could reach the foundation establishment stage within a month. Moreover, the low-grade king-level divine weapon he had just obtained had significantly enhanced his combat power, enabling him to confidently strike down opponents at the peak of the foundation establishment stage with a single sword. In other words, there were now very few who could pose a threat to him within the Qing Feng sect. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he hurried back to his residence. The gentle breeze caressed his face, lifting his garments and tousling his hair as a subtle smile adorned his face, reflecting his exhilarated mood. Approximately half an incense stick later, filled with excitement, Lu Feng returned to his loft. "Junior brother Lu, good morning." However, upon entering his loft, he was greeted by the sight of a figure in white standing outside, smiling amiably at him. For some reason, the joy in his heart instantly diminished by half. "Brother Jiang, it has been a while. I wonder why you have come to find me so early." Lu Feng forced down the unease within him and inquired calmly. Gazing at Zhongling, if there was anyone he was wary of in the Qingfeng sect, it was none other than Zhongling. He was not afraid of Zhongling's cultivation level. Rather, it was because he had recently trampled a city lord beneath his feet, threatening him with his sword. Now, the esteemed senior brother of the Qingfeng sect had suddenly appeared before him, greeting him with a smile, which inevitably caused him to feel a bit flustered. Could it be that those scoundrels from Lincheng had betrayed him, rushing to report in the moment he left? Or perhaps the group he had returned with was disgruntled over him seizing their task points and half of the third-grade Qi gathering pills, leading them to file a complaint against him? Lu Feng's mind raced with thoughts, yet his gentle smile never faltered. After all, it was just a Qingfeng sect. If they no longer wanted him, he could easily withdraw. Given his abilities, he would not struggle to find a place with better spiritual energy for cultivation, though it would be a pity to lose the loft he had only occupied for a few days. Junior brother Lu, I've been waiting for you. I had matters to discuss with you yesterday, but I couldn't find you. Zhongling, oblivious to Lu Feng's thoughts, approached him directly, speaking with refined politeness. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng relaxed, realizing that his actions in Lincheng had not been exposed. That he smiled and replied, I see. May I ask what matters the senior brother wishes to discuss with me? Nothing significant. Just two minor issues. Oh, you remember the group of scoundrels who tried to kill you before you arrived at the sect? Zhongling said with a faint smile. The group that tried to kill me? Lu Feng pondered for a moment, then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly replied, Of course, I remember. How could I possibly forget? Since arriving here, Lu Feng had been somewhat vague about many matters. But he had a profound recollection of the group who had disrupted his comprehension of the unparalleled sword technique 9 days ago, harboring a desire to eliminate them once more. Every time he recalled this incident, he felt an unresolved anger within him. Why had he been minding his own business, practicing his swordplay? Furthermore, the sword he had been on the verge of comprehending was an astonishing, unparalleled strike. Once successful, his swordsmanship would surely break through. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, they had sabotaged it. Thinking back, Lu Feng felt a surge of indignation, wishing he could slay those beasts again. As for the phrase, fortune favors the fortunate, while misfortune befalls the unfortunate. Bah, to hell with that. Such self-soothing was merely a result of failing to obtain something good. Just remember, I mentioned that I would give you an explanation. Now is the time for that explanation. That on the very first day I returned to the sect, I reported this matter to the higher-ups. After several days of verification, it has been thoroughly confirmed. Zhongling smiled, then took out a jade box from his robe, revealing a blood-colored elixir within, which radiated vibrant vitality and bore 5 intricate patterns. Indeed, a 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill. Lu Feng accepted the 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill. Maintaining a composed demeanor without revealing any signs of joy, he already possessed one of these pills. While having 2 would yield better results, Lu Feng felt no happiness, for no matter how good the elixir, it could not compare to the unparalleled sword he was on the verge of comprehending 9 days ago. Brother Jiang, I am willing to exchange this elixir for an opportunity to slay that entire group of beasts. Lu Feng gazed at the elixir, contemplated briefly, then returned it to Zhongling, his expression icy as he spoke. Junior brother Lu, you need not go to such lengths. The decision to eliminate those scoundrels is the sect's. And if you wish to take action, you can simply apply for it without needing to go through all this. Zhongling was momentarily taken aback by Lu Feng's actions. He was well aware of Lu Feng's situation. This fellow possessed great strength and talent, but he also had a glaring weakness. His spiritual blood had been extracted, which greatly hindered his future cultivation. Yet now, a 5th-grade blood-nourishing pill was right before him, capable of resolving his troubles entirely, and he was willing to forfeit it for a chance to kill. Zhongling found it both amusing and bewildering to know, I want to slay them all myself. No one can interfere. I will leave none alive, Lu Feng insisted. Clearly, he held his own principles. When it came to dealing with deeply personal enemies, he wanted to eliminate them all with his own hands. Zhongling pondered for a moment and replied, You should keep this elixir for now. I will find a way to help you later. As for your desire to slay them alone, I cannot agree to that, as they are backed by the Tian Yuan sect. You could easily find yourself in trouble. The Tian Yuan sect was a power of equal renown to the Qingfeng sect, and it was impossible for them to stand idly by while their affiliated forces were annihilated. They would undoubtedly intervene. Even if Lu Feng was strong, he could not kill members of the Tian Yuan sect, and should he be caught in the act, the Qingfeng sect's position would become untenable. Very well, then just include me when the time comes, Lu Feng replied, not pressing the issue further, merely nodding in agreement. All right, now let us discuss the second matter. Upon Jiang Ling's agreement, a smile of delight graced his features. He then produced 2 volumes and presented them before Lu Feng, saying, "The books I once promised you are now gifted to you. Furthermore, this is a collector's edition, which I believe you will surely appreciate." In Jiang Ling's hands were 2 tomes. One bore a simple and unadorned cover, the very volume Lu Feng had previously perused, titled The Sword of the Third Son. The other was also The Sword of the Third Son. Yet it was the deluxe collector's edition. Lu Feng had witnessed someone at the Disciples' Hall offer 200 points for it, and as he accepted it with a complex expression, he flipped through a few pages, discovering that the only difference lay in its superior material. The cover was crafted from sturdy leather, embellished with a vividly depicted small sword. However, the content remained unchanged, merely enhanced with a few exquisite illustrations. And the pages were slightly more refined, made of parchment. He couldn't comprehend why anyone would expend 200 points on such a book. The original seemed far more valuable. Lu Feng pondered, feeling a wave of frustration. As he closed the book and turned it over, he was taken aback to find it priced at 98 points. This price left him astounded. 98 points, just too short of 100, with his current resources. He could afford 14 of them. Was this reasonable? How could a mere storybook command such a price? Were points not considered precious at Qingfeng's sect? Who would spend such an exorbitant amount on something so costly? Brother Jiang, how much do you sell the ordinary version for? And how do the sales of both the ordinary and collector's editions compare? As Lu Feng grappled with these unsettling thoughts, he couldn't help but inquire of Jiang Ling. The ordinary version, I believe it's around 20 points. We've printed 10 million copies, and upon release, 3 million were sold. Sales continue to rise. As for the collector's edition, we printed 10,000 copies, which have all sold out. However, I still have some private stock, including your copy. I kept 100 copies for myself. The printers are currently begging me to release more, Jiang Ling replied, his expression revealing no hint of concealment. His tone was exceedingly gentle, as if discussing a trivial matter. Lu Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, recalling the day's labor he had invested, only to realize he hadn't even managed to cover a fraction of cost. Brother Jiang, I actually wish to write books as well. Would you be willing to teach me? Lu Feng, who typically exuded a cold demeanor and prideful nature, found himself uttering these words unexpectedly. Chapter 66. A world without swords must be dreadfully boring. Brother Jiang, I truly wish to write books. Could you instruct me? The moment Lu Feng spoke, he immediately regretted it. What was he saying? How could he utter such words? Jiang Ling had built his reputation on literature. Surely he would not easily impart his knowledge to someone like him. A person as clever as himself would only starve his mentor by teaching a disciple. Not a problem. Of course I can. However, my fee is somewhat high. Yet, considering your remarkable talent, I am willing to offer you a complimentary lesson, Jiang Ling responded, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated Lu Feng's request. What Lu Feng did not realize was that teaching others to write novels was a primary source of income for Jiang Ling. He had instructed many individuals, charging a rate of 100 points per hour, a steep price that both elders and junior disciples were eager to pay. Jiang Ling's reputation was immense. Even a small portion of the earnings from a single book could leave countless individuals in awe. Who wouldn't want to share in that success? Who wouldn't aspire to become the next Jiang Ling? That is splendid, brother. I've actually completed a draft. Could you take a look and suggest any improvements? Jiang Ling's reply took Lu Feng by surprise, filling him with excitement as he hurriedly invited him to review his autobiographical work. Although he had previously shown it to Jiang Shui, he had received no substantial feedback. Jiang Shui, who had initially promised to guide him, had only criticized him, ultimately diminishing Lu Feng's enthusiasm for writing and leaving him quite dissatisfied. Thankfully, with the expert Jiang Ling now available to provide guidance, Lu Feng was confident his autobiography would become a remarkable masterpiece. Consequently, Lu Feng led Jiang Ling into the attic, eager to showcase his creation. After a stick of incense had burned, Jiang Ling closed the book. A profound melancholy etched upon his face. He licked his lips, fixing his gaze on the eagerly awaiting Lu Feng, and remarked, "Brother Lu, your handwriting is truly commendable." A wave of anxiety surged within Lu Feng. Jiang Ling's words felt disconcertingly familiar, as though he had heard them before. "However, your book lacks compelling elements. You know why my works sell so exceptionally well. It is primarily because I can captivate the reader's sense of immersion." Why do readers love novels? No, wobbins. Here, we call them wobbins. Have you ever pondered this question? It is because their lives are often stifling, and they yearn for an outlet for their emotions. But how does one express this yearning? Jiang Ling began to delve into the intricacies of storytelling. Let us consider an analogy. Have you ever wondered why so many impoverished scholars end up marrying wealthy heiresses? It is because the impoverished scholar is an exceptional swordsman who unexpectedly rescues a wealthy lady. Lu Feng interjected, "Incorrect. Think harder. Those scholars are destitute, unable to master martial arts, and even marrying a commoner is a challenge. Let alone a wealthy girl," Jiang Ling countered, shaking his head to prompt further reflection. "Surely it must be that the affluent ladies seek to enhance their cultivation through these scholars, using them as vessels for their spiritual growth," Lu Feng suggested. "Well, Brother Lu, let me put it this way. In that world, there are no cultivators. Everyone is just an ordinary person. You understand what I mean?" Jiang Ling hesitated before elaborating further. "Then, is there no sword in that world?" Lu Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. "There is nothing, only men and women. Men aspire to achieve fame through scholarly pursuits, and those who are called scholars are merely individuals who have failed. You grasp the essence of this." Jiang Ling took a deep breath, reiterating his point. This time, he confined all conditions to an exceedingly narrow scope, firmly believing that unless Lu Feng was utterly foolish, he would comprehend the message Jiang Ling aimed to convey, that a world devoid of swords must surely be unbearably tedious. Those who are bored often engage in actions that defy expectations. Hence, the wealthy daughters fall for impoverished scholars out of sheer ennui. Little did he know that upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Lu Feng's expression fell, revealing profound sorrow and despair. Jiang Ling was taken aback by Lu Feng's reaction. He had never anticipated such a response. Could it be that this foolish individual failed to recognize that he had been subtly hinting at the answer all along? The reason wealthy girls were drawn to impoverished scholars was that such tales were penned by those very scholars. These scholars, unable to attain their desires, crafted narratives of wealthy women falling for them, seeking to fulfill their own emotional void. It was such a simple answer. Most individuals would grasp it upon hearing just the first hint. Yet here he was, having provided Lu Feng with 3 reminders, and the latter still couldn't deduce the correct answer. With such a feeble intellect, how could he ever hope to write a novel? Even if he managed to compose 1,000,000 words, it would undoubtedly be a tale that fizzles out, yielding revenue that barely reaches a fraction of the total word count. "Brother Lu, this attic is yours, correct? How many points did you spend on it?" Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the urge to implode, before surveying the attic's surroundings and shifting the conversation. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they been discussing novels? Why had the topic shifted to the attic? Was Jiang Ling genuinely interested in his living space? What a preposterous notion. He had only recently moved in and had no intention of relinquishing it to anyone else. Even as Jiang Ling was instructing him on how to craft his autobiography, Lu Feng was resolute in his decision not to part with the attic. With firm conviction, he replied, "Indeed, Brother Jiang, this attic is mine. That I spent 1,000 points on it, and I am quite fond of it. With no intention of selling." "Oh, I see. Please do not misunderstand. I actually built this attic myself, and I spent only 500 points on it. However, I soon discovered a troublesome group of monkeys here, which prompted me to sell it to a fool for 800 points the very next day. The fool was initially quite angry with me, frequently seeking to provoke trouble, but after I had dealt him a few blows, he became considerably more subdued and began to follow me around to learn. His sole ambition was to sell this loft, and it now seems he is set forth on that endeavor. However, while I have the confidence to educate a fool, I cannot guarantee the same for a blockhead. Farewell, Lu Shitty. My time is exceedingly precious, worth millions of points with each passing moment, and I have no time to squander on you." After speaking, Zhongling patted Lu Feng on the shoulder and strode away. Conversing with someone like Lu Feng was utterly exhausting. Attempting to transform him into a best-selling novelist would surely cost me half my life. Zhongling found life to be extraordinarily beautiful. With his talent and innate abilities, he would thrive in any realm, regardless of the presence of swords, and would never experience boredom. Why waste his life on someone who becomes utterly listless without a sword? Lu Feng stood by, gazing blankly at Zhongling's departing figure, then glanced at his own autobiography, which he had painstakingly crafted only to have Zhongling dismiss it casually, feeling a tumult of emotions within. It appears that here, no one can comprehend your greatness. If you were in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you would undoubtedly sell quite well. He then cast his gaze upon the loft above, declaring, "I like this place. Don't mention 1,000 points. I would gladly part with 2,000. Yet, no sooner had the words left his lips than he found himself gripping tightly the recently acquired royal-grade sword, his mind consumed by a singular thought. The most genuine sentiment within him. Who is that scoundrel trying to sell this wretched house to me? Do not let me remember him, for if I do, I shall surely chop him into 500 pieces." Chapter 67. Lu Feng's heart wrenched a lifetime of hunting eagles, yet still blinded by one. Lu Feng clenched the sword in his hand, his heart brimming with hatred, his brow furrowed as if he bore a divine blade. He was immensely proud and possessed great wisdom. From the way he commanded respect in Lin City, where the populace dared not voice their anger, it was clear that Lu Feng was no reckless individual. Even the mightiest of beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would not dare to deceive him, for they understood that it was impossible to fully deceive Lu Feng, should he catch wind of their deceit. Their fate would be singular, death. Thus, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, no one was willing to take that risk and attempt to deceive him. However, the situation had changed upon his rebirth in this lower realm. Lu Feng had never regarded its inhabitants with any seriousness. His swordsmanship was formidable. He could battle across realms, temper his body to slay spiritual energy, and sever the innate from the acquired for him. It posed no challenge whatsoever. This led him to become oblivious to the fact that he ought to regard the talents of those around him with respect, as he had entirely forgotten the fundamental nature of humanity: greedy, cunning, treacherous, and deceitful. Humanity, being the apex of all creatures, possesses extraordinary intelligence, adept at employing strategies, capable of vanquishing even powerful beasts with mere tools, regardless of their own limited strength. Lu Feng, as a human being, had weathered countless storms and should have been aware of these truths. Yet his excessive confidence in his abilities led him to overlook them entirely, resulting in his current predicament. However, such occurrences would not repeat. Lu Feng had resolved to take this world, which he had previously disregarded since his rebirth. Seriously, he would commit to memory the names of everyone here, facing them with utmost sincerity, vowing never to be deceived again. Lu Feng thought resolutely, yet his gaze swept once more around the loft, and he declared, "This loft, in my eyes, will forever be worth 3,000 points." His words were spoken with the utmost calmness, as if he were discussing a trivial matter, representing the last vestige of his stubbornness. A mountain is not revered for its height, but for the dragon it harbors. Water is not honored for its depth, but for the spirit it contains. How could the loft of a reincarnated immortal be anything less? With this thought, Lu Feng felt a significant sense of comfort, grasping his sword and striding out of the loft, prepared to continue his sword practice, as for his autobiography. Bah, no one here could appreciate his talent. He would not write it anymore. Practicing swordsmanship was far more enjoyable. A world devoid of swords must be a mundane one. Zhongling, the 3-year agreement has come pass. I have arrived. This time, I shall reclaim all my glory. The moment Lu Feng stepped outside the loft, a formidable force surged forth, akin to a tempest, howling towards him. Within the whirlwind lay immense power. As Lu Feng emerged, the loft behind him was struck by the force, shattering into countless fragments of bamboo. Even with the protection of a second-grade formation, it could not escape destruction. The strength was too overwhelming, belonging to a foundational stage expert, and striking unexpectedly, leaving Lu Feng momentarily stunned. In an instant, with splinters flew and dust rose that Lu Feng stared in shock at the loft he had purchased for 1,000 points, which had previously seemed so secure, now crumbling before him. Amidst the swirling debris, he spied several sheets of paper that had become mere scraps, their once bold writings now torn asunder. My book? Lu Feng felt as though his heart was being wrenched. Murmuring unconsciously, those torn sheets of paper represented the culmination of his life's work, chronicling his experiences from the age of 1 to 10. Despite being ridiculed time and again, Lu Feng had never given up. For these were the memories of his past life. Yet now, those memories lay before him, transformed into fluttering scraps, mingling with the disordered bamboo and the dust kicked up from the earth, as if destined to be buried like refuse. It seemed the best fate for his painstakingly crafted masterpiece was to be discarded like trash. However, as the author of this work, Lu Feng felt a profound anguish. Yet he was alone in his suffering. Ha ha, Jiangling, I warned you long ago not to construct this wretched loft, fearing I might inadvertently destroy it. Why did you not heed my warning? Now you believe me. Ha, your second-grade formation cannot withstand my might. Before the fragments of the shattered loft and the dust had settled, a mocking laughter echoed through the Lu Feng clutched his sword tightly, though his heart was heavy with sorrow. His face, however, was as cold as ice that he vowed to ensure that the one who had destroyed his loft and his book, now laughing recklessly, would pay in blood. Who are you? Isn't this Jiangling's residence? What are you doing here? As the dust finally settled, a handsome young man emerged, clad in a luxurious blue robe adorned with golden edges, a jade belt at his waist, and golden boots on his feet. Carrying a long, dark spear that was as thick as a bolt, he had been laughing heartily, bending over in merriment. But upon seeing Lu Feng, all traces of mirth vanished from his face, his posture straightening like the spear he bore. His demeanor shifting to one of formidable authority, he looked at Lu Feng with a mix of surprise and suspicion, yet his gaze remained commanding as he inquired. This is my loft, purchased with 1,000 points. It is the finest dwelling I have ever inhabited, Lu Feng replied coldly, ignoring the young man's words. Your loft? Humph. It seems that scoundrel Jiangling sold it to you. That damned fool. I have a 3-year agreement with him, and he dares to disregard it entirely. How infuriating. The young man's expression darkened, anger flashing across his face as he swept his sleeve in irritation. A powerful aura emanated from him, crashing like a tidal wave and causing the mountains to tremble. After speaking, he disregarded Lu Feng and turned to leave. Stop. Lu Feng's voice rang out like a chilling wind, devoid of emotion yet brimming with latent menace. Rest assured, once I locate Jiangling, I shall compensate you for this loft. The young man, named Jiang Yunlong, did not heed Lu Feng's call to halt. Instead, he continued walking, dismissing him entirely, and the entire Qingfeng sect. Only Jiangling held any significance for him. Everyone else was but a fleeting cloud. How interesting. I did not invite you, yet you dare to leave? In that case, prepare to pay with your life. Upon witnessing the young man's blatant disregard, Lu Feng's expression transformed into a chilling smile. If someone familiar with him from the 9 heavens and 10 earths were to witness this expression, they would surely tremble in fear. As this was Lu Feng's manifestation of fury, it was abundantly clear that he was ablaze with rage at this moment. Since his rebirth, Lu Feng had looked down upon all, disregarding the talents of this place, and had not kept them in mind. Now, as he finally resolved to take things seriously, he encountered an individual remarkably akin to himself. One who, aside from Jiangling, also dismissed the existence of others. Moreover, this eerily similar person had previously destroyed his loft and the book he had authored, leaving Lu Feng with no reason to refrain from anger. With a swift motion, Lu Feng thrust his hands forward, unleashing a magnificent and terrifying sword chi that surged towards the arrogant youth named Jiang Yunlong. Chapter 68. Jiang Yunlong. The sword chi, akin to an unparalleled divine blade, sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of sharp, piercing sounds, and in an instant, it descended upon Jiang Yunlong from behind. The The sudden onslaught of sword chi ignited a sense of peril within Jiang Yunlong's heart. In the blink of an eye, he shifted his focus, feeling his spine crackle with energy, the bones around him emitting a series of crisp sounds as his chi surged, elevating his presence to its utmost peak. Transforming Cloud Hand, Jiang Yunlong whirled around, striking at the incoming sword chi. His palm, shrouded in mist, seemed to cradle an expansive ocean of clouds, shifting and swirling, as if it held a vast sea of vapor. Bang! At that moment, Lu Feng's supreme sword chi collided with the cloud sea emanating from Jiang Yunlong's palm. Thousands of clouds evaporated, and the invincible sword chi dissipated into thin air, although no formidable aftermath erupted. A fine crimson crack appeared upon Jiang Yunlong's palm, inflicting a twinge of pain. Astonishment washed over his handsome features as he processed the implications. Transforming Cloud Hand was one of the highest martial arts of the Qingfeng sect. A low-grade, earth-level technique. When mastered, it resembled a boundless sea of clouds, capable of ensnaring foes, delivering lethal strikes, and providing defense, an embodiment of both offense and defense, with unfathomable transformations and immense power. Yet, at this moment, he had already attained the foundation establishment stage, while Lu Feng had merely displayed strength at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Even if Lu Feng had launched a surprise attack, it should not have been sufficient to harm him. After all, having mastered the transforming Cloud Hand, he could effortlessly withstand even superior-grade weapons. But why? Why could that individual injure him with a mere strand of sword chi? Who are you, aside from Jiangling? How could there be such a formidable figure within the Qingfeng sect? Jiang Yunlong furrowed his brows. Regarding Lu Feng with a grave expression, he was entirely unfamiliar with Lu Feng, having previously deemed him unworthy of recognition. After all, he prided himself on being unrivaled among the younger generation. Aside from Jiangling, to him, everyone else was a mere loser, and he had never deemed it necessary to remember their names. You are not worthy to know my name. The only thing you need to understand is that you have two choices. The first, compensate me for my loft and sincerely apologize. The second, I shall personally take action and ensure you wish for death. In response to Jiang Yunlong's inquiry, Lu Feng did not engage, but instead, with a cold demeanor, raised his sword. Humph. I'm not worthy of knowing your name, yet you present me with two choices? It seems I, Jiang Yunlong, have been in obscurity for too long. The entire Qingfeng sect remembers only Jiangling, forgetting my existence. If that is the case, then I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunlong's expression turned icy, followed by a mocking smile. Bang! He then struck the thick, black spear behind him. In an instant, the spear was in hand, and Jiang Yunlong transformed into a streak of radiant light. Charging towards Lu Feng, his formidable cultivation at the foundation establishment stage was laid bare in this moment. He resembled a colossal dragon, stirring up a tempest that threatened to topple the very mountains and forests. The howling winds roared, sweeping up leaves and raising clouds of dust. A young girl struggling under the weight of a large box, making her way up the mountain, was abruptly swept away, utterly foolish. In the forest, Lu Feng scoffed, observing with an air of calm as he stepped forward, his royal grey divine weapon remaining securely sheathed. In the face of Jiang Yunlong's assault, Lu Feng did not draw his sword nor evade. Instead, he swung the sword sheath with force towards Jiang Yunlong. As he moved, the sheath became enveloped in a terrifying sword chi that could strike fear into the hearts of countless foundation establishment experts. This sword chi was a manifestation of Lu Feng's formidable swordsmanship, not reliant on the sharpness of his divine weapon. Even without drawing his sword, the sword chi was already fearsome. If he were to unsheath it, the terror unleashed would be unimaginable. One strike could likely obliterate Jiang Yunlong. However, Lu Feng had no intention of doing so. Jiang Yunlong was merely 23 or 24 years old, evidently a remarkable talent, and also an exceedingly proud one. While Lu Feng could undoubtedly dispatch Jiang Yunlong in a single strike, such an act would not cast him into despair, truly render a proud and powerful genius to a state of hopelessness. One must methodically dismantle all of his advantages. Clang! The resonant sounds reverberated through the wilderness. Jiang Yunlong's spear danced like a dragon, each thrust intricate and filled with boundless transformations, capable of overpowering even adversaries 2 realms above him. Yet, under Lu Feng's relentless onslaught, he found himself not retreating step by step, but rather caught in a state where every strike felt as if it landed upon cotton, leaving him both astonished and enraged. Though Lu Feng's sword qi was dreadfully potent, it was not enough to pose a significant threat. However, every one of Lu Feng's movements seemed to preemptively disrupt Jiang Yunlong's next maneuver, as if he could read his mind. This left Jiang Yunlong utterly frustrated, unable to fathom how Lu Feng possessed such terrifying prowess. This scoundrel's mastery of the sword was no less impressive than that of many elders within the sect. Moreover, judging by his techniques, he appeared to possess considerable close combat experience. If Jiang Yunlong continued to hold back, defeat was inevitable. Yet, should he unleash his full power, he risked killing this individual. Jiang Yunlong, astounded by the situation, quickly formulated a plan. With a swift motion, he withdrew his spear, activating his movement technique, leaping back 100 meters. While in motion, he wielded his spear, unleashing sharp, slicing energies from its tip. The energies fired from the spear were razor-sharp, capable of piercing through gold and stone, even penetrating the body of a fully realized innate realm expert. Range combat. Is it? Bring it on. Lu Feng merely smiled disdainfully, then waved his hand, a sweeping beam of sword light tearing through the sky like a rising sun, obliterating all of the energies with ease. You have yet to employ your true abilities? From a distance, Jiang Yunlong gazed at the sword light, his expression deepening with shock, mingled with a growing ire. He had prided himself on his status, refraining from using his full strength, intending only to teach this fellow a lesson. Yet this scoundrel had also withheld his true capabilities. The blow to his pride was profound. After a mere 3 years of seclusion, how had the Qingfeng sect given rise to such a formidable contender? And this individual appeared even more powerful than Jiangling, at least 3 years ago. When Jiangling had defeated him, he had already been at the late stage of the innate realm, while this person before him was merely at the mid-stage. 3 years prior, his cultivation had been at the pinnacle of the innate realm, and now he had reached the foundation establishment stage. Logically, he should be able to easily subdue 10 fully realized innate realm experts, yet this individual showed no sign of exerting himself. This realization nearly shattered Jiang Yunlong's resolve. He even began to suspect that perhaps his extended seclusion had led him to delusion, and that all of this was merely an illusion. The Qingfeng sect had already been incredible for producing a single Jiangling. Now, another figure even more formidable than Jiangling had emerged. Were the geniuses of this world truly so commonplace? To deal with you, must I truly resort to my full strength? If I were to unleash my true powers, you would not even be able to withstand a single blow. Lu Feng sneered, his gaze cold and indifferent as he stared at Jiang Yunlong, as if observing a mere insect. You dare to dismiss me? Then prepare to meet your end. Jiang Yunlong's composure was already wavering, and Lu Feng's icy stare further provoked him. 3 years ago, when Jiangling had dueled him, he had been fully focused and on high alert. Yet Lu Feng had never regarded him as a threat, igniting the flames of fury within him. He gripped his spear tightly, his aura surging to its peak, regardless of whether what he was experiencing was real or an illusion. This time he would show no mercy, vowing to deliver a profound lesson to Lu Feng. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Yunlong brandished his spear. The earth erupted with a terrifying rumble as he raised his spear. A cloud of dust swirling around it, coalescing into a 10-zhang-long earth dragon. The earth dragon, adorned with ridges and horns, emanated a formidable presence, blocking out the sun. Die! Roar! Jiang Yunlong raised his arm with a mighty gesture, causing the great dragon within him to resonate in unison, igniting an eruption of vitality throughout his being, and his strength surged by more than 10-fold. With a fierce roar, he swung his spear forward with great force. Upon the spear, the earth dragon roared, resembling a mountain descending from the heavens, blocking out the sun and stirring up a tempest of dust, pressing down upon Lu Feng. Such a trifling skill, as dust swirled chaotically, obscuring the sun and moon. The once vibrant forest transformed into a world where visibility was utterly lost. Yet, Amidst the dust-laden chaos, Lu Feng's disdainful laughter echoed. Chapter 69. You shouldn't have provoked me, damn it. What overwhelming power! In the realm of core disciples, how dare someone engage in such a brawl within the sect? Do they not regard our law enforcement team? This technique seems reminiscent of Konglong Yui, the renowned skill of senior brother Jiang Yunlong. That's none of our concern. You hurry and inform the elders. I'll go watch the commotion. The law enforcement team of Qing Feng sect predominantly consisted of core disciples. The battle in the woods soon attracted their attention, and many disciples were deeply enraged that someone dared to act out under their noses. However, upon recognizing the techniques being used, many squad leaders from the law enforcement team deflated, instructing their disciples to notify the elders while they themselves went to observe the spectacle. This rugged mountain path is so difficult to traverse. Jiang Shui, in a state of disarray, collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the treacherous road whipped by the gale. Leaning against a large box that was as tall as herself, she couldn't help but wipe away the tears that streamed from her eyes. Feeling utterly wronged, since arriving here, she had climbed halfway up the mountainside twice, only to be swept back down to the foot of the mountain by fierce winds, leaving her heart in turmoil. Ah, this is the aura of senior brother Jiang Yunlong. Oh no, I've had this nagging feeling that I forgot something these past few days. It turns out I neglected to consider senior brother Zhang's affair. Could he possibly be fighting with that blockhead Lu Feng? Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, who had already stepped out of the core disciple area, suddenly sensed the commotion emanating from the mountaintop, his face reflecting a hint of surprise. He had been restless these days, feeling as though he had overlooked something important, yet due to his preoccupation with his novel and Lu Feng's antics, he had entirely forgotten that he had made a combat agreement with someone. A miscalculation, truly a miscalculation. Jiang Ling inwardly berated himself. Turning to race back up the path he had just descended, by the time he reached the mountaintop, he found it crowded with core disciples, all of whom stood agape, staring at the terrifying storm of dust that blotted out the sky. Roar! Clang! As the dust swirled, a fearsome dragon's roar resonated, followed by the sound of a sword ringing out. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light flashed through, swiftly dispersing the dust and revealing the scene atop the mountain. There stood two figures, proud and defiant. Point one, clad in an ornate blue robe edged with gold, with a jade belt at his waist and golden boots upon his feet, held a spear aloft. His expression darkened with fury. Nearby, a youth in black attire, wielding a sword sheath and adorned with a mocking smile at the corner of his lips, stood with an air of ease, as if a deity surveying mere mortals. Impossible! How could you break my Konglong with a single strike without even drawing your sword? Jiang Yunlong's incredulous voice rang out, infused with an indescribable shock. Impossible. What is impossible? Do I need to draw my sword to deal with you? You are hardly my match. How absurd to think you could challenge senior brother Jiang Ling with such strength. Lu Feng, gripping the sword sheath, gazed coldly at the nearly deranged Jiang Yunlong, a smirk gracing his lips, akin to watching a minuscule ant foolishly attempting to defy the heavens. Impudence. Faced with Lu Feng's relentless mockery, Jiang Yunlong's composure began to fray. Though not a narrow-minded individual, he was proud he exerted his utmost power against such a junior to reclaim his dignity. Yet in the end, not only did he fail to restore that so-called dignity, but he was also subjected to ridicule, testing the limits of his already inflated pride. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted from within Jiang Yunlong, his formidable aura escalating even further, surpassing its previous strength by more than 3 times. His spine-like dragon once more resonated, his blood surging like a tempest, visible wisps of white vapor rising from his body, as a terrifying earth-colored halo manifested behind him. This halo, known as Huiguang, was the hallmark of the strongest foundational cultivators. Huiguang, fully named Shuamiao Wushang Huiguang, symbolized the prowess of foundational cultivators, the process of refining the body, opening the blood sea of the minor circulation, and manifesting the Huiguang of the major circulation were all representations of a foundational cultivator's might. The 3 were emblematic of foundational stage practitioners, e.g. Fa Gu, enhancing the body several times over, capable of contending with Xian-level divine weapons. the blood sea opened by the minor circulation, which could rapidly elevate a cultivator's combat prowess, and the huiguang of the major circulation, the quintessential symbol of foundational cultivator's potential. Moreover, huiguang was categorized into false and true forms. The false huiguang was barely perceptible, providing minimal enhancement, as was the case with the old man whom Lu Feng had slain in the monster beast forest. In contrast, the true huiguang was visible to the naked eye, capable of doubling the combat strength of foundational cultivators while also harnessing the might of heaven and earth on a small scale. Exemplified by Jiang Yunlong in this moment. Jiang Yunlong's huiguang, a deep and robust earth-colored halo, represented the element of earth. Boom! Jiang Yunlong charged forth with his spear, the ground trembling beneath him as cracks erupted from his feet. Debris swirling around the dark shaft of his spear. Divine dragon emerges from the sea. In an instant, Jiang Yunlong closed the distance to Lu Feng, thrusting his spear, and a colossal dragon's head formed from the gathered sand and gravel. Roar! The dragon's head roared, exuding an overwhelming might capable of severely injuring a late-stage foundational cultivator, surging towards Lu Feng like a tidal wave. Swish! Lu Feng's black robe billowed in the wind, his hair flowing like silk. As the terrifying force struck him, this formidable blow, potent enough to injure a late-stage foundational cultivator, failed to elicit even the slightest frown from him. His eyes remained as cold as ice, a mocking smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "This strike is barely commendable," Lu Feng remarked lightly as he regarded the fierce attack before him, a smile gracing his lips. Swish! In the next moment, the sound of a sword ringing out filled the air. The king-level sword, which had lain dormant in its sheath, was finally drawn. Bang! As the sword's ringing resonated, a thunderous roar followed closely behind. In an instant, the skies cleared and the swirling sands vanished without a trace. Below, countless core disciples gazed spellbound at the scene atop the mountain. However, upon witnessing the sight, each disciple involuntarily shivered, shock and fear evident in their eyes. How is this possible? Senior Brother Jiang has been defeated? This cannot be. What kind of joke is this? Is this a dream? Brothers, can anyone slap themselves and tell me if I'm dreaming? Why should we slap ourselves? You do it. You know slapping hurts, right? Of course I know. Which is why I asked you to do it. A minor uproar erupted among the crowd, with many disciples astonished by Lu Feng's display of skill, punctuated by occasional light-hearted banter that alleviated the heavy atmosphere. On the mountaintop, Jiang Yunlong lay battered and bruised, his once grand blue robe, jade belt, and golden boots now tattered and torn, while his limbs felt shattered. Struggling to lift his head, he incredulously gazed at Lu Feng and inquired, "Who are you? How could you possess such a terrifying sword?" Jiang Yunlong, drenched in blood, could hardly comprehend the existence of such a fearsome strike, one that left him doubting the very fabric of reality. With that single sword strike, he could see it yet not touch it, akin to the moon reflected upon water, elusive and beyond defense, leaving one with no choice but to watch it descend upon oneself. "Do you wish to know? Are you qualified?" As Lu Feng listened to Jiang Yunlong's inquiry, his demeanor remained as indifferent as ever, gazing down upon him from his elevated position, the corners of his mouth still curled in a frosty arc. Subsequently, Lu Feng summoned the ebony spear that had fallen beside Jiang Yunlong into his grasp. Weighing the sharp, heavy weapon in his hand, amidst the astonished gazes of all the disciples, he aimed the glistening spear tip at Jiang Yunlong's abdomen, coldly declaring, "I bear no grudge against you. You should not have provoked me, nor shattered my beloved pavilion, let alone destroyed my book. Now, prepare to pay the price for your arrogance." No sooner had his words fallen than the spear's tip transformed into an obsidian rainbow of light, hurtling toward Jiang Yunlong's midsection. "Stop! Cease this at once!" At that moment, from the mountain summit, several thunderous shouts erupted like the roar of thunder. A heavy and terrifying pressure surged forth from the foot of the mountain. Rushing upward, Chapter 70, the tall and short Yama, the fat and thin king of hell. Clash, 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 atop the mountain. The dark spear aimed at Jiang Yunlong was suddenly struck away by an unexpected assault. The sound of 3 metallic clangs resonated, and 3 figures materialized at the mountain's peak. Among them was the hastily arriving Jiang Ling, accompanied by 2 elderly men, one tall and thin, the other short and stout. These two elders were of considerable renown, serving as the two deputy heads of the law enforcement hall, colloquially known as the Tall and Short Yama, or the Fat and Thin King of Hell. Any disciple of the law enforcement hall would avoid dealings with them, for falling into their hands meant a fate worse than death. Damn it, we arrived just in time, but it seems a bit late. Jiangling rushed to the mountain's summit, and upon witnessing the scene, he could not help but smile bitterly. Which disciple are you? How dare you commit murder in the heart of the sect? Do you take our law enforcement hall for mere decoration? The audacity of the current disciples has truly reached new heights, entirely disregarding the sect's rules. The tall, thin elder and the short, stout elder glared at Lu Feng with icy disdain. Their fury palpable. Elders, this is a misunderstanding. This junior brother of mine has only recently joined and is unaware of the strict sect rules. I implore you to grant me some leniency and allow me to handle this matter. Jiangling quickly interjected, cupping his fists in respect. Jiangling, though you are the sect's chief senior brother now, this is hardly the time for jest. This individual has violated sect rules and must face severe punishment. Step aside, Jiangling. Without rules, there can be no order. Young man, you will come with us. The two elders cast a dismissive glance at Jiangling, disregarding him completely, before turning their cold gazes upon Lu Feng. If you intend to punish me, what about him? He instigated this, destroyed my home, and obliterated my book, all while looking down upon me. He is the root of all this trouble. Why do you not punish him? Lu Feng maintained his calm demeanor, his expression unchanging as he regarded the two elders. The elders' cultivation was indeed formidable, yet they were merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Lu Feng felt confident he could defeat them. Does he still need to be punished? Look at what you've done to him. How can he be punished further? Indeed, young man, did your family not teach you to seek help from teachers when in trouble at the academy? Why did you resort to violence against him? Now that you've left him in this state, even if you were in the right, it becomes unreasonable. You must come with us to the law enforcement hall. Do not blame us for being heartless. The two elders, incensed by Lu Feng's calm words, could hardly believe that any family would raise a child in such a manner. Yet, they were not inclined to continue their discourse with him. As their words fell, the tall, thin elder darted forward like a specter towards Lu Feng. Simultaneously, as he moved, a powerful aura from the mid-stage of foundation establishment surged forth, descending upon Lu Feng like a tidal wave. More potent than Jiang Yunlong's earlier display of might, far surpassing that of ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment experts. Such a formidable pressure would instill a sense of dread in even those of the same realm, hampering their movements. Clash. However, as this terrifying pressure enveloped Lu Feng, a sharp and formidable sword aura erupted from him, as if capable of cleaving heaven and earth. That moment, the blade within its sheath was drawn forth. A flash of brilliance shooting forth instantaneously. Not good. The attacking tall, thin elder sensed the sword aura and was immediately gripped by panic, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis, and he quickly attempted to retreat. Yet just as he moved, he halted abruptly, for the keen edge of Lu Feng's sword had already made intimate contact with his throat. In an instant, beads of sweat poured down the tall, thin elder's brow as he stared incredulously at Lu Feng. Even with his formidable prowess, he could not discern when Lu Feng had drawn the sword, nor when it found its place at his neck. The strike was swift and merciless. Had he truly retreated as he initially planned, he would have surely lost his head. Damn it, you wretched old fool. What are you doing? You can't even handle a mere junior. Boy, are you attempting rebellion? Release him at once, or beware the consequences. The short, stout elder, witnessing the tall elder being subdued so swiftly, was taken aback. He quickly scolded the tall elder before turning his ire towards Lu Feng. Rebellion. If I truly wished to rebel, I would have already severed his head with a single strike. I do not seek rebellion. I seek justice, that if you do not provide me with fair treatment, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lu Feng pressed the sword firmly against the tall elder's neck. His voice icy. Threaten us, do you? Have you lost your mind? We are elders. Do you wish to betray the Qing Feng sect? The stout elder exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. If heaven is unjust, I shall cleave it. If the earth is unfair, I shall rend it. If you treat me unjustly, what is to stop me from slaying you? Lu Feng replied, his expression as impassive as stone. Cough, my young friend. Let us speak civilly. Rest assured, we are the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall and will certainly provide you with a fair resolution. Please lower your sword. The tall elder, feeling the murderous intent emanating from Lu Feng, cautiously responded. Fool! You wretched old man, what nonsense are you spewing? This young rascal's earlier words are nothing short of rebellion. As an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, how can you utter such treasonous sentiments? Do you not honor the hall? The stout elder, enraged, rebuked him vehemently. You insufferable pig, silence. You are not the one with a sword at your throat. It is easy for you to speak. If one day you find yourself in such a predicament, I would like to see if you can still remain so flippant. The tall elder shot back, irritation evident as he turned to glare at the stout elder. Yet, just as he made a move, Lu Feng's sword pierced his flesh, forcing him to smile ingratiatingly at Lu Feng, before casting a furious glare at the stout elder, exclaiming, You cowardly wretch, if such a day ever comes. I shall never yield, and I will fight evil to the very end. The short and stout old man grumbled. As the two elders engaged in a verbal spar with Lu Feng, the many onlooking disciples at the foot of the mountain were left utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that Lu Feng would not only dare to defy the orders of the Law Enforcement Hall's elder, but also audaciously take one of the elders hostage. The elder, whose cultivation was far superior to Lu Feng's, was reduced to a state of trepidation and submission, akin to a frightened cat in Lu Feng's grasp, which nearly shattered the disciples' understanding of the world. Were these truly the stern and unyielding elders they remembered, who would not hesitate to resort to severe measures against disciples over the slightest disagreement? Surely, it could not be the case that impostors had come to entertain them. Damn it, you two fools, I offered you face, yet you refused. This is going to be entertaining. I'm eager to see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. TSK, Zhang Yunlong, I advise you to remain still. For heaven's sake, your limbs are utterly incapacitated, and your body is currently besieged by sword qi. I must assist you in expelling it before I can administer any restorative medicine. Otherwise, you might as well wait until those two imbeciles find the time to rescue you. Which could take until the next day. Given your knowledge of the Law Enforcement Hall's character, Jiang Ling dragged Zhang Yunlong aside, tending to his injuries while scolding him incessantly. Damn it, Jiang Ling, tell me honestly. Did you bring that brat here to scheme against me? Zhang Yunlong, blood spilling from his mouth, turned his head with great effort to glare at Jiang Ling. Speak truthfully. This young man does indeed possess some connection to me. He was recruited into our sect under my auspices, but he did not target you intentionally. Moreover, I must apologize. I have been exceedingly busy of late, and in the midst of my affairs, I inadvertently forgot about our 3-year pact. My sincerest apologies, Jiang Ling replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. You scoundrel, Jiang Ling, how could you forget even me? Zhang Yunlong retorted, his face twisted in pain and anguish. Chapter 71. The cloud-transforming palm, cursed be that wretched lad. Is he even human? How can he remain impervious to reason? At this rate, my head might very well be severed. The tall, lean elder looked at Lu Feng with a grim expression, harboring resentment within. He had just engaged in a lengthy exchange of barbs with the short and stout elder, both of them caught up in a heated exchange, nearly coming to blows. Ordinarily, one would expect the disciples to be intensely curious about the elder's embarrassing tales, eager to listen intently, particularly someone like Lu Feng, who had dared to level a sword at his neck. Deep down, he should be feeling a sense of unease, desperately seeking another outlet to relieve that tension. One would think that upon hearing the elder's anecdotes, they would perk up their ears, not necessarily seeking commentary, but at least paying close attention, right? As long as Lu Feng remained focused on listening, he would inevitably become distracted, allowing the elder a chance to withdraw. Yet, contrary to expectations, the onlooking disciples were utterly riveted, as if they were about to set out a feast of wine and peanuts. However, Lu Feng remained impervious to their intrigue, his demeanor cold and indifferent, entirely fixated on himself. This, in turn, caused the tall elder's composure to unravel. Damn it! Why do you keep staring at me? I am no stunning beauty. Is there any sense in your relentless gaze? How infuriating! How can this lad be so unmoved? The poor fellow, having encountered such a young upstart, finds himself utterly at a loss. The short and stout elder, parched from his tirade, gazed at Lu Feng, who continued to press his sword against the tall elder's neck, his mind racing with countless curses, having served as both an elder and deputy of the law enforcement hall for many years. He had encountered numerous unruly and self-important youths. Yet, none of those young individuals remained obstinate after receiving a thrashing. Unlike this one, who at the slightest disagreement would place a sword to their throats, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed he would not hesitate to kill at a moment's notice. What could be done? Were they truly to bow their heads and admit fault to a mere child? If that were the case, what remained of the law enforcement hall's dignity? Esteemed elders, I am at fault. I, Jiang Yunlong, am willing to accept any punishment that I implore you. Do not hold this against junior brother Lu. Just as the two elders were being driven to the brink of despair by Lu Feng's relentless torment, a weak voice suddenly emerged. Jiang Yunlong, previously devastated by Lu Feng's overwhelming assault, approached with Jiang Ling's assistance, his expression one of sincere regret as he clasped his fists in salute to them. Junior brother Lu, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. It was my fault. I assure you that I will compensate for all your losses, so please forgive me. Jiang Yunlong then bowed to Lu Feng, his face etched with contrition. Forgive you? Very well. I grant you my forgiveness. However, I shall not easily pardon these two who disregard right and wrong. Lu Feng cast a cold glance at Jiang Yunlong, his eyes devoid of emotion, remaining utterly unmoved throughout the ordeal. In Lu Feng's eyes, Jiang Yunlong appeared as a mere insignificant insect. He could kill him or choose not to. Were it not for Jiang Yunlong's prior destruction of his pavilion, he would have had no interest in retaliating at all. Now, however, it was not Jiang Yunlong he loathed most, but rather the two elders standing before him, who dared to act without discerning the truth, treating him as though he were inconsequential. Young friend, we are the law enforcement elders of the sect. While we acknowledge our mistakes in this matter, we acted for the sake of the sect. Do you truly wish to go so far as to kill us? The tall elder, seeing Jiang Yunlong step forward to take responsibility and offering Lu Feng an opportunity for reconciliation, found Lu Feng still unwilling to relent, his countenance darkening. Kill you? No, I have no intention of killing you. However, while death may be evaded, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. You two shall jointly endure a strike from my sword. Lu Feng replied coolly. With that, the sword that had been poised at the tall elder's neck was withdrawn. Swish! As the blade left his neck, the tall elder soared into the sky like a dragon emerging from the sea. Standing proudly in midair, a formidable aura radiating from him like a surging tide, overwhelming in its intensity. Young friend, your words were overly bold earlier. Your swordsmanship is indeed swift, but that was merely a moment of unpreparedness on my part. Now, I shall impart a lesson to you. The tall elder's blood surged, and his entire being emanated a powerful presence, transforming into a terrifying wave that swept across the mountaintop, although he was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Wielding sheer vitality alone made him tenfold stronger than Jiang Yunlong, who had utilized his enlightened light. This indicated he was no ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but rather a formidable opponent capable of contending with typical great perfection cultivators. At this moment, the elder loomed over Lu Feng, casting a condescending gaze upon him, while he had been taken aback and fearful when Lu Feng had earlier held a sword to his throat. That did not equate to genuine fear of Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng's swordsmanship was formidable, his cultivation level was merely mid-stage innate, and he had caught the elder off guard with a powerful weapon. Now that he had created distance, how could Lu Feng pose a threat? Cloud-transforming palm. The tall elder summoned clouds and mist into his palm, transforming them into a vast, terrifying sea of clouds that a fierce gale descended from the horizon. The billowing clouds surged forth like monstrous waves, crashing down upon Lu Feng with overwhelming force. Damn it, the cloud-transforming palm. The elder is serious now. That fellow is in for a world of trouble. The surrounding disciples gasped in horror at the sight of the tall elder's cloud-transforming palm, their faces paling in shock. The cloud-transforming palm was one of the highest martial arts of the Qingfeng sect, inherently terrifying in its might.